Chapter 339. Lukaku joins Manchester United. Gnabry comes to Chelsea. Both possess a bright future. For Chelsea, this timely goal is indeed a significant boost. Manchester City's aggressive offensive has created considerable excitement, as Guardiola's team has already surprised us abundantly before the official commencement of the new season. At this moment, Zhan Jun in the PPTV studio breathes a sigh of relief, still feeling a tinge of apprehension. The ferocity of Manchester City's attack had, for a time, left him concerned about Chelsea's defensive line. Had Manchester City managed to withstand Chelsea's counter-pressure in the first half and equalized, the dynamics of the match would have undoubtedly shifted. Fortunately, Chelsea chose not to retreat defensively, but instead opted to embrace the risk of counterattacks. With a 2-goal lead at halftime, this Community Shield match seems all but secured for Chelsea. The thought of Lyon potentially clinching his 5th club championship trophy this year fills Zhan Jun with genuine joy and excitement. After all, Lyon still harbors the glorious possibility of achieving the unparalleled feat of 7 crowns in a single year. Although he had previously won 6 titles with Real Madrid, it is worth noting that Barcelona was the first to achieve the sextuple, and Bayern also succeeded in doing so last year. Thus, while this accomplishment is remarkable, it does not possess a unique status. Now, with a high probability of leading his team to claim the 7 crowns, should this milestone be reached, Lyon and his teammates would etch a new record in football history, what neither Messi nor Ronaldo managed to accomplish at their respective peaks. Lyon is on the verge of achieving. Setting aside the debate on whether they once had the opportunity to attain the 7-crown honor, the current reality speaks for itself. When Lyon lifts the Ballon d'Or early next year, his historical standing will undoubtedly ascend further. While Lyon himself may not place great significance on this, the fans and media in Huagua certainly do. It may have been overlooked in the past, but now that Lyon has the capability to rise as the foremost figure in football during a given season, the fans and insiders in Huagua naturally harbor heightened expectations for him. Such is human nature, having garnered immense attention and market share domestically. It is only natural for Lyon to bear the growing anticipation of his supporters. However, he has yet to contemplate the long-term implications of his post-retirement status in football. His immediate focus remains on securing the upcoming Cup championships. In comparison, this Community Shield match is arguably the most challenging title to secure, given that the opponent is none other than the elite Manchester City. The subsequent adversaries, whether in the UEFA Super Cup or the Club World Cup, cannot be compared to Manchester City in terms of sheer strength. Manchester City aims to use this Community Shield match to bolster their players' confidence and embark on a new season laden with championship aspirations. Likewise, Chelsea aspires to defeat Manchester City as a solid foundation for their dream of achieving 7 crowns. At this moment, with a 2-goal advantage, both on and off the pitch, Chelsea's players brim with confidence and exuberance. Upon witnessing Suarez score the 2nd goal for his team, Mourinho swiftly implemented tactical adjustments, allowing Lyon to focus on a more defensive role. As Chelsea adopted a more compact formation, Manchester City, having struggled to penetrate their defenses, found it necessary to reassess their strategy. The first half concluded without further goals, with Chelsea enjoying a 2-goal advantage at halftime. At this juncture, Mourinho summoned Lukaku from the substitutes bench into the dressing room. Although it was widely acknowledged that the young striker had nearly finalized arrangements with Manchester United and could depart at any moment, the coaching staff and players at Chelsea continued to regard him as one of their own prior to his official transfer. Mourinho's call for him to join the tactical briefing was essentially an opportunity to grant Lukaku ample playing time in the second half, providing him with a dignified farewell. The coach did not dwell excessively on the tactical adjustments. Rather, he emphasized a singular focus for the second half. Chelsea would prioritize counterattacks and enhance the individual ball-handling capabilities of their wingers. Complicated passing plays would be discarded in favor of a more straightforward and direct counterattacking approach. Thus, it was anticipated that De Bruyne would be substituted by Lukaku around the 10th minute of the second half, with the duo of Hazard and Lukaku becoming the focal point of Chelsea's counterattacks. After finalizing the tactical arrangements, Mourinho granted the players additional time to rest. Seated in his designated spot in the dressing room, Lukaku observed his familiar teammates engaging in light-hearted conversation, feeling a pang of nostalgia. It was not that he was being overly sentimental. Had he been in a position to secure a starting role at Chelsea, whether as a striker or winger, he would have eagerly committed to a long-term contract with the club. Unfortunately, The coaching staff ultimately delivered a disappointing response. If he were merely 18 or 19 years old, accepting a substitute role would have posed no issue. However, at 22, having spent 2 years as a backup while absorbing new lessons, he found himself at a crossroads. While he held deep appreciation for Mourinho and the coaching staff's guidance, he could no longer afford to squander precious time on the bench. Thus, parting ways with Chelsea became an inevitable conclusion, not due to a lack of affection for the club or a sense of incompatibility with its current state, but rather because he lacked the prowess to displace his teammates from their starting positions, a most unfortunate circumstance. Leon, perceptive to Lukaku's emotional turmoil, had previously offered words of encouragement and comfort. However, with Lukaku having reached a decisive moment, all that remained was to forge ahead. After a quiet sigh, Leon stood and approached Lukaku, playfully patting his shiny head. "You'll score today, right? Romelu, don't squander the passes I send your way." At Leon's teasing, Lukaku lifted his chin with a slight smirk. "Rest assured, boss, I will seize every opportunity today." "Good, I believe in you." Leon sat beside Lukaku, engaging him in conversation for a few moments. As the time approached, he rose, signaling to his teammates to prepare for their re-entry onto the field. The second half of the match swiftly resumed, with Chelsea maintaining their defensive posture, poised for Manchester City's anticipated offensive. On the sidelines, Mourinho had already instructed Salah, Lukaku, and even the young Gnabry to warm up, creating a significant tactical diversion for Guardiola. The tense stalemate on the pitch began to shift in the 56th minute of the second half. Mourinho substituted Lukaku for De Bruyne, enhancing their capacity for counterattacks. Guardiola, not one to be outdone, responded by replacing the lackluster Sterling with Sigh, aiming to sustain the left flank's dynamism. After both teams made their substitutions, it was Manchester City who first broke the deadlock in the second half. In the 64th minute, the youthful Sigh, still months shy of turning 20, exchanged positions with Silva and seized the ball on the right flank, attempting an inward cut. Bertrand, perhaps underestimating the German prodigy's prowess, positioned himself slightly too far back. Seizing the opportunity, Sigh decisively struck a curling shot from the edge of Chelsea's penalty area. The ball elegantly slipped past Cech's fingertips, nestling into the upper corner of the net. Sigh, making his debut for Manchester City with a crucial goal, was visibly elated. He exuberantly removed his jersey in celebration near the touchline. The roar of Manchester City supporters at Wembley reverberated through the stadium. Guardiola's tactical adjustments bore immediate fruit, and the unexpected turn of events left Mourinho somewhat unsettled. However, upon seeing Leon vociferously urging his teammates to maintain their composure, his anxiety subsided slightly. "This is merely an anomaly, Ryan. I trust you can handle that young player. If he swaps positions with Silva again, I expect you to impede him with a more assertive defense, keeping him at bay from threatening areas. Tell me, Ryan, can you do that?" After reassuring his teammates, Leon approached Bertrand, draping an arm over his shoulder, playfully inquiring about his focus. Bertrand, now serious, nodded earnestly. "I swear I will. He won't get another chance to shoot." Seeing that Bertrand's mind was indeed clear, Leon refrained from further admonishment, giving him a pat on the shoulder before turning away. The time for gentle words had passed. If this fellow continued to falter on the field, he would surely face the wrath of their coach post-match. Having completed his responsibilities, Leon made a tactical gesture towards Matic and Kroos, then cast a grave look towards Manchester City's half. The City players, meanwhile, wasted little time in celebrating. They were eager to capitalize on their momentum and continue seeking further scoring opportunities. However, once the match resumed, the spirited players swiftly caught up with Chelsea's more robust and rugged defense. Led by Leon and Matic, Chelsea once again launched a relentless assault on Manchester City's ball carriers at the apex of their own half. Matic's challenge that sent Silva tumbling was perhaps unintentional. But a minute later, Leon surged in from the flank and unceremoniously brought down Aguero, who was retreating to receive the ball. The forward players of Manchester City erupted in fury. The referee, who had initially opted for restraint, found himself compelled to reassess the situation as he had a clear view of Liang's actions, first winning the ball before making contact with the player. At first glance, Liang's tackle appeared aggressive, yet it had not inflicted harm upon Aguero. Nevertheless, the sight of Aguero writhing on the ground and the immediate swarm of Manchester City players encircling Leon prompted the referee to reconsider his stance. As he approached the scene, he observed Leon pushing away the encroaching Sigh and Fabregas. After careful deliberation, however, he refrained from issuing a card. Only after other level-headed players intervened to separate Liang from the Manchester contingent did the referee step in to take Liang aside, delivering a stern verbal warning. Recognizing his advantageous position, Liang shrugged and acknowledged the referee's decision with a gesture of acceptance. Yet, it was now the Manchester players who expressed their dissatisfaction, asserting that Liang's previous challenge was a blatant foul deserving of a yellow card. A moment ago, Aguero had been on the ground in agony, but now he radiated energy as he vocally protested to the referee. Liang, seizing the opportunity, nodded in acknowledgement and began to provoke him. Indeed, he had executed a dangerous maneuver, yet Aguero's resilience had kept him upright. Perhaps they could test it again later? The irate Argentine forward was ultimately restrained by his teammates. Meanwhile, Guardiola, standing helplessly on the sidelines with his hands on his hips, recognized Liang's deliberate attempt to disrupt Manchester City's attacking rhythm. It was a tactic he had seen employed before, and whether by his former Barcelona disciples or his current City players, they always seemed to fall for it. The mere thought of this frustrated Guardiola. In contrast, Mourinho observed the unfolding situation with a knowing smile. As anticipated, once the game returned to its rhythm, the emotionally charged Manchester City forwards seemed intent on engaging Chelsea's defenders in physical confrontations. Chelsea supporters could hardly contain their enthusiasm for such reckless antics from City's attacking players. After all, physicality was the undeniable forte of Chelsea's backline. If Manchester City failed to capitalize on their technical and passing superiority at this juncture, they would be unwittingly aiding Chelsea's path to victory. After 6 or 7 minutes of intense play, the Manchester City forwards, realizing something was amiss, wore grim expressions as they forcefully suppressed their emotions and attempted to coordinate with their midfield teammates. Observing this, Leon signaled to his defenders to push forward and disrupt Manchester City's offensive organization. In the midst of the chaotic skirmish, Leon personally seized the ball from Sigh. He noticed Lukaku making a decisive run from the halfway line, accelerating forward, prompting a swift and precise pass from him. The synchrony of their movements in that instant was remarkable. Lukaku's speed of advance greatly exceeded the expectations of Manchester City's defenders. The trailing Otamendi and Kolarov attempted to double-team him, but they were a fraction too slow, allowing him to break through their defense, leaving them in his wake. With a clear path ahead, Lukaku charged toward Manchester City's penalty area. As Bravo recognized the urgency of the situation, he abandoned his goal to confront the advancing striker. However, this time Lukaku chose not to shoot from the center. Instead, he executed a deft-curled shot from the right side of the penalty area, an approach that had been initially suggested by Leon and the Chelsea coaching staff, one he had mastered. While Lukaku might transform into a jubilant forward in other areas of the box, in this particular zone, his shooting was nearly infallible, practically guaranteed to find the net. After witnessing the ball cross the line and ripple the net, Lukaku sprinted toward the goal line, using what might be his farewell goal to the fans. A poignant moment indeed. This was also the final goal of the match. With a 2-goal lead restored, Mourinho began to make substitutions, bringing on Gary Cahill and Karras, ultimately securing the score at 3-1. Chelsea triumphed at Wembley, claiming their 5th trophy of the year. Although winning the Community Shield is not typically seen as an auspicious start to the new Premier League season, the Chelsea players were unconcerned at that moment. They celebrated joyously and began to envision the remaining 2 significant trophies of the year. In a post-match interview, Leon was queried by reporters about Lukaku's impending transfer to Manchester United. After a brief contemplation, he smiled and shared his thoughts. When I first met Romelu, he was very young and brimming with potential, much like Gnabry when he transferred from Arsenal to our club this season. Of course, Romelu is still youthful now, but he is no longer merely a promising talent. He has become one of the stars of the Premier League. I believe Gnabry, like Romelu, possesses the potential for early fame. Their gifts are exceptional, and as long as they maintain a diligent and humble attitude, they will achieve success at any club. So, do you have any final words for Lukaku? Well, Romelu has gone to Manchester United, and Gnabry has chosen Chelsea. Both of them are destined for bright futures. I apologize for the late message. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 340. Trippier's dazzling debut. Lukaku has ultimately departed from Chelsea. Just 3 days after the conclusion of the Community Shield match, he eagerly made his way to the Carrington training ground. On that same morning, both Chelsea and Manchester United issued official announcements confirming Lukaku's transfer. Manchester United paid a hefty transfer fee of £65 million, along with a clause that entitles Chelsea to a share of any future transfer fee for Lukaku. Logically, Manchester United should not have needed to expend such a substantial sum to acquire Lukaku. However, when the financial giants of Paris Saint-Germain began to show interest in Lukaku, the Manchester United hierarchy grew anxious. After all, the wealthy investors from Paris do not shy away from spending, with offers of £70 million and £80 million being tossed around as if mere trifles, showing a blatant disregard for the objective realities of the transfer market. To avoid prolonged negotiations, Manchester United ultimately had no choice but to hastily finalize the deal with Chelsea. With Lukaku's departure, Salah has now officially ascended to the top of the pecking order for forward positions on the bench. He, like Lukaku before him, is versatile enough to play as a winger on either flank, and his crossing and shooting techniques have improved significantly compared to a year ago. In the new season, even though Chelsea may not compete across four fronts like last season, focusing primarily on the league and the Champions League, Salah's playing time is assured. He can expect a total of 35 appearances throughout the season, with at least 20 of those being as a starter. This assurance from the coaching staff allowed him to re-sign with peace of mind. As for Gnabry, he is set to feature prominently in the two domestic cup competitions this season, and securing a total of 15 appearances in the league and Champions League combined should suffice. Lyon expressed great optimism during an interview, praising Gnabry's talent, which he deemed on par with the elite in football, akin to Lukaku's. However, to be candid, in terms of physicality and resilience, the 20-year-old Gnabry still falls short compared to Lukaku at the same age. 2 seasons ago, Lukaku had already proven himself in the Premier League. During his loan spell at West Brom, he scored 17 goals in a single season. And despite certain shortcomings in positioning and tactical awareness, his physical prowess remains unquestionable. In contrast, Gnabry requires additional time to mature. As a pacey winger, he currently needs protective coaching for his development, which is ultimately beneficial for his career. After 2 seasons, once he has fully adapted to the intensity and rhythm of the Premier League, and his skills have further advanced, he will be in contention for a starting position. While achieving fame at a young age is advantageous, playing too many matches in a fiercely competitive league during one's youth can be detrimental. The cases of Bale and Walcott, both of whom emerged from the Premier League, serve as stark examples. Neither has reached retirement age yet. Yet both have been plagued by injuries, resulting in limited appearances each season and prolonged periods of recovery. The previous method of cultivating exceptionally talented players through overreaching has become obsolete in the modern football landscape. Gnabry himself understands that while Chelsea appreciates his innate talent, they will not exploit it recklessly. In contrast to Arsenal, Chelsea is now willing to devise a tailored developmental plan for him, and they are committed to providing ample playing time in both the Premier League and Champions League to facilitate his growth. Such nurturing conditions are rare to find among other elite clubs in contemporary football. Therefore, he feels quite secure at Chelsea, free from the anxieties he previously experienced at Arsenal, where he constantly pondered which league to join next in pursuit of further development. Players of his caliber, emerging from prestigious youth academies, naturally attract more attention and privileges than those who ascend from lower-tier leagues. In stark contrast to Gnabry's confidence and self-assuredness, Kieran Trippier, who was signed by Chelsea from Burnley this summer, appears somewhat lacking in self-belief. This is not entirely his fault. After all, he emerged from a Manchester City youth system that was only mid-table at the time. Among his contemporaries, he was not considered a prodigious talent. Ultimately, he did not secure a first-team contract with Manchester City and was repeatedly loaned out to lower divisions to hone his skills. His journey took him from Barnsley to Burnley, culminating in a permanent transfer away from Manchester City to Burnley. He spent 4 seasons in the Championship making a name for himself, but he remained relatively obscure within that league. By the time he made his Premier League debut with Burnley, he was already 24 years old. This does not conform to the narrative of a once-fallen genius making a remarkable comeback, as football has seldom seen a talent debuting in the top tier at such an age. Even Miroslav Klose, a late-blooming star, was only 22 when he first played in the Bundesliga and had already become the league's top scorer and best newcomer by 24. Trippier had not harbored lofty aspirations for his professional career. He merely hoped to remain in the Premier League, aiming to play as a substitute for one of the league's top clubs during his peak years, and retiring in the Premier League would have been a commendable achievement. However, after completing his first full season in the Premier League, he unexpectedly realized his dream of joining a top club ahead of schedule. The moment he received a call from Mourinho, he felt immense gratitude for choosing to become a fullback. Had he been an attacking player, he would have undoubtedly failed to catch the attention of the Chelsea coaching staff. His consistent performance and commendable defensive statistics as a right-back last season ultimately earned him this dream contract. Upon relocating to London, he did not indulge excessively in the joy of transferring to Chelsea, nor did he spend much time celebrating with his family. Instead, he began individual training before the Chelsea pre-season training commenced. Following the group training with his new teammates, he diligently completed the training regimen set forth by the coaching staff without compromise. In terms of training, he may not compare to Chelsea's fitness enthusiast, Leon. However, when it comes to dedication and diligence, he undoubtedly ranks among the top 5 in the current Chelsea squad. His commitment has now led to an unexpected surprise. Following the conclusion of the Community Shield match, prior to Chelsea's final international friendly against Fiorentina before the new season, he earned the privilege of starting in the lineup. This marked the first time he was awarded a starting position in a friendly match since joining Chelsea. Although he did not achieve any personal statistics in the international friendly against Fiorentina, he diligently fulfilled his defensive duties, appearing rather inconspicuous and certainly not comparable to Gnabry, who made a significant impact during the match. However, after the training session on the eve of the new season, when assistant coach Holland announced the roster, it was unexpected for many players that the standout from the previous friendly, Gnabry, was omitted from the 18-man squad for the first Premier League match of the season. To everyone's surprise, he found himself included in the starting 11. Indeed, not only did he make it to the final 18-man roster, but he was also set to start as a right-back in Chelsea's Premier League opener. When this astonishing news hit him, he was momentarily at a loss for words. It was Leon who promptly congratulated him, jokingly suggesting that he should treat the team to dinner after the match. In a daze, Trippier followed Leon's lead. He was perplexed as to why the coaching staff had suddenly relegated Bertrand to the bench, opting instead to place Azpilicueta at left-back, even after Bertrand's impressive performances last season. All he knew was that he had seemingly been granted a chance for redemption, a result of his own hard work and consistent performances, as well as Mourinho's appreciation. This time, it was challenging for him to contain his excitement. Until the afternoon of August 8th. After completing warm-ups at Stamford Bridge and even finishing the morale-boosting session in the locker room, he stood in the players' tunnel, cautiously and eagerly taking deep breaths, attempting to calm his emotions and steady his mindset. "Hey, Kieran, how are you feeling? Kevin will be relying on you today, and you might need to provide him with some attacking support," Leon remarked, patting Trippier on the shoulder. He did not suggest that Trippier should relax, nor did he attempt to comfort the player, who was older than him. He had faith in Trippier's abilities and believed that the player, who had been persevering in professional football for 6 long years, would adjust his mindset in due time. Transitioning from a mid-table Premier League team to a newly ascendant powerhouse, and starting in the first league match of the season for such a prestigious club would naturally evoke excitement in anyone. Ultimately, what mattered most was performance on the pitch. Leon happened to believe that Trippier was a player who would immerse himself entirely in the game upon stepping onto the pitch, possessing a heart of great courage. "Of course, no problem. I will perform admirably." At that moment, Trippier took a deep breath, turned to Leon, and firmly grasped the hand that Leon had extended. The two exchanged smiles, and Leon then applauded, signaling to their teammates in the tunnel to put forth a commendable performance. Chelsea's season opener in the league was against Swansea. Last season, Swansea had demonstrated remarkable prowess in the Premier League, emerging as a dark horse akin to Southampton. By the end of the season, Southampton secured 7th place in the league, with Swansea trailing closely behind. They ultimately fell short of the European competition spots by merely 6 points, showcasing their formidable strength. Compared to Southampton, who had lost several key players to other Premier League giants, Swansea managed to maintain a relatively intact starting lineup. For a team positioned in the mid to lower tier, achieving a satisfactory season without selling off key players, and even having the owner willing to invest in the transfer market, is indeed a rarity. The Chelsea coaching staff regarded Swansea with considerable respect. In addition to promoting Trippier to start as right back, the lineup featured all of Chelsea's steadfast main players for the new season. The goalkeeper was Oblak, while the defensive line consisted of Azpilicueta, Maguire, Thiago Silva, and Trippier. In midfield, the trio of Matic, Kroos, and Leon made their appearance. Up front, the attacking trident of Hazard, Suarez, and De Bruyne marked their first start together at Stamford Bridge for the new season. On the Swansea side, their main players were also present, eager to showcase their flair in the season opener. Gomes, Andre Ayew, Sigurdsson, Ki Sung-yueng, Shelvey, Ashley Williams, and Fabianski were among the Premier League stalwarts starting the match. Aside from the earlier concluded opening match between Manchester United and Tottenham, the encounter between Chelsea and Swansea was generating the highest levels of anticipation. On the afternoon of August 8th, at 17:30 London time, Chelsea and Swansea stood face-to-face at Stamford Bridge after completing the opening ceremony. With the referee's whistle, one of the opening matches of the 2015 to 2016 Premier League season commenced punctually. Swansea, having gained the kickoff, swiftly organized their formation to launch an assault on Chelsea's defensive line. Ki Sung-yueng, in the backfield, received the ball and delivered a long pass aimed at Gomez's running direction. This was a quintessential opening offensive maneuver in the Premier League. The long ball tactic has always held its significance across football eras. However, securing the ball in Chelsea's half proved to be quite challenging for Gomes, as Maguire had already advanced and leaped ahead to contest for the header, sending the ball forcefully back to midfield. Leong emerged victorious in his tussle with Sigurdsson, initially controlling the ball with his chest before making a backward pass. As the ball was sent in by Kroos, it served as a counter to Swansea's opening long pass. Unlike Ki Sung-yueng's choice to launch a long ball towards the center at the start of the match, Kroos's diagonal pass was directed straight to the flanks, finding De Bruyne. Kroos's long ball cleverly circumvented the defensive swarm amassed by Swansea's midfield. The Swansea players, who had been pressing high moments before, were now compelled to hurriedly retreat and defend. After receiving the ball, De Bruyne surged along the sideline, seizing the moment when the Swansea defense was momentarily unsteady. He initially intended to deliver a cross to gauge his touch. However, as he adjusted for the pass, a shout from his side quickly drew his attention. Turning to look, he noticed Trippier had made an unexpected run down the inside channel, already encroaching upon Swansea's right flank within their half. This choice of positioning was intriguing, as modern fullbacks typically opt to hug the touchline, ready to receive a pass from a winger. Trippier's inside run, akin to that of a central midfielder, was rather uncommon. Nevertheless, he had showcased this unique movement during training on multiple occasions. Mourinho had not commented much on it, and the rest of the Chelsea players had somewhat adapted to their new teammates' running patterns, which is why De Bruyne wasn't particularly surprised at this moment. Without hesitation, he decisively played the ball across to the signaling Trippier. Upon receiving the ball, Trippier's observation was swift, almost instantaneously, as Leon passed him by. He deftly flicked the ball forward with a delicate over-the-top through ball. Was that not offside? What a splendid assist from Trippier. Leon now faced Fabianski one-on-one. In the studio, Zhan Jun widened his eyes in astonishment, applauding the brilliance of the play. Successfully evading the offside trap, Leon received Trippier's lofted pass and was now in a clear chance against Swansea's goalkeeper, Fabianski. Leon controlled the ball with precision, making a seamless advance that left Ashley Williams with no opportunity to catch up. His shooting skills had been honed to a commendable level of 87. And with his balanced proficiency in both feet, Leon remained composed in the face of his one-on-one opportunity. As Fabianski rushed out to challenge him, Leon leaned into his shot, adjusting his angle as if to curl the ball into the far corner with his left foot. Fabianski, misled by Leon's movements, shifted his weight towards his upper body for the save. However, in an instant, Leon decisively opted for a left-footed push shot. The ball zipped along the grass, gliding through the gap between Fabianski's legs, and without a hint of doubt, it crossed the goal line, colliding with the net at the back of the Swansea goal. Remarkably, the game had only just entered the first minute. Commentators from various nations covering the Premier League had scarcely settled into their seats before they were swept away, delivering fervent praise for Leon and Chelsea. The cheers from the Stamford Bridge crowd were somewhat muted. Many Chelsea supporters were still in a daze, wondering, did that just happen? Leon, who scored the fastest goal in this season's Premier League, pointed to Trippier, who provided the assist, along with his other teammates, signaling them to join him in celebrating at the corner flag. Captured by the live broadcast, Chelsea's players embraced one another with confidence and passion. An hour before the match, when the starting lineup for Chelsea was revealed to various English media outlets, they had no further criticisms regarding Mourinho's selections. Who would dare to question Mourinho's bold decision to deploy Trippier? This fortunate lad provided an assist to Leon in less than a minute after the kickoff. Just wait and see. Tomorrow he will undoubtedly grace the front pages of major sports publications alongside Leon. End of chapter. Chapter 341. Hat-trick on debut. Who says Suarez came to Chelsea merely as a utility player? Kieran, you're going to be on the front page tomorrow. What a beautiful pass. An even more splendid run. They certainly did not anticipate you appearing in that position. Haha. Listening to the enthusiastic praise from his teammates, Trippier felt as if his heart were soaring to the heavens. This was an exceptionally dreamlike start to the match, not only for the entire Chelsea team, but especially for him. However, years of professional experience quickly brought him back to reality, preventing him from becoming too lost in the euphoric emotions. Noticing this, Leon cast a look of approval at Trippier. Logically, it would have been perfectly normal for Trippier to revel a bit longer in his glory. Yet, maintaining clarity of mind under such circumstances is a rare and precious trait that defines a truly resilient player. Well, our match has begun splendidly, but we must remain vigilant against the opponent's counterattacks. Swansea's attacking capabilities are not to be underestimated. Everyone must stay alert in defense moving forward. Leon's timely words concluded the team's celebration following the goal. However, on their way back to their own half, Leon approached Trippier to offer his congratulations. While Chelsea enjoyed a smooth start and a harmonious atmosphere, Gary Monk, sitting on the Swansea bench, found himself grappling with the subsequent tactical adjustments. The goal, which disrupted his pre-match strategy, undeniably dampened the morale of the entire Swansea squad. Yet, he could not remain passive. Reluctantly, he signaled Ki Sung-yueng to increase the intensity of forward movement and passing. On Ki's side, the forward player was the Ecuadorian winger Montero, who had performed commendably in the Premier League last season. Despite his smaller stature, Montero possessed remarkable speed and dribbling ability. Last season, he had made only 30 appearances for Swansea, with 15 starts, contributing 1 goal and 7 assists, demonstrating impressive efficiency. Although this season Swansea had signed the more renowned Andre Ayew from Marseille, who boasted a more balanced attacking prowess. In critical moments when the team was trailing and needed to break through on the flanks, Monk clearly placed greater trust in the proven speedster Montero. As the match resumed, Swansea swiftly recalibrated their attacking focus, with Ki Sung-yueng collaborating with Montero to apply pressure on Chelsea's right defense. In contrast to the previous season, Chelsea supporters would have been unconcerned about adversaries exploiting their right flank, for Azpilicueta had long earned the unwavering trust of Chelsea fans with his outstanding one-on-one defensive abilities. However, today, Azpilicueta occupied the left flank. The starting right back, Trippier, surprised all Chelsea fans right from the outset of the match. Nonetheless, many Chelsea supporters harbored concerns about his capacity to withstand the relentless onslaught from the opposing side. Leon, still confident in Trippier's individual prowess, chose to swap positions with Kroos, reverting to a right central midfield role to provide assistance to Trippier as needed. Yet, upon witnessing Trippier proactively confront Montero as he advanced with the ball, successfully thwarting the opponent's initial breakthrough attempt, Leon relinquished his intention to cover for Trippier. A commendable solo defensive effort. Trippier's intervention was remarkably decisive. It appeared Montero had miscalculated, for Trippier was far from an easy target. The commentator from Sky Sports could not help but commend Trippier for his successful individual defense at that moment. The inspiring narrative of a player emerging from lower leagues to shine in the top tier of football is undeniably captivating. Furthermore, his earlier assist could be attributed to a stroke of luck. Nevertheless, Trippier demonstrated his defensive mettle with equal prowess. This clearly exemplified that he possesses formidable skills, which undoubtedly garnered the attention of Chelsea's coaching staff due to his stellar performance last season. Perhaps, based solely on today's display, Trippier may not yet be ready to usurp Bertrand's position in Chelsea's starting lineup. However, his inspiring journey is destined to be celebrated by numerous fans throughout this Premier League season. Unfortunately for Montero, the Ecuadorian winger, who hoped to be the hero in a moment of crisis, found himself up against a formidable defensive challenge. After several fruitless attempts to break through, his fellow fullback, Neil Taylor, seized his frequent overlapping runs to avoid falling victim to Leon's counterattacks. Meanwhile, Swansea's attacking players on the opposite flank began to see more opportunities. However, Andre Ayew, facing his former teammate Azpilicueta from their Marseille days, struggled to find a way through. After all, both were acutely aware of each other's capabilities. Ayew, a seasoned tactician on the pitch, understood which defenders were vulnerable and which were resolute. With his extensive experience, he often drifted inwards from the wing to receive the ball, thus creating space for his right back to make overlapping runs. Additionally, both of Swansea's central midfielders possessed commendable passing skills. Ultimately, under the swift constraints of the game, Swansea indeed found several opportunities to penetrate Chelsea's left defensive flank. However, Gomes, under the vigilant marking of Thiago Silva, failed to capitalize on his chances within the penalty area, squandering the precious passes delivered by his teammates. This forward's goal-scoring efficiency has markedly declined since departing League One. While injuries have played a part, it is also true that his rhythm does not quite align with the pace of the Premier League. His once prized physicality in French football does not measure up to the elite standards here. Last season, he played 31 matches for Swansea in the Premier League, but managed to score only 7 goals, which falls short of the illustrious reputation he built in League One. The Swansea fans at Stamford Bridge, witnessing Gomes's repeated mishaps in Chelsea's penalty area, could not help but feel a deep sense of disappointment. After a prolonged attack yielded no results, Swansea gradually slowed their offensive tempo, needing to catch their breath. However, Lyon had no intention of allowing them to recover so easily. With Swansea's attack stalling, it was now Chelsea's turn to seize control of the match. The intensity of the attacking and defensive rhythm must be maintained. While Swansea could dictate the initiation, it was Chelsea who decided when to conclude it. Upon regaining possession, Lyon, in tandem with Kroos, orchestrated a swift Chelsea counterattack. Swansea struggled to launch effective wing play, providing Chelsea with an opportunity to conduct a masterclass. With the team pushing forward, Chelsea's players began to surge, with Lyon and Kroos expertly managing the game's tempo, continuously feeding the ball to the flanks. After being restrained for over 20 minutes, Hazard finally broke free from tactical shackles. He quickly utilized his individual prowess to exploit the right flank of Swansea's defense, forcibly tearing through their wing. In stark contrast, Montero's prior performance against Trippier had been utterly lackluster. The notion of unstoppable wing breakthroughs was embodied by Hazard's current display. Lyon, meanwhile, did not overly engage in Chelsea's rapid offensive surge. He collaborated with Kroos to effectively organize the team's attack, then watched as Hazard and Azpilicueta dismantled Shelvey and Norton's joint defense with sheer force. Chaos ensued in Swansea's penalty area. Before the Swansea fans could brace themselves for further distress, Suarez found the net at the back post, connecting with Hazard's cutback after the latter's breakthrough. The joy of scoring on his Premier League debut for Chelsea was palpable for Suarez. This goal underscored his seamless integration into Chelsea's attacking framework. While the goal itself may not have been particularly spectacular, the swift ease with which Suarez scored within Chelsea's system sent a wave of concern through the hearts of other Premier League fans watching from their screens. Lyon, too, shared in the happiness of Suarez's achievement. This marks a splendid beginning. With this goal, Suarez will only grow more composed on the pitch. Lyon is entirely unconcerned about the further distribution of attacking responsibilities. His immediate perception is the enhancement of the team's strength. Last season, the coaching staff made subtle adjustments to the offensive tactics, and Ibrahimovic generously ceded much of the attacking authority to him, allowing him to flourish with an astonishing tally of 30 goals in the Premier League. Lyon has always possessed a keen awareness of his offensive capabilities, understanding well that individual statistics are intrinsically linked to the synergy with his teammates, with Suarez gaining a larger share of the attacking duties. As long as he can score more goals than him, it will lead to more effortless victories for the team, which he fully supports. Ultimately, the triumph of the team and the honor it brings hold greater significance. This philosophy permeates the entire squad, far outweighing the importance of him clinching another Premier League Golden Boot. Only by steadfastly adhering to this team-centric ideology can they continue to strive towards grander ambitions and achieve a more successful season. After yet another collective celebration with his teammates, Lyon shifted the conversation, urging his forwards to maintain pressure on Swansea's defense. After all, they were not merely one goal ahead. It was imperative to focus on defense when necessary, yet they must also seize the moment to press forward aggressively. Such a pragmatic tactical approach is a hallmark of Mourinho's philosophy. Encouraged by Lyon and observing Mourinho's signaling to maintain the attacking rhythm from the sidelines, Chelsea's players cast aside any hesitation. As the match resumed, Swansea, having barely gathered their wits, found themselves under relentless assault from Chelsea's unyielding offense. Ki Sung-yueng sought to stabilize his team and control possession at this juncture. However, under Chelsea's high-pressing defense, Swansea soon relinquished the ball. reluctantly compacting their formation to defend their half. Lyon began to frequently receive the ball, advancing through the center while combining with the flanking assaults of Hazard and De Bruyne, swiftly tearing apart Swansea's midfield and defensive lines within mere minutes. Gary Monk, anxiously observing from the sidelines, recognized that his players were doing their utmost in defense. Yet Chelsea's offensive threats across all three lines were formidable. It was utterly unrealistic to completely stifle Chelsea's attacking progression across all fronts. In the recently concluded Champions League final, even Atletico Madrid, with their top-tier defensive capabilities in Europe, had struggled to accomplish this feat, let alone Swansea. Ultimately, the players on the field for Swansea opted for a passive defensive posture. However, as Chelsea continually stretched their midfield and defensive lines, they soon lost the defensive solidity they should have maintained. By the 36th minute of the first half, significant issues arose in Swansea's right-side defense. Norton attempted to commit a tactical foul on Hazard, yet Hazard, with swifter reflexes, deftly maneuvered past Norton's outstretched hand. As he penetrated the Swansea penalty area, confronted by the close-marking center-back, Fernandes, Hazard opted for a reverse pass. Receiving the ball, Lyon feigned a strike from the edge of the Swansea box. Yet at the moment when Swansea defender Ashley Williams lunged to intercept, he executed a deft feint, bypassing Williams with a subtle touch. Lyon then deftly threaded the ball to the right side of the Swansea penalty area. Meanwhile, Swansea's right back, Neil Taylor, attempted to close him down, but it was too late. The agile Suarez successfully evaded the offside trap and, within the Swansea box, opted for a direct shot on goal without letting the ball touch the ground. Fabianski was a fraction slow to react, ultimately left helpless as the ball nestled into the net for the third time. Before the first half concluded, Suarez had already netted a remarkable brace, showcasing an efficiency that was simply undeniable. The live broadcast quickly shifted to capture Suarez, who kissed his palm while sprinting towards the corner flag. At that moment, the Stamford Bridge crowd was utterly enchanted by Suarez. This scene echoed the debut of Lyon in the Premier League, where he also made an immediate impact with 2 assists. Now, Suarez had decisively scored twice as well. For such a formidable player capable of delivering results, fans are invariably captivated, their surrender to his prowess seemingly inevitable. However, the surprises Suarez delivered today were far from over. Facing a 3-goal deficit at halftime, Swansea adopted a much more aggressive attacking strategy in the second half. Though they may have been reluctant to take such risks, they had little choice. With a 3-goal deficit, retreating would not alter the match's outcome. Thus, they chose to go all out. Swansea's bold offensive tactics earned them Chelsea's respect. In the first 15 minutes of the second half, Chelsea found themselves entrenched in their own half, enduring a sustained assault from Swansea. Yet, in the 62nd minute, Chelsea seized the ball and tore off their conservative facade, delivering a lethal strike into Swansea's exposed defense. Lyon, weaving past 2 opponents in midfield, once again provided a threatening through ball, enabling Suarez to exploit space on the left side of the Swansea box. Confronted by the advancing Fabianski, Suarez opted for a delicate chip. As the ball soared past Fabianski's desperate leap, brushing the fingertips of his outstretched hand, it ultimately struck the crossbar before cascading into the net, sending shockwaves through Stamford Bridge. A hat-trick. Suarez had achieved a remarkable feat in his debut Premier League match for Chelsea. Incredible. The Uruguayan forward unleashed his full potential, revealing what he could achieve after breaking free from Liverpool's tactical confines. He truly deserved the moniker of a $100 million player. He is poised to reclaim the dazzling form of a Premier League Golden Boot contender. Amidst the fervent shouts of the Sky Sports commentator, Suarez embraced with fervor Lyon, who had provided him with 2 assists during this match. The assembled reporters from various English media outlets exchanged incredulous glances, who claimed that Suarez's arrival at Chelsea rendered him merely a supporting player. How could a mere tool achieve a hat-trick on his debut? Thus concludes chapter 342. The 6-time champions, we have arrived. Although Liverpool received nearly $100 million in transfer fees from Chelsea, I cannot help but feel that the club may have suffered a loss. It is difficult to ascertain who truly lost in this transaction. Had Suarez remained at Liverpool, there is no guarantee he would have showcased such outstanding form in the new season. It seems he would have been at a disadvantage had he continued to stay with Liverpool. I find myself increasingly fond of Lyon. After all these years in the industry, I have rarely witnessed a team leader so willing to cede authority, which explains why those who have collaborated with him consistently sing his praises. Not only his teammates, but many of his opponents would relish the opportunity to partner with him on the pitch. He is, after all, Leon. At Stamford Bridge, the gathered English media reporters huddled together, engaging in rapid, hushed exchanges with familiar colleagues. Regarding the match itself, they no longer needed to invest further time in drafting press releases. With the score already at 4-0 before the 70th minute, Chelsea had completely dismantled Swansea. Tomorrow, they could succinctly summarize the opening match of the Premier League with just that one sentence. In contrast, they were evidently more intrigued by the prospect of writing about Suarez's newfound performance level after leaving Liverpool and Leon's generous relinquishing of authority. Unfortunately, Mourinho did not provide them with ample material to craft their narratives. As the match approached the 70th minute of the second half, he substituted Leon and Suarez for Salah and Llorente. Following this adjustment, Chelsea's attacking trio transformed into Hazard, Llorente, and Salah. Meanwhile, De Bruyne, who had previously played as a right winger, retreated to the midfield to form a dual central partnership with Kroos. Given that Chelsea was soon to face Sevilla in the UEFA Super Cup, followed closely by their second Premier League match, Mourinho's desire to conserve the energy of key players and slow the pace of the game was entirely reasonable. However, the Chelsea players, bursting with energy and itching to play after a 2-month hiatus from competitive matches, clearly had not yet satisfied their competitive spirits. Even with Leon having exited the field early, De Bruyne fully embraced the responsibility of delivering incisive passes. While Llorente may not possess the same goal-scoring prowess as Suarez, his role as a pivot in the penalty area proved more pronounced, with De Bruyne's sharp deliveries and Llorente drawing defensive attention to create opportunities. Hazard and Salah found themselves with ample chances to continue showcasing their talents. In the 78th minute of the second half, Hazard received a header from Llorente, setting him up for a near one-on-one opportunity. Yet, this time, Hazard displayed selflessness, opting to pass the ball across to the far side of the goal. Salah, facing an almost empty net, skillfully slotted the ball home, marking his inaugural goal of the new season. In the 84th minute, Chelsea, continuing their offensive onslaught, inadvertently provided Swansea with a counterattack opportunity down the flanks. Andre Ayew successfully maneuvered past the defense and delivered a precise back pass. The winger, Rotrich, who had come on as a substitute for Montero in the 60th minute of the second half, made a diagonal run into the center and unleashed a powerful shot into the far corner of the goal. Oblak, witnessing the loss of what seemed like a certain clean sheet bonus, felt a twinge of frustration. This goal could hardly be attributed to him, as it was Thiago Silva's belated return to defense that had allowed the situation to unfold. At that moment, Silva had ventured forward to assist in midfield play, while Azpilicueta and Trippier were nearly playing as wingers. With only Maguire left to cover the area, conceding a goal on the counterattack appeared almost inevitable. Fortunately, after this setback, the Chelsea players regained their composure. In the final 10 minutes of the match, the defense did not afford Swansea any further opportunities, ultimately preserving the scoreline of 5-1 until the final whistle. Observing the situation, Mourinho refrained from making any comments. A triumphant debut had left him quite satisfied with both the performance and the outcome of the match. Any necessary admonishments could wait for future training sessions. After the match concluded, Trippier and Suarez, who had both excelled in the Premier League opener, found themselves surrounded by journalists eager for interviews. The reliably steady Oblak, however, did not attract much media attention. Nevertheless, Chelsea's extensive fan base expressed great satisfaction with their newly appointed goalkeeper, whose position necessitates stability. Oblak, showing no signs of stage fright and demonstrating solid goalkeeping techniques, could not be blamed for the conceded goal, which arose from the defensive lapse of his teammates. Considering he is only 22 years old, it is certainly not an exaggeration to proclaim a promising future ahead. As anticipated, Suarez was awarded the man of the match honors. However, while graciously accepting the accolades during the interview, he expressed gratitude towards Leon for helping him adapt quickly to the team. At that moment, Leon had already concluded his brief post-match cleansing in the dressing room and discreetly exited the stadium. His girlfriend had arrived in London that afternoon after spending time with her parents in their hometown and was currently waiting for him at his villa. Having not seen Anna for several months, Leon had little inclination to engage in post-match interviews. After briefly discussing with assistant coach Holland, he hastily departed to return home. It is worth noting that Leon and Anna had been together for quite some time. However, with one pursuing a football career in Europe and the other attending university in China, their time together was often limited. This distance fostered a refreshing dynamic in their relationship, allowing them to avoid the ennui that often befalls long-term couples. They continued to exhibit the excitement and joy typical of a couple in the throes of a passionate romance. Cherishing every moment spent together, Mourinho generously granted the first team a day off to celebrate their victory. Lyon, quite remarkably, opted not to engage in additional training at the training base during the holiday. This unusual behavior naturally attracted the attention of numerous fans and media reporters. Following an extensive operation by the paparazzi from the Sun, within mere hours, photographs of Lyon and the disguised Anna discreetly shopping for daily necessities at a nearby supermarket rapidly circulated online. While this might not traditionally be considered newsworthy, Liang's current prominence in the football world, coupled with his exceptionally private personal life, piqued the curiosity of fans regarding his girlfriend, who has consistently remained out of the public eye. Unfortunately, Lyon has never disclosed Anna's true identity, leaving the public with scant information beyond the media's portrayal of her as youthful and beautiful. Upon resuming training the next day, Lyon faced media inquiries with a mere smile, offering no further comment. Anna is thoroughly content with her current academic pursuits and romantic life, preferring to avoid the relentless spotlight. Or perhaps, as she has yet to complete her studies, she is not inclined to embrace a lifestyle subject to constant media scrutiny. When the time is right, Lyon will gladly present her to the public. For now, they lead separate lives, communicating via phone and cherishing the moments they spend together. Be it for 10 days or a month, Lyon finds this arrangement quite satisfactory. During these recent days spent with Anna, Liang's spirits have soared, and even when teased by teammates at the club, he remains unfazed and cheerful. On August 11th, Lyon bid farewell to his young girlfriend as he joined his team for their journey to Georgia. Chelsea is set to compete against Sevilla in the UEFA Super Cup at the International Stadium in Tbilisi, Georgia, with the Premier League commencing earlier than usual. Chelsea has already completed their first round of matches, scheduling this European encounter in between. In contrast, Sevilla has yet to finish their preseason training. Following their clash with Chelsea in the Super Cup, Sevilla is scheduled for another friendly match before commencing the new La Liga season on August 22nd. Thus, it is undeniably evident that Chelsea is currently in a superior competitive state compared to Sevilla. After all, no matter how many preseason friendlies one plays, the effectiveness of honing players through competitive matches far surpasses that of practice games. Furthermore, Chelsea has not only engaged in a league match, but has also faced Manchester City in a fiercely contested Community Shield match. Regardless of the perspective, Chelsea undeniably holds a competitive advantage over Sevilla. Mourinho, during the pre-match press conference, candidly declared that Chelsea's objective in Georgia is to secure the 6th championship trophy of the year. Such statements may understandably unsettle some Sevilla supporters. Nevertheless, after Mourinho's forthright declaration, the morale within Chelsea has indeed surged, with both seasoned and new players eager to etch their names in the annals of Premier League history by achieving an unprecedented number of titles in a single season. On the evening of August 12th, after concluding their pre-match warm-up, the players of Chelsea and Sevilla promptly followed the referees in an orderly procession out of the players' tunnel. Over the past season, Chelsea has proven invincible across Europe, amassing 5 prestigious trophies in 2015 alone. With only the UEFA Super Cup and the FIFA Club World Cup remaining, Chelsea is poised to secure yet another title, which would elevate them above the legendary 5-time champions, Liverpool, becoming the sole 6-time champions in Premier League history. Consequently, this evening's UEFA Super Cup match has attracted a vast audience of fans from around the globe. Unbeknownst to them, Sevilla's players found themselves bearing the formidable responsibility of thwarting the emergence of a new European powerhouse. However, the pressure of the match they faced far exceeded their pre-match expectations, as the coaching staff and key players of Sevilla were not inclined to engage in a life-and-death struggle against Chelsea. As the match commenced, Sevilla, taking the first kickoff, aimed to cautiously gauge Chelsea's strengths. They sought a more measured contest, yet Chelsea, fully committed, had no intention of indulging in a cat-and-mouse game. Like lions pouncing on their prey, they aimed to exert relentless pressure. In a one-off Super Cup match, dwelling excessively on the team's comparative strengths seemed futile. With minimal mutual understanding and numerous variables at play, a full-throttle approach was far more prudent. Chelsea initiated the contest with an aggressive high-pressing strategy, catching Sevilla off guard and swiftly regaining possession. Merely 3 minutes into the match, Leon received a return pass from Suarez at the edge of the penalty area and unleashed a powerful long-range shot, although the attempt ultimately veered wide of the goal. Failing to trouble the vigilant Beto, Chelsea's offensive aggression was unmistakable. From that point onward, Chelsea maintained control of the match, persistently attacking Sevilla's defense. Compared to when Leon departed La Liga, Sevilla's prowess has noticeably improved. Last season, they narrowly missed out on Champions League qualification, trailing Valencia by just 2 points, positioning themselves among the top 6 elite teams in La Liga. While their defensive capabilities may not pose a significant threat to Chelsea, their offensive potential should not be underestimated. Despite being initially overwhelmed by Chelsea's relentless assault, Sevilla regrouped and began to mount dangerous counterattacks. It was fortunate that Mourinho had unified the team's tactical approach prior to the match. Otherwise, faced with Sevilla's menacing counteroffensive, Chelsea's players might have hesitated to maintain their attacking rhythm. Leon, remembering Mourinho's tactical instructions, pressed on without hesitation, rallying his teammates to advance aggressively. In the 16th minute of the first half, Matic, risking a booking, executed a tackle from the side to intercept the advancing Reyes. After a brief exchange of possession, Leon received a pass from Cruz and advanced with the ball once more. Previously, he had developed a close passing relationship with Hazard, prompting Sevilla's defenders to consciously restrict their ability to establish a passing channel. However, this time, he feigned a move to continue dribbling down the left side in conjunction with Hazard. As the Sevilla defense shifted right, he swiftly threaded the ball into the slightly vacant space on his right. Trippier, who was granted a starting opportunity today, seamlessly made an overlapping run at that moment. De Bruyne's inward movement had already drawn the attention of Sevilla's right back, Tremolinas, away. Consequently, Trippier received the ball effortlessly and completed his run to the byline. His cross found Suarez at the back post with remarkable precision. Yet, under the watchful eye of the formidable French center-back Rami, Suarez found it challenging to execute a direct header on goal. He could only withstand Rami's defensive pressure and ultimately opted to flick the ball towards the center of the penalty area. Leon, who had made a forward run after distributing the ball, was still unable to dash towards the center to receive and shoot. However, upon noticing that Cruz had reached the receiving area, Leon instinctively created space between them, pivoting towards the near post. In the next instant, Cruz chose to deliver the ball without touching it, curling it into the penalty area, and Leon surged past Sevilla's other center-back, Christophe Piatek, to secure the optimal position for a header. Cruz's exquisite pass. Leon leaps for the header. Commentators from various countries seemed to resonate with the same exhilarated commentary at that moment. As Leon exerted himself to complete the header, the ball rocketed into Sevilla's net like a cannonball. Beto, faced with such a powerful close-range header, had no chance, futilely flailing his arms, only to touch air. Upon witnessing the ball strike the back of the net, Leon pounded his chest and excitedly rushed towards the camera at the baseline. Bathed in the stadium lights, he confidently roared, as if he had already foreseen the outcome of this match. 6-time champions. Here we come. The chapter concludes. Please take a break. We will continue with 2 updates tomorrow. Chapter 343. 2 6-time champions, the greatest in football history, withstanding Sevilla's counterattack pressure. Chelsea ultimately launched a vigorous assault that breached Sevilla's defense. On the field, Chelsea players surrounded Leon, passionately celebrating near the baseline in Sevilla's half. Meanwhile, Mourinho on the sidelines clenched his fists, a confident smile adorning his face. Prior to the commencement of this European Super Cup, nearly all continental sports media predicted that Chelsea would adopt a cautious approach, employing stronger defensive and control tactics to stifle Sevilla's performance. After all, in the past 2 seasons, Mourinho had consistently utilized this strategy in cup final matches. Just over 2 months ago, during the Champions League final, Mourinho had meticulously dragged the entire Atletico Madrid team into a battle of endurance, showcasing an unwavering steadiness. When Mourinho altered his tactical approach and initiated a fierce attacking contest against Sevilla at the start of the match, many journalists on the sidelines were taken aback. However, as they regained their composure and observed Chelsea's advantageous lead, they were compelled to acknowledge that the current Chelsea possesses the prowess to engage in offensive battles with any team in the football world. The prevailing impression held by fans and media alike regarding Mourinho's teams over the past several seasons has been one of robust defense coupled with incisive counterattacks. Indeed, the hallmark of Mourinho's coaching style has consistently been a formidable defensive strategy. Yet, The statistics do not lie. Even during his tenure at Inter Milan, the teams he guided achieved the distinction of leading in offensive firepower within the league. In recent seasons, his Real Madrid outperformed Barcelona in terms of goals scored for 2 consecutive years, despite Barcelona being at the pinnacle of their powers back then. A stark contrast to the current rebuilding phase they face. Presently, Chelsea stands out in the Premier League, boasting statistics that significantly overshadow those of Manchester City. Thus, from a straightforward statistical perspective, it is evident that the Chelsea under Mourinho is indeed a formidable attacking force, capable of securing emphatic victories over opponents and demonstrating classic scenes of overpowering defensive lines. The lingering impression of Chelsea as a defensively sturdy team among fans is primarily due to their strategic approach in crucial cup finals, where they tend to adopt a more cautious tactic to subdue their adversaries. A pertinent example is the Champions League final against Atletico Madrid over 2 months ago. Had Mourinho opted to maintain an aggressive offensive stance throughout that match, the key players within Chelsea still harbored confidence in their ability to emerge victorious. This Chelsea is unafraid to engage in attacking duels with any opponent, and breaking the equilibrium of the match to breach Sevilla's goal was entirely anticipated by the players on the field. For Mourinho, there was no intention to amuse the media or fans in this encounter. He remains the pragmatic strategist. Prior to the match, the coaching staff unanimously concluded that a primary focus on offense would lead to a more effortless victory. Thus, Mourinho decisively chose to engage Sevilla in an attacking contest. It was as straightforward as that. After all, Sevilla and Atletico Madrid are not comparable adversaries, and applying the same tactical measures devised for Atletico against Sevilla would be a misallocation of resources. Nevertheless, buoyed by confidence, once the lead was established, Mourinho promptly instructed his players to remain vigilant and continue focusing on their offensive strategy. After receiving congratulations from his teammates, Leon also signaled for the team to avoid complacency. Scoring a single goal is not a guarantee of security. They aim to secure a second goal before halftime. The tactical tone of continuing to engage in an offensive exchange with Sevilla remains unchanged. However, upon returning to his own half, Leon has taken a more proactive approach in retreating to a deeper position. While this may seem to diminish Chelsea's midfield offensive initiative, in reality, his withdrawal liberates both Matic and Kroos. In contemporary football, few can confidently assert their capability to serve as a solitary defensive midfielder, upholding the balance of a grand team, as Leon can. Matic is undoubtedly exceptional. Were Leon not in the Premier League, Matic would unquestionably be regarded as the premier defensive midfielder in the current English league. Nevertheless, Mourinho would never permit Matic to function as the team's true solitary pivot. Historically, Matic has either partnered with Kroos in a deeper role or appeared to be the sole anchor. Yet Leon consistently provides protection and sweeps up in front of him. His ability to intercept, contest aerial duels, and orchestrate play with the ball is among the elite in football. However, he can be targeted by opponents exploiting spaces behind him, particularly against pacey attackers, where Matic may falter. Leon, conversely, does not encounter such vulnerabilities. He stands as the singular midfield player in modern football who exemplifies comprehensive defensive prowess. His combination of skill and physique is impeccable, tall yet not excessively so, strong yet agile, with expansive defensive coverage and rapid recovery speed. Theoretically, he can contend with any attacking player in today's game. Consequently, if necessary, Mourinho would opt for Leon to assume the role of the solitary defensive midfielder. At this moment, Leon's proactive retreat has enabled both Matic and Kroos to surge forward with confidence. With his foundational defensive presence, Chelsea's attacking players feel liberated to press forward with boldness. However, for the Sevilla players resuming play at this juncture, Leon's defensive withdrawal is akin to a jolt, leaving them somewhat disoriented. After all, despite Leon having departed La Liga for over 2 years, a significant number of Sevilla's current players have previously faced his formidable presence in the Spanish league. They cannot forget the experience of being thwarted by Leon's defense. At the onset of this match, Leon invested considerable energy in the offensive realm, thus they had not often matched up against him. Yet now, with Leon's deeper positioning, they are bound to engage once more with the former stalwart of La Liga's midfield. The primary attacking players from Sevilla find themselves in a quandary. Banega instinctively increases the volume of his passing, no longer aggressively seeking forward opportunities. While this is acceptable for his role as a defensive midfielder, His teammate Iborra must brace himself to confront Leon directly. After all, he is positioned as an attacking midfielder, precisely where he must engage with Leon. As the match reaches the 20th minute of the first half, Iborra encounters Leon for the first time in direct opposition on the field. He initially intended to maneuver the ball to the flanks, evading the pressing challenge from Leon. However, as soon as he made his move, Leon decisively closed in and executed a close-range challenge to intercept. Given Ivola's stature, standing at 1.9 meters and weighing 80 kilograms, he should have held his ground. Yet, at that moment of confrontation, a wave of fear washed over him, reminiscent of the times when Leon had dominated him during their encounters in Levante. While engaging in the tussle, Leon's footwork was remarkably swift, allowing him to deftly dislodge the ball from Ivola's control. The close-quarters struggle lasted scarcely a second. As they brushed past each other, Ivola was left momentarily stunned, while Leon had already seized possession and surged forward. In his advance, Leon distributed the ball to Cruz, successfully fulfilling his role in this counterattack. Cruz, relishing his long-awaited return to the number 10 position, elegantly threaded the ball through to Hazard, who was making a run behind Sevilla's defensive line. Unfortunately, the illustrious dribbler was thwarted in his attempt to cut inside, as Rami intercepted him within the Sevilla penalty area. Regaining possession, Sevilla launched a counterattack against Chelsea, but this time Reyes was not as fortunate. His dribbling along the sideline posed no threat to Azpilicueta's defensive zone. At the critical moment of receiving the ball and accelerating, Leon decisively intervened, sending both Reyes and the ball out of play. These two critical defensive actions effectively disrupted Sevilla's offensive momentum. Leon, having not showcased his importance in the defensive midfield position for quite some time, revealed his invaluable contribution. Although these defensive efforts did not directly lead to an increase in Chelsea's scoreline, they undeniably dampened Sevilla's attacking spirit. In contrast, Chelsea felt increasingly confident to press forward with their offense. With this ebb and flow, the dynamics of the match tilted further in Chelsea's favor. Countless Chelsea supporters watching from their screens could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Mourinho, observing the unfolding situation from the sidelines, audaciously signaled for the wingbacks to advance aggressively. After several ineffective counterattacks from Sevilla, their formation began to falter. At this juncture, Chelsea needed to decisively escalate their offensive efforts. Hazard and De Bruyne could tuck in, receiving the ball or penetrating the flanks of Sevilla's half. Meanwhile, Azpilicueta and Trippier could operate like traditional wingers, slicing into the space behind Sevilla's constrained flanks to deliver threatening crosses. Matic, making late runs into the box, could alleviate the pressure on Suarez during aerial challenges. Positioned at the edge of Sevilla's penalty arc, Cruz could calmly manage second balls or strategically commit fouls to halt Sevilla's counterattacks. Chelsea's attacking strategy was intricately interconnected, blending high-pressure offensive maneuvers with tenacious defensive pressing. Under such relentless pressure, Sevilla's backline began to make frequent errors. In the 35th minute of the first half, De Bruyne, positioned in the center of the midfield, received the ball with his back to the play and decisively swept it towards the flanks. Trippier made a swift run along the edge, quickly overtaking Sevilla's right back, Tremolinas. At this moment, Suarez and Matic, who had already advanced into Sevilla's penalty area, began their assault on the goal. However, Trippier did not rush to deliver a cross. Instead, he seized the opportunity to cut inside, penetrating Sevilla's box with determination. This choice immediately heightened the tension among the defenders within Sevilla's penalty area. Rami shouted instructions for the holding midfielder Banega to intercept Trippier. Nevertheless, it was Tremolinas, the right back, who was quicker to recover and applied pressure from behind Trippier. The two became entangled, and the live footage barely captured Tremolinas appearing to hastily challenge Trippier from behind. Subsequently, Trippier fell to the ground within Sevilla's penalty area as if he had been subjected to a severe foul. At that moment, Sevilla's goalkeeper, Beto, felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately gestured to the referee, who was also approaching the scene, asserting that his teammate had committed no foul. Sevilla's defensive players quickly crowded around the referee, seemingly intent on delaying his decision. However, after receiving assistance from the linesman, the referee decisively produced a yellow card from his pocket. Witnessing this, the throngs of Sevilla fans and attendants groaned in dismay. A yellow card and a penalty. The referee's decision was undeniably justified. Through replays, it became evident that Tremolinas had tripped Trippier from behind. The French fullback may not have intended to foul. Yet the reality was clear. his yellow card was entirely warranted. This summer, Zhan Jun, having transitioned from PPTV to LTV Sports, continued to deliver his fervent commentary from the new studio for domestic viewers. At this moment, fans across China, like Zhan Jun, eagerly focused on the live camera capturing Leon sprinting forward from the backline. With the referee's decision made, whether in anger or disappointment, Sevilla's players could only disperse from their own penalty area. Leon approached the penalty spot with an air of calm, taking possession of the ball from Cruz. This penalty was unfounded. "I will save it," Beto shouted at Leon, yet his expression betrayed a lack of confidence despite his words. Ignoring him, Leon positioned the ball and retreated to the edge of the penalty area. As the referee's whistle blew, he charged towards the ball and unleashed his signature powerful strike. Beto, resolute at that moment, chose to dive to the left side of the goal. However, Leon's shot traveled directly down the center of the goal. In the first half of the match, there was no doubt as the ball struck Sevilla's net for the second time. Leon deliberately slowed his celebration this time. Once his teammates caught up with him, he made a celebratory gesture, followed by a hearty laugh as they all performed a collective slide on their knees along the baseline of Sevilla's half. The International Stadium of Tbilisi was completely filled with the jubilant cheers of Chelsea fans. After scoring 2 goals, Chelsea supporters cast aside their reserve and began to celebrate their team's potential 6th title of the year. While they could pop the champagne early, the players on the pitch needed to maintain their composure and not get carried away. With a 2-goal lead, Chelsea no longer needed to engage in an offensive battle with Sevilla. Without requiring any tactical instructions from Mourinho, the game resumed with Chelsea tightening their formation to focus on defense. Faced with Chelsea's solid defense, Sevilla, whose morale had taken a significant hit, struggled to mount any offensive maneuvers. The score of 2-0 was comfortably maintained by Chelsea until the halftime break. As the second half commenced, Chelsea unleashed a fierce offensive. Sevilla found themselves once again bewildered by Chelsea's onslaught. Seizing absolute control of the match, Chelsea continuously applied pressure on Sevilla's defensive line. In the 57th minute of the second half, Leon, who had been diligently defending for nearly half the time, suddenly surged forward with the ball, completely disrupting Sevilla's midfield defense. As Banega was forced to assist his teammates in containing Leon, the nearly unmarked Matic received a timely pass from Leon, positioned in the left flank of Sevilla's half. The young maestro briefly assessed the situation before elegantly delivering a precise, curved pass. Suarez, ghosting in from the back post of Sevilla's penalty area, deftly controlled the ball and decisively shot towards the far corner of the goal. This goal perfectly showcased Suarez's exquisite positioning and remarkable shooting skills. Beto did his utmost to save it, but his response was just a fraction too slow. With this goal, Chelsea firmly established their supremacy in the match. Mourinho made a tactical substitution 5 minutes later, bringing on Van Ginkel for De Bruyne to fortify their defensive capabilities. Sevilla found themselves in a desperate situation, and their coach Emery had no choice but to make early substitutions, introducing offensive reinforcements. Konoplyanka and Immobile, 2 forwards from Sevilla's bench, were brought on, while the underwhelming fullback Tremolinas and a defensive midfielder Crondoli were substituted off. Sevilla, now all in on their attack, found that Chelsea had no intentions of countering, opting instead for a resolute defense. Later on, Mourinho disrupted Sevilla's attacking momentum with 2 more substitutions, bringing on Carras and Gary Cahill. The goalscorer Suarez and the impressively performing Cruz in midfield were substituted in succession. In the final moments, Chelsea deployed a formidable defensive formation of 6 defenders and 4 midfielders, leaving Sevilla's players in palpable distress. Ultimately, as the referee signaled the end of the match, the players of Sevilla found their release. Amidst the resounding cheers from the crowd, the entire Chelsea team celebrated their 6th trophy of the year. As the captain, Leon lifted the UEFA Super Cup, marking his 2nd achievement of the illustrious sextuple in his career. Although he still awaits this year's final Club World Cup to claim a complete set of club honors with Chelsea, he undoubtedly stands as the preeminent figure of this new era in football, holding 2 sextuples to his name. Perhaps the next update will arrive after midnight. Those eager to know can check in tomorrow. This is the conclusion of Chapter 344. It appears that this year, the Premier League boasts 2 dominant forces. It is an unforgettable moment. I am thrilled to achieve such success with Chelsea and my teammates. However, we must not grow complacent, as the Club World Cup presents its own formidable challenges. I have previously stated that Luis will seamlessly integrate into our tactical system. He is the epitome of a perfect forward. Indeed, his technical prowess is comprehensive, devoid of flaws, and the 2 championships he has secured since his transfer are well-deserved. As for the title of the most significant contributor, no, I do not consider myself the key figure in our triumph. If a selection must be made, I believe our coaching staff deserves this esteemed recognition. Their hard work and outstanding performance are commendable. Speaking of the 7th title is premature, it is our ambition. But the Club World Cup is equally a target for other competing teams, and we will prepare with utmost diligence. However, we will momentarily shift our focus to the Premier League and the upcoming season of the UEFA Champions League. After Chelsea's successful acquisition of the UEFA Super Cup, Leon has become the only active player to have achieved the sextuple glory with 2 different teams. Following the match, he was surrounded by a swarm of media reporters, yet he skillfully navigated the traps within their probing questions. When it comes to the team's victory and success, he has much to say. However, he shows little interest in the media's focus on personal accolades. After all, their praise is often monotonous. Previously, when he had only played professional football for a couple of seasons, Leon might have felt elated by such public adulation. Now, he remains indifferent. Today he performed admirably, prompting a flurry of accolades from the media. Tomorrow, should his performance wane, they would swiftly elevate Ronaldo or Messi to the pedestal of unrivaled greatness. A unified narrative is an impossibility for these unscrupulous reporters. Naturally, Leon prefers not to expend his current reputation to serve their sensationalist narratives. After claiming the championship, the Chelsea squad celebrated modestly in the dressing room before hastily returning to their hotel to collect personal belongings and boarding a flight back to London that very night. During the celebratory banquet, Abramovich generously distributed bonuses on-site, while Mourinho granted the entire team an additional day off. Although the second round of the Premier League was set to commence in just 2 days, the FA had graciously postponed Chelsea's match by 3 days, affording them ample time for recuperation. In a rare moment during a media interview, Mourinho spoke positively about the FA, a sentiment shared by many Premier League fans who viewed Chelsea's match postponement as well-deserved. Given their record-breaking achievement of the most championships won in a single season by an English club, they are indeed the 6-time champions. Previously, La Liga fans relished in boasting about Barcelona's 6 titles, but now, with Bayern's 6 championships in the Bundesliga and Chelsea's 6 in the Premier League, supporters from both leagues now stand firm against La Liga fans. Moreover, Chelsea's prospects of potentially securing a historic 7th title this year bolster their confidence even further. In the eyes of the vast Premier League fanbase, once Chelsea secures this 7th title, they will hold their heads high against any La Liga supporters, as the teams from Spain have no realistic chance of achieving such a feat with Chelsea's dominance. Fans of both Barcelona and Real Madrid will find it increasingly difficult to gain the upper hand in online debates. This phenomenon may seem absurd and inexplicable, yet it is a common occurrence in the realm of the internet. On the evening of August 14th, Manchester United and Aston Villa kicked off the second round of the new season's Premier League. Ultimately, thanks to the equalizing goal from new signing Lukaku in the second half, Manchester United managed to secure a 1-1 draw away against Villa, earning them a solitary point. In the season opener, Manchester United also drew 1-1 at home against Tottenham. After 2 consecutive winless matches, the optimism of United's fans, which had flourished during the summer transfer window, turned once again to concern. In contrast, their city rivals, Manchester City, enjoyed a much more prosperous start. In the first round, City achieved a resounding 4-0 victory away against West Bromwich, and in this round, they continued their away campaign, triumphantly defeating Everton 3-0, marking a strong beginning with 2 consecutive wins in the new season. Arsenal and the unexpectedly formidable Leicester City also joined the ranks of teams with 2 consecutive victories. Leicester City, having comfortably avoided relegation last season, underwent a series of signings during the summer transfer window and was anticipated by many in the media to make a notable impact this season. However, the extent of their potential success was often considered to be merely a mid-table finish in the Premier League, with a fortunate chance at competing for the League Cup. Yet, Leicester City commenced the new season with an impressive 2 victories, including a remarkable comeback against West Ham United that left numerous industry insiders astounded. In contrast to the surprising 2 consecutive victories, what truly astonishes these media figures is the progress of Leicester City's tactical cohesion. both in defense and attack. Leicester City has made remarkable strides compared to last season. Establishing a systematic tactical framework is notoriously difficult to achieve in a short period. However, it appears that Ranieri has successfully constructed a mature and complementary tactical system at Leicester City. Even though he continues to experiment with midfield lineups in these two matches, there is no doubt that with Morgan, Drinkwater, and Vardy forming the central axis, complemented by the robust flanks of Mahrez and Albrighton, Leicester City seems well equipped to challenge for a higher position in the Premier League. The resurgent Leicester City has captured the attention of numerous fans and industry coaches alike. Liang scarcely recalls the specific year when Leicester City achieved their miraculous championship. Yet, upon witnessing the presence of key players like Vardy, Okazaki, Kane, and Mahrez in the current squad, he immediately comprehends that this season is poised to be a breakout year for Leicester City. However, as he observes this Leicester team, he feels more of a sense of nostalgia than trepidation. After all, he remembers clearly that Leicester's miraculous championship was not solely due to their consistent performance, but also because the usual dominators of the Premier League faltered that season. In a typical Premier League season, a team aspiring for the title generally needs to secure close to 90 points. Winning the championship with slightly over 80 points is indeed a rare occurrence, happening perhaps once every 7 or 8 seasons. Yet, the current Premier League boasts a formidable Chelsea, a misfortunate Manchester City that has surpassed 90 points for 2 consecutive seasons, and a highly competitive Arsenal. In any perspective, Leicester City cannot compete with these 3 teams for the Premier League title. Although their starting lineup is undoubtedly strong, their fatal flaw lies in insufficient squad depth, making it exceedingly difficult for them to reach the 90-point threshold required for championship contention. Chelsea has won the title in the past 2 seasons with scores nearing 100 and even exceeding it. This leading advantage is undeniably substantial. Liang is not intimidated by Manchester City, so how could he possibly fear Leicester City? Thus, after marveling at Leicester City's remarkable resurgence, he shifts his focus back to his own preparations. On the evening of August 17th, Chelsea faced West Bromwich Albion away from home. This match also marked the conclusion of the second round of the new Premier League season. That evening, Chelsea's full squad of starters took to the field, and facing West Bromwich Albion, who had adopted a defensive strategy, Mourinho issued a directive for an aggressive offensive approach. In this match, Liang, starting as an attacking midfielder, showcased his long-range shooting ability, which he had not utilized for quite some time. Within just 10 minutes of the match, he seized 2 opportunities for long-range shots just outside West Brom's penalty area. His long-range shots failed to secure a goal for Chelsea, yet they did provide the team with 2 opportunities for corner kicks. This season, following Ibrahimovic's departure, Chelsea has lacked a significant aerial threat during set pieces. However, since Maguire replaced Terry as Chelsea's starting center-back, the team's threat from set pieces has notably increased. This is not an exaggeration. Maguire's exceptional judgment of ball trajectory, combined with his physical prowess, renders him nearly invincible in such scenarios. Throughout the past summer transfer window, Chelsea has also practiced several different set-piece attacking strategies centered around him. At this moment, West Bromwich has become the first victim. Leon's long shot failed to breach their resolute defense, but Maguire transformed into a formidable battering ram in the 14th minute of the first half, decisively penetrating their ironclad backline with a powerful header. As Maguire capitalized on the cover provided by Leon and Matic to powerfully head the ball into the net, Mourinho, observing from the sidelines, applauded this young and earnest lad with satisfaction. Once the first goal pierced the defenses of such a defensive team, the remainder of the task became remarkably straightforward. Chelsea swiftly shifted to a counter-attacking style, piercing West Bromwich's goal 3 times in the first half alone. Maguire opened the scoring, followed by goals from Suarez and De Bruyne. Leon, in the 63rd minute of the second half, scored a long-range goal during a counterattack. Additionally, having assisted Suarez's goal in the first half, Leon once again contributed with both a goal and an assist in this match. Ultimately, Chelsea, like Manchester City, emerged from West Bromwich's home ground with a resounding 4-goal victory. But this was not the end of Chelsea and Manchester City's dominance over their opponents. On August 22nd, the 3rd round of the Premier League commenced, with Manchester City achieving a resounding 5-1 victory over Watford away. Chelsea, meanwhile, welcomed Crystal Palace to their home ground, faced with yet another relatively weaker opponent. Mourinho did not restrain his players' attacking desires. At Stamford Bridge, Chelsea unleashed a relentless offensive on their local rivals, Crystal Palace. Suarez netted 2 goals in the match, while Hazard and Kroos also found the back of the net, and Leon once again contributed with a goal and an assist, helping the team secure a commanding 5-0 victory at home against Crystal Palace. Observing Chelsea and Manchester City's consecutive demolitions of their opponents in the new season, fans of other mid to lower tier Premier League teams sensed impending doom. It was clear, this year, the Premier League has 2 dominant forces mercilessly dispatching their rivals. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 345, The Birth of the Death Group, Lyon, Europe's best. After decisively clinching a 3rd consecutive league victory, the entire Chelsea squad finally welcomed a week of respite. The early rounds of the new Premier League season are not densely packed, allowing each team a week's rest after every match. Chelsea's schedule has been slightly more demanding than other Premier League teams due to their additional matches in the Community Shield and the UEFA Super Cup. With the recent summer transfer window, it is evident that Chelsea has witnessed the departure of several seasoned veterans, resulting in a diminished depth on the bench compared to last year. Consequently, Mourinho is compelled to reassess his rotation strategy. At the beginning of the season, the key players of Chelsea were afforded ample rest. However, it is foreseeable that as the season progresses into its latter stages, the first team will be required to endure a greater number of matches than in the previous 2 seasons. This necessity arises from the fact that the composition of the substitutes has changed significantly. Last season, the bench featured experienced stalwarts such as Drogba, Lampard, Ramirez, and Mikel, while this season it is populated largely by younger talents like Ziyech, Zuma, Gnabry, and Van Ginkel. During the less congested initial phase of the season, the coaching staff can afford to rotate these younger players to gain valuable experience. Yet, as the title race intensifies, relying heavily on these young individuals could present opportunities for rivals like Manchester City and Arsenal. The crucial matches will demand the expertise of the seasoned professionals. Leon, approaching 25, can now be considered a player in the prime of his career. The overall age distribution of Chelsea's starting lineup in the previous 2 seasons was notably imbalanced, with aging veterans and an excess of youthful exuberance, leaving a dearth of players in their mid-20s. Currently, Chelsea presents itself as a well-rounded and mature team poised for accolades. The eldest in the starting 11, Thiago Silva, has yet to reach 31 years, while the youngest, Maguire, is on the cusp of turning 23. The midfield trio comprises Matic at 27, Leon at 24, and Kroos at 25. Among the attacking trio, the eldest, Suarez, is 28, while Hazard and De Bruyne are both 24. It can be asserted that the principal players of Chelsea are largely in the prime of their careers, possessing speed, physicality, rapid recovery, and a wealth of experience in top-tier competitions. In terms of age structure, Chelsea stands as the most scientifically assembled and formidable team in the Premier League. Without exception, the coaching staff has nurtured the young talents, allowing them to develop steadily over the past 2 seasons, and it is now time to increase their responsibilities. Naturally, Leon is not among those being burdened, as he has consistently shouldered the heaviest load. Perhaps after having pushed Leon excessively in the past 2 seasons, Mourinho feels a tinge of guilt, thus granting him additional rest in the new season. Nevertheless, Leon merely utilized the recent day off to spend time with his girlfriend, Anastasia. During the team's break, Leon took a half day to rest in the morning, but proceeded to the Cobham training base in the afternoon for extra training. Joined by his fellow young teammates Zuma, Ziyech, and Gnabry, the pressure of competition on them has considerably diminished. Apart from internal training matches, they have seldom engaged in genuine confrontations with professional players from top-tier leagues. The coaching staff occasionally arranges for them to participate in matches against the reserve team, but the training benefits from such matches have become somewhat inadequate for their development. After much contemplation, Mourinho entrusted these 3 young men to Leon, encouraging him to assist them during additional training sessions, much like he did in the previous 2 seasons with Lukaku, Ake, and Van Ginkel. Leon's supplemental training sessions are notably rigorous, given the limited matches the young players currently partake in and their robust recovery abilities. Training alongside him is undoubtedly advantageous. For players like Gnabry and his companions, the opportunity to train with Leon is highly anticipated, aside from his somewhat demanding nature during extra training. Where he forbids any relaxation or breaks, Leon exhibits a nurturing demeanor in other aspects, fulfilling the role of a supportive big brother. When they excel in their additional training, Leon rewards them by allowing his assistant to take them to nightclubs for some leisure. Having reached adulthood, These young men, raised in England's youth training environment, are no strangers to the nightlife. However, their previous youth contracts did not afford them the luxury of indulgence in London's extravagant scene. The nightclubs to which Leon's assistant takes them are among the finest in the city. As long as they do not overindulge, Leon's assistant follows his instructions to cover their expenses. Such a benevolent figure is a rarity in the football world. While some fun-loving Brazilian veterans may take a few promising young players out for a night of revelry, the dedication Leon shows by personally guiding young players in training and genuinely enhancing their skills is indeed a rare breed. Mourinho, upon learning of this arrangement, refrained from making further comments, confident that Leon understands the boundaries. Indeed, the young players must meet Leon's expectations during their additional training to earn the reward of a night at a premier nightclub. A single night of relaxation does not permit excessive indulgence, for should they be required to pay for themselves, it would certainly weigh heavily on their wallets. As they acclimate to this process, their visits to other nightclubs with friends have significantly diminished. Their training performance has improved, and their growth rate satisfies the coaching staff entirely. Although Leon has incurred some expenses, he possesses sufficient wealth. Mourinho increasingly believes that his decision to entrust these young talents to Leon is becoming more vindicated. With the fourth round of the Premier League approaching, Mourinho has even begun to contemplate whether to grant some of the young men more playing time as a reward. For instance, allowing the slightly older Zuma to replace Maguire, who has played several consecutive matches, seems a viable option. His physical attributes are equally remarkable. Although there are moments when his defensive awareness may falter, with the presence of Thiago Silva, he should be capable of effectively fulfilling the role of a defensive anchor. The more Mourinho contemplated, the more he became convinced of the feasibility of this rotation plan. In the final days of preparation, he experimented with placing both Zuma and Sulla in the starting lineup to observe the effects during practice matches. It wasn't until the afternoon of August 27th, just 2 days before the commencement of the new season's fourth round of the Premier League, that Mourinho temporarily extinguished his fervor for tactical experimentation. As the draw for the upcoming Champions League group stage was set to begin, after the day's training session concluded, all Chelsea first-team players, except for Leon, gathered in the team dining hall to witness the draw for the new season's Champions League. As for the absent Leon, he was already at the venue for the Champions League group stage draw, poised to receive the UEFA Best Player award following the official proceedings. By the end of the last season, the media had unanimously predicted that Leon would emerge as the biggest winner at both the UEFA and FIFA annual awards. With no World Cup or European Championship taking place that summer, and Messi unable to lead his team to victory in the Copa America, Leon not only clinched the prestigious Premier League and Champions League titles, but also experienced a significant personal breakthrough in his performance, rivaling that of Messi and Ronaldo. Once again, he seized the title of sextuple champion, leaving the media baffled as to which player could possibly contest him this year. The live broadcast of the draw frequently panned to Leon, impeccably dressed, seemingly disregarding the presence of Ronaldo and Neuer beside him. Fortunately, the draw commenced punctually, allowing Leon some respite as he engaged in conversation with Ronaldo and Neuer. This year's Champions League group stage draw rules have undergone a transformation. Unlike previous seasons, which determined the seedings based solely on each team's European competition points, the new regulations offer greater consideration to champions from other prominent leagues. Under this new framework, the defending Champions League title holder and the champions of the top 7 UEFA-ranked leagues directly enter the first pot. Teams such as Benfica, Zenit St. Petersburg, Juventus, and PSV Eindhoven now qualify as seed teams in the first pot under the new rules. Had the old regulations been in place, many of these clubs would have found themselves relegated to the second or even third pots. Despite Juventus currently reigning as the Serie A champion, their total European competition points over the past 5 seasons do not surpass those of Arsenal, who have consistently participated in the Champions League. Arsenal, which had often found itself at the tail end of the first pot in past seasons, has now been placed in the second pot this year. Similarly, Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid, who have accrued enough European competition points over the past 5 seasons to qualify for the first pot, find themselves in a comparable predicament. The newly established tiered rules present both advantages and disadvantages. However, it is foreseeable that the previously rare occurrence of death groups in the Champions League may become a frequent phenomenon. Chelsea, as the reigning champion of the Champions League, has ascended to the esteemed position of a top seed. Initially, Lyon felt rather at ease, as Chelsea had enjoyed favorable luck in group draws over the past 2 seasons, typically avoiding formidable rivals for advancement. Yet, as the more manageable teams from the second tier were drawn, leaving only Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid, both Lyon and Neuer's expressions began to shift dramatically. With no second-tier adversaries yet selected, only Chelsea and Bayern Munich remained in the top tier. Although Lyon and Neuer maintained forced smiles for the cameras, they were inwardly cursing UEFA for what they perceived as sheer absurdity. Could this truly be a coincidence? The most challenging teams from the second tier, the Madrid duo, were set to confront the strongest top seeds, Bayern and Chelsea. UEFA, this year you're not targeting Arsenal, but us instead. What have we done to deserve this relentless pursuit? Lyon silently vented his frustrations, but just as his grievances subsided, the draw host, Paolo Maldini, placed Real Madrid into Chelsea's Group G. Heavens! Chelsea and Real Madrid are indeed meeting in the group stage. UEFA certainly dares to stir up drama. Isn't the old master going to give Infantino a piece of his mind? The little lion is going home. After 2 long years of anticipation, the script has finally unfolded today. Are you sure it's a homecoming rather than a raucous invasion? Nevertheless, I relish such matchups. I crave to witness a bloodbath. The clash between Bayern and Atletico is equally riveting. Will we witness 2 death groups this year? Anticipation mounts. When the thrilling draw results were unveiled, fans watching the live ceremony erupted across sports forums worldwide. Chelsea versus Real Madrid. Bayern Munich versus Atletico Madrid. This could be described as a battle among the 4 super clubs that have performed best in recent Champions League seasons. The rivalry between Chelsea and Real Madrid particularly ignited fervent discussions. Lyon and Cristiano Ronaldo exchanged wry smiles and handshakes on site. Neuer, sitting beside Lyon, could only manage a resigned smirk. However, as the third-tier teams were successively drawn, Neuer's mood improved considerably. Bayern and Atletico's group drew the third-tier team widely recognized as a weakling, Olympiacos. In contrast, Chelsea and Real Madrid's group drew the acknowledged tough competitor, CSKA Moscow. While deriving joy from another's misfortune is indeed an unethical act, Neuer couldn't help but smile and exclaim, "What a relief!" Indeed, it was not only him. Other players from Champions League teams watching the draw on television also felt a sense of comfort. The death group for this season's Champions League has already been prematurely established. CSKA Moscow, a team known for its magical prowess, is a tough nut to crack. Lyon and Cristiano Ronaldo exchanged a knowing glance once more. Though they uttered not a word, an unspoken understanding lingered between them, evoking memories of their Champions League match in Moscow from years past. As winter approached, the artificial turf of Moscow felt particularly unforgiving. Lyon resigned himself to the whims of UEFA. There was little he could do. When another formidable opponent, Wolfsburg, was drawn into Group G, a peculiar smile crept onto his face. The ominous title of Group of Death was firmly affixed. Chelsea, Real Madrid, CSKA Moscow, and Wolfsburg. Even with a steadfast belief in their ability to emerge from such a treacherous group, both Chelsea and Real Madrid would face significant challenges. No longer able to glide through to the knockout stages as they had in previous seasons. Within the player dining hall at Cobham Training Ground, Chelsea's first team voiced their grievances regarding UEFA's contentious draw. Mourinho found himself at a loss for words, merely shaking his head at his coaching staff. He had anticipated the formidable task of defending the Champions League title with Chelsea this year, but he had not expected UEFA to erect such formidable barriers. Yet, amidst the complaints, as he gazed at the live broadcast showcasing Lyon, now adorned with the prestigious European Player of the Year accolade, Mourinho felt a renewed sense of determination. Artificial obstacles? The question remained whether UEFA's arrangements would prove tougher than Chelsea's resolve. On the night he received the silver ball trophy, Lyon did not linger in Monaco for long. After enjoying a brief coffee with Ronaldo, he boarded a flight back to London. The 4th round of the Premier League was on the horizon, and Chelsea was set to face Lyon's favorite adversary, Manchester United. While Mourinho might have thought it inconsequential to play without Lyon against United, he was eager not to miss the opportunity to meet his younger counterpart, Lukaku. That evening at London Heathrow Airport, accompanied by his management team, Lyon's triumphant image with the silver ball trophy captivated the attention of numerous photographers. Although he preferred to remain humble, he could not resist the insistence of Mendes, who urged him to bask in the spotlight. After deliberately pausing at the airport to allow ample photo opportunities, Lyon finally made his way home. The joy that came with winning UEFA's Player of the Year award was not as profound as he had anticipated. This accolade felt more like an appetizer, enjoyable yet insufficient. What he truly yearned for was the coveted Ballon d'Or, to be awarded early next year. Thus, he did not spend much time reveling in the silver ball trophy. Shortly after returning home, he instructed his assistant to place the replica trophy in his honors room. The following day at the training ground, Lyon was met with congratulations from many staff members and teammates. However, apart from graciously smiling and expressing his gratitude, he remained remarkably composed, a demeanor that further elevated his standing among all the staff at the base. The other Chelsea players found themselves increasingly convinced by Lyon. It was impossible not to be. Had they been the ones to receive the UEFA Player of the Year award, they would have at least relished in their triumph for a couple of days, if not flaunted. Yet, Lyon appeared unfazed, displaying scarcely a ripple of emotional fluctuation. The other players on the Chelsea first team could only reflect internally. Lyon is remarkably composed. No wonder he is the only man currently contending for the Ballon d'Or alongside Messi and Ronaldo. Observing their leader's success and serene demeanor inspired the aspiring young players within Chelsea to commit themselves even more fervently to their training. Mourinho was exceedingly pleased with this, and on the final day of training before the match, he surprised the young players with rewards. Zuma successfully secured a spot in the starting 11 for the clash against Manchester United, while Gnabry and Chalobah also made it onto the 18-man roster. Maguire, who had consistently excelled since the season's onset, was granted a day off by Mourinho on match day to rest. The three young talents who had been promised playing time were filled with excitement. During the warm-up that afternoon, Lyon even jestingly advised Zuma not to exert himself too much, lest he feel weak when it was time to take the field. The other Chelsea stalwarts joined in light-hearted teasing of Zuma, attempting to ease his tension. The atmosphere on Chelsea's side was warm and inviting, with seasoned players caring for the newcomers. In stark contrast, the Manchester United side exhibited a more somber and serious ambience during their warm-up. Lukaku stood among a group of United players, feeling quite out of place. No one engaged with him. There were no jokes exchanged, not even the simplest of polite small talk. The little beast finally understood the concern Lyon had expressed when he advised against joining Manchester United. This illustrious club's dressing room was indeed a challenging environment. The veterans formed their own clique, while the players brought in by the new coach coalesced into another, with English speakers congregating together and Spanish speakers forming yet another small circle. Lukaku had initially not expected his integration into Manchester United's dressing room to be particularly difficult. After all, his market value was considerable, and his abilities were sufficient, even if the new teammates did not fawn over him. The veterans would surely extend the courtesy he deserved, wouldn't they? Before reporting to Manchester United, Lukaku had envisioned a seamless and idyllic transition. But reality soon delivered a harsh awakening. Last season, Manchester United had experienced moments of unity. As the Premier League entered its latter half, United had rallied to close the gap in points, on the verge of breaking into the Champions League zone, in pursuit of a Champions League spot for the new season. Both veterans and newcomers in the United dressing room had united, banding together to make a vigorous push for the coveted position. However, at the most critical juncture for securing points, Manchester United faced Chelsea, leading to the disintegration of the unity they had so painstakingly forged. Led by Rooney, the veteran players have expressed profound dissatisfaction towards the club's upper management and coaching staff. Meanwhile, those who have only recently joined Manchester United and are acutely aware of the club's descent into turmoil are hastily urging their agents to facilitate transfers. Successful transfers, like that of Di Maria, have seen players moving to Paris Saint-Germain for lucrative contracts. Conversely, players such as Juan Mata and Fellaini, unable to escape, find themselves in a predicament where leaving is not an option, yet their reputations are marred by the team's performance, compelling them to endure their contracts with patience. A handful of players, genuinely wishing to remain and assist Manchester United in their resurgence, like the little P. Hernandez, were unfortunately dismissed by Van Gaal. In such a scenario, the prospect of unity within the Manchester United locker room appears bleak, with internal discord rampant and Van Gaal's management style proving excessively rigid. The challenge of reconciling with Rooney and his cohort seemed insurmountable. Consequently, Van Gaal entertained the notion of starting anew, culminating in a significant recruitment initiative during the summer transfer window, which resulted in the formation of an entirely new squad. At this juncture, Van Gaal is solely focused on swiftly achieving results to validate his role, showing little inclination to navigate the intricate dynamics of the locker room. Ironically, the more he pursues this path, the slimmer Manchester United's chances of success become. In this tumultuous environment, Lukaku has tragically become a casualty. His performances in the initial 3 matches were commendable, netting 2 goals, including a decisive strike that secured United's first victory of the season in their 3rd league match. While the fans appreciated his contributions, as Van Gaal's newly appointed main striker, he found himself at odds with the veteran players within the locker room. Lukaku was perplexed as to why, despite his goal-scoring prowess and contributions to the team's victories, he is met with cold indifference from the seasoned players. He harbors a deep aversion to the current atmosphere in the Manchester United locker room, longing for the camaraderie he shared with his brothers at Chelsea. Reminiscing about the intimate team dynamics, and particularly missing the leadership of the ever-inclusive and welcoming captain, Leon. Regrettably, he ignored Leon's counsel back then. Entranced by the allure of joining a prestigious club, is it too late for regrets now? Indeed, it is. Leon is somewhat oblivious to Lukaku's current plight. Ever since Lukaku's transfer, they have had little communication. Nonetheless, he is acutely aware that Lukaku's experience at Manchester United has been far from pleasant. Irrespective of the recent media reports focusing on the discord between the veterans and the coaching staff, Leon, even based solely on his recollections of that period at Manchester United, knows that Lukaku's entanglement in the locker room struggles is unfortunate. Yet, apart from expressing sympathy for Lukaku, there is little else he can do. Ultimately, the choices we make are our own, and when we err, as adults, we must bear the consequences. Fortunately, prior to his move to Manchester United, Lukaku had already amassed a commendable collection of accolades at Chelsea, including both League and Champions League titles, leaving him without significant regrets. On August 29th at 3 p.m., the Premier League match between Chelsea and Manchester United commenced promptly at Old Trafford. In the past 2 seasons, Manchester United has failed to secure a victory against Chelsea. To be frank, from players to fans, Manchester United now seems to have fallen under the psychological shadow cast by Chelsea. When faced with Chelsea, they appear to exhibit every conceivable manner of defeat. Last season, Van Gaal certainly endured considerable hardship against Chelsea. In the first match of the new season against Chelsea, he dared not underestimate the challenge and pragmatically deployed a 5-4-1 formation. Upon reviewing Manchester United's starting lineup, Mourinho could only scratch his head in disbelief. He never anticipated that one day Manchester United would concede defeat to their opponents at Old Trafford. However, it must be said that Van Gaal's tactical choices successfully reduced the likelihood of a disastrous defeat against Chelsea. Observing the defensive setup that United presented, neither Mourinho nor the Chelsea starters exhibited any desire to engage in a direct confrontation. As the match commenced, Chelsea, kicking off first, controlled possession in midfield, patiently drawing out Manchester United's central defense. Leon, watching Fellaini and Herrera conservatively positioned before him, glanced at Schweinsteiger and Schneiderlin, who, despite appearing to play as wide midfielders, were more inclined to defend centrally. He couldn't help but reflect on the peculiarity of Van Gaal's tactical arrangement. Was it really necessary? What was the difference between this and simply fielding 4 defensive midfielders? After all, they were Manchester United, the premier club of the Premier League. Where was their fighting spirit? Leon silently criticized this setup, though he chose to overlook the fact that his boss, Mourinho, often favored a similar formation on the pitch. With this formation, it was clear that Manchester United aimed to play conservatively at home. Whether they would win was of little concern. Their priority was to ensure they did not lose. Leon could empathize with the Manchester United players' desire to establish a defensive foundation first. However, as a man who relished the prospect of breaching United's defense, he was disinclined to squander too much time probing their midfield. Against such a defensive setup, the most astute offensive strategy would be to continually stretch the opponent's defensive line. Given that United's 4 midfielders were not particularly swift, Leon quickly devised a plan to counter United's midfield quartet. "Eden, come here," he called to Hazard during a stoppage early in the match, quickly whispering a few instructions into his ear. Hazard nodded in understanding, then flashed a reassuring gesture back to Leon. The broadcast camera adeptly captured the exchange between Leon and Hazard, sparking curiosity among many fans regarding the nature of their conversation. However, their intrigue was short-lived, as Hazard soon retreated to Chelsea's midfield, aligning with Leon to unveil their new tactical strategy. Chelsea too shifted to a 4-man midfield. But unlike United's quartet, which clustered in the center, Chelsea's midfielders effectively utilized the space on the pitch. Hazard and Leon positioned themselves on either flank, with Matic and Kroos centrally located. At this moment, Suarez and Salah have transformed into a dual forward partnership, both capable of retreating to receive the ball and advancing with it. Following a slight tactical adjustment, Chelsea's midfield and forward lines began to press forward in search of offensive opportunities. However, their forward passes were scarce. Instead, they opted for lateral distribution to stretch the formation. Both Hazard and Leon possess exceptional ball control and dribbling abilities, positioned on either side of the midfield, regardless of who is in possession. The defensive midfielders of Manchester United dare not take it lightly. Kroos and Matic, stationed centrally, exhibit unparalleled skills in orchestrating and transitioning possession. Thus, Chelsea's ball circulation flows seamlessly, with both pace and precision in their passing. Once the lateral passes created space, Leon and Hazard were poised to receive and attempt breakthroughs. This scenario puts immense pressure on Manchester United's midfield defenders in terms of coverage and support. Had Schweinsteiger been in his prime, he could have compensated for Fellaini's deficiencies in lateral sweep with his formidable stamina. However, the unfortunate reality is that Schweinsteiger's form has significantly declined. It is not merely his physical condition that has deteriorated, but his fervor for championship glory has waned considerably. He boasts numerous Bundesliga titles, a Champions League trophy, 6 domestic cups, and even a World Cup victory. The little pig lacks no accolades. In plain terms, his move to Manchester United was merely to secure a lucrative retirement. With his physical prowess greatly diminished, his mentality has also turned rather nonchalant. Expecting the current Schweinsteiger to exert himself for Manchester United is utterly unrealistic. Moreover, apart from him, the other 3 midfielders in United's lineup today lack the requisite capabilities. It is not that Leon looks down upon them, but Herrera, Fellaini, and Schneiderlin simply do not possess the ability to start for a top-tier club. Although they are diligent, facing Chelsea's swift passing and movement, they struggle to maintain their defensive line, let alone apply any pressing. Fellaini feels quite frustrated, as his defensive strength lies in direct interceptions. Asking him to engage in rapid lateral movements to keep up with Chelsea's quick transitions is an unreasonable demand. Van Gaal watches from the sidelines, increasingly anxious. He likely anticipated Chelsea's tactical adjustments against the formation he deployed today. However, he never expected his 4-man midfield defensive structure to be so swiftly overwhelmed by Chelsea's movement. The match has only progressed for 7 or 8 minutes, and Fellaini is already on the verge of faltering. Van Gaal cannot bear to contemplate how Fellaini will cope as the pace of the game intensifies. Just as Van Gaal considers substituting Fellaini for Ashley Young to enhance midfield defensive agility in the first half, Leon, who had previously refrained from direct attempts, suddenly surged into the heart of Manchester United's midfield. As Schneiderlin struggled to keep pace with Leon, he was swiftly outstripped by the latter's explosive acceleration. Fellaini immediately retreated, attempting to force Leon towards a potential inward cut. However, this movement inadvertently granted Kroos ample space to surge forward from midfield. With resolute decisiveness, Leon executed a back pass, allowing Kroos to seize the ball. Without the slightest hesitation, Kroos delivered a precise diagonal long pass, having previously surveyed the field, targeting Hazard with remarkable accuracy. In that moment, Manchester United's seemingly robust midfield defense crumbled. Schweinsteiger, too, was unable to match Hazard's advance. With just a few strides, Hazard deftly maneuvered past both Schweinsteiger and Darmian, driving towards the byline before delivering a cross towards the far post of the United penalty area. Hazard's cross was astutely calculated. The ball neatly bypassed the towering center-back Smalling at the front post, while Suarez, having secured positional advantage against Blind at the far post, prepared to leap. Suarez, gathering all his strength for a header, initially intended to race towards the byline in celebration. Yet, in the prime of his career, De Gea executed a seemingly impossible miraculous save, rescuing Manchester United. Or perhaps, to some extent, he only salvaged half of it. For as he deflected Suarez's header, Leon charged in from the penalty area, unleashing an unstoppable volley. Even the divine De Gea could not conjure a second save. After once again breaching Manchester United's goal, a content smile finally graced Leon's face. He beckoned his teammates to join him in celebration at the corner flag. Meanwhile, Romelu Lukaku, stationed in Chelsea's half and deprived of possession for a full 5 minutes, gazed enviously at the familiar scene unfolding before him. Once, he too had reveled alongside his teammates in joyous celebration with Leon. But now, the joy belonged solely to his former comrades, leaving him with nothing but frustration and discontent. "Boss, is it too late for me to have a change of heart? I no longer wish to remain at Manchester United." Chapter 347. Establishing dominance is responsibility. Supporting teammates is equally so. Before 10 minutes had even elapsed in the match, Chelsea had breached Manchester United's defenses. This all-too-familiar scene compelled countless Red Devils supporters watching from their screens to instinctively cover their heads. The throngs of Manchester United fans at the stadium were left in a state of shock. Unable to recall how many times Leon had found the back of their net at Old Trafford, Van Gaal, unable to contain himself, raised his hands and roared at the starting players on the field. He could accept the reality of Chelsea taking an early lead at Old Trafford, for he understood the stark disparity in strength between the two teams. However, he could not tolerate the failure of his tactics at such an early juncture. This not only signifies the failure of his tactical intention to exhaust Chelsea's attacking players with a defensive four-midfield strategy, but also highlights his grave errors in tactics and the selection of starting players. The seasoned Manchester United veterans, led by Rooney, are undoubtedly hoping for his team's dismal defeat. The rift between them has become apparent, and given his temperament, he would sooner resign than admit he still relies on Rooney and Carrick. Acknowledging his mistakes is simply inconceivable for him, regardless of how amicable his past relationships with certain players were. Anyone who dares to challenge him must accept the reality of being relegated to the bench. With a stern expression, Van Gaal summoned Ashley Young and Januzaj from the substitutes bench to warm up by the sidelines. These two Manchester United players are currently much closer to the coaching staff, while Juan Mata and Valencia, who are more aligned with Rooney, received no acknowledgement from Van Gaal. At that moment, Fellaini, who had just managed to compose himself on the pitch, felt an increase in psychological pressure upon witnessing Van Gaal calling for the substitutes to warm up. After all, his defensive lapse that led to the goal was egregious. Despite his proactive defensive efforts, if anyone were to take the blame, it would undoubtedly be him. Van Gaal's actions served as a wake-up call for the other starting midfielders of Manchester United. Their abilities had become secondary. They needed to exhibit a level of commitment that would satisfy Van Gaal on the field. If any of them disappointed him during this match, they risked being cast into the cold shadows of the substitutes bench. There was no time to continue lamenting or regretting. Once Chelsea finished celebrating their goal, the match resumed, and the four midfielders from Manchester United quickly demonstrated their eagerness. However, their lateral coverage and sweeping speed were inadequate to effectively thwart Chelsea's offensive penetration. To disrupt Chelsea's rhythm, they had to abandon conventional playing strategies. What should they do if they couldn't match them in play? Resort to fouling, of course. This method lacks professionalism and is not typically acceptable, yet it must be acknowledged that such crude and direct tactics can prove effective at times. While Herrera and Schweinsteiger might exercise some restraint, Fellaini and Schneiderlin did not hold back, launching aggressive challenges at Kroos and the comparatively weaker Azpilicueta. Fellaini's initial foul on Kroos was discreet enough that the referee, Leon, was too far away to see it clearly by the time he arrived. Kroos was already grimacing as he stood up. However, 2 minutes later, Schneiderlin's blatant tackle on Azpilicueta's ankle was unmistakable to Leon. The referee was quicker on this occasion, and as Schneiderlin rose from the ground after his foul, Leon promptly expelled him from the touchline. After Schneiderlin was pushed to the sidelines, a frustrated Leon attempted to kick him, only to be swiftly restrained by Matic, who was nearby. "Calm down, brother. You must remain composed. This is not the way to go about it. If you strike him, you'll be joining him off the pitch," Matic urged loudly in Leon's ear. At that moment, several Chelsea and Manchester United players, who were close by, rushed over to separate Leon and Schneiderlin. Interestingly, the United players, upon arriving, also cautioned Leon against excessive agitation. Perhaps aware of their own culpability, very few of Manchester United's starting players took Schneiderlin's side to provoke Leon. This scene was somewhat comical. After all, in the heat of conflict on the pitch, regardless of right or wrong, teammates typically stand united against outsiders. One could recall the legendary camaraderie of players from the Cantona and Keane era. Even in recent seasons, players like Rooney would confront similar situations without hesitation, standing firm in the face of adversity. Irrational Manchester United may have garnered praise from the FA and certain sports media, but their current demeanor left the home fans feeling disheartened once more. In contrast, Leon's fiery temperament and willingness to defend his teammate resonated more with the old-school supporters. Fortunately, Azpilicueta was able to rise again after receiving rapid treatment from the medical staff. Otherwise, Leon would have surely taken matters into his own hands, even risking suspension to teach Schneiderlin a lesson. The referee noticed that Azpilicueta's ankle was not severely injured and breathed a sigh of relief. He called Leon aside, reiterating the unacceptability of violent conduct on the field, and issued him a verbal warning. Subsequently, with a serious demeanor, he summoned Schneiderlin before him and, under the anxious gaze of the Manchester United fans, presented him with a yellow card. This decision seemed reasonable, given it was Manchester United's home ground. Providing them with a modicum of leniency was acceptable. Leon remained somewhat dissatisfied, but with the referee having set the standard for the judgment, he refrained from further comment, giving Schneiderlin a penetrating glare before turning to Azpilicueta. "He will pay for this, I assure you, Eden," Leon promised earnestly. Azpilicueta was undoubtedly touched by this vow, yet he worried about Leon's potential impulsive behavior on the field. "I absolutely trust you, boss. However, I genuinely feel fine right now. Please, let's not act rashly. We can respond through our performance in the match." Upon hearing Azpilicueta's words, Leon chuckled, patting him on the shoulder and nodding in agreement. The match soon resumed its normal rhythm, with Chelsea's attacking players adopting a more aggressive pace. Leon pressed forward with great enthusiasm, actively seeking the ball, showcasing a fervent desire to attack. Just 3 minutes after the game returned to its usual flow, Leon unleashed 2 powerful long-range shots from outside the Manchester United penalty area. Although the impressive De Gea successfully thwarted 2 long-range shots from Leon, the Manchester United defenders remained unsettled, acutely aware of the remarkable velocity of Leon's strikes. "Do not grant him the slightest opportunity," he bellowed at his defensive teammates, his usual calm demeanor giving way to urgency. Unlike many other goalkeepers, he rarely lost his temper. Yet the threat posed by Leon's long-range prowess was palpable, and the absence of the seasoned Ferdinand and Vidic left him bearing a heavier burden of responsibility. He roared to rouse his teammates into a heightened state of alertness. Noticing De Gea's exceptional form, Leon refrained from further long-range attempts and shifted his focus to Blinds, the United defender. While Blinds may evolve into a versatile and competent defender, his optimal position certainly does not lie in central defense. Despite the presence of several shorter legendary central defenders in football, their formidable physical attributes, particularly their jumping ability, far exceed that of Blinds. The memory of Suarez overpowering Blinds to score a header resurfaced in Leon's mind as he began to retreat defensively. When Manchester United regained possession, their attacks lacked significant threat, primarily due to a midfield heavy on muscle rather than finesse. Lukaku's attempts to break down the flank were noticeable, yet he stood alone, and Chelsea's defenders were all too familiar with his tactics. After exhausting his options, Lukaku found himself ensnared by Chelsea's defensive setup with insufficient support from his teammates. Upon receiving the ball from Matic once more, Leon gestured for Hazard to return to the front line, consciously distributing the ball to the wide players. Immediately, Hazard and Sulla grasped Leon's intent. In their established attacking strategy, once Leon began directing the play towards the wings, it signified Chelsea's intention to employ set-piece tactics. With the dual-wing assault in play, Leon would relinquish the organizing role to Kroos, and as the fullbacks surged forward, he would occupy the half spaces in the opponent's territory. The variation in Leon's movement and ball control would invariably prompt corresponding adjustments in Chelsea's attacking tactics. While outsiders may not discern these subtleties, the players within Chelsea's first team were intimately familiar with them. Lukaku, wishing to alert his defensive teammates, hesitated, recalling the recent distance established between him and the United squad, and thus refrained from overstepping. During this phase, Hazard and Sulla showcased their formidable ability to penetrate defenses with the ball. Luke Shaw managed to contend with the still-developing Sulla, but for Darmian, facing Hazard was tantamount to inviting disaster. In light of his inadequacies, Darmian resorted to tactical fouls to mitigate the threat. In the 32nd minute of the first half, Darmian once again brought down Hazard at the edge of Manchester United's penalty area, thereby granting Chelsea an excellent opportunity for a set piece. De Gea, visibly anxious, directed his teammates to adjust their positions in front of the goal. Chelsea had previously posed a threat to Manchester United's net with 3 set pieces, particularly through Zuma, who had been formidable in the air, stepping in for Maguire today. Just 3 minutes earlier, Zuma had nearly scored from a corner, overpowering Smalling and directing a header towards the center of Manchester United's goal. Had it not been for De Gea's keen focus and yet another miraculous save, Manchester United would not have been trailing Chelsea by merely a goal at that moment. As Zuma surged once more into the United penalty area, De Gea had to summon every ounce of concentration to contend with this troublesome aerial threat. 10 seconds later, Kroos surveyed the positioning of players within the United penalty area, raised his right arm, and then struck the ball into the box. In an instant, the players from both Chelsea and Manchester United clashed fiercely in pursuit of the ball. At that moment, not only was De Gea acutely aware, but the defenders in the United box and the vast majority of United fans present were fixated on Zuma, who had been excelling in the aerial duels. Amidst the passionate commentary from the Sky Sports announcer, Zuma once again outjumped Smalling at the near post, establishing a dominant position. However, the ball narrowly sailed over his head, spinning further towards the center of the United penalty area. De Gea was startled and quickly adjusted his line of sight. Yet quicker than him, Leon, having pushed aside blind, executed a powerful header towards the near corner of the United goal. De Gea, initially focused on Chelsea players in the center and far corner of the box, was forced to pivot back towards the near post due to Leon's strike. The precious fraction of a second he lost in this process sealed the fate of his save. De Gea stretched his fingertips in an attempt to connect with the ball, but ultimately he made no contact at all. The football crashed into the upper corner of the net. As the net rippled, thousands of Chelsea supporters erupted in a deafening roar that overshadowed the Manchester United fans present. Leon, whether intentionally or not, let out a few triumphant shouts towards Schneiderlin's direction before racing towards the edge of the United half, celebrating with a fervent scream, a slide, and a flourish of jubilation. However, his subsequent air-punching celebration seemed to strike a painful blow to all United supporters, evoking feelings of hurt, embarrassment, and anger. Yet, the fans of Manchester United were equally resigned, for with this goal, the prospect of avoiding defeat seemed bleak. After several minutes of celebration, the Chelsea players finally surrounded Leon, strutting back to their half with pride. As the first half dwindled down to its final minutes, Chelsea ceased their relentless assault on Manchester United and instead opted for a more measured possession play in midfield. Was this an act of humiliation? Objectively speaking, it could hardly be deemed as such, for Manchester City has employed similar tactics far more frequently. Yet, at this moment, it became evident to all spectators that Chelsea's players were, in a subjective sense, mocking Manchester United. They derided the players representing United for their lack of skill, further lamenting the loss of the indomitable spirit synonymous with the Red Devils. Resorting to fouls when outplayed hardly embodies the spirit of the Red Devils. Rather, it is a manifestation of an inability to accept defeat. The frustration of Manchester United's players was palpable, and Van Gaal, observing from the sidelines, shared in their discontent. But what purpose does anger serve? During the halftime interval, Van Gaal fervently rallied his players, urging them to summon their fighting spirit. Yet, as the second half commenced, while United displayed commendable aggression, Chelsea maintained a steady grip on possession within their own half. After weathering the initial fervor of United's attempts to reclaim the ball, Chelsea eventually advanced with renewed vigor. However, Chelsea's forward push inadvertently granted United opportunities for counterattacks. In the 66th minute of the second half, United finally managed to regain possession in their defensive third. Herrera, displaying quick wit, shielded the ball with his back before passing it back. Smalling received the ball and unleashed a powerful through pass, which deftly evaded the Chelsea forward's attempts to intercept, landing precisely at the feet of the advancing Schneiderlin. The French midfielder, filled with elation, turned and began his forward run. Yet, scarcely a second into his advance, a searing pain shot through his heel, causing him to collapse to the ground, clutching his foot in agony. The fervent cheers from Old Trafford momentarily halted, only to be replaced by a wave of boos directed at Leon. Leon, maintaining an expression of calm, rose from the pitch without casting a glance at the fallen Schneiderlin, instead turning to confront the furious Manchester United players rushing toward him. His teammates, however, swiftly erected a barrier between him and the irate United players. Leon met the intense stares of the United squad, feeling neither shame nor remorse. He stood resolute. He acknowledged his transgression and the breach of his professional ethics. Yet he harbored no regrets for inflicting upon Schneiderlin the same torment that Hazard had once endured. Perhaps he would face repercussions for this, but he remained steadfast in his decision to defend his teammates. Meanwhile, Chelsea's other players rallied around their captain with unwavering support. Tensions between the players of Chelsea and Manchester United escalated, leading to a head-on clash. The officiating referee was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated Lyon's initial pretense of compliance, only to retaliate after half an hour with such vindictiveness. Blowing his whistle with urgency, the referee hurried into the fray, striving to separate the two opposing teams. Lyon. Under the solemn summons of the referee, Lyon cast a glance, his eyes falling upon a glaring red card held aloft, signifying his expulsion from the match. Yet, the emotions within him remained remarkably composed. He chose not to contest the decision. Instead, he removed the captain's armband from his arm. "Eden, I apologize. I entrust you with this," he said, placing the armband onto the vice-captain, Hazard. With his head held high, Lyon strode off the pitch amid the jeers and insults hurled by the thousands of Manchester United supporters present. Having scored twice, securing a strong position for his team at Old Trafford, he embraced his role as Chelsea's offensive linchpin. Simultaneously, it was his duty to stand up for his beleaguered teammates and ensure that the aggressive opponents faced repercussions. This was the weight of responsibility he bore as the captain of the team. Chapter 348. The unconventional homecoming of the little lion. Mourinho's countenance was somewhat grim, though not solely due to Liang's red card incident. Rather, it stemmed from the overwhelming chorus of boos directed at Liang from the Manchester United fans. He refrained from elaborating, instead offering a sturdy embrace to Liang as he exited the field, a gesture of solidarity. As for the Manchester United supporters who were vocally deriding Liang, Mourinho cast a piercing glance in their direction. Indeed, these fans were not entirely in the wrong. They were merely advocating for their injured player. However, as Liang's manager, Mourinho was not inclined to entertain any neutral or objective reflections at that moment. He wished for those who derided his protégé and the Manchester United team to face consequences. Accompanied by Carlos and Holland, Liang made his way through the players' tunnel. Meanwhile, the Chelsea players remaining on the field, both starters and substitutes, glared furiously towards the Manchester United half. Naturally, the United players were equally incensed. Schneiderlin, who had been felled by Liang's tackle, was unable to continue after treatment from the team physician and had been substituted by Van Gaal. Fortunately, preliminary examinations revealed no significant issues with Schneiderlin's ligaments or ankle. He was sidelined more due to the immediate impact of Liang's challenge than any prior foul he may have committed against Hazard. Ultimately, the outcome was that Chelsea did not suffer a reduction in personnel, while Manchester United faced tangible losses due to injury. The notion of a fellow player being deliberately taken out by an opponent was a source of humiliation for the United starters. Every individual possesses a temper. Regardless of whether their abilities matched those of Chelsea, the United players were determined to retaliate with greater force. As the match resumed, leveraging their numerical advantage, Manchester United sought to seize control of midfield to exert pressure on Chelsea. However, the players on the field were unprepared for Mourinho's audacious decision to shift to a three center-back system, resolutely deciding to continue battling Manchester United. Trippier was repositioned to the midfield by Mourinho. Although he may not be able to replace Lyon, with him and Matic providing defensive support on the flanks, Kroos is equally capable of orchestrating Chelsea's offensive play. Manchester United, recklessly pushing forward, soon fell victim to Chelsea's swift counterattack. In the 71st minute of the second half, Kroos received the ball and surged forward, delivering a long pass to the advancing Salah on the right. Salah made a decisive cut inside, evading Fellaini, and then threaded a precise pass through the defense to set up Suarez for a one-on-one opportunity. Suarez's exquisite shot into the far corner left De Gea, who was in stellar form today, utterly powerless. Following the goal, Suarez charged towards the sidelines, letting out a roar directed at the United fans gathered in the stands. Previously, he celebrated in such a manner as a Liverpool player, yet now, having transferred, he continues this gesture to stand up for his teammates. Other Chelsea players eagerly joined him, mimicking Suarez's display of defiance towards the United supporters. The players on the pitch for Manchester United were incensed, rushing over to demand an explanation. However, truth be told, trailing by 3 goals, their seemingly fierce approach lacked any persuasive power. As soon as Chelsea scored, Mourinho promptly made substitutions. Hazard, Salah, and Kroos were replaced by Karius, Van Ginkel, and the recently recovered Terry. Mourinho's intention in bringing on these defensive players was not merely for better defense. It became evident when the newly introduced right-back Carras executed a ferocious tackle on Herrera, igniting yet another large-scale confrontation between the players of both teams. Neutral fans watching from home quickly grasped Mourinho's true intent behind these substitutions. What a spectacle. Clearly, they were prepared for a brawl. It's no wonder he removed the wingers and another key playmaker from midfield. Mourinho's strategy was astute. Such spirit, I admire it. Come on, Manchester United players. You must retaliate. If United were to be decisively defeated by Chelsea at Old Trafford today, I would truly lose respect for them. This group of players is tarnishing the reputation of the Red Devils. Hasn't the reputation of the Red Devils already been lost? Moyes managed quite well without spending excessively. Why did the United hierarchy hastily replace him? Fans online began to fervently discuss the match, no longer concerned with the final outcome between Chelsea and Manchester United. Instead, they were eager to see if the two teams would indeed engage in a brawl on the pitch. Mourinho's substitutions seemed to be a deliberate provocation. Yet, ironically, the Manchester United players, despite having the advantage of home ground, were reluctant to engage Chelsea directly. In the final 20 minutes of the match, both teams accumulated a significant number of yellow cards. Chelsea's defenders received 3 yellow cards, while Manchester United also garnered 3, leading to a scene that was at times uncontrollable. However, the larger conflict was swiftly resolved by the officiating referee, as a total of 6 yellow cards were issued within the span of 20 minutes. Prompt action indeed. Manchester United seemed to be riding the wave of circumstance. On the other hand, Chelsea's former captain, Terry, intended to rally his younger teammates to confront Manchester United at their dressing room door. Nevertheless, Mourinho interjected, preventing Terry from escalating the situation further. In the post-match press conference, Mourinho unleashed his fury, vehemently criticizing Manchester United's tactical fouls against Chelsea during the first half of the match. Van Gaal, not one to be outdone, stood his ground, particularly as it was evident that Lyon had indeed received a straight red card and was sent off. With a sense of righteousness, Van Gaal called upon the FA to take serious action regarding Lyon's malicious retaliatory challenge on Schneiderlin. However, to the surprise of many, the FA did not immediately provide a detailed statement regarding Lyon's on-field misconduct. While they did express their disapproval, the FA has consistently been averse to violent incidents that could tarnish the commercial integrity of the Premier League. Neutral fans, intrigued by the spectacle, were eager to see how the FA would penalize the league's marquee star, Lyon. That evening, Manchester United released Schneiderlin's injury report, revealing a soft tissue contusion in the ankle, accompanied by a rather alarming photograph of the swollen area posted on Schneiderlin's social media. Yet, seasoned football enthusiasts understood that such soft tissue injuries were considerably less severe than ligament or joint damage. As long as the injury was not serious, an athlete could typically return to the pitch after a week of rest. In essence, Schneiderlin faced no significant issue, while the photograph appeared daunting. Timely treatment would likely reduce the swelling within 2 days. Thus, Lyon was not as irredeemably villainous as the local Manchester media portrayed him. His actions were indeed erroneous and warranted criticism, yet the resultant punishment did not necessitate an extensive suspension of over 10 matches. Shortly after the injury assessment, the FA officially announced the final sanctions, a severe warning, a fine of 100,000, and a 3-match ban. Once this decision was revealed, the majority of Premier League fans felt that the FA had acted commendably. A 100,000 fine is no trivial matter, and coupled with the standard 3-match suspension, Chelsea would undoubtedly feel the repercussions of Lyon's indiscretion on their league performance. However, upon further scrutiny of the FA's penalties, it becomes apparent that a discernible bias may have been at play in a match that garnered the attention of hundreds of millions, if not over 1 billion fans. Such retaliatory acts of violence are simply unacceptable. This refers to Lyon. If it were another player, the FA would certainly impose a severe punishment, suspending him for 7 or 8 matches, which would align with the FA's current disciplinary approach. After all, the global promotion of the Premier League is fervently underway, and any incidents detrimental to its image are firmly suppressed by the FA. That malicious foul did not merely take down a Premier League player. It could potentially jeopardize a crucial commercial negotiation for the league. Lyon, being a unique entity with a built-in market appeal, is afforded leniency by the FA. A fine of 100,000 accompanied by a standard 3-match suspension serves to silence dissenting voices. This is essentially a veiled reminder to Lyon, while they acknowledge his wealth, Should they choose to enforce stringent penalties, they can do so. This time, they opted for a heavier fine and a lighter suspension. But next time he may not escape so easily. Lyon may not have grasped the FA's good intentions immediately, but Mendes certainly received the message. He initiated a public relations campaign to bolster Lyon's image as a loyal brother while simultaneously managing Lyon's personal media to issue an apology. Although the statement included an apology, it was crafted by Lyon's management team to express regret for his failure to adequately represent the Premier League's image. While there was an apology to his supporting fans, notably absent was any expression of remorse towards Manchester United or Schneiderlin. Many within the management of other Premier League clubs perceive the FA's leniency towards Lyon as overly affectionate, and dissatisfaction is palpable. After all, it appears to be preferential treatment. A 3-match suspension is hardly significant, especially when the FA usually imposes strict penalties on errant players from their squads. However, to be fair, many commercial endorsement contracts from China over the past 2 seasons have significantly bolstered their club's finances. Considering the potential for increased endorsement revenue in the coming year, the executives of these Premier League clubs chose to turn a blind eye to this troublesome matter. Manchester United, however, was unwilling to relent. They expressed dissatisfaction with the FA's punishment of Lyon and continued to appeal for a harsher penalty. Chelsea, after promptly covering Lyon's 100,000 fine, gathered a compilation of malicious fouls committed by Manchester United players against Chelsea players in the last match and likewise filed an appeal. Both clubs engaged in a battle of relations in the public arena, leaving the FA in a quandary. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Lyon appeared unperturbed, comfortably resting for 2 days before resuming extra training during the international break. During this international break, most of the first-team players from Chelsea were called up by their respective national teams. Lyon, along with a few remaining young players, engaged in a rigorous conditioning session at the Cobham training base, while Mourinho promoted several young talents from the reserve team to train with the first team. After the international break, Mourinho observed his key players, who had just endured 2 grueling national team matches and were experiencing varying degrees of fatigue. He decisively instructed Zuma and a few others to prepare for the starting lineup in the 5th round of the league. In previous instances, Lyon would typically assume the role of the core player, continuing to start. However, with Lyon currently suspended, Mourinho found himself relying more on his substitutes, hoping that these young talents could rise to the occasion during this critical match as the first team regained their stamina. On the afternoon of September 12th, Chelsea embarked on an away journey to Goodison Park, where they were set to compete against Everton in the 5th round of the Premier League. Notably, Suarez, Hazard, Matic, Thiago Silva, and Azpilicueta were absent from the starting lineup. This match marked Kroos's debut partnership with De Bruyne in midfield, supported by Van Ginkel behind them, while the attacking trident comprised Gnabry, Llorente, and Salah. In defense, Bertrand returned to the starting lineup, flanking Trippier as Chelsea's starting fullbacks, with Maguire and Gary Cahill forming the central defensive duo. Oblak, whose form remained largely unaffected, continued as the starting goalkeeper. While Chelsea's defensive lineup appeared robust, concerns lingered among the fans regarding the attacking front. However, once the match commenced, Llorente utilized his extensive experience and formidable physicality to create opportunities for his teammates in the offensive half. The towering Spanish striker was adept at holding off defenders and maintaining possession, making him an invaluable asset for Mourinho. Although the tactical approach of utilizing both wings was somewhat hindered by Gnabry's nervous performance, Salah fulfilled his tactical responsibilities with aplomb. Everton's right back, Galloway, fell victim to Salah's relentless attacks, as the Egyptian broke through Galloway's defenses an astounding 6 times in the first half alone. Having torn through Everton's right flank, Salah wreaked havoc in the penalty area, consistently unsettling the Everton defenders with both shots and passes. By halftime, Salah had both assisted and scored, propelling Chelsea to a 2-1 lead over Everton. Although Everton managed to equalize in the second half, Llorente's crucial goal at a pivotal moment secured Chelsea's victory. Ultimately, Chelsea emerged victorious with a narrow 1-0 win, claiming 3 vital points from the away match. The new bench players not only demonstrated their significant value to the team, but also afforded the first-team players a precious 3 days of recuperation. 3 days later, Mourinho led the team onto a flight to Madrid, Spain. This journey was not merely an away trip, but also a special homecoming. While on the bus heading to their hotel from the airport, Chelsea's players were astonished to see numerous fans clad in Real Madrid jerseys lining the roads, holding placards to welcome Mourinho and Leon back home. Leon smiled as he leaned against the bus window, continuously waving to the familiar Real Madrid fans. Mourinho wore a reminiscent smile on his face as well. Indeed, they had returned home. Chapter 349. This was once a counterattacking style unique to Real Madrid. Seated on the bus, Leon gazed at the streets and buildings he once knew intimately, although he had been away from this city for over 2 years. Upon his return, he quickly adapted and felt at ease once more. Emotionally, he did not regard Madrid as his so-called second hometown. Nevertheless, having lived in this city for 9 years and launched his professional career here, Leon harbored a special affection for Madrid. The Real Madrid fans openly expressed their longing for both Leon and Mourinho. The other Chelsea players on the bus observed the fervor of the Madrid supporters. While jealousy was not a factor, it was evident that they felt a deep envy towards Leon. After all, this was Madrid. And to be so cherished by the Real Madrid fans in this city was, in many ways, a testament to a player's successful career. Leon and Mourinho were indeed returning in glory, but when they arrived at their hotel and faced requests for interviews from local media, they politely declined. After all, this was merely the first round of the new season's Champions League group stage, and they represented Chelsea FC. It seemed unnecessary to indulge in sentimentality at this juncture. Even if they did not think much of it, any hint of opportunity would likely be seized by journalists, leading to chaotic headlines. Thus, exercising caution was prudent. They could always reminisce and grant interviews after the match. That evening, Chelsea's pre-match training session was quite intriguing. Typically, when a visiting team comes to the Bernabeu, there are staff members from Real Madrid to provide a guided tour of the club's illustrious history. However, this time, the official staff found themselves overshadowed as Leon took it upon himself to show his Chelsea teammates around the interior and exterior of the Bernabeu. That night, Real Madrid's official social media accounts updated several times, welcoming Leon and Mourinho back home, and sharing photos of Leon leading his Chelsea teammates through the trophy room. Many Real Madrid fans commented humorously on their club's official posts. One particularly popular tweet was quite amusing. The 2 UEFA Champions League trophies and 2 league titles recently added to the trophy room were won by Leon and his former Real Madrid teammates. How could he not be familiar with them? This seemingly playful comment sparked a collective sentiment among Real Madrid supporters. Indeed, the latest prestigious trophies in the club's trophy room were all hard-won during Leon's time alongside that cohort of Mourinho's Real Madrid players. It had only been a little over 2 seasons, yet Real Madrid had struggled to reclaim the Champions League and La Liga titles. The club's performance is not without merit, consistently securing a position among the top 3 in La Liga each season and making it to the semi-finals of the Champions League. However, comparison often casts a shadow. While Mourinho and Leon are on the verge of establishing a dynasty at Chelsea, the club is poised to replicate Real Madrid's miraculous back-to-back Champions League triumphs of this season. On one hand, there is a struggle to maintain a semblance of strength, with the risk of a sudden decline back to the era of merely reaching the round of 16 in the Champions League. On the other hand, Chelsea's trajectory resembles a rising sun, poised to dominate an era in football. Crucially, when it comes to investments, the disparity between the two teams is negligible. Since the dawn of the new century, Real Madrid has not hesitated to spend lavishly, consistently making significant signings and boasting a roster of stars. Upon reflection, the so-called decline of Real Madrid can be traced back to the season when Leon and Mourinho departed. Conversely, Chelsea's resurgence and the restoration of their formidable reputation can be attributed to the arrival of Mourinho and Leon. Fans seldom delve deeply into the dynamics of their team's fortunes. Rather, they are more inclined to trust the stark comparisons and the straightforward conclusions drawn from them. After all, even the club's president has subtly acknowledged in public that allowing Leon and Mourinho to leave simultaneously was a miscalculation. If the captain of the ship harbors regrets, it is only natural for the fans to feel a sense of loss. Many Real Madrid supporters have even engaged in discussions online regarding the possibility of Leon and Mourinho returning to the club. Once this conversation gains momentum, it becomes difficult to halt. Naturally, Chelsea fans are unwilling to remain passive, entering the fray to remind their Real Madrid counterparts to awaken from their dreams. Leon has just signed a new 3-year contract with the club, and Jose's renewal is also nearing completion. There is no need for wishful thinking. Renewal? When Chelsea triggered the release clause for the Lion, our club officially announced plans to renew his contract. What happened then? The market is rife with uncertainties. Could you have predicted that Leon and Jose would both join Chelsea? That is sheer sophistry. Leon is thriving in London, on the brink of claiming his first Ballon d'Or, a recognition that Real Madrid cannot currently offer him. You may have Cristiano Ronaldo and Gareth Bale, but should Leon return to Madrid, he would merely be sharing the spotlight. I cannot conceive of any compelling reason for his return. Both Ronaldo and Bale are aging. Real Madrid inevitably requires a new king, and the Lion was destined to be our prince. His return would be a natural progression, a truth that you surely comprehend. Are you feeling uneasy? You are being absurd, even before the match has commenced. The fans of both teams are embroiled in a contentious debate over an unfounded issue. Consequently, the following morning, when Leon completed the final training session at Getafe's training base, he was left bewildered by questions from Marca reporters regarding a potential transfer. The summer transfer window has completely closed. Where am I supposed to transfer? Where did you hear such baseless rumors? It is the fans who speak of such matters, and there may be some misunderstandings. I am currently 100% focused on Chelsea, and that is the end of it. I do not wish to comment on such discussions. My sole focus is on the pitch, thank you. After dismissing the reporter from Marca, Leon returned directly to his hotel to rest. It was not until that evening, when the players of both teams took to the field for warm-ups, that Leon once again appeared before the media. This time, he did not shy away from the cameras. Before the warm-up officially commenced, he made a point to embrace and greet his former teammates. Now, within the ranks of Real Madrid, there are many familiar yet unfamiliar faces to Leon, such as James Rodriguez and Bale. However, he is surrounded by more old friends. Nacho, Cristiano Ronaldo, Modric, Vasquez, Carvajal, Pepe, Ramos, and Casemiro. Leon shared warm embraces and exchanged pleasantries with each of his familiar companions, though he felt a tinge of regret at not seeing his mentor, Xabi Alonso. Once more at the Bernabeu, Xabi departed from Real Madrid following the 2014 to 2015 season, choosing not to join powerhouse clubs like Bayern or Paris Saint-Germain that were pursuing him, but rather to return to Real Sociedad. In the prime of his career, he opted to savor the game and prepare for his future coaching endeavors, which may very well constitute a perfect conclusion to his career. After all, upon reflection, Xabi's over a decade-long professional journey has honored every club he represented. He has clinched the Champions League with 2 teams, achieved a complete set of club honors, and secured 3 major international tournament victories with the national team. There are no regrets in Xabi's career. If he wishes to return to the essence of football, then that is undoubtedly the best choice for him. Leon was uncertain whether Xabi would attend the match today. After all, during their recent phone conversation, Xabi jokingly mentioned wanting to stay home with his wife and children and expressed a waning interest in Champions League matches. Yet, Leon harbored a glimmer of hope. What if today Xabi decided to surprise him, seated in a private box with his family, eagerly awaiting the match, since they could no longer partner on the field? As Xabi's only direct disciple, Leon yearned for Xabi to witness his growth and prowess. This wasn't about boasting, but rather about expressing gratitude. He wished to thank Xabi for his selfless support back in the day, for quietly assisting his development. Leon had always desired to showcase his progress on the field one last time. "Teacher, look, I am now as exceptional as you." With a hint of anticipation, Leon shared a brief exchange with his former teammates before returning to his own squad. Following the warm-up, both teams swiftly retreated to their dressing rooms. They needed to seize every moment to prepare for this crucial Champions League clash. Today, Leon need not rally the troops in the locker room before the match. Due to his recent commendable performances in training, Terry will replace Maguire in the starting lineup for today's match. This decision is not a consequence of Maguire's recent displays being subpar or his lack of commitment in training. Rather, Mourinho opts for this arrangement as a precaution, given Terry's extensive experience in high-stakes matches. While Maguire has been performing steadily, Mourinho undoubtedly places greater trust in the seasoned player's instinct for the game when both are in good form. Although Terry has previously indicated that Leon should serve as the on-field captain, Leon has returned the captain's armband to Terry, demonstrating his respect for the veteran. Leon has consistently excelled in honoring his senior teammates. Consequently, Terry will lead Chelsea's pre-match rally today, while Leon merges into the atmosphere, joining his fellow teammates in vociferous encouragement. This clash against Real Madrid is of considerable significance for Chelsea, especially since they have been placed in a formidable group for this season's Champions League, making the quest for group supremacy far more challenging than in previous seasons. As the primary contender for Chelsea's top spot in the group, Real Madrid represents a formidable obstacle, and Chelsea will undoubtedly strive for victory in this direct encounter. The pre-match rally proceeded smoothly, and the starting players of Chelsea are eager to showcase their prowess at the Bernabeu. Likewise, the players of Real Madrid share a similar mindset. This confrontation is a decisive battle for both teams, where defeat could jeopardize their chances of securing the top position in the group. Mourinho and Ancelotti have both fielded their strongest 11, as the broadcast camera focused on these 22 confident stars stepping onto the pitch. Many neutral fans watching at home instinctively felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, witnessing a clash of titans is exhilarating. Leon stood resolutely in the familiar surroundings of the Bernabeu, his pre-match demeanor slightly grave. The Spanish commentator playfully teased Leon, suggesting that he might be reminiscing about past matches in this very stadium. Such banter carried a hint of warmth. When the referee blew the whistle to commence the match, Real Madrid swiftly spread their formation and launched an initial probing attack against Chelsea. The Chelsea midfield, led by Leon, stood firm in response. An intense battle ensued in the center circle. Benzema, as is his custom, attempted to drop back to receive the ball, but before he could establish control, Leon decisively dislodged him from the ball. Perhaps due to the intensity of this challenge, Leon was whistled for a foul by the referee. However, Leon remained unfazed. After clearing the ball, he chuckled and helped Benzema back to his feet. The two shared a light-hearted pat on the back, brushing off the encounter. Yet, on the sidelines, Ancelotti began to sense that the situation might be turning unfavorable. He believes that Leon possesses an exceptionally profound understanding of the current key players on the Real Madrid squad. Benzema's ability to drop back and receive the ball is crucial for the seamless operation of Real Madrid's attacking framework. Cristiano Ronaldo must allocate more of his stamina towards penetrating forward runs and darting into the penalty area for timely positioning. Consequently, Benzema is required to retreat more frequently to receive the ball, even taking on a portion of the responsibility for orchestrating the attack. This approach benefits Modric's forward thrusts and enhances the offensive activities of Bale and Ronaldo on the flanks. However, observing Leon's defensive posture at the outset, Ancelotti surmised that Benzema would likely struggle to exhibit his tactical value today. After a foul by Leon, Real Madrid seized possession in the attacking third and continued to pursue offensive attempts. Yet, merely 3 minutes later, it was once again Benzema who was intercepted by Matic as he dropped back to receive the ball. The two engaged in a brief struggle, and Matic managed to nudge the ball towards the sideline. As Pilicueta swiftly returned the ball to Cruz, while Leon had already commenced a full-speed forward run. To ensure safety, Cruz opted not to deliver a ground pass to Leon, but instead sent a perfectly weighted lofted ball. During his forward advance, Leon adeptly gauged the trajectory of the ball and the positioning of his opponents. Thus, he chose not to halt the ball at his feet. Instead, he deftly flicked it forward with his head, subsequently maneuvering around Casemiro's defensive stance. Quickly stop Leon. Foul. Direct foul. Master Pay directed Carvajal, who was making an inward run, to execute a tactical foul on Leon at the edge of the penalty area. Yet, in this moment, Leon seamlessly distributed the ball behind Carvajal. Hazard surged forward with remarkable speed, receiving the ball and penetrating deep into Real Madrid's penalty area. Just before Pepe could intervene, Hazard took a cutting inward step and unleashed a precise curling shot. The ball traced a magnificent arc in the air, heading straight for the far corner of the Real Madrid goal. Navas responded with remarkable swiftness. The Costa Rican goalkeeper stretched his body in midair, extending his arm straight to graze the spinning ball with his fingertips. Ultimately, he managed to make slight contact, altering the trajectory of the shot. Hazard's effort failed to completely evade Navas's grasp, as the ball struck the intersection of the crossbar and the post before rebounding out of play. The thousands of Real Madrid fans collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. My God, Navas has saved Real Madrid. The reporter from Sky Sports in England expressed both exhilaration and regret at that moment. However, he quickly lauded Chelsea for executing such a spectacular counterattack. Leon patted the back of Hazard's head, who was still lamenting his missed opportunity. It was indeed unfortunate that the ball did not find the net, but they had successfully mounted a counterattack, and the entire Chelsea squad was in excellent form today, full of potential. The Real Madrid fans, who had just experienced an emotional roller coaster, now reflected with a sense of nostalgia. In years past, such a swift and efficient counterattacking style was emblematic of Real Madrid's unique identity. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 350. Can the Malingers still hold their ground? The Chelsea starting players swiftly entered the match's rhythm today, executing a threatening counterattack. Unfortunately, they faced the equally formidable Navas. His exceptional performance is undoubtedly a boon for Real Madrid, yet the midfielders, particularly the defensive players, must heighten their vigilance. They cannot allow Chelsea to exploit counterattacks so freely. Just moments ago, Hazard was on the brink of breaking the deadlock. Only a stroke of luck eluded him. Indeed, after Hazard struck, I was convinced it would find the net, yet Navas showcased his brilliance. Ancelotti may need to reconsider the offensive tempo. After all, Chelsea excels in rapid counterattacks, and it seems imprudent to press forward so aggressively. In the LuTV Sports studio, the dynamic commentary duo of Zhan Jun and Coach Zhang shared their insights on Chelsea's counterattack piercing through Real Madrid's defense. On the pitch, Real Madrid appeared to dominate, persistently assaulting Chelsea's backline. However, their overall offensive threat paled in comparison to Chelsea's counterattacks. It seems that the desire for greater control over the match rhythm has led Real Madrid to fall into Chelsea's tactical cadence. Naturally, Ancelotti bears responsibility for this tactical misstep at the outset. Fortunately, his adaptability during matches is commendable, as the situation on the field grew increasingly precarious. Ancelotti quickly conferred with his assistant before striding to the sidelines to call Modric over for new tactical instructions. Leon observed this moment and signaled to Kroos beside him. Luka, Modric, is certainly going to drop back to a deeper position. We can press forward to seize the rhythm and push them out of our half. Leon spoke with conviction, and Kroos had no doubts. From Kroos's perspective, Ancelotti's tactical adjustment, aside from having Modric retreat to bolster defense, left little room for alternative strategies. It would be unreasonable to expect James Rodriguez, today's starting attacking midfielder for Real Madrid, to drop back to an 8th position for additional defensive support. James's style is akin to that of a classical playmaker. His striking capability is formidable, and he can deliver threatening through balls from central positions. Ancelotti has extensively employed classical number 10s during his tenure at Milan, making such a core player feel second nature. Yet, in this high-stakes encounter, James's limited coverage in midfield, primarily excelling in the center, magnifies his defensive shortcomings. After all, modern football emphasizes robust running, physicality, and a balanced approach to attack and defense. The more formidable the team, the more they prioritize these fundamental aspects. When a strong team faces a weaker opponent, it is acceptable for 1 or 2 players in midfield to exert less effort and not track back as extensively. This is because stronger teams can leverage their pronounced technical advantages to suppress weaker foes, while their industrious teammates in defense can compensate with additional effort. In the realm of formidable confrontations, the disparity in technical prowess among elite teams is virtually non-existent. At such moments, the presence of even 1 or 2 players who exhibit a lack of dynamism can be detrimental. The technical attributes and playing habits of James Rodriguez render his activity on the flanks of the midfield less effective. As for his defensive diligence, such habits and tactical compliance can indeed be cultivated over time. Should James surmount this flaw, transitioning to the role of an attacking midfielder would pose no significant issue. However, he requires time to convince himself. Expecting immediate adaptation to a new position and style of play is unrealistic. Thus, if Ancelotti intends to implement tactical adjustments without directly substituting James, he must first sacrifice Modric. This suggests that, in Ancelotti's estimation, James currently holds greater tactical significance than Modric. Leon, no longer a Real Madrid player, refrains from voicing opinions on the matter. Yet he can remind Ancelotti through his actions on the pitch. Modric possesses the capability to be the linchpin of any team in contemporary football. It is not that James lacks quality. Rather, Modric's tactical value transcends mere statistical metrics. To have him retreat into a defensive role would be an egregious waste of his abilities. Following Ancelotti's tactical shift, Leon and his midfield companions decisively advanced to reclaim control of the midfield. As Modric dropped back, James Rodriguez found himself isolated, ultimately leading to the abandonment of the strategy to organize an attack deep in Chelsea's half. This exchange alleviated the defensive burden on Chelsea's backline. Although Chelsea did not immediately regain possession, Real Madrid could no longer exert the same aggressive pressure beyond the halfway line. The initial pressing strategy of Real Madrid thus declared a failure, and both teams officially entered a stalemate phase in the match. However, the Chelsea players, having withstood Real Madrid's onslaught, did not immediately adopt a high-pressing tactic. Instead, they maintained a cautious approach in their attempts to probe Real Madrid's defense. They advanced, but not excessively so. In essence, Chelsea preferred a more passive stance in this high-stakes encounter. While this tactical inclination can neither be deemed entirely good nor bad, it reflects a level of composure among Chelsea's key players. Yet, despite their patience, the Real Madrid of recent seasons, accustomed to a more proactive and flamboyant style of play, was unwilling to endure a drawn-out contest. For Leon and Mourinho, this iteration of Real Madrid feels distinctly unfamiliar. Perhaps in fleeting moments, the rapid counterattacks orchestrated by Modric, James, and Cristiano Ronaldo evoke echoes of the Mourinho era. Nonetheless, the tactical foundation of this team has undergone a profound transformation, characterized by diminished patience in defense and an intensified desire for proactive offense. Mourinho and Leon had no time for nostalgia. Their instinctive response was to capitalize on Real Madrid's tactical characteristics. When battling such an opponent, as long as their defensive line remained steadfast against repeated assaults, they could maintain control over the tactical variations. This brought to Leon's mind the numerous encounters he had with Bayern Munich during his time at Real Madrid. Back then, Real Madrid resembled the current Chelsea, defensively unyielding and striking with remarkable precision. Conversely, the present-day Real Madrid mirrors that Bayern, with a balanced offensive and defensive standard, yet fundamentally driven by a desire for aggressive play. Thus, the tactical disposition of Bayern in those years and that of Real Madrid today is readily discernible. They are inclined to initiate attacks, and while it is not impossible for them to adopt a more defensive stance, the likelihood is minimal. Under Mourinho's command, both Real Madrid and Chelsea adjusted their tactics according to the flow of the match. Tactical foundations? Such concepts were irrelevant to Mourinho and the Chelsea players. Chelsea could engage in a vigorous exchange of attacks during the initial 15 minutes of a match, only to subsequently adopt a defensive posture for the remaining 75 minutes, wearing down their opponent's resolve. Such stark tactical shifts had become second nature to the current Chelsea squad, honed over 2 seasons of collaboration, ensuring that they would not encounter disunity in tactical thought on the field. Ultimately, their sole objective was victory. The manner of achieving it, be it through ugly or beautiful football, was of little consequence, as long as they secured the win. With this mindset, when the players noticed that Real Madrid had settled momentarily but was beginning to stir again, they instinctively chose to retract their formation. This cautious and conservative tactical stance raised eyebrows among several key Real Madrid players. Leon and Mourinho knew them well, and conversely, they were equally familiar with Leon and Mourinho, having triumphed over formidable opponents together and employed various tactical subterfuges as steadfast comrades. They were undoubtedly aware of Mourinho's exceptional adaptability in the moment. However, while vigilance was warranted, Chelsea had willingly relinquished control of the match. They could endure, but the new teammates and coach Ancelotti might not possess the same patience. Indeed, just as these former collaborators of Mourinho were hesitating, Ancelotti issued new tactical instructions for the team to press forward collectively. Bale and James exhibited a palpable urgency, disliking the prospect of a stalemate with Chelsea. As starting players in Real Madrid's front line, they aimed to expend their energy primarily on offense, viewing defense as a drain on their stamina. Thus, upon receiving Ancelotti's directive, they responded with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Ronaldo stood in the forefront, scratching his head. Though he harbored some concerns, he ultimately chose to remain silent. As Real Madrid adopts an offensive strategy, he becomes a direct beneficiary, reluctant to retreat frequently for defensive duties. Marcelo, positioned behind him, shares a similar sentiment. Consequently, the seasoned players on the field collectively aligned their tactical approach, once again launching a vigorous assault against Chelsea. The Bernabeu reverberated with resounding cheers of support, a spectacle of beautiful football that delights the Madridistas. Perhaps this is one of the crucial reasons why Ancelotti was not dismissed by the club's management last season. The astute coach has orchestrated one of the most fluid and aesthetically pleasing attacking displays in recent seasons. Although he has only secured a Copa del Rey title thus far, the club's hierarchy and a multitude of fans continue to place their faith in him, generously affording him further opportunities. However, on this occasion, Real Madrid's proactive offense struggled to break through. Whether through early aggressive attempts or subsequent assaults, Chelsea's resolute defense, having tightened their formation, rendered their efforts somewhat ineffective. Cristiano Ronaldo and Gareth Bale, without ample space to sprint, resorted to more frequent movements and passes to disrupt Chelsea's defensive line. Yet, Karim Benzema, who could have served as a tactical shield, was closely marked by Leon and Matic, diminishing his strategic impact. Unable to penetrate Chelsea's penalty area for decisive shots, they were left to take long-range efforts from the fringes of Chelsea's defensive third. Their long-range capabilities are undoubtedly formidable. However, Oblak's performance today was equally impressive, consistently thwarting their attempts. In recent seasons, the football world has echoed Chelsea's reputation for staunch defense. Nevertheless, Real Madrid has not encountered Chelsea in the Champions League, leading their fans to perceive the English media's praise for Chelsea's prowess as somewhat exaggerated. Yet, following this group stage match, the majority of Madridistas might have to concede that Chelsea's current defensive caliber is indeed unrivaled across Europe. It's hard to deny. Real Madrid has not faced such difficulty against Atletico in the past 2 seasons. As the first half approached the 30-minute mark, Real Madrid had yet to muster a genuine scoring opportunity near Chelsea's penalty area. Despite high shooting statistics, most were long-range efforts and forced attempts by Ronaldo after cutting in from the flanks. The threat level was evident to all spectators. As frustration mounted after prolonged attacks, the tens of thousands of Madrid fans grew increasingly anxious. With the match at the 31-minute mark, Ancelotti intended to assess the unfolding situation further, planning to pause the offensive by the 35-minute mark. However, a slightly hasty through ball from James provided Chelsea with an excellent opportunity to capitalize on the transition from defense to attack. The pass failed to penetrate Matic's interception, but with a swift extension of his long leg, the young maestro intercepted the ball and immediately relayed it to the retreating Leon. At this moment, Leon did not turn with the ball. Instead, he adeptly swept it with his back to the field towards the flanks. This maneuver left both James and Modric, who were tasked with marking him, completely off guard. Bertrand, who had once again been granted a starting opportunity, dared not indulge in any flamboyant antics on the pitch. Upon receiving Leon's pass, he surged forward at full speed. Simultaneously, several pivotal players from Chelsea's midfield and forward lines began their forward runs. Leon intentionally drifted towards the right side of the midfield, drawing the defensive attention of Real Madrid's midfield and defensive players away. Consequently, Kroos was able to receive Bertrand's pass comfortably in the left sector of the center circle. Casemiro, still pondering whether Kroos would continue to advance with the ball, was caught off guard when Kroos raised his arm and launched a sweeping diagonal long pass. Instead of targeting the most threatening player in Chelsea's counterattack, Hazard, or directly seeking Suarez, he opted to pass to De Bruyne, who was making a forward run alongside Leon on the same flank. De Bruyne's positioning was astute. He stayed close to the sideline, skillfully evading Marcelo's defense. After receiving the ball, he took a few quick steps as if to cut inside and challenge Marcelo. But in the next instant, he returned the ball with a deft back pass towards the flank. As Pilicueta, who had made a run to the edge, seized the ball and charged directly towards Real Madrid's goal line. However, Ramos and Pepe appeared remarkably composed, refusing to relinquish their defensive zones easily, and swiftly retreated back into the penalty area. I watch Suarez. You watch Leon. Ramos promptly assigned defensive duties, while Pepe nodded in agreement. Yet, just as they confidently assumed Chelsea's counterattack would culminate in a cross for a header, as Pilicueta, having reached the goal line, delivered a low, triangular back pass. Suarez, who had deliberately slowed his run, calmly positioned himself, shielding the ball from Ramos's defense. With a clever flick of his heel, he redirected the ball towards the center of Real Madrid's penalty area. This stunning pass left countless fans in front of their screens spellbound. At this moment, Leon, having made a rapid run and skillfully evaded Pepe's tight marking, met the incoming ball with a decisive shot. Navas, in that instant, lunged towards the near post. However, he was deceived by Leon's previous adjustment of his positioning. Leon struck the ball toward the center of the goal once again. Without a doubt, the ball crossed the line and found the net. Chelsea fans in the Bernabeu erupted into exuberant cheers. Yet, Leon, at this moment, merely pressed his lips together, his expression calm as he slightly raised his hands, coming to a halt near the baseline in Real Madrid's half. In scoring against Real Madrid, he chose not to celebrate. This was his gesture of respect towards the club and, more importantly, towards the Real Madrid supporters. While he refrained from celebrating, his teammates, however, were unrestrained. At this moment, the other Chelsea players surged towards Leon, embracing him while exuberantly rejoicing and beaming with delight. In the studio of LeTV Sports, after an exuberant celebration of Liang's goal alongside Zhang Jidao, Zhan Jun was suddenly struck by emotion, witnessing Liang breach the hallowed gates of the Bernabeu as a rival. One could only wonder if the fans of the Merengues could maintain their composure at this moment. As for Zhan Jun, he was uncertain whether the supporters at the Bernabeu could hold their ground. Yet he felt certain that the Real Madrid fans back in China were undoubtedly struggling to contain their emotions. Even he found himself enveloped in a complex mix of feelings upon witnessing Liang's moment of glory against Real Madrid. After all, that team, under the management of Mourinho, was nearly flawless, boasting an impressive record, numerous titles, and breathtaking performances. Liang had achieved the pinnacle of club honors during his time with Real Madrid, evolving from a mere rotation player to a star of the footballing world. Perhaps, in those days, Liang was not as formidable as he is now. Yet the image of him donning the Real Madrid jersey undeniably holds a special place in the hearts of countless fans in China. That was the inception of Liang's success, a period rich with cherished memories for Chinese football enthusiasts. Many classic films from around the globe echo a singular sentiment. Time is irretrievable. We must forge ahead without regrets or glances back. In retrospect, Liang has indeed embodied this philosophy, making prudent career choices and attaining the personal accolades he aspired to. He has relentlessly pursued forward momentum, never looking back nor regretting his decisions. However, as his fans, many of whom were diehard supporters of Real Madrid, grappled with a sense of nostalgia for those glorious days. Their emotions inevitably became fragmented. They adored both Real Madrid and Liang, and thus their feelings were torn between joy and sorrow. When happiness and melancholy coexist, they could only watch, bittersweet smiles on their faces, as they observed the familiar figure who raised his arms in a gesture of reluctance to celebrate. The youth has transcended his earlier self. He has transformed into a formidable leader, yet this time, he wielded his sword against the very club he once fervently defended. The tens of thousands of Real Madrid fans present at the Bernabeu shared a similarly tumultuous, emotional landscape. They hesitated to jeer at their young lion, and cheering was out of the question, leaving them with no recourse but silence. Once Liang's teammates concluded their celebrations, he turned once more to the Bernabeu stands, performing a gesture of prayer with his hands. This act was a personal apology to the Real Madrid supporters. He was determined to give his all in this match, a sign of respect towards Chelsea and an homage to Real Madrid. Yet, on a personal level, he harbored conflicting emotions, never forgetting the affection and support bestowed upon him by the Real Madrid fans. Thus, he chose to apologize with his hands clasped in prayer. This poignant scene evoked deep reflections from commentators worldwide. Nevertheless, the intensity of the battle on the pitch would not diminish due to fleeting moments of warmth. On the contrary, as the home team found themselves trailing, the players of Real Madrid erupted in fury. In this day and age, Cristiano Ronaldo has yet to fully transform into a conventional striker, while Gareth Bale has not entirely succumbed to inactivity, battling his injuries with unwavering determination. Last season, Ronaldo delivered yet another pinnacle performance in his illustrious career, netting an astounding 63 goals throughout the season, the highest in the footballing world. He contributed to a total of 79 goals, second only to Lionel Messi. He remains the most formidable left-winger in global football, without exception, when he becomes incensed. Coupled with the relentless attacking support from Marcelo behind him, Real Madrid's left flank continues to be the most potent offensive line in the world, without question. Moreover, on the right flank, the attacking duo of Bale and Carvajal adds to this formidable force. Although Benzema's performance was subdued today, Real Madrid's strategy of exploiting both wings remains terrifyingly effective. As the match resumed, Ronaldo and Bale unleashed their prowess, relentlessly attacking Chelsea's flanks. Modric rejoined the offensive front, providing support to teammates penetrating the central areas, while James occasionally seized opportunities to deliver threatening forward passes. Messi's goal shattered the equilibrium of the match, compelling Real Madrid to launch an all-out assault. Previously, Ronaldo and Bale had been somewhat restrained, perhaps feeling that aggressively breaching Chelsea's compact defense would yield little reward. However, with no other options available, they were determined to break through Chelsea's defensive line. Sensing the urgency, Messi, fully aware of Ronaldo's explosive capability, promptly retreated to assume a position at right midfield. Mourinho, in response, adjusted Chelsea's formation to a 4-2-3-1, with Messi and Matic dropping back to assist the fullbacks in countering Real Madrid's wing assaults. Hazard and De Bruyne also retreated to midfield, leaving Suarez alone in Real Madrid's half, biding his time for a counterattack opportunity. Chelsea, once again entrenched in their half, consistently disrupted Real Madrid's offensive rhythm. Fortunately, the first half was drawing to a close, and after launching 6 fruitless attempts on goal, Real Madrid had no choice but to regroup and await the second half to continue their assault on Chelsea. During the halftime break, Mourinho lauded his team's resilient defense. Competing at the Bernabeu against the Group's strongest adversary, Chelsea's somewhat conservative tactical approach was entirely justified. After all, on paper, Chelsea held a slight edge over Real Madrid. Thus, with a greater margin for error, Mourinho naturally prioritized defensive strategies. Winning would be ideal. However, if a victory proved elusive, Mourinho would be content with securing a draw at the Bernabeu. Of course, had Chelsea's strength been significantly inferior to that of Real Madrid, Mourinho's tactical approach would have been markedly different. Perhaps, even at the risk of mutual destruction, he would urge his players to engage in a thrilling offensive battle at the Bernabeu, striving to secure the upper hand for group progression. Messi could comprehend the rationale behind the coaching staff's tactical emphasis at this juncture. Yet, he was mentally prepared for any unexpected developments, as he recognized that the current Real Madrid is an exceptionally resilient team. A squad like this cannot be taken lightly simply because one has gained a 1 or 2 goal lead. They often unleash formidable combativeness and relentless firepower in the second half. In terms of experience in arduous battles and grand contests, this Real Madrid far surpasses Chelsea. Leon has never underestimated his opponents, nor would he belittle his familiar former teammates. The second half of today's match was destined to be a fierce struggle, and he had adequately prepared himself psychologically, ready to implement his contingency plans at a moment's notice. As the brief halftime intermission concluded, Chelsea and Real Madrid resumed their contest. However, unlike the intense battle for midfield control at the onset of the first half, Chelsea decisively relinquished the initiative to Real Madrid at the start of the second half. This strategy allowed Chelsea to continue striking back against Real Madrid, yet it aligned perfectly with Ancelotti's intentions. Real Madrid composedly organized their offensive play from midfield, no longer exhibiting the urgency and impatience they displayed in the final 10 minutes of the first half. Modric adeptly orchestrated the attacking routes for Real Madrid, while James relinquished possession, positioning himself more like a second striker close to Chelsea's penalty area. Seeing this unfold, Leon felt a weight in his heart. He instinctively glanced at Ancelotti, who stood at the sidelines, hands on hips, eyebrow raised. He found himself reconsidering his previous assumption that Ancelotti would not utilize Modric. How naive of me, he thought. A coach of such caliber would surely know how to employ a midfield linchpin effectively. For some reason, the figure of the venerable Florentino Perez suddenly resurfaced in Leon's mind. Following the 2014 World Cup, it was indeed Perez who sought to recruit the rising star James Rodriguez. The stars Perez acquired were not only to be used, but to be prominently featured. Ancelotti, being a clever tactician, surely understood whom Perez wished to prioritize. Given his ability to effectively utilize a classical playmaker like James, could it be that even if Ancelotti desired to grant Modric greater tactical weight, he was compelled to consistently position James as the apparent midfield cornerstone due to Perez's ambition to cultivate a new darling at the Bernabeu? Having pondered this, Leon suddenly found clarity in Ancelotti's contrasting strategies for Modric and James between the two halves. Moreover, Ancelotti's decision to push James further up the line was intriguing. Benzema's tactical contribution had been minimal today, thus placing another ball-handling player at the forefront could alleviate some of the attacking pressure on Cristiano Ronaldo and Gareth Bale. With James now closer to Chelsea's penalty area, still engaging in central play, he would not feel dissatisfied. Consequently, Modric seized control of midfield organization, allowing him to unleash his potential. And, of course, there was Benzema. At this moment, with James positioned at the forefront, Benzema has been liberated from the center-forward role, allowing him to retreat deeper and fill the gap in midfield, particularly in the attacking midfield position for Real Madrid. Can Benzema effectively receive the ball, position himself, and make late runs for shooting from the attacking midfield? Absolutely. Despite occasional lapses, when not burdened by discontent, he is undoubtedly a versatile and top-tier attacking player. As Leon contemplated this, his gaze towards Ancelotti transformed. Merely 2 minutes later, Benzema's deeper positioning validated Leon's thoughts. Lo and behold, Benzema has directly swapped positions with James. His ability to drop back and receive the ball is commendable. Could it be that Ancelotti occasionally has him play as an attacking midfielder in practice? Coach Zhang jested lightly in the studio. However, at this moment on the pitch, Chelsea's defenders were anything but at ease. Ancelotti's seemingly simple adjustment had thoroughly disrupted Chelsea's defensive arrangements. Previously, it was Kroos tasked with marking James, but now, with Benzema occupying the attacking midfield position, Kroos could not match Benzema's speed or physicality. A significantly amplified version of James was wreaking havoc on Chelsea's midfield and defensive lines. Mourinho could no longer remain passive. He glared and turned to glance at Ancelotti. His old friend had presented him with a formidable challenge. A mere positional change had activated both Benzema and Modric. To continue limiting Real Madrid's attacking organization, he would have to reposition Leon and Matic. But what then? Benzema could easily swap back with James, while Cristiano Ronaldo and Bale could operate more freely on the flanks. This was not merely a straightforward question, it was a life-or-death dilemma. Mourinho perceived the situation clearly, yet found himself at a loss for an effective countermeasure. One could only commend Ancelotti, a world-class coach hailing from Serie A. This adjustment was nothing short of brilliant. It compelled Chelsea to abandon their defensive strategies and engage in a relentless offensive battle with Real Madrid. Leon experienced this intensifying pressure firsthand. Real Madrid's attacking momentum surged, launching a continuous assault on Chelsea's backline. He understood the source of this relentless offensive rhythm. Modric's orchestrating presence combined with Benzema's linking passes. Not only did James alleviate the attacking pressure on Ronaldo and Bale flanking him, but his shooting range was also formidable. Previously, when Benzema was forced out of Chelsea's penalty area, he could only pass back. Now, however, when James received the ball and turned, he was within striking distance. Chelsea had to respect his long-range shots, regardless of whether it was Leon or Matic tasked with curbing his influence. The marked Ronaldo and Bale could continue to thrive on the wings. A change was imperative. If we do not alter our tactics, we shall passively await our demise. In his heart, Leon resolved that Chelsea's most effective tactical variation against Real Madrid was to engage in an open contest. Chelsea was already a goal ahead, which provided them with a psychological advantage in such an exchange. Leon felt confident that this was not a dilemma. He awaited merely a word from the coaching staff or a gesture from Mourinho. Once Mourinho gave his assent, he could immediately lead his teammates in pressuring the defense, seizing the initiative in the match against Real Madrid. Leon harbored this conviction, yet at that moment, Mourinho was engrossed in a swift dialogue with Haaland, seemingly reluctant to make a tactical adjustment. Their measured deliberation inadvertently afforded Real Madrid both time and opportunity. In the 62nd minute of the second half, Real Madrid, patiently probing for an opening, finally encountered their finest opportunity of the match. Modric once again connected with Benzema, who, with his back to goal, laid the ball off to the advancing Casemiro. The Brazilian midfielder surged into Chelsea's defensive third, leaving Matic with no choice but to confront him directly. Casemiro adeptly distributed the ball to Bale. This time, without Matic's support, Bertrand was nearly bypassed by Bale's swift two-step maneuver, losing his defensive position entirely. Bale, having successfully infiltrated Chelsea's defensive territory, refrained from seeking personal glory. Instead, he executed a beautifully arced cross with the outside of his foot. At that moment, Casemiro, who had entered Chelsea's penalty area, served merely as a decoy, for Bale's return pass was directed towards the edge of Chelsea's penalty arc. James, poised in that space, skillfully drew back his bow and opted for an audacious volley. In that instant, Leon abandoned his mark on Ronaldo and sprinted towards James. However, by the time he attempted to obstruct the shot, James's volley was already in motion. Oblak, stationed on the goal line, anticipated the trajectory and lunged towards the far corner of the net with all his might. The spectators, both in the stadium and at home, could scarcely discern whether he made contact with the ball. Yet, James's long-range effort ultimately struck the inside of the far post and rebounded back into the penalty area. In a heartbeat, the emotions of the Chelsea fans at the Bernabeu resembled a roller coaster ride. But their collective gasp of relief had scarcely escaped their lips when a figure in white suddenly emerged from the chaos of Chelsea's penalty area, swiftly meeting the ball with a well-timed touch. James's shot had struck the post. And then, Ronaldo's follow-up. The equalizer was upon us. Oblak was unable to intercept the ball, and Ronaldo's timely strike restored parity for Real Madrid. This time, the ball rolled unerringly into Chelsea's goal. Oblak, a fraction too late in his second attempt, slammed his hands against the turf in frustration. Leon wore a wry smile as he observed Ronaldo celebrating passionately near the corner flag, shaking his head in resignation. He knew well that the Real Madrid supporters in the stands erupted in jubilant celebration. They had endured a torturous 60 minutes and at last could unleash their pent-up excitement. However, the indomitable Ancelotti remained as steadfast as a mountain amidst it all. Before the fervent Real Madrid bench, he raised an eyebrow once more. His expression as tranquil as a serene lake, hands on hips, utterly composed. This is the essence of a seasoned Italian coach. This is Carlo Ancelotti. Chapter 352. Farewell, young archer, fearless of time and wind. In today's football arena, it is rare for a head coach to impart a lesson to Mourinho on the pitch, particularly in terms of on-the-fly adjustments. Yet today, Ancelotti accomplished this feat. His strategic maneuvers, executed with both foresight and finesse, revitalized Real Madrid's performance in the second half. The Chelsea coaching staff cannot be said to have erred thus far. However, Mourinho's steadiness today only served to further highlight Ancelotti's decisiveness. The first half belonged to Chelsea and Mourinho, while the second half, at least from the outset to this moment, belonged to Real Madrid and Ancelotti. At this juncture, Leon refrained from voicing any complaints. After all, the players are not machines, and neither are the coaches. Everyone is prone to mistakes. He and Terry promptly focused on stabilizing the team's morale, encouraging their teammates to maintain a positive mindset. Only then did Leon glance towards the sidelines. Fortunately, Mourinho did not hesitate excessively at this critical moment. He may harbor regrets and frustrations, but he exhibited his own resolute nature, pressing forward to engage Real Madrid in an offensive battle. Upon witnessing Mourinho's decisive tactical gestures, Leon clapped his hands and raised his voice, reminding his teammates that they were about to face Real Madrid in a decisive clash. This tactical adjustment was anticipated by Leon and was the change he had hoped for. Ancelotti's adjustments had rendered Chelsea exceedingly passive defensively. If Chelsea's tactical approach continued to focus solely on defending to secure a point, they might end up with nothing. Real Madrid had already found their rhythm, willingly relinquishing possession to mount an assault. This played right into the hands of the entire Real Madrid squad. To break the deadlock at this moment, a high-pressing strategy was essential. As Real Madrid attacked, Chelsea too had to respond offensively. With Real Madrid pushing forward, the space they left at the back afforded Chelsea opportunities for swift counterattacks. If Real Madrid aimed to secure their defense, they would necessarily have to commit more resources, thus reducing their attacking strength and alleviating some pressure on Chelsea's defense. Leon was not convinced that Real Madrid would risk conceding further goals to Chelsea while pressing for total offensive engagement. Ancelotti, unlike Bielsa, possesses the decisiveness to make tactical choices, but also seeks balance. As the match resumed, the invigorated Real Madrid intended to seize the momentum and continue to press Chelsea in their half. However, Chelsea's sudden resistance and fierce pressing took them by surprise. Chelsea unleashed a frenzied, high-pressing strategy, elevating the intensity of their confrontations to the fullest extent. It is indeed unfortunate that the Italian referee officiating today's match appears indifferent to the competitive rhythm and intensity characteristic of the Premier League. As Chelsea ramped up their physical play, the referee promptly began to blow his whistle repeatedly, thereby disrupting the flow of Chelsea's counterattacks. Both Mourinho and Holland, standing on the sidelines, expressed their discontent. However, they have now learned to be more astute, prompting Ruiz to lodge a complaint with the fourth official. The referee is unlikely to alter his officiating standards due to the grievances of one coaching staff, yet regardless, Chelsea has managed to exert some pressure. Leon on the pitch felt relatively unconcerned, for although Chelsea's counterattack had been interrupted, the referee's decisions simultaneously stifled Real Madrid's offensive momentum. With this in mind, Leon found the situation entirely acceptable. Until a yellow card is issued, Chelsea will not relent in their high-intensity confrontations with Real Madrid. This style of play is one in which Chelsea excels. And amidst the chaos, their midfield and forward players possess ample ability to advance the ball. Conversely, Real Madrid, having lost control of the midfield, revealed significant deficiencies in their defensive strength. In this disordered play, Chelsea's three central midfielders, while capable, find Kroos to be the most vulnerable in terms of defensive solidity. However, it must be noted that Kroos is not lacking in defensive positioning or physicality. He merely lacks a touch of speed. On the other hand, James Rodriguez, hampering their midfield defense, presents a far greater liability. Modric boasts impressive stamina and expansive defensive coverage, yet he is more of a supportive, versatile midfielder and cannot shoulder the primary defensive responsibilities alone. Thus, in terms of midfield defense, only Casemiro offers a degree of resilience. Chelsea's forwards need only maneuver past him to create attacking opportunities in Real Madrid's half. Conversely, should Real Madrid wish to engage in chaotic play within Chelsea's half, they must contend with the formidable defensive duo of Matic and Leon. This represents the greatest advantage of Chelsea's expanded defensive line. As long as Real Madrid cannot establish an organized offensive structure, Chelsea undeniably holds the upper hand, at least defensively, in terms of individual capabilities. Such a strategy may seem somewhat unscrupulous, yet it is effective in securing tactical dominance for the team. While other teams might employ such tactics merely to alleviate immediate pressure, Chelsea possesses the stamina to sustain this frenetic, high-pressing style throughout the match. Leon is confident, but, for the sake of caution, refrains from overly pressing into Real Madrid's half. He positions Pedro and Kroos to press at the halfway line, while Azpilicueta also advances to apply pressure, leaving himself to cover the right flank against Real Madrid's counterattacks. Bertrand remains closely tethered to Bale, allowing him no opportunity to exploit. In this match, he has learned to be wary of Bale. A single misstep could lead to being completely outmaneuvered. Even at his peak, Bale's dribbling is both straightforward and devastatingly effective. Before age and the formidable muscle of the halibut confronted Bale, there were truly no defenders in the football realm capable of restraining his acceleration one-on-one. Even positioning oneself in advance proved futile, for this individual could effortlessly cast you aside from the sidelines and complete an overtaking maneuver. Such was the exaggeration of his prowess. At this moment, Leon could only silently wish Bertrand good luck. Were he to defend against Bale, his options would be limited to two. First, to position himself strategically after Bale's touch and attempt to kick the ball out of play. Second, to simply immobilize Bale on the spot. For Leon, committing tactical fouls was no disgrace. If one could not match speed, then one must resort to cunning. Such was the reality. As Leon pondered how to effectively curtail the counterattack threats posed by Real Madrid's wings, Ramos, having evaded Suarez's pressing in the backfield, suddenly unleashed a long ball for a counterattack. Unhindered by Leon or Matic, Benzema adeptly maneuvered to the center of the midfield. This all-too-familiar scene caused Leon's heart to skip a beat. As anticipated, Benzema, after receiving the ball, executed a long pass directed towards Chelsea's flanks. Without hesitation, Leon began his sprint back to defend. He refrained from contesting the ball's landing area, as it was too close to the sideline, and Ronaldo's acceleration was equally swift. He did not wish to misposition himself. However, just as Leon prepared to confront Ronaldo's advance, he observed Ronaldo pausing briefly before delivering a bold, low cross. Damn it, Bale! Leon instantly realized that Ronaldo's pass was undoubtedly aimed directly at Bale. While many proclaim Ronaldo to be a lone wolf on the pitch, Leon understood him well. He might express disdain for less skilled teammates, yet when the opportunity arose to deliver a threatening pass, he was anything but selfish. As for those teammates he deemed worthy, the most notable example being Benzema, even during their less proficient phases, Ronaldo was inclined to assist them. Moreover, Bale was far from inept. He was the most lethal weapon on the right flank. Leon pivoted and sprinted towards the penalty area, and in his line of sight, the beleaguered Bertrand had already been outpaced by Bale. Meanwhile, a lagging Terry was also struggling to keep pace. After taking a touch, Bale effortlessly cut inside to adjust. Oblak refrained from charging off his line, possessing unwavering confidence in his goalkeeping skills. At this moment, he made his choice without hesitation. Yet, Bale, too, was a player with nerves of steel, rarely faltering in critical moments. With Oblak firmly guarding his line, leaving ample space for a shot, Bale unabashedly unleashed a curling effort with his favored foot. Bale's curling shot differed from Robben's, while Robben's arcs were aesthetically pleasing with an often tricky angle. Bale prioritized power and speed. Oblak seemed to anticipate the shot, launching himself into the air and swiftly diving towards the far corner of the goal. His height and wingspan, though not particularly outstanding among the elite goalkeepers of the current era, allowed him to make an early judgment and react quickly. Ultimately, he managed to make slight contact with the ball. Such a transformation caused the football, originally hurtling towards the far corner of Chelsea's goal, to slow its pace abruptly. However, the trajectory of the ball remained largely unchanged, still exhibiting a tendency to roll into the Chelsea net. The moment Oblak landed, he twisted and rose, unwilling to concede defeat, determined to make one last effort. Yet, amidst the astonished gasps of over 80,000 fans, a figure moved even faster than Oblak. Just before the ball crossed the line, this silhouette contorted their body and kicked the ball out of Chelsea's penalty area. Oblak sighed in relief upon witnessing this scene. Meanwhile, Leon, who had tumbled into his own goal after clearing the ball, quickly scrambled back to his feet. Oblak had touched the ball. Oh, Leon. The pursuing Leon successfully cleared the ball away. He too had not given up. Together, Leon and Oblak salvaged Chelsea. Fortune may not have favored Chelsea this time, yet the players forcefully averted a second goal against them. The commentator from Sky Sports erupted with unparalleled fervor at that moment. Leon appeared somewhat exhilarated, exchanging hearty high-fives and chest bumps with Oblak. Initially, he intended to vent his frustration at Bertrand for the defensive lapse, but upon seeing his teammate's exhausted, fearful expression, he ultimately swallowed the harsh words that had nearly escaped his lips. It was rather expected to be exposed by Bale. Even if the more defensively adept Azpilicueta had started at left back, the outcome might not have differed significantly, let alone the more offensively inclined Bertrand. Leon, displaying a degree of understanding, remained calm, but the veteran Captain Terry was unrelenting, launching into a tirade against Bertrand. Next time you encounter such a situation, just commit a tactical foul, you fool. If you receive a yellow card, the boss will know to substitute you. But think about it. Had that last shot gone in, how do you suppose the media would portray you tomorrow? Bertrand remained silent, cowed by Terry's reprimands, yet he seemed to have regained some clarity, nodding affirmatively. Witnessing this, Leon refrained from further commentary, merely applauding to signal to his teammates that they must not falter again and should remain vigilant. Bale was still lamenting the missed opportunity to score, while on the other side, Ronaldo glanced at Leon, gathered his composure, and began to retreat. Real Madrid's sudden assault served as a stark warning to Chelsea. After a tirade, Mourinho prompted several key substitutes on the bench to begin warming up. In the 76th minute of the second half, Mourinho and Ancelotti simultaneously executed substitutions, both teams synchronously making 2 changes each. Mourinho replaced Kroos with Sulla and Bertrand with Trippier. Ancelotti substituted Vazquez and Nacho for James Rodriguez and the slightly ailing Carvajal. Chelsea continues to adopt a 4-2-3-1 formation, albeit with De Bruyne retreating from the forward line to the midfield. In contrast, Real Madrid has shifted to a 4-4-2 setup, regardless of the formation changes. The tactical intentions of both coaches are distinctly clear: to fortify wing defenses while simultaneously enhancing counterattack capabilities. Initially, Ancelotti preferred to utilize Isco as a tactical wildcard. However, Isco's recent injury during the last La Liga match necessitates a 2-week recovery, thereby accelerating the substitution of Vazquez. At this moment, Leon observes his 2 close friends entering the fray from the bench, but it is impossible for him to greet them before the match concludes. Nonetheless, as he glances at Nacho and Vazquez, they simultaneously direct their gaze towards him, and a rather comical expression of restrained laughter emerges on their faces. While they share smiles with old friends, their professionalism remains intact, and they continue to compete fiercely as the match progresses. As the game approaches the 80th minute, Mourinho summons Llorente and Maguire from the substitutes bench to warm up, creating an initial tactical smokescreen. Ancelotti, however, remains composed, sending Gies and Varane to warm up as well, opting for a substitute forward and a center-back, a rather audacious move. Mourinho, far from being irritated, displays an amused smile, relishing the challenge of competing against such an opponent. Having expended considerable energy, players from both Real Madrid and Chelsea, aware that time is running short, instinctively slow the pace of their confrontations. The first match of the group stage does not equate to a life-or-death battle. If a winner cannot be determined, there is no need to take unnecessary risks at the final moments. A draw is acceptable for both teams, and the focus will shift to their respective abilities and strategies for breaking down weaker opponents, a fair approach to securing the top position. The fans of both teams share similar sentiments. If a conclusion cannot be reached, they will meet again in the final round of the group stage for a more decisive encounter. As the match nears the 85th minute, Ancelotti substitutes Varane for Benzema, signaling a potential shift in strategy. Almost immediately, Mourinho responds by replacing Hazard with Maguire, leading commentators from various nations to suggest that both teams are easing off. In the final minute of regular time, Maguire retrieves the ball in the back line, noticing the recently substituted Salah eagerly raising his hand for the ball, and he delivers a long pass. This delivery is executed with precision, allowing Salah to confront Marcelo's defense directly. The Egyptian winger, undeterred by Marcelo's reputation, eagerly attempts to maneuver past him. However, upon the arrival of Casemiro for support, Salah's aggressive push becomes ineffective. Reluctantly, Salah opts to shield the ball, and at this moment, Leon comes to his aid, prompting Salah to deftly flick the ball over to him. Modric, recognizing the potential threat, promptly closes in to prevent Leon from advancing comfortably. Yet, Leon caught a glimpse of Modric's defensive movement out of the corner of his eye, and before the football had even touched the ground, he deftly flicked it, elegantly maneuvering around Modric. The two players brushed past each other, and Leon seized the opportunity, advancing smoothly into Real Madrid's defensive third. Assessing the distance to the Real Madrid goal, he noted the resolute Ramos closing in and, with determination, adjusted his stance to gather his strength for the shot. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful strike, so swift that Pepe barely had time to alert Ramos to intensify his defensive efforts against Leon. The shot was taken from a staggering 32 meters away. Yet Navas felt as though Leon was firing from merely 20 meters out due to the extraordinary velocity of the ball. In a state of shock, Navas could only hurl himself toward the upper right corner of the goal. However, his reflexes could not compensate for his height disadvantage. Although his choice of direction was impeccable, the angle of Liang's shot was so astute that Navas, despite his utmost effort, could not make contact with the ball. The football struck the underside of the crossbar with a resounding thud before ricocheting into the net. Navas ultimately could not preserve the draw for Real Madrid, but he had given his all. Cristiano Ronaldo, too, watched Leon in astonishment, recognizing the similarity in the power and technique of this shot to his own. Memories flooded back of years past, when he had taught Leon the art of long-range shooting on the training ground. Leon adjusted his steps. The shot. Wow, it's a goal. It's a goal. My God. In the dying moments of the match, Leon delivered a decisive blow to Real Madrid. With a stunning strike, he secured the victory. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. As commentators from various nations erupted in fervent cheers for Liang's spectacular winning goal, he stood once more in Real Madrid's half, raising his hands in a gesture of apology to the fans in the Bernabeu. The crowd of Real Madrid supporters fell into silence once again. At that moment, the hoarse-voiced Zhan Jun gazed at Leon, who had transformed from the youthful boy of yesteryear into a figure of remarkable maturity, resilience, and strength, and could not help but exclaim, "Farewell, youth. Draw the bow tight. Fear not the passage of time, nor the winds of fate." The chapter concludes. Chapter 353. Leon dependency? Yes, what of it if we depend on Leon? The highly anticipated clash between Real Madrid and Chelsea commenced with a cautious start, an exhilarating and visually captivating contest, culminating in a dramatic finish. No one knew what thoughts crossed Liang's mind before he unleashed that breathtaking long-range shot, nor did anyone care whether it was merely a stroke of luck. Neutral fans always favor such thrilling and dramatic conclusions. A draw between Chelsea and Real Madrid would be utterly mundane for them. What a spectacle it is to witness a last-minute goal, especially one scored by Leon, delivering a sensational climax to the match. As the referee's whistle signaled the conclusion of the match amidst a fervent offensive by the Real Madrid stars, a swarm of reporters eagerly surrounded Leon. However, Leon, exuding an air of confidence, declined their requests for an interview, as he had more pressing matters at hand. After a brief embrace of celebration with his teammates, he made his way towards Real Madrid's half. He greeted Cristiano Ronaldo first, who was closest to him. As they exchanged high-fives and hugs, Cristiano affectionately patted Leon on the back of his head. Years ago, the young boy who tirelessly honed his skills on the training ground had returned to the Bernabeu, piercing the net of Real Madrid. Cristiano, reflecting on Leon's unwavering dedication over the years, marveled at his remarkable growth and talent. As a former witness to Leon's journey, even the formidable Cristiano could not help but feel a sense of admiration for his younger counterpart. "You performed exceptionally today, little lion. I am genuinely happy for you." Cristiano's praise elicited a bashful smile from Leon, reminiscent of his earlier days. At this moment, various voices called out to him, and as he turned around, he noticed his former teammates had quietly gathered around him. Before Leon could express his joy, his good friend Nacho was the first to wrap his arm around his neck. Soon after, former Real Madrid players formed a circle around him, playfully teasing him. Amidst the laughter and joviality, Leon humbly bowed his head in submission, and soon they began exchanging warm embraces and greetings. After reminiscing, Mourinho and Ancelotti also shared friendly hugs and conversations with their former disciples. Even Ramos, who had previously taken sides during the fallout between Leon and Casillas, affectionately called Mourinho boss, demonstrating the dissipated tensions of the past. Leon believed that even if Casillas remained at Real Madrid at this moment, there would be no animosity with Mourinho. Instead, they would meet with smiles, burying any past grievances. Time has always been the greatest healer of relationships. For Mourinho and the players of his former Real Madrid squad, the glorious moments they shared and the championships they secured were the cherished memories worth holding on to. Even the most devoted Real Madrid supporters, who were once disheartened by the abrupt dissolution of Mourinho's team, would find solace in witnessing the friendly reunion and camaraderie among Mourinho and his former disciples on live television. What has passed is gone, and more importantly, the players and coaches who truly established a dynasty for Real Madrid have maintained their close, amicable relationships. There is no discord, and certainly no divisions as the media had previously portrayed. This is enough. Ultimately, Mourinho expressed his gratitude to the Real Madrid fans who once again offered him applause. Waving farewell, his silhouette hurriedly vanished once more within the players' tunnel of the Bernabeu. This was not due to a desire to avoid spending additional time with his devoted supporters, nor was it a reflection of any disdain for the city of Madrid. Rather, the Chelsea coaching staff needed to escort the players aboard a flight back to London overnight. For just 3 days hence, they would face Everton in the 6th round of the Premier League. With the schedule pressing, Mourinho had no choice but to depart promptly. However, Lyon chose to remain behind, even preparing to dine in the city with his former teammates to reminisce. Unfortunately, the FA had made the decision to impose a 3-match suspension on Lyon, effectively granting him an early holiday. He could leisurely enjoy 3 days in Madrid, as long as he returned to the training facility on the designated training day following Chelsea's match. In the ensuing 3 days, Madrid's Real Madrid supporters were pleasantly surprised to encounter Lyon casually wandering the city in search of sustenance. This unexpected sight delighted countless fans. Lyon had little reason to hide, generously signing autographs for his adoring fans across Madrid. Nevertheless, despite Mourinho having granted him a de facto break, Lyon still discreetly returned to London ahead of the match against Everton. With his absence, Mourinho opted to withdraw De Bruyne from the front line, repositioning him directly into the starting midfield. Salah took his place as the starting right winger, while the rest of the lineup remained largely unchanged, continuing with a 4-3-3 formation. As the match commenced, Everton, buoyed by their home advantage, engaged Chelsea in an aggressive contest. Initially, Chelsea dominated possession. Even in Lyon's absence, the midfield trio of Kroos, De Bruyne, and Matic was a formidable presence in the Premier League. Strangely, even though Chelsea controlled the rhythm of the match early on, they posed less of an attacking threat compared to Everton. Everton's manager, Martinez, had devised a straightforward tactical approach, emphasizing rapid wing play and crosses. However, their crossing strategy was not solely reliant on high balls. It often exploited the exceptional individual capabilities of their fullbacks, who would deliver low, angled passes after advancing down the flanks. Everton's 2 starting forwards, Cohn and Naismith, were seasoned veterans, adept at positioning and passing interplay. Meanwhile, lurking behind them was the attacking midfielder Barkley, poised to surge forward and join the attack. Having learned from encounters with Lyon over the past 2 seasons, Barkley had matured into a prominent midfielder in the Premier League. Shed of his youthful naivety, he now excelled at leveraging his robust physique and long-range shooting ability to contribute offensively. Had Lyon still been part of Chelsea's starting lineup, Barkley would have found his performance stifled by Lyon's defensive prowess. Yet, without Lyon, Barkley faced Kroos and De Bruyne with considerably more ease. At present, Ross Barkley, Having netted 2 goals and provided 2 assists in the first 5 rounds of the Premier League, is in splendid form. In the 16th minute of the first half, he unleashed a long-range shot during a counterattack that struck the far post of Chelsea's goal. Witnessing this, Leighton instantly realized that securing an easy victory over Everton at Goodison Park would be a formidable challenge for their team today. Shortly after this thought crossed his mind, Everton's forward Naismith, benefiting from a teammate's cover, received a low cross from Coleman and spectacularly found the back of Chelsea's net with a stunning volley. The excitement was palpable for Naismith, especially considering that Chelsea's defense had been near impenetrable over the past 2 seasons, with only a select few elite strikers managing to breach their goal. For a forward of Naismith's relatively modest renown to score against the current Chelsea side was truly unexpected, even for many British sports media outlets prior to the match. At that moment, Chelsea's defenders appeared somewhat resigned, as they had committed no errors. If blame were to be assigned, it would be for their overly aggressive pressing, and Naismith's exquisite strike was undeniably commendable. Nevertheless, following the goal, Chelsea's coaching staff remained composed. Mourinho, after a brief contemplation, resolved to continue applying pressure on Everton with an offensive strategy. His calm demeanor instilled confidence in Chelsea's players. Upon the resumption of play, Everton, having taken the lead, seemed to adopt a more reckless approach, engaging in a fierce exchange of attacks with Chelsea. Their morale was high. Yet as Chelsea intensified the pace of the game, gaps began to appear in Everton's defensive line. The young midfielder Bizic, who started under Martinez, was notably sluggish and struggled with his defensive duties. Veteran Barry attempted to cover for him, but De Bruyne recognized this weakness and began to supply Sulla with through balls. Sulla, living up to De Bruyne's faith, decisively penetrated Bizic's defense in the 31st minute of the first half. This time, the Egyptian winger did not cling to the ball, but swiftly passed it to the centrally positioned Suarez, who, after drawing the attention of Everton's young defender Stones, slipped the ball behind him. Hazard, having successfully timed his run to evade the offside trap, darted into Everton's penalty area and executed a low shot into the bottom corner of the net, equalizing the score just in time for Chelsea. Following this, Chelsea's confidence surged. In the stoppage time of the first half, Suarez, receiving a lofted pass from Kroos, penetrated the Everton box and scored again, allowing Chelsea to take the lead. Although in the opening of the second half, Barkley struck from distance, scoring a sensational goal that leveled the match for Everton. However, as Chelsea continued their relentless assault on Everton, they effortlessly scored 2 more goals, ultimately securing a 4-2 victory. Although they emerged victorious, Chelsea's inconsistent performance post-match drew significant attention and discussion among numerous English media outlets and Premier League fans. Mourinho, in his customary fashion, staunchly defended his players during the post-match press conference, even attributing the setbacks experienced during the game to his pre-match tactical arrangements. The English media, having previously been caught off guard by Chelsea's performance, chose not to exacerbate the situation at that moment. However, a week later, when Chelsea drew 2-2 with Arsenal at Stamford Bridge, relinquishing their top position in the league standings, a torrent of criticism surged towards Mourinho and the other Chelsea players. Suarez scored 3 goals in these 2 rounds of matches, while other Chelsea forwards also found the net, indicating that there were no issues in their attacking prowess. De Bruyne, playing in an advanced midfield role, garnered praise from numerous media experts. Conversely, the defensive players at Chelsea faced significant scrutiny. Conceding 4 goals over 2 matches was an unprecedented occurrence for Chelsea in the previous 2 seasons. Maguire, who had previously been lauded for his steady performances, found himself overwhelmed by waves of skepticism. In a crucial encounter against Arsenal, he failed to keep pace with Cavani's run, allowing the Uruguayan striker to score a last-minute equalizer. Many media outlets even published headlines questioning Maguire's true capabilities. This sudden onslaught of criticism left the otherwise composed Maguire somewhat flustered. Fortunately, Leon promptly came to Maguire's defense, lambasting the troublesome media while supporting his teammate, effectively redirecting the scrutiny towards himself. As 2 rounds of matches concluded, Leon's suspension dwindled to just 1 match, and he was poised to return to the Premier League. Chelsea fans eagerly anticipated their team's linchpin leading them to triumph and proving the naysayers wrong in the forthcoming fixtures. However, before that, Chelsea was set to face Wolfsburg in the second round of the Champions League group stage. In the previous round, Chelsea had triumphed over Real Madrid, while Wolfsburg narrowly defeated CSKA Moscow. Thus, This round represented a rare opportunity for Wolfsburg to secure crucial points. Currently positioned second in the group. If Real Madrid failed to secure a victory against CSKA Moscow, Wolfsburg could solidify their chances of advancing by earning points against Chelsea. With no option for retreat, they must confront the formidable challenges posed by both Real Madrid and Chelsea, lacking the courage to face these two giants. Their only alternative would be to vie with CSKA Moscow for a third-place finish and a shot at the Europa League. On the evening of September 29th, at Stamford Bridge, Wolfsburg erupted with formidable intent from the very beginning of the match. They appeared determined to battle Chelsea relentlessly from the opening whistle to the final moment. However, with Leon commanding the midfield, he did not lead his teammates into a direct confrontation with Wolfsburg. Instead, he opted to control the ball first, aiming to wear down the physical stamina of Wolfsburg's midfield and forward players. This strategy proved to be effective, though somewhat passive, during the first half. Chelsea did grant Wolfsburg a few opportunities to advance with passes into the penalty area. Yet, against Wolfsburg's towering striker Dost, standing at an imposing 196 meters, Maguire displayed extraordinary tenacity. In aerial duels, he utterly dominated the Dutch forward, leaving him with no chances whatsoever. With Leon and Matic effectively neutralizing most ground attacks just outside the penalty area, Maguire became a veritable warrior, engaged solely in a physical battle with his opponent inside the box. Chelsea's defensive standards markedly improved compared to their performances in the prior two league matches. Not only were there no significant fluctuations, but errors were also remarkably scarce. With Leon sweeping across the field, both Matic and Kroos exhibited a level of stability far superior to their previous outings. After thoroughly exhausting Wolfsburg for nearly half an hour, Leon and Kroos synchronously advanced, orchestrating Chelsea's offensive thrust. Following a couple of swift counterattacks from Chelsea, the fatigued Wolfsburg defense succumbed. Leon's penetrating dribbling completely disrupted Wolfsburg's defensive setup. Just when Wolfsburg's defenders anticipated that Leon would attempt to go it alone, he chose to pass just before the penalty area. Suarez, receiving the ball almost unmarked, effortlessly curled a shot with his left foot, breaching Benaglio's goal. The attack was straightforward, decisive, and efficient. Chelsea, known for their solid defense and incisive offense, once again captured the attention of neutral fans. Even in the final 10 minutes of the first half, Chelsea did not rush to press forward, ultimately concluding with a 1-0 lead at halftime. Yet, the reporters on the sidelines understood that Chelsea would decisively secure victory over Wolfsburg, marking their second consecutive win in the Champions League group stage. Chelsea's supporters in the stands began to celebrate prematurely. Leon dependence? Well, they were ready to acknowledge it generously. They reveled in the experience of watching Leon lead the team to triumph over all adversaries. End of chapter 354. Becoming the pursuer may not be a bad thing in the locker room. Mourinho observed Leon conversing with Kroos about controlling the match in the first half, feeling a sense of relief. In the past two league matches, without Leon, the midfield players of Chelsea had not encountered significant issues in their individual performances. When reviewing their performances in isolation, Matic had been diligent in defense, while Kroos demonstrated stability in organization. As for De Bruyne, having delivered 3 assists in 2 league matches, has been lauded by various English media outlets. Mourinho, in his media engagements, has repeatedly expressed his lack of doubts regarding the prowess of the new midfield trio. This statement, while genuine, conceals an important caveat. For this new midfield combination to unleash its full potential, it requires further time to develop synergy through gameplay. In the past, when Leon commanded the midfield, whether partnering with Kroos or Matic or playing alongside De Bruyne in a dual central midfield role, he adeptly adapted to the playing habits of his teammates. These players naturally gravitated around him, distributing and controlling possession effectively. In simple terms, all midfielders within Chelsea held immense respect for Leon's capabilities, and he possessed a profound understanding of their individual strengths. Thus, as long as Leon was a regular starter, any midfield partner alongside him could perform seamlessly, and any defensive lapses would be promptly rectified by his presence. However, with Leon extracted from this versatile midfield setup, the newly formed trio lacks a clearly defined core, leading to inevitable disjunctions in their coordination. Ironically, despite their individual strengths, any rhythmic dissonance in their collaboration does not hinder them from executing their roles effectively, allowing Chelsea's attacking framework to function smoothly. Yet, this disjointedness manifests in the defensive realm. amplifying pressure on Chelsea's backline. For instance, in the previous league match, Maguire's failure to track Cavani's late run resulted in a last-minute equalizer for the opposition. On the surface, it is evident that Maguire bears some responsibility. However, a deeper analysis reveals that prior to Maguire's one-on-one encounter with Cavani, it was De Bruyne's defensive lapse that precipitated the issue. His delayed reaction allowed Cazorla to receive Ramsey's incisive pass, successfully penetrating Chelsea's defensive third. This oversight proved critical, as Matic and Kroos were each preoccupied with their defensive assignments and could not adjust their positions. Thus, De Bruyne's defensive negligence provided Arsenal with a vital opportunity. Had Leon been in that position, even if he initially lost his defensive assignment, he would have decisively intercepted or brought down Cazorla within the crucial second or two needed for recovery. De Bruyne undoubtedly possesses the talent to shine in the central midfield roles of number 8 or 10. His exceptional gifts are never doubted by Chelsea's coaching staff, who recognize his capacity to excel in various positions. However, having spent 2 full seasons on the forward line, expecting him to transition seamlessly into his new midfield role is indeed a formidable challenge. His defensive reactions have been somewhat sluggish. Yet this is an aspect that can be improved. Mourinho has contemplated certain strategies to facilitate De Bruyne's more rapid integration into the midfield system. He is confident that, given sufficient match experience, De Bruyne, alongside Kroos and Matic, can cultivate an extraordinarily cohesive defensive partnership. Many issues that appear to be troublesome are, in fact, trivial matters. Observing Leon commanding the midfield, the other Chelsea midfielders naturally gravitate towards him for communication. Mourinho felt a sense of relief. With Liang's return, these minor complications were swiftly resolved. Miscommunication and coordination, defensive lapses, such concerns were non-existent. With Liang anchoring the midfield, the other Chelsea players were unlikely to commit these petty mistakes, as no one wished to be drawn into extra training at the base by Liang when they could be resting. Mourinho felt assured, realizing there were few tactical adjustments needed for this match. After all, Wolfsburg's tactical cards were largely displayed in their starting lineup. Their tall striker, Dost, was effectively neutralized by Maguire, leaving only the relatively threatening Draxler on the front line. Ironically, this German football prodigy was once again targeted by Lyon. Having transferred from Schalke 04 to Wolfsburg, Draxler seemed unfortunate to find himself under Liang's scrutiny once more. Mourinho had no doubt that Lyon could suppress Draxler to the point of ineffectiveness. Thus, for Wolfsburg to disrupt the equilibrium of the match, their secondary striker, Skirl, would need to step up. However, could Skirl, with his lack of finesse in central play and insufficient speed on the flanks, truly penetrate Chelsea's chain defense? Mourinho remained skeptical. As the second half commenced, Lyon once again led his teammates in delivering a rigorous lesson to the Wolfsburg players defensively. He was brimming with energy, having had 2 league matches without play, and he channeled his frustration directly onto Wolfsburg. Draxler felt the overwhelming vigor and exuberance emanating from Lyon and contrasted it with his own struggles in advancing the ball. He found himself once again engulfed in self-doubt regarding his abilities. He had believed he had made considerable progress, establishing himself as a genuine star in the Bundesliga. Yet, facing Lyon once more, he felt utterly powerless and unable to compete. Lyon resembled an inexhaustible machine, relishing the challenge of reclaiming possession. Draxler was neither his equal in physical confrontations, nor could he hold a candle to Lyon's technical prowess. After being subdued for a half, Draxler's mindset completely unraveled as Lyon repeatedly intercepted him at the start of the second half. Hecking, observing from the sidelines, felt exasperated but refrained from reprimanding Draxler. The young man was clearly in a fragile state of mind, and a harsh word might shatter him completely, leading to more harm than good. Reluctantly, Hecking signaled to Draxler to attempt more positional exchanges with the right winger, Caligiuri. This can be considered a strategy, as Lyon would not stoop to switching positions with Matic to defend against Draxler, an action that would undoubtedly diminish his own value. Once freed from Liang's vigilant defense, Draxler gradually regained his confidence in ball control. However, his counterpart on the opposite flank, Caligiuri, found himself in dire straits. Engaging with Lyon was akin to being imprisoned. Regardless of who Wolfsburg substituted in, they would surely suffer in the half where Lyon held dominion. The offensive efforts of Wolfsburg, hobbled as if with a limp, proved woefully ineffective. As the match progressed into the 65th minute of the second half, a Chelsea side still brimming with energy launched a counter-offensive against Wolfsburg. The midfielders and forwards of Wolfsburg, having exhausted themselves in the earlier stages, displayed a dismal rate of recovery. Lyon, taking advantage of the towering stature and lack of agility of Wolfsburg's two central defenders, frequently surged forward, collaborating with Kroos to deliver incisive through balls. Dante and Naldo had to tread carefully, closely marking the swift Azar and Suarez, who were always poised to exploit any potential offside trap behind them. The two imposing center-backs found themselves beleaguered by Chelsea's rapid onslaught. Just when they presumed Chelsea would persist with this swift progression, Lyon unexpectedly altered the rhythm. Once again, he advanced with the ball, disrupting Wolfsburg's backline. Withstanding Gustavo's defensive interference, he delivered a sudden pass to the space vacated by the retreating central defenders at the edge of the penalty area. At this moment, De Bruyne, previously not the focal point of the attack, formed an exquisitely coordinated interplay with Lyon. A diagonal run, receiving the ball, and a deftly executed curled shot ensued seamlessly. Benalio, in that instant, was incensed, unable to comprehend how his teammates could so brazenly concede such a critical area at the top of the penalty box. His hurried leap to save proved futile against De Bruyne's confident strike. With the lead extended to 2 goals, De Bruyne and Lyon embraced in celebration as they jubilantly approached the corner flag. Although only 20 minutes remained in the match, the intrigue had largely dissipated. The Chelsea faithful at Stamford Bridge sang in joyous revelry, while the English media reporters on the sidelines exchanged bewildered glances. Ultimately, the match concluded under the robust and composed defense of Chelsea. Following the previous round of the Premier League, where they had criticized Mourinho's tactical decisions, the journalists now appeared transformed into staunch advocates of Mourinho's philosophy. One could only surmise that they were not to be easily swayed. After formally accepting interviews from a few familiar reporters, Lyon rejoined his teammates in the celebrations, having secured 2 consecutive victories in the treacherous Champions League group stage. Defeating 2 formidable opponents in the process, such achievements certainly warranted a moment of jubilation for Chelsea's players. In the upcoming round, Chelsea would travel to Moscow to contend with the Central Army in the frigid weather of the city, without insisting on a definitive victory. As long as they do not succumb to the Moscow Central Army, they can maintain their advantageous position at the top of the group standings halfway through the group stage. In high spirits following their triumph over Wolfsburg, the Chelsea squad organized an internal dinner that evening. The schedule is currently rather demanding, as Chelsea is set to face Newcastle at St. James Park in the 8th round of the Premier League just 4 days later. However, considering the slight fluctuations in their previous league performance, and with Lyon facing a 1-match suspension, both Terry and Lyon deemed it necessary to hold the gathering to uplift the team's morale. Mourinho had no objections. Viewing it merely as a casual team dinner rather than an extravagant affair, he generously granted the team a day off. Recognizing that the key players have been consistently performing well and not lacking in matches, rather than enforcing a more rigorous training regime, the Chelsea first-team players required ample rest, appropriate mental relaxation, and more scientific recovery training. It has proven effective that Mourinho's management of relaxation yields positive results. After the team dinner and a comfortable day of rest, Chelsea's key players appeared remarkably rejuvenated. On the afternoon of October 3rd, coinciding with the National Day celebrations in China, Chelsea ventured to engage in an intense contest against the Magpies. Mourinho continued with the midfield trio of Kroos, De Bruyne, and Matic. However, unlike the previous 2 league matches, Kroos partnered with Matic to form a double pivot, rather than joining De Bruyne as one of the 2 advanced midfielders. This tactical arrangement fortified Chelsea's defensive line. More importantly, it granted De Bruyne greater tactical freedom in the midfield. Kroos adopted a more withdrawn role, allowing De Bruyne to advance with the ball and deliver threatening passes. Yet, rather than feeling overwhelmed by the responsibility, De Bruyne was invigorated. Mourinho's strategy alleviated De Bruyne's defensive duties, enabling him to focus more on orchestrating the attack. As for the concern of De Bruyne's potential sluggishness in regaining possession, the presence of Kroos and Matic provided adequate support. This was the tactical arrangement that the Chelsea coaching staff had deliberated upon to best utilize their newly formed midfield trio. Manifesting in the match, De Bruyne, who was required to unleash his full attacking prowess, quickly found his rhythm, assisting Suarez and Hazard to score in rapid succession within the first half. However, while Lyon watched from the box, his expression was a blend of joy and peculiarity. He observed that the style of play employed by Chelsea today bore a striking resemblance to Manchester United's tactics during Solskjaer's tenure. De Bruyne appeared akin to a larger version of Bruno Fernandes. The simplistic dog-fetching a frisbee strategy seemed particularly well-suited to Chelsea's current midfield and attacking configuration. This approach proved to be remarkably effective in counterattacking. Certainly, the effectiveness of employing such tactics is more pronounced against mid- to low-tier teams in the Premier League. However, when faced with formidable opponents, such strategies can be easily deciphered and dismantled. Nonetheless, it is evident that Mourinho resorts to this particular tactical approach only on occasion, and Lyon merely indulges in a light-hearted jest about it. Ultimately, Chelsea secured a resounding 3-0 victory against Newcastle away from home, with De Bruyne once again assisting a brace from the prolific scorer. Suarez, Hazard, and Maguire also found the back of the net in succession. Chelsea managed to shake off the frustration from their previous home match, where they were held to a draw by local rivals Arsenal. Yet, they have not reclaimed the top position in the league standings, as Manchester City also triumphed in their earlier match. Currently, Chelsea boasts a record of 7 wins and 1 draw, accumulating 22 points, placing them second in the Premier League table. Manchester City, on the other hand, has achieved an impressive 8 consecutive victories, firmly establishing themselves at the summit of the standings. Arsenal and Tottenham, sitting in 3rd and 4th respectively, each hold a record of 5 wins, 2 draws, and 1 defeat, trailing behind the 2 dominant teams. Transitioning from leaders to pursuers is a rather novel experience for the Chelsea players, who have previously tasted the sweetness of back-to-back league titles. After all, the pressure of championship contention has historically weighed heavily upon them, propelling them forward in their quest to establish a dynasty of 3 consecutive titles. However, with Manchester City now shouldering the weight of public scrutiny, Chelsea's players do not feel an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Rather, they find themselves somewhat relieved. Lyon does not perceive this as a negative development. Winning the league is not akin to a sprint, but rather a marathon that tests the resolve and overall strength of the competitors. The rise of Manchester City has been within Lyon's expectations. It is unrealistic to suppress such an ever-evolving rival throughout the entirety of the season. Thus, occasionally adopting the role of the pursuer in competition with Manchester City can aid Chelsea's players in maintaining a balanced mindset and strengthening their resolve. As for the ultimate outcome of this season's Premier League, it is still too early to make any definitive statements. Let us wait and see. Chapter 355. The City of Foxes is a great treasure. After the conclusion of the 8th round of the Premier League, the flames of competition have temporarily subsided, ushering in the international match days of October. With the Euro 2016 qualifiers progressing, most of the qualifying teams have essentially been determined. However, prior to the commencement of the qualifiers, traditional continental powerhouses such as England, Germany, Spain, and Italy were expected to excel. Yet only England has managed to secure the top position in their group ahead of schedule. Belgium and Wales, whose profiles have surged dramatically in recent years, find themselves in a fiercely contested struggle. Meanwhile, Germany and Poland are also engaged in an intense battle for the top spot in their group. Spain and Italy require their next matches to solidify their standings as group leaders. Only England has emerged victorious in all 8 of their qualifying matches, securing their place with relative ease, albeit against opponents whose strength is not particularly formidable. Achieving 8 consecutive victories in the qualifiers speaks volumes about the current state of the England national team, which has long transcended the awkward phase of being a pseudo-strong team that plagued them 2 years ago. Under the stewardship of Coach Southgate, there has been a fruitful emphasis on the integration of young talent. In recent years, with the elevation of Maguire and Bertrand to the starting lineup, he has further championed the inclusion of Sterling, Harry Kane, and Barkley among promising youngsters. This strategy has undeniably been instrumental in swiftly restoring the team's overall strength. Having already secured their place as group leaders, Southgate has opted to select even more newcomers for England's 2 upcoming Euro qualifiers in October. Notable inclusions are Drinkwater, Ali, Stones, and the impressive Trippier, who has made a notable impact since joining Chelsea this season. On October 9th, at Wembley Stadium, England faced the challenge posed by Estonia. In this World Cup qualifier, Southgate boldly placed Trippier, Maguire, and Bertrand, 3 players hailing from Chelsea, into the starting defense. This tactical arrangement bore a hint of experimentation. Yet the presence of these Chelsea players on the national team's backline was met with approval from many England fans. After all, Chelsea's recent seasons have left a strong impression on English supporters, characterized by formidable defensive prowess. In the match, the Chelsea defenders indeed showcased remarkable stability. The attacking attributes of Trippier and Bertrand provided significant assistance to England's offensive play. Consequently, Harry Kane, who started as a forward, greatly benefited, scoring twice and earning the title of Player of the Match. England ultimately triumphed with a decisive 4-0 victory over Estonia. Naturally, post-match celebrations were rife with hype from various media outlets. However, in contrast to the predictable and exaggerated praise from the press, England fans were more intrigued by the unexpected appearance of Lionel in the VIP box at Wembley. After the match, Lionel declined interview requests from the media, while Maguire revealed that it was they who had invited Lionel to watch the game. Nevertheless, the English media was keen to create a sensational story, for the absence of a star of Lionel's caliber from national team events is indeed peculiar. Gaining citizenship in England is a straightforward matter for Lionel at this juncture. With just a nod of his head, the FA would swiftly facilitate the necessary arrangements. Imagine, with a front line and defense brimming with young talent, the formidable strength that England would possess with Lionel at the helm. This speculation is not merely a whimsical fantasy concocted by England's sports media. It is a topic of frequent discussion among England fans, and even those from Spain, regarding the potential inclusion of Lionel in their national teams. Even though Lionel has repeatedly stated through his agency that he has no intention of changing his nationality, this does not deter fans from England and Spain from yearning for his sublime skills. In the realm of football, one should never declare the impossibility of a situation. What if it were to materialize? This topic has once again garnered considerable attention. Upon returning home after the match, Leon found himself somewhat speechless upon encountering the related media commentary. He had already issued enough denials in the past, so one more would hardly make a difference. After prompting his management team to release another statement for clarification, Leon chose to refrain from publicly attending England's matches. As anticipated, the fervor surrounding discussions of his potential inclusion in the England national team faded within a mere 2 days. With the conclusion of the international match days, the English fans, having indulged in the recent media frenzy, redirected their focus to the impending resurgence of the Premier League. Having concluded his suspension, Leon was finally poised to make his starting appearance once more in the Premier League. In the 9th round of the league, he and his teammates were set to face Leicester City at the King Power Stadium, a team that had yet to taste defeat in the current Premier League season. The Foxes, having taken the place of Swansea and Southampton as dark horses in the league, boasted a record of 4 wins and 4 draws after 8 matches, accumulating 16 points and ranking 4th in the Premier League with remarkable momentum. Their commendable performance included victories over West Ham and draws against Tottenham and Arsenal, proving that their current standing was not merely a result of favorable scheduling. This Leicester City side had already withstood the trials posed by mid-table opponents in the Premier League. Moreover, they were in a position to focus solely on the league this season, as long as they were not hindered by the League Cup and FA Cup matches, which could potentially propel them into European competition. The key players of Chelsea, under the cautious guidance of their coaching staff, were well aware not to underestimate Leicester City. Leon, of course, held an even more serious perspective. While he did not believe Leicester City could replicate the fairy tale of winning the title this season, he was confident that they could evolve into a resilient and formidable team within the upper echelons of the Premier League, much like Liverpool did 2 seasons prior. Such teams may not pose a substantial threat to the title contenders like Chelsea and Manchester City, but they certainly possess the capability to create significant challenges for those vying for the championship. If one were to inquire of the seasoned players within Chelsea and Manchester City regarding the teams they least favored to face in the previous season, they would undoubtedly cite each other as their primary adversaries. The third team might be debatable, but the second most disliked would undoubtedly be Liverpool. They had transformed from mere cockroaches that refused to die into an indomitable force, a veritable bulldog refusing to back down. Leon was filled with anticipation for today's match against Leicester City and had adequately prepared himself mentally. In contrast, while his teammates did not underestimate their opponents, they were nonetheless taken aback by the transformed strength of Leicester City during the opening phase of the match. Compared to the previous season, the new iteration of Leicester City was an entirely different entity, representing a distinct caliber and style of play. At first glance, the changes in their key players may seem minimal, yet the overall tactical framework has transformed entirely. Ranieri has not only enhanced Leicester City's offensive and defensive balance, but has also effectively revitalized the duo of Mahrez and Vardy. This phenomenon is quite remarkable, after all. Both players are no longer in their youth, dispelling the notion of young prodigies suddenly experiencing a meteoric rise in prowess. Last season, their combined tally in the league fell below 10 goals, yet now, after merely 8 rounds, they have collectively contributed 10 goals and an impressive 5 assists. Their attacking efficiency is nothing short of extraordinary, elevating them to the status of prominent figures in the Premier League. Indeed, seasoned veterans can still shine brightly. Today, a supremely confident Mahrez began the match by effortlessly bypassing Azpilicueta, launching a threatening shot. Vardy was equally impressive, just 7 minutes into the match. He received a diagonal pass from Albrighton, successfully exploiting the offside trap. Had it not been for Maguire's audacious interception, Vardy might have found himself in a one-on-one scoring opportunity. Under a suitable tactical system, strikers of corresponding caliber invariably deliver stunning performances. Mahrez's individual prowess and Vardy's instinctive positioning have evidently astounded the Chelsea coaching staff. However, Mourinho remains composed, aware that his attacking players possess superior talent, having previously coached exceptional athletes like Cristiano Ronaldo. Yet, when Chelsea seized control of the offensive and launched an all-out assault on Leicester City, a tireless, highly effective figure appeared in Mourinho's line of sight. Goodness! Where did Leicester unearth such a prodigy? He runs with the same vigor as Lyon. Did he truly only play a complete season in League One last year? Holland, unable to contain his excitement from the bench, gasped repeatedly, while Mourinho had already committed the name of this diminutive midfielder to memory. Kenny. This summer, the talented midfielder transitioned from League One to Leicester City and had only just solidified his starting position in the last league match. Mourinho is not concerned with how Ranieri discovered this short-statured midfielder or how he resolved to elevate him to a starting role. His interest in the player has grown. Reminiscent of his past inclinations towards exceptional defensive midfielders he wished to acquire. Unbeknownst to Kenny, he has already made a significant impression on the enigmatic coach. He is merely feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation as he prepares to clash with Chelsea's midfield trio. Meanwhile, under Kante's relentless pursuit, Kroos appeared somewhat flustered during the initial 20 minutes of the match. Unfortunately for him, Kroos has never favored facing such a tenacious, high-energy, and expansive defensive player. When he first encountered Lyon during his time at Bayern, it was precisely this type of player who stifled his performance. Fortunately, he has now adapted to a variety of midfield positions. When playing as a central midfielder, he found himself often outmaneuvered by Kante. Hence, he proactively retreated to retrieve the ball and orchestrate the play. As for advancing with the ball, that duty undoubtedly falls to Lyon. While he may struggle against Kante's relentless interceptions, Lyon is more than capable of holding his ground. The midfield partnership of Drinkwater and Kante is commendable, yet they find themselves at a loss when contending with Lyon. His remarkable blend of skill and strength allows him to dominate when he possesses such an undeniable physical advantage. He eschews finesse, bulldozing through defenses with the force of a tank. Chelsea's attacking system flows smoothly under Lyon's relentless progression and passing. The Leicester City supporters at the King Power Stadium, witnessing this scene, were expressions of resigned amusement. This is Lyon. His physical prowess and technical versatility enable him to devise optimal responses in various match situations. Kante has delivered an exceptional performance today, and Drinkwater has also played well. Yet they remain unable to curtail Lyon's influence. As long as this pivotal player for Chelsea continues to perform at his best, the pressure on Leicester City will undoubtedly prevail. The commentator from Sky Sports England shakes his head in admiration, extolling Lyon's consistent excellence. As he notes, under Lyon's guidance, Chelsea successfully subdued Leicester City's offensive efforts after the initial 20 minutes of probing exchanges. Previously, the neutral fans were treated to surprises from Vardy and Mahrez, but now they too must retreat to assist in defense. Overall, Leicester City's defensive line has performed relatively well. They do not appear flustered under Chelsea's pressure, with Morgan effectively marking Suarez in the penalty area. However, they cannot withstand Chelsea's attack, which boasts some of the finest offensive talents in football. Lyon manages the distribution of attacking possession, but does not overly dominate the ball himself. Instead, he utilizes his exceptional ability to advance, continuously supplying ammunition to his teammates on the wings. Suarez draws the attention of multiple Leicester defenders in the center, allowing the Belgian wing duo of Hazard and De Bruyne to shine. The two take turns pulling the Leicester defense apart, complemented by the overlapping runs of the fullbacks. Leicester's side defenders, while not possessing top-tier individual skill, find themselves under immense strain. Chelsea's offensive approach is not hurried. Rather, they patiently stretch and exhaust the Leicester defenders' endurance and concentration. Consequently, with fewer attacking errors, Chelsea rarely relinquishes critical possession. Leicester's counterattacks fail to gain momentum, and their efficiency in seizing transition opportunities remains unexploited. In the 34th minute of the first half, Chelsea capitalized on a crucial mistake made by Leicester's right-back Simpson during an interception attempt, thereby completely dismantling Leicester City's defensive line. Kante's rapid retreat compelled Hazard to abandon his intention to cut inside and penetrate Leicester City's penalty area. Nevertheless, the Belgian winger's precise back pass found the advancing Lyon. Morgan promptly lunged to intercept, yet Lyon deftly lifted the ball behind him. The ever-alert Suarez received the pass and struck immediately. Schmeichel, slightly delayed in his reaction, watched as the ball smoothly nestled into the near corner of Leicester's net. After nearly half a match of struggle, Chelsea finally dismantled Leicester City's defensive framework, scoring the first goal of the day. Many Chelsea supporters instinctively exhaled in relief in front of their screens, experiencing, albeit rarely, the resilience of their opponent's defense. Mourinho, standing at the sidelines, applauded his disciples, though his gaze inevitably drifted towards Leicester's half. This new season's Foxes had become a veritable treasure trove. Chapter 356. They walk an old path. A path of champions. I have stated it before. Tony, that fellow will undoubtedly astonish you. I have watched Leicester's recent matches, and his performances off the bench have been nothing short of sensational. Any head coach who fails to include him in the starting lineup under such circumstances is committing a grave error. As the match reached halftime, Lyon walked alongside Kroos into the players' tunnel, openly expressing his admiration for Kante. Kroos nodded instinctively, having endured Kante's relentless tackling during the first half of the match. Indeed, Leicester City provided Chelsea's players with numerous surprises today. With a formidable attacking duo, a solid and resilient defense, and a well-balanced midfield, coupled with Ranieri's bespoke tactical system for the team, Leicester's transformation appeared nothing short of miraculous. Having witnessed the first half of the match, Premier League fans could not help but challenge their preconceived notions of Leicester City. This was no team fighting for survival in the lower tiers. They had held their ground against Chelsea for a full 45 minutes and seemed genuinely capable of threatening Chelsea's defense. Let us dismiss any talk of their inability to defeat Chelsea. Even if this Leicester side cannot overcome Chelsea and Manchester City, surely they can assert their dominance over other mid to lower tier Premier League teams. It appears the Premier League's top six landscape is poised for yet another upheaval. Liverpool, having missed their chance to remain in the Champions League spots last season, has now fallen back. Southampton and Swansea narrowly missed qualifying for European competition for 2 consecutive seasons. Now, as these 3 teams seem to be slipping back into mid-table obscurity, Tottenham and Everton have yet to revel in their success, when Leicester City rises unexpectedly. This somewhat chaotic and unforeseen competition is precisely what many neutral Premier League fans yearn for. Orderly rankings and predictable contests hold little allure. In recent years, Premier League fans have undoubtedly cherished the season when Didier Drogba and Jose Mourinho first joined Chelsea. At that time, Chelsea epitomized a rebellious force of challenge, successfully dismantling the long-standing dominance of Manchester's twin giants over the league. However, Chelsea has since ascended to supplant Manchester United's supremacy, losing its status as the beloved underdog in the eyes of neutral fans. Leicester City, constrained by financial limitations and influence, appears unlikely to replicate Chelsea's extraordinary success. Yet, this does not preclude the possibility of their grassroots emergence garnering increasing support and affection from neutral fans in the future. Should they continue to exhibit their current growth potential, they are destined to secure a place in the Premier League over the upcoming seasons. Nevertheless, Leicester City has yet to reach the pinnacle of their squad cohesion. While they can pose considerable challenges to Chelsea, securing a victory against them remains a formidable task. At this moment, Mourinho did not overly emphasize the need to be vigilant against Leicester City's counterattacks in the second half during his address in the locker room. Instead, he merely instructed his attacking players to refrain from excessive ball-holding in the midfield. This served as the highest form of respect for Kante's exceptional performance that day. Once Mourinho spoke, no Chelsea player dared to disobey. As the second half commenced, Chelsea's attacking players, including Drogba, increased their passing frequency. Hazard also curtailed his tendency for excessive dribbling, mirroring De Bruyne by frequently dropping back to engage with Leicester's defense. As Chelsea adjusted their attacking strategy, Mourinho observed Kante with keen interest, eager to assess the midfielder's aptitude for reading the game. Though Kante's extensive coverage in midfield had already piqued his interest, Mourinho's curiosity drove him to seek out the limits of Kante's abilities, much like he had years ago when tirelessly unearthing Drogba's potential in training. The thrill of discovering hidden treasures captivated Mourinho. Regarding the fact that Kante still belonged entirely to Leicester City, that was merely a minor detail. It was already October, and the winter transfer window of 2016 was fast approaching. Should he deem it appropriate, both Kante and Leicester City would find it difficult to resist Chelsea's earnest offer. If necessary, Chelsea could loan out Van Ginkel and Loftus-Cheek, who still required more match experience, to Leicester. Mourinho's sole desire was to ascertain whether Kante was worth a serious pursuit. The French midfielder was entirely unprepared for the interest from the opposing coach. He was currently focused on alleviating the defensive pressure on his midfield partners and even his defenders. His playing style was undeniably tenacious. Yet his mind was remarkably astute and agile. Unlike many rough-and-tumble defensive midfielders from Africa, Kante possessed a genuine affinity for strategic thinking and game comprehension. His physical prowess and exceptional tackling technique are his strengths. Yet beneath this surface advantage lies a remarkable aptitude for positional awareness and defensive anticipation akin to that of Lyon. Thus, when Chelsea underwent a significant transformation in their attacking strategy, opting to utilize passing to disrupt Leicester City's defensive line, Kante seamlessly adapted his defensive approach. His coverage on the field remains impressively expansive, yet he has begun to leverage his defensive foresight to pressure Chelsea's attacking players, targeting potential receivers rather than the ball carriers themselves. This shift in defensive strategy may not immediately reflect an enhancement in Kante's defensive efficiency through statistics, yet it effectively delays Chelsea's vertical probing passes. The rationale is straightforward. Kante's remarkable stamina enables him to engage in numerous seemingly reckless pressing attempts, wagering on the possibility of intercepting Chelsea's forward thrusts. However, Chelsea's attacking players are reluctant to gamble on Kante's interception capabilities faltering, nor do they wish to provide Leicester City with opportunities for swift counterattacks. Even with the introduction of more lateral passing to stretch the defense, Chelsea still managed to secure threatening passing opportunities and successfully breach Leicester City's backline. It is evident that Kante has postponed the timeline of Chelsea's offensive onslaught against Leicester City, executing his role to the best of his ability within his current skill set. Observing Kante's swift adaptation to alter his defensive methodology, Mourinho slapped his thigh in the coaching box, seemingly having made a significant decision. Yet, many neutral fans watching on television failed to perceive the vital contribution Kante made for his team. They merely observed this tireless, diminutive black midfielder relentlessly running across the pitch, inefficiently pressing the likes of Hazard and Suarez, Chelsea's threatening offensive players. Ultimately, Leicester City was unable to withstand Chelsea's relentless pressure, and in the 78th minute of the second half, they succumbed to a well-executed play between Lyon and Suarez that tore through their defense. However, this time it was not Lyon delivering a pass for Suarez's forward run. Rather, it was Suarez, retreating to receive the ball, who set up Lyon with a beautifully angled through ball. This contrasting style left Leicester City's defenders in a state of helplessness. After successfully evading the offside trap, Lyon seized a one-on-one opportunity and decisively struck a shot toward the far corner. Schmeichel was left powerless, unable to make contact with the spinning ball soaring through the air. Lyon's shooting technique has noticeably improved compared to the previous season. His ability to capitalize on opportunities has evolved, showcasing a burgeoning cold-bloodedness characteristic of a sharpshooter. While he may not yet possess the consistency of finishing at an elite level, he has remarkably converted the majority of his chances with very few misses, which is an impressive feat in itself. Following a 2-goal lead, Chelsea adopted a more defensive posture, compacting their lines. In the dying moments, Ranieri introduced 2 forwards in a desperate bid, but facing Mourinho's formidable defense, Leicester City ultimately had to resign to disappointment on their home turf. The score may not be substantial, yet the disparity in strength between the two teams is quite pronounced. Nevertheless, the fans of Leicester City do not feel disheartened. They are thoroughly content with their team's commendable performance against Chelsea. After the match, Lyon approached the exceptionally impressive Kante, exchanged jerseys, and warmly embraced him in a gesture of encouragement. This bashful individual still grapples with certain nuances in his English pronunciation, although he expressed gratitude to Leon. It came across to those nearby as a universally recognized greeting. Upon hearing Kante's pronunciation, Drinkwater's expression shifted dramatically, fearing that Leon might misunderstand. However, Leon chuckled and waved, indicating he had understood perfectly, jokingly suggesting to Kante, "In the future, if any ill-intentioned journalists interview you, greet them this way, then issue a statement claiming they misheard you. That would serve as an excellent excuse." Leon's affable nature alleviated the tension for Kante and the other Leicester City players. Yet, as Leon departed with satisfaction, Mourinho took the initiative to praise Kante for his outstanding performance, instantly brightening the eyes of the reporters gathered at the sidelines. Nevertheless, Mourinho did not reserve his enthusiasm solely for Kante. He also embraced the commendable Vardy and Mahrez, demonstrating a sense of equality. As for the news reports that would emerge the following day, Mourinho could not concern himself with them. While delivering Leicester City's first defeat of the season, Chelsea continued to apply pressure on the leading Manchester City. However, Manchester City's performance this season has indeed been remarkable and steady. In this round of matches, they comfortably triumphed over Crystal Palace, maintaining their position atop the Premier League standings. It appears that swiftly determining the victor in this year's Premier League will be quite improbable. It will once again be a test of endurance between two formidable teams. Following this round of matches, Chelsea and Manchester City are set to face the challenges of the Champions League group stage once again. In contrast to Manchester City, who will host Sevilla, Chelsea faces a far more daunting journey to Moscow. By late October, the nighttime temperatures in Moscow have plummeted below freezing, often reaching around -10 degrees Celsius at their coldest. This extreme weather, coupled with the artificial turf at the home ground of CSKA Moscow, poses a significant challenge for Chelsea's players. Fortunately, Mourinho is no stranger to leading a team in Moscow. Thus, the Chelsea coaching staff is well prepared. Leon has also been diligently reminding his teammates of the crucial points to consider ahead of the match. Yet, what is learned on paper often feels superficial. It is only when the match commences that Chelsea's other key players truly comprehend the difficulties and challenges they face. Playing on the frost-laden artificial turf is not a concern for CSKA Moscow's players, but it severely restricts Chelsea's overall technical advantage. In pursuit of maximizing points at home, the players of CSKA Moscow exhibited remarkable determination, diligently engaging in fierce contests for the ball. Leon adapted swiftly, having already anticipated the manner in which he should contend with his opponents in today's match. Under his and Mourinho's directives, Chelsea's defenders and midfielders decisively abandoned their plans for a composed build-up, reverting to the classic tactics of Premier League teams: long balls and high crosses. CSKA Moscow's approach was already direct, yet they were unprepared for Chelsea's even more straightforward tactics. Leon effectively transformed himself into a tactical center forward, positioning himself to win aerial duels and subsequently seeking the runs of Suarez or other teammates. This simplistic offensive strategy proved exceptionally effective today, allowing Chelsea's other attacking players to conserve energy for a more vigorous assault on CSKA Moscow's defensive line. In the 28th minute of the first half, Suarez successfully netted a goal from De Bruyne's cross. Merely 8 minutes later, during a set-piece opportunity, Leon headed the ball back for Cruz, who skillfully struck from the edge of the penalty area, extending the lead. However, as Chelsea aimed to capitalize on their advantage and secure a greater goal differential, Hazard suffered an ankle sprain during a counterattack. This unfortunate injury immediately dampened the spirits of the entire Chelsea squad. Mourinho, cursing the frigid Moscow evening, quickly adjusted the tactics, signaling the team to temper their offensive efforts. Salah, who replaced Hazard, played cautiously. The second half saw Chelsea predominantly in a defensive stance. In the 83rd minute, CSKA Moscow managed to score from a set piece as well. Yet, with Mourinho's decisive substitution of two defenders in the dying moments, CSKA's set-piece strategy became ineffective. Ultimately, Chelsea triumphed with a 2-1 victory over CSKA Moscow, securing a third consecutive win in their Champions League group. Nevertheless, the unexpected injury to Hazard posed a dilemma for Chelsea's coaching staff. Which upcoming fixtures should they prioritize amidst a congested schedule? The league matches or the forthcoming EFL Cup round of 16? Mourinho swiftly provided his answer. In the 10th round of the Premier League on October 24th against West Ham United, he continued to field the majority of his starting players. This decision essentially indicated Chelsea's intention to forego the EFL Cup match on October 27th. In light of such choices made by their coaching staff, Chelsea's fans expressed understanding and support. After all, the depth of the squad was not as formidable as in the previous season. And with a lack of seasoned veterans among the substitutes, how far could the young players advance in two domestic cup competitions? Furthermore, with Hazard's unforeseen injury, the primary lineup required meticulous management and rotation. One must relinquish to gain, and Chelsea's current situation remarkably mirrors that of Mourinho's Real Madrid during their third year. To achieve the monumental feat of clinching a third consecutive league title and defending their Champions League crown, burdensome matches must be decisively cast aside. At least for now. Mourinho's mind appears exceptionally clear, as he and Leon guide Chelsea down a familiar path, a championship road they once traversed with great success. Chapter conclusion. In the 357th chapter, while trailing, they still laughed. The Hammers, West Ham United, currently stand sixth in the Premier League with a record of 4 wins, 3 draws, and 2 losses, showcasing an impressive performance since the season commenced. Had they not suffered a last-minute reversal in the crucial battle against Leicester City, they would likely have secured a place among the top 4 in the league standings. However, the league has only reached its 10th round, and the gap in points between West Ham and the top 4 teams remains narrow, presenting ample opportunity for ascension. After all, they are engaged in a single competition. If this season they remain unburdened by the League Cup and FA Cup, they possess the capability to vie for European competition qualification next season. Chelsea's management holds West Ham United in high regard, recognizing their formidable nature. Coupled with the fact that Chelsea is playing away this round, Mourinho has opted for a rather conservative tactical approach. On October 24th, at 3 p.m. London time, Chelsea and West Ham United commenced their fierce encounter at Upton Park. In this match, both teams coincidentally selected a more prudent 4-2-3-1 starting formation. West Ham, unencumbered by multiple competitions or the FIFA virus, enjoyed a rare opportunity for team rest during the international break. Consequently, they fielded their strongest lineup, with players appearing vigorous and full of energy. Conversely, Chelsea did not put forth their full-strength squad. Matic and Azpilicueta were rested, and with Hazard nursing an injury, significant alterations were made to the starting lineup. Van Ginkel, Karas, and Sulla were all granted starting opportunities today. Leon partnered with Van Ginkel in a deeper role, as Mourinho aimed to ensure the solidity of the team's defense in the first half of the match. Once the match commenced, West Ham, leveraging the advantage of playing at home, initiated an offensive assault on Chelsea. This aligns perfectly with West Ham's current favored style of play, as they rightfully exert pressure on Chelsea at home. After all, by the 9th round of the Premier League, West Ham's offensive prowess had surpassed that of renowned teams such as Arsenal, Tottenham, and Everton, trailing only Manchester City and Chelsea. In 9 league matches, West Ham netted 22 goals, despite none of their forwards exceeding 5 goals individually. This underscores the commendable form of their entire attacking line, making it challenging for opponents to effectively counter their collective strategy. Leon refrained from overly seeking the ball at the match's outset, while Kroos almost entirely orchestrated Chelsea's organization and distribution in the early stages of the game. It is not that Leon is experiencing a decline in form today. Rather, he must devote more attention to observing the offensive maneuvers of West Ham United. Leon is quite familiar with several of the seasoned attackers within the West Ham squad. However, the team's coach, Bilic, has deployed a rather unfamiliar starting offensive combination today. Lanzini, Sakho, and Payet, who all joined West Ham during the summer transfer window, have advanced past the halfway line and are actively positioning themselves in Chelsea's half. In relative terms, Leon has a better understanding of Payet, not only because this player once injured Cristiano Ronaldo during the 2016 European Championship final in his memory, but also due to the remarkable moments he has displayed in the Premier League. If his somewhat hazy recollections are accurate, Payet earned a spot on the final roster of the French national team for the 2016 European Championship due to his impressive performances in the Premier League this season. When he reviewed the statistics of several key offensive players in West Ham prior to the match, he was astonished to discover that Payet had already achieved commendable personal statistics in League One. In the 2011-12 season, Payet scored 13 goals in a single season in League One. In the 2012-13 season, while at Lille, he delivered a remarkable double-digit performance in the league. Last season, he excelled at Marseille, recording 17 assists in a single league season. Perhaps it was due to Payet's outstanding performance last season that West Ham willingly invested $15 million to bring him to the Premier League from Marseille. This late-blooming attacking midfielder, who once played alongside Hazard, seems to have limited potential left to explore, as he has already reached the age of 28. Nevertheless, his immediate impact aligns perfectly with West Ham's needs. Although Lyon does not hold a favorable view of Payet, that sentiment belongs to the past. Currently, he approaches Payet with a sense of caution and curiosity. This player possesses a keen intelligence on the pitch, substantial potential, and a wealth of experience. If he were 3 or 4 years younger, he might still find himself on the bench of a prestigious football club, participating in rotations. Facing such an opponent, Lyon feels it is crucial to exert greater focus and vigilance. The unfolding events confirm that his instincts were correct. Payet quickly revitalized West Ham's offense in Chelsea's half. He is capable of receiving the ball, possesses an outstanding long-range shot, and can deliver threatening passes. With him at the forefront, West Ham's offensive operations appear exceptionally fluid. Their organized forward pressure and width in attack, coupled with judicious decision-making, have captivated many neutral fans watching from their screens. Mourinho, too, had to reassess his pre-match evaluation of West Ham's capabilities. Initially believing that his assessment had sufficiently acknowledged West Ham's potential to vie for a Europa League qualification next season, he now, having witnessed the first 6 or 7 minutes of play, feels that West Ham is entirely deserving of challenging Arsenal or Tottenham for a higher league position. Perhaps due to the thickness of the bench, West Ham United ultimately falters at the threshold of the Premier League's top 4. However, their starting lineup undoubtedly possesses the caliber to contend with the finest goalkeeping teams in the league. Their offense is well-structured, centered around a core, with dual defensive midfielders performing robustly, complemented by a defense that has cohesively developed into a formidable unit. This primary configuration is indeed quite impressive. They can no longer be allowed to penetrate our defensive territory. We must push them back and suppress their midfield play, for this team is not to be underestimated. Mourinho promptly made tactical adjustments, recognizing the attacking threat posed by West Ham. At this moment, he preferred his team to engage in fewer counterattacks rather than risk allowing West Ham to continue applying pressure on Chelsea's defense. Yet, barely 2 minutes after issuing his tactical directives, in the 9th minute of the first half, Payet received a back pass from his striker, Sakho, and suddenly accelerated past the marking cross. At that instant, Lyon was still engaged with West Ham's advancing midfielder Kouyaté on the right side of the midfield. He witnessed Payet's maneuver pass cross, but remained unconcerned about Payet's ability to advance into dangerous territory. After all, Van Ginkel was still trailing behind. No matter how informed Payet was, he would find it difficult to bypass Van Ginkel's defense. However, many offensive decisions on the field stem from a confidence in one's abilities and instinctive judgments devoid of logic. For instance, at this moment, with Payet carrying the ball more than 30 meters away from Chelsea's goal, Lyon believed Van Ginkel had ample time to intercept Payet. And Van Ginkel himself did not perceive Payet as a significant threat to their goal. Yet, unexpectedly, Payet opted for a powerful long-range shot. From a distance of a staggering 36 meters from Chelsea's goal, he unleashed a strike that hurtled towards Oblak's territory with remarkable speed. If it were merely a matter of pace and power, this long-range shot would not pose a substantial threat to Oblak. What transpired next was bizarre. It was unclear which part of Payet's foot struck the ball. The trajectory appeared destined to drift outside the goal frame, only to execute a rapid curve, narrowly grazing the post before sneaking into Chelsea's net. Oblak was left astounded. How could he possibly save that? In one moment, he saw the ball seemingly flying out of bounds towards the stands, and in the next, it inexplicably veered and entered the goal he was guarding. This defied all scientific logic. The defenders in Chelsea's penalty area exchanged bewildered glances, compelled to cast sympathetic looks at Oblak. Meanwhile, Upton Park erupted in jubilant uproar. Over 30,000 fervent Hammers fans nearly lifted their home ground with their roaring enthusiasm. They had successfully scored first at home, taking the lead over Chelsea. The Sky Sports commentator was once again astounded, repeatedly expressing disbelief. In the studio, Zhan Jun couldn't help but laud Payet's spectacular long-range strike. One might argue that his goal was significantly influenced by luck. However, a stunning strike is inherently a serendipitous occurrence. Which player who has ever scored a spectacular goal would dare to claim that? At the moment of crafting such a momentous scene, they were wholly in control. The players of West Ham celebrated wildly along the sidelines. Payet, brimming with excitement, pounded his chest and roared, seemingly releasing years of pent-up frustration over his unrecognized talent. The director appeared to be stirring the pot, as he did not keep the camera trained on the jubilant West Ham supporters and players, but swiftly shifted his focus to Chelsea's substitutes. To everyone's astonishment, Mourinho did not exhibit overwhelming anger or dismay. Instead, he was smiling. He even took a few sips from his water bottle while chuckling. Was this exasperation? The director, seemingly incredulous at Mourinho's emotional state, redirected the camera to the undeniable focal point of Chelsea's half, Leon. Remarkably, Leon was also laughing. This fellow, hands on his hips, appeared to be sharing a jest with Kroos, after which both broke into carefree smiles. This scene sent shivers down the spines of many West Ham supporters watching at home. They were itching to rush onto the field and confront Leon and Kroos, shouting, "You are the ones trailing, not us. What are you laughing about? Shouldn't you feel frustrated and disheartened? Why are you so composed at this moment? Stop laughing, you fools." Perhaps the director could no longer endure the situation and quickly switched back to the jubilant stance. Yet, the image of the Chelsea trio smiling in the face of adversity had already gone viral online. No one knew what Leon and Kroos had exchanged in words, nor could anyone comprehend the source of Mourinho's confidence from the sidelines. Shortly thereafter, the match resumed, yet Chelsea, now a goal down, remained unperturbed. They did not rush to aggressively press West Ham. Rather, they opted to maintain a steady defense in the midfield and backline. This composure and tranquility left countless viewers at home in awe. West Ham aimed to capitalize on this momentum, hoping to exploit Chelsea's apparent disarray in defense. But upon realizing the calm demeanor of the entire Chelsea squad, they quickly retracted their formation. West Ham's coach Bilic, baffled by the tactical enigma Mourinho was orchestrating, decided to adjust his own team's strategy to focus on counterattacks. "If you press forward aggressively, I shall strike back. If you do not, I shall safeguard our lead until halftime. Let us see what choice you make." At this moment, Bilic was filled with confidence, though he did not believe that merely taking the lead would guarantee victory. However, he was indeed confident in maintaining that lead until the halftime interval. The players on the field for West Ham shared a similar sentiment. They defended with remarkable zeal and determination. Chelsea, having meticulously seized control of the midfield, commenced a full-scale offensive surge. By the 17th minute of the first half, Mourinho remained composed, observing the unfolding events. Under the orchestration of Leon and Kroos, Chelsea unleashed an intense pressing attack against West Ham United. Initially, the players of West Ham were quite pleased with this scenario, as it suggested opportunities for counterattacking Chelsea. However, after enduring just 5 minutes of relentless pressure from Chelsea, their perspective swiftly shifted. They found themselves merely on the receiving end of a barrage. Counterattacks? Chelsea deployed a frenzied high-pressing strategy, rendering West Ham's anticipated counterattacks utterly ineffective. Whenever they managed to gain possession, Chelsea's forwards would transform into a swarm of ball-hunting machines, closing in with unrelenting intensity. Payet, who had initially scored, suffered even more. Once marked by Leon, he scarcely touched the ball. The situation was utterly dire. With no means to retaliate, compounded by Chelsea's apparent lack of fatigue, were they truly destined to be dominated for an entire half hour? The West Ham fans in the stands responded with jeers and cacophonous insults, hoping to provoke Chelsea's attackers into losing their composure. Indeed, Chelsea's players were incensed. Yet they continued to methodically exhaust both the physical and mental stamina of West Ham's defense. With Kroos orchestrating play, Chelsea's offensive maneuvers shifted frequently, yet remained precise. Leon surged forward with regularity, leaving the West Ham backline in a state of disarray. In the attacking line, Salah, Suarez, and Leon constituted formidable threats. Although De Bruyne did not penetrate deep into West Ham's defensive territory, his threatening passes kept the defenders on high alert. The defenders' focus was inevitably limited. Chelsea had dismantled numerous elite teams over the past 2 seasons, overcoming various defensive styles. While West Ham's defense was commendable, it had yet to present a challenge that could deter Chelsea's attacking players. By the 31st minute of the first half, the West Ham backline, thoroughly stretched by Chelsea's rapid ball movement, exhibited numerous vulnerabilities. After receiving a cross from Salah, Leon decisively advanced, prompting West Ham's retreating midfielder Couillet to fortify the center and urgently call for the fullbacks to adjust their positions. However, As soon as West Ham's left back Cresswell made a move, Leon swiftly directed the ball towards West Ham's left flank. Seizing the opportunity, De Bruyne accelerated down the line without pausing to assess Leon's run. With several West Ham defenders still out of position within the penalty area, he delivered a precise, low diagonal cross from the flank. The pass sliced through West Ham United's feeble defensive line with the precision of a surgical scalpel. Suarez fell to the ground attempting a sliding shot at the near post, yet neither he nor the West Ham defender Tompkins managed to make contact with the ball. Similarly, Collins, the other West Ham center-back who was positioned in the central area of the penalty box, failed to disrupt the trajectory of the ball. It wasn't until the ball reached the far post that Sulla, sprinting in, managed to outpace the defender Jenkinson and seize the ball. However, the angle for his shot was nearly non-existent, prompting him to decisively lay the ball back into the center of West Ham's penalty area. Under the almost despairing gaze of West Ham's goalkeeper Adrian, Leon, who had made a timely run forward, met the incoming ball with a powerful strike. The ball whizzed past Adrian's outstretched hand like a cannonball, ultimately spinning into the net behind the West Ham goal. The cacophony of Upton Park fell into a brief silence, quickly replaced by the jubilant cheers of thousands of Chelsea fans. Leon spread his arms as he raced toward the goal line, yet he did not appear overly exhilarated. His smile remained radiant and relaxed. Mourinho rose from the bench with a composed gait, making his way to the touchline. He applauded with a smile and gestured for the Chelsea supporters who had traveled to cheer on the team to celebrate even louder. The players on the field formed a huddle, embracing and high-fiving each other. They were pleased, yet not overly thrilled, as if leveling the score in the first half was something they had foreseen all along. Many neutral fans watching on television couldn't help but recall the unusual smiles on Mourinho and Leon's faces from 20 minutes prior. Why smile when trailing? Now they understood the answer. Chelsea demonstrated remarkable resilience. Just moments after the 30-minute mark of the first half, Leon scored, helping Chelsea equalize. This moment tested the mindset of West Ham's players. It remained uncertain whether they could maintain their composure under such circumstances. After celebrating Leon's pivotal goal in the studio, the commentator Zhan Jun expressed concern for West Ham's players. However, it was the West Ham coach Bilic, seated on the sidelines, who displayed the most impatience. He seemed unable to accept the reality of his team's early equalization, which entirely disrupted his tactical plans. Following urgent discussions, he and his assistant decided against continuing to confront Chelsea's offense head-on, opting instead to stabilize the match and aim to reach halftime. Yet, this tactical directive delighted Chelsea's coaching staff. With Chelsea's momentum surging, West Ham's continued resistance could pose significant challenges to Chelsea's pressing attack. However, they chose to remain timid, effectively handing the knife directly into the hands of the Chelsea players. Such a meek opponent is indeed a delight for a Chelsea side that thrives on momentum. West Ham United opted to contract their formation, determined to defend resolutely during the final 10 minutes of the first half. Upon seeing this, Leon was unrelenting. As the match resumed, he and Kroos pushed the offensive line deep into West Ham's half. Contracting their formation, were they? Intent on merely holding on. They dared to employ such tactics against Chelsea, the masters of both parking the bus and dismantling it. Leon could only marvel at the audacity of West Ham's coaching staff. With Leon and Kroos orchestrating the play with poise, Chelsea's three forwards found themselves outside West Ham's penalty area, ready to seize opportunities for long-range shots. Sulla, seeking to facilitate his inward dribbles, even swapped flanks with De Bruyne. Suarez also possessed a commendable knack for long-range shooting, and his remarkable technique posed a significant threat whenever he received the ball in an opportune position. Crucially, behind them loomed Leon, a human cannonball. The moment Leon surged forward to receive the ball, he left West Ham's defenders startled. Nonetheless, Chelsea's long-range strategy was not merely aimed at breaching West Ham's goal, but rather to create a plethora of set-piece opportunities. The players were well acquainted with this tactical approach, including Suarez, who had joined the club just this summer, as they had practiced it numerous times on the training ground. The potency of their long-range shots needed to be formidable, with angles as deceptive as possible, compelling the opposing goalkeeper to deflect the ball out for corners. Once corner opportunities became plentiful, Maguire, the aerial beast, would shine on the pitch. In truth, West Ham's central defensive duo ranked among the best in the Premier League regarding aerial duels. Collins and Tompkins were both tall defenders with commendable heading abilities. However, these two English giants appeared somewhat diminutive when faced with the 1.95-meter, 95-kilogram behemoth that was Maguire. Furthermore, Chelsea boasted a plethora of headed goal-scoring experts. And with Maguire's intimidating presence, they could capitalize on numerous heading opportunities. While West Ham's aerial defense was robust, they ultimately could not withstand Chelsea's relentless barrage of headers. In the 44th minute of the first half, Karius, benefiting from the intimidation provided by Maguire and Leon at the near post, successfully headed the ball into the back of West Ham's net. At that moment, Bilic seemed genuinely flustered, unleashing a tirade from the coach's box that instilled immense pressure on West Ham's players. Meanwhile, Chelsea celebrated with unrestrained joy. As the halftime break concluded, Chelsea decisively adopted a defensive counter-attacking posture. Bilic believed Mourinho was trying to irritate him, yet he found no evidence to support this and could only continue to pressure his players. However, the reality was that he was merely overthinking the situation. The depth of Chelsea's bench was somewhat lacking this season, leading the coaching staff to emphasize a tactical approach heavily weighted towards counterattacks. In the previous 2 seasons, Chelsea often employed a counter-attacking strategy. However, when the moment called for aggressive offense, they would unleash a relentless barrage, effortlessly scoring 5 or 6 goals against mid to lower-tier teams. Yet this season, Chelsea's victories against comparatively weaker opponents have been marked by a more pragmatic approach, conserving energy wherever possible. The same principle applies to their recent match against West Ham United. While Chelsea could dominate the game from start to finish, such a display seemed unnecessary, particularly given the congested fixture schedule. In the upcoming League Cup, Mourinho has opted to forego the match, wisely reserving energy for the demanding League and Champions League encounters ahead. Consequently, a rather cautious and defensive Chelsea emerged at Upton Park. In the second half, Leon focused solely on neutralizing Payet, sacrificing his own offensive contributions, which in turn extinguished the creative spark of West Ham's attacking engine. As both players became entangled in a fierce battle, Chelsea maintained their lead and adopted a patient defensive stance, while West Ham grew increasingly frantic in their attempts to secure points at home. Bilic made early substitutions in the 60th minute, replacing the underperforming Sakho with former Liverpool striker Carroll, followed by the introduction of another forward, Antonio, for Zarate, shifting to a 4-4-2 formation. Such a retro adjustment elicited disapproval from Mourinho on the sidelines. As the dawn of 2016 approached, it was astonishing to witness a manager from a top-tier league still placing faith in the 4-4-2 formation to turn the tide. Mourinho himself had long abandoned this setup. A switch to 4-3-3 would have been a more astute choice, indicating Bilic was perhaps somewhat out of his depth at this moment. However, this development was undoubtedly good news for Chelsea. With West Ham adopting a 4-4-2 formation, Chelsea further compacted their shape, effectively sealing off the central areas and allowing West Ham to resort to crossing from the flanks. The true capabilities of Carroll are well known to seasoned Premier League fans. Together with Antonio, they could hardly contend with Maguire. Not to mention, Maguire was bolstered by the presence of the formidable Thiago Silva. The final 30 minutes of the match devolved into a display of defensive drills for Chelsea against West Ham. The proactive defending from Chelsea allowed them to dictate the rhythm of the game, guiding the direction of nearly all of West Ham's offensive efforts. Ultimately, Chelsea's resolute defense managed to frustrate the more than 30,000 Hammers fans at Upton Park. In the dying moments of the match, commentator Zhan Jun echoed a classic remark regarding Mourinho. This is Mourinho's team. As long as he chooses not to attack or aims to win, he will never lose. This statement encapsulates Mourinho perfectly, and the final score of 2-1 reflected Chelsea's ability to mentally dismantle their opponents. Consequently, after the match, Bilic ignored Mourinho's outstretched hand, maintaining a stern demeanor as he strode directly into the players' tunnel. However, Mourinho appeared unfazed, shrugging at the live camera before joining his players in their jubilant celebration. During the post-match press conference, Bilic boldly criticized Mourinho, asserting that he secured victory through unattractive football. The team that performed with greater flair and desire for triumph did not emerge victorious. Upon learning of Bilic's audacious remarks in the press conference, Mourinho found amusement. He acknowledged the truth in Bilic's words, admitting that they played in a more pragmatic and less aesthetically pleasing manner, yet they indeed left Upton Park with 3 points, which is an undeniable fact. Mourinho's self-deprecating response earned him and Chelsea increased respect from neutral fans. However, the media was less forgiving, particularly after Mourinho decisively opted to abandon the League Cup, fielding a nearly entirely youth squad against Stoke City, which drew scrutiny from the British press. Fortunately, there was no dissent within the Chelsea ranks regarding this decision. After all, Chelsea had already secured 2 League Cup titles in the previous 2 seasons. What more did they need to prove in this competition? Last season, Chelsea achieved an impressive quadruple, a sensation of triumph that was exhilarating. Nonetheless, the core players felt considerable fatigue by the end of the season. Exceptional athletes like Leon are a rarity in football. If the coaching staff aimed to pursue another quadruple this season, it would inevitably lead to differing opinions within the squad. The majority of the main players yearn for relief and reduced pressure. What significance does the League Cup hold? If possible, they would even suggest that Mourinho abandon the FA Cup as well, focusing solely on the league and the Champions League, allowing for rotations. And enjoying additional rest days would be far more appealing. Thus, regardless of the clamor from external media, tranquility reigned within Chelsea, and life was serene. On October 27th, in the League Cup round of 18, Chelsea suffered a decisive 1-3 defeat away, marking their first loss of the season and extinguishing their hopes for a 3rd consecutive League Cup title. However, the first-team players indulged in a comfortable 2-day holiday, followed by a relaxed 5-day training regimen before facing Liverpool in the 11th round of the Premier League. At this juncture, Liverpool was in disarray, as Rodgers had been dismissed well before Christmas in the new season. One could argue that Rodgers was somewhat wronged. After all, 2 of his key forwards were poached early in the season, and the team's recruitment proved lackluster. Under such circumstances, he managed a record of 3 wins, 5 draws, and 2 losses. The number of defeats was minimal, and the defense was commendable, yet the attack lacked a touch of fortune. In 2 or 3 matches that should have been victories, they fell short, and had even 2 or 3 of those 5 draws been converted into wins, he might not have faced such an early exit from Anfield. Perhaps it was due to his failure to lead the team into the Champions League zone last season that he significantly lost favor with the management. Coupled with the fact that Liverpool's higher-ups had already established contact with Klopp, who had resigned from Borussia Dortmund, the announcement of Rodgers' dismissal came swiftly. On the evening following the completion of the 10th round of the Premier League, Liverpool officially declared both the dismissal of Rodgers and the search for a new head coach, causing a minor stir within the Premier League circle. Their search was rather hasty. Just the night before, discussions about selecting a candidate were underway, yet by the following afternoon, Klopp's arrival at Anfield was officially announced. Securing Klopp, who had previously ignited a youthful storm at Dortmund, left Liverpool supporters quite pleased with the management's decisive actions. However, having missed the summer transfer window, Klopp's immediate task upon his arrival would be to stabilize the team's performance. To implement his tactical vision and initiate a reconstruction with new signings would require the backing of at least 2 transfer windows. It seems rather unrealistic for Klopp to steer the team into the Premier League's top 4 after inheriting Rodgers' troubled legacy this season. At least in terms of public perception, Klopp enjoys a relatively lenient coaching environment, allowing him to undertake preliminary adjustments to this Liverpool squad over the course of half a Premier League season. Nevertheless, his first challenge upon taking office is to confront Chelsea, which is rather unfortunate. On the afternoon of October 31st, Mourinho faced Klopp for the first time in the Premier League. During their pre-match exchanges, they appeared to be in high spirits, with Klopp warmly greeting his counterpart. They are indeed old rivals on the Champions League stage, having faced each other frequently during Real Madrid's successful campaigns in the Champions League. However, the friendly banter prior to the match did not deter Mourinho and his team from taking a firm stance against Liverpool. Klopp's tactical vision was indeed profound. In just 5 or 6 days since his appointment, he managed to instill a refreshing tactical identity within the team. There was increased movement, a more aggressive pressing defense, and a more efficient counterattacking approach. It was easy for observers to sense the new tactical ambitions Liverpool was pursuing. However, the players had yet to fully mature these newly instilled tactics, even though they were undeniably in the process of change, with running and defensive pressing being the most noticeable improvements. Nonetheless, these minor adjustments merely posed some challenges for the current Chelsea side. In the first half, Chelsea saw Salah and Suarez score consecutively. Salah celebrated with great fervor, while Suarez opted for a more subdued approach, choosing not to celebrate at Anfield. In the second half, Liverpool managed to pull one back through Coutinho, but Chelsea quickly secured a penalty after introducing the returning Hazard. Hazard's ability to break through remained undiminished, as he won the penalty just 14 minutes into his appearance. Unfortunately for Liverpool, the familiar face of Dejan Lovren was once again responsible for the error. Upon witnessing Lovren's reckless foul on Hazard within their own penalty area, Klopp covered his eyes and returned to the bench, seemingly unable to bear the sight. Meanwhile, Lyon seized the penalty opportunity with remarkable precision, ultimately leading Chelsea to a decisive victory over Liverpool at Anfield, marking their first triumph of the season. This outcome was anticipated by all media prior to the match. However, in a post-match interview, Lyon lavished considerable praise upon Liverpool. Klopp is doing an exceptional job. I believe Liverpool fans need only to have faith in him, he stated, asserting that under his guidance, Liverpool is poised to enter a new era. Chapter 359. No team can secure 3 points from Stamford Bridge. Lyon's high praise for Liverpool quickly captured the attention of numerous Premier League fans. Although Lyon is known for his diplomatic remarks during interviews, such commendation for a competing Premier League team and a newly appointed manager is indeed rare. Naturally, Liverpool supporters were elated to hear this. Lyon, regarded for his discerning eye in assessing coaches, seemed to suggest that Klopp's success at Liverpool is plausible, thereby validating the club's decision to appoint him. However, neutral Premier League fans remained skeptical regarding Klopp's potential success in the league. While he excelled with Borussia Dortmund in the Bundesliga, replicating that success with a young and capable squad in the Premier League remains uncertain. The intense schedule and formidable competition within the Premier League, many fans argue, far surpasses that of the Bundesliga. Ultimately, tangible results will be the true measure of his capabilities. From the perspective of public discourse, Lyon's praise inadvertently intensified scrutiny on Klopp and Liverpool. Initially, few Premier League fans believed that Klopp could extricate Liverpool from their struggles, and the leniency of public opinion stemmed from a lack of expectations. However, Lyon's commendation now draws increased attention toward both Klopp and Liverpool. It is worth noting that Lyon did not intend to thrust Liverpool into the spotlight. While he can be somewhat cunning, he is not malicious to that extent. Overall, he expressed his anticipation due to his appreciation for Klopp's coaching tactics and Liverpool's playing style. Afterward, he promptly forgot about the matter and ceased to monitor the evolving public discourse, dedicating himself entirely to preparations for the Champions League group stage. Following this league match against Liverpool, Chelsea has merely 3.5 days to regroup, as they are set to face CSKA Moscow at home on November 4th. Without the aid of harsh weather, CSKA's true strength on the pitch is that of a second-tier European team. As visitors to Stamford Bridge, they are unlikely to impose significant psychological pressure on Chelsea's players. Currently, Chelsea's commanding lead in the group of death is also quite apparent. After suffering a defeat to Chelsea in the first round of the Champions League group stage, Real Madrid traveled to Moscow for the second match, only managing a draw against CSKA. It wasn't until the third round that they secured a victory at home against Wolfsburg. Currently, with 4 points, Real Madrid occupies the second position in their group, while Wolfsburg, sitting third, has only managed to earn points against CSKA in the first 3 rounds. The point difference between the two teams is minimal, and even the gap between CSKA, which has only one draw to its name, and the two teams is not substantial. Should they seize opportunities in the remaining matches, CSKA could indeed have a chance to break free from this challenging group. For instance, in this round, facing the undefeated Chelsea, who boast 9 points, if CSKA can secure points, they would still retain a glimmer of hope for advancement. Although the probability of returning from Stamford Bridge unscathed is slim, the entire CSKA squad is determined to strive for a miraculous outcome. Conversely, the mindsets of Real Madrid and Wolfsburg are markedly different as they approach this crucial match. Real Madrid certainly does not wish to rely on their competitors for their qualification hopes. They would relish the prospect of CSKA unexpectedly defeating Chelsea. Such an outcome would allow them to secure 7 points after overcoming Wolfsburg, significantly narrowing the gap with Chelsea. However, Wolfsburg would prefer to see Chelsea triumph over CSKA decisively. Frankly, this would at least ensure their continued participation in the Europa League. Whether they can triumph over Real Madrid is another matter, but in their current state of uncertainty, they would rather see their fellow strugglers, CSKA, eliminated from this perilous group. If participating in the Champions League is akin to savoring a sumptuous cake, then the Europa League represents a sufficient sustenance for clubs like Wolfsburg, who find themselves in the European mid-tier. Exiting the Champions League, but still having the Europa League to compete in would be a more palatable outcome for the entire Wolfsburg squad. This psychological disparity may well dictate the outcome of their clash with Real Madrid. In contrast, The Russian players of CSKA seem less preoccupied with the calculations of points. Their focus is solely on engaging in a spirited match against Chelsea. If they secure an upset and create a miracle, they can celebrate together upon their return to Moscow. If they lose, they will do so without regrets, for they had anticipated such a scenario upon being drawn into this formidable group. With a resolute mindset, the CSKA players exhibited remarkable bravery at Stamford Bridge on November 4th. They not only employed an assertive attacking strategy, but, at times during the first half, managed to put pressure on the home side, Chelsea. This courageous tactical approach garnered the admiration of the Chelsea squad, leading them to respond with equal intensity. After exhausting the considerable stamina of the starting players from CSKA Moscow during the first half, Chelsea managed to score 3 goals in a mere 20 minutes in the second half, effectively shattering the courageous efforts of CSKA Moscow. Including the counterattack goal scored in the 37th minute of the first half, Chelsea dispatched their opponents with 4 goals within just over 60 minutes, extinguishing any hopes of advancement for the Russian side. The scene was somewhat grim, however, amidst the cheers and laughter at Stamford Bridge. The key players of CSKA Moscow fought valiantly until the final moment. Ultimately, this UEFA Champions League group match, which had lost its suspense even before kickoff, concluded with a score of 5-1. Chelsea celebrated their 4th consecutive victory in the group stage, almost securing their position as group leaders ahead of schedule. Even though Real Madrid triumphed again over Wolfsburg away from home, their accumulated 7 points left them with no margin for error in their pursuit of the top spot. Meanwhile, Wolfsburg, with only 3 points, must exert every effort in the final 2 rounds of the group stage to make a last-ditch attempt for their slim chances of advancement. Chelsea's early qualification from this formidable group was anticipated by many fans. However, few could have predicted that Chelsea would achieve 4 consecutive victories, decisively distancing themselves from Real Madrid. This prompted some cunning fans to speculate on online forums whether UEFA might impose artificial obstacles on Chelsea in the future, such as ensuring that the group-leading Chelsea would draw the strongest second-place team in the knockout stage. Given UEFA's past tendencies, such actions seem plausible. They had previously put Arsenal in quite a predicament. Nevertheless, Chelsea's players were disinterested in the possibility of predetermined draws. Their goal for the season was to defend their Champions League title, and they saw no reason to shy away from any opponent in the tournament. Regardless of whom they might face in the subsequent draws, they were determined to confront the challenge head-on. They had no intention of second-guessing their path, especially as they were widely regarded as the strongest team on the continent. It was other teams that ought to fear facing them. Lyon, for one, was not at all concerned about the potential matchups in the upcoming knockout rounds. The schedule for Premier League teams engaged in European competitions was exceedingly tight. Following this round of group matches, these teams had little time to rest and prepare, as they were immediately faced with the formidable challenge of the 12th round of the Premier League. The total rest period barely exceeded 2 days, causing considerable distress for the coaches of Premier League teams with limited squad depth. Chelsea's situation was slightly better. However, Mourinho was privately lamenting the Football Association's lack of consideration. After the relentless sequence of matches, many of Chelsea's key players required rotation and rest. Even if they did not feel particularly fatigued, examinations by the team doctor revealed that their taut muscles were at a critical point necessitating relaxation. Thus, on November 7th, as they prepared to host Stoke City, Chelsea was not in peak condition. Under the guidance of the team physician, for prominent players, Suarez, De Bruyne, Kroos, and Thiago Silva have been granted a respite from play. Trippier, having sustained an ankle injury during pre-match training, has also been compelled to withdraw from the starting lineup. Lyon must once again shoulder the dual responsibilities of offense and defense, contending with a Stoke City side at home that is largely comprised of substitutes. Examining the standings, Stoke City, with a record of 3 victories, 4 draws, and 4 defeats, accumulating a mere 13 points from 11 matches, is not in particularly fine form. However, this team bears a striking resemblance to past iterations of Liverpool. While they may find themselves struggling against weaker opponents, they transform into formidable adversaries when faced with stronger teams. Today, Stoke City exhibited this very phenomenon against Chelsea. Shaqiri, in splendid form, adeptly maneuvered past Bertrand's defense in the early stages of the match. Furthermore, with Matic's performance being less than stellar, Shaqiri effectively exploited gaps in Chelsea's left flank. Noticing this, Lyon promptly swapped positions with Matic. Yet as he began to contain Shaqiri's influence, Arnautovic sprang to life on the opposite flank. In a rather unfortunate turn of events, after Arnautovic drifted wide to cover a defensive lapse, Van Ginkel failed to track Boyan's movement. Consequently, just 20 minutes into the first half, Boyan received a return pass from his striker, Walters, and penetrated the right side of Chelsea's half. In a desperate attempt to intercept Boyan's advance, Maguire rushed out, but Boyan, with clarity of thought, passed to Arnautovic, who found himself with a prime opportunity at the edge of the Chelsea penalty area. The Austrian forward, brimming with confidence, executed a curling shot toward the far corner of Chelsea's goal. The pace of his strike was impressive, the arc exquisite, and the angle quite acute. Oblak, having exerted every effort to save, found himself powerless against Arnautovic's world-class shot, which was undeniably a moment of brilliance. It is a rare occurrence for Chelsea to fall behind so early at home, and Mourinho could be seen furrowing his brow on the sidelines. The performance of several starting substitutes appeared subpar, a fluctuation not uncommon in the lengthy season. However, the situation became dire as multiple substitutes struggled with their form. Among the resting first-team players, only Kroos was included in the 18-man squad today, leaving Mourinho with limited options for substitutions. The Chelsea fans at Stamford Bridge, witnessing the unfavorable turn of events, began to feel a sense of concern. This stark contrast between seasoned veterans and their younger counterparts as substitutes is notable, particularly in the realm of adjusting one's form. In crucial moments, both the supporters in the stadium and those watching from home instinctively turned their attention to Lyon, who was already engaged in urgent discussions with Llorente and Hazard. After the match resumed, Lyon controlled the ball without hastening to launch an immediate offensive advance. Only after establishing dominance in midfield did he gradually push forward alongside his teammates from the defense and midfield. His chosen tactical approach was strikingly simple. Rather than exclusively seeking out the wingers, he directly delivered the ball to Llorente, who had positioned himself advantageously in Stoke City's half. Llorente, with his towering and robust physique, served as a formidable stronghold for Chelsea in their offensive maneuvers. His steady ball control and distribution allowed Chelsea to transition seamlessly through midfield, quickly initiating a direct and effective attack in Stoke City's territory. This style of play was certainly familiar to the longtime Chelsea fans. After all, during Mourinho's first tenure, Chelsea had employed a similar strategy utilizing Drogba's formidable presence as a pivot. Lyon, in this instance, nostalgically reverted to a vintage approach, executing a long ball strategy. Hazard and Salah frequently received the ball on the flanks, repeatedly challenging Stoke City's defensive line and swiftly neutralizing their rapid counterattacks. However, as Stoke City began to acclimatize to Chelsea's offensive rhythm, Lyon suddenly shifted gears. In the 38th minute of the first half, he relinquished the playmaking duties to Van Ginkel and decisively surged forward himself. Van Ginkel's long pass was accurate, and upon noticing Lyon's forward run, Llorente instinctively opted for a header without controlling the ball, directing it with precision. The football swiftly bypassed two of Stoke City's defensive midfielders. Lyon's rapid advance served as a clarion call to Stoke City's backline, and Shawcross signaled for his central defensive partner, Woolside, to intercept Lyon. Yet, faced with the slightly slower German defender, Lyon did not choose to pass as he often did. Instead, he executed a deft bicycle maneuver followed by an explosive burst, effortlessly evading Woolside. As Woolside's challenge came a fraction too late, Lyon found himself almost face-to-face with Stoke City's goalkeeper, Butland, just outside the penalty area. Before Shawcross could provide backup, Lyon made a decisive, powerful strike. The football surged with terrifying velocity, crashing into the underside of the crossbar before ultimately nestling into the net. Butland, caught off guard, could only watch helplessly as his goal was breached. After scoring, Lyon celebrated fervently, pounding his chest towards the jubilant Chelsea supporters in the stands, as if to assure them, "Trust us, no team can take 3 points from Stamford Bridge." End of chapter 360. He thrives against Manchester City. Lyon's goal reinstated Chelsea's momentum in the match. At this moment, countless Chelsea fans were likely expressing their exhilaration in front of their television screens. The live broadcast captured Mourinho, who instinctively exhaled in relief, subsequently exchanging high fives with the elated Holland in celebration. Chelsea has resurrected. They did not succumb to the frequent errors of the day, but rather persevered through yet another challenging ordeal. Lyon, donning the captain's armband, did not hesitate to instill confidence and encouragement in his youthful teammates. Even players as mature in demeanor as Kara's are not immune to making mistakes over the course of an arduous season. They require continuous reinforcement to foster ongoing reflection, improvement, and growth amidst the challenges of top-tier competition. However, such endeavors are better suited for the coaching staff to address in private training sessions. In the heat of the match, Leon generously offered his trust and encouragement to his younger comrades. He would not easily relinquish his expectations for any teammate. Yet he equally needed these young men to rise and confront their setbacks like true warriors. We have previously performed poorly, but that does not imply we should continue making mistakes and ultimately regret our defeat in today's match. Let loose and play. I want to see you fiercely challenge our opponents on the field. Even if your performance does not meet the coaching staff standards, I demand that each of you improve. Even if just a little, with each passing minute. This is our home ground. This is our territory. Let our character and tenacity shine through. Tell those rascals from Stoke City who we truly are. Leon's celebratory remarks were devoid of sentimentality, bordering on the crude. Yet at that moment, his encouragement ignited a fervent strength within the reserve players burdened by pressure and guilt. The role of a leader on the field is paramount in any team sport. As long as the captain embodies resilience, his teammates will not choose to falter. Leon not only demonstrated his indomitable spirit, but also showcased his formidable prowess. Scoring to convey to his comrades, do not fear mistakes, play freely. You do your utmost in defense, and I will continue to score. His performance after shouldering responsibility undoubtedly relieved the burdens felt by other Chelsea players on the pitch. Once the match resumed, Chelsea's defense swiftly regained its efficient operation. Overall, in the absence of Leon's significant involvement in defensive support, the Chelsea defenders still struggled to reclaim possession against Stoke's attacking clusters. Yet, whether it was the generally underwhelming Marco or the previously error-prone Karas and Van Ginkel, they all decisively disrupted Sky City's offensive rhythm through tactical fouls and defensive tussles. Even if they could not regain control of the match, Chelsea's defenders successfully severed the tempo of the game, making it difficult for Stoke City to maintain the threatening momentum they had exhibited in the initial minutes. Mourinho, of course, observed this positive defensive shift. Consequently, as the match approached halftime, he promptly resolved to continue offering opportunities to the rotation players who had started today. Karas and Van Ginkel, who were not substituted by the coaching staff at halftime, felt a sense of gratitude and thus intensified their defensive efforts in the second half. This enthusiasm, however, bore both advantages and disadvantages. On the positive side, Chelsea managed to withstand Stoke City's pressing attacks effectively during the first 15 minutes of the second half. Conversely, the downside was that both players received yellow cards early on. Tactical fouls, though an unconventional yet straightforward defensive measure, come with their own set of repercussions. After both players received yellow cards from the referee in quick succession, Mourinho wasted no time in sending Kroos and Zuma to warm up on the sidelines. In the 64th minute, both were substituted during a dead ball situation, yet the fans at Stamford Bridge applauded the two young defenders. Mourinho also offered them affirming embraces from the sidelines. Although the performances of the two young men were not particularly stellar, they had given their all, leaving little room for criticism. Mourinho is willing to tolerate occasional shortcomings from his young players as long as they demonstrate commitment and adhere to the tactical strategies laid out by the coaching staff. What he cannot abide are those seemingly gifted players who fail to fully engage in training or matches and cannot make sacrifices for the team. Today, Karas and Van Ginkel passed the test under Mourinho's watch. With Kroos's introduction, Mourinho's intentions for this match became abundantly clear. He was determined not to settle for a draw against Stoke City at Stamford Bridge. He continued to pursue victory, even if it meant taking considerable risks in the dying moments of the game. This approach aligns with Mourinho's tactical philosophy and resonates with the current Chelsea players' mentality. They have played conservatively when necessary, but in a match where a cautious approach might yield only a single point while a bold strategy could secure 3, they never hesitate to go all out. Kroos's entry signaled the team's intent to launch a vigorous offensive. At this moment, Leon no longer pondered whether to retreat slightly to thwart potential counterattacks from Stoke City. He and Kroos pressed beyond the halfway line, penetrating deep into Stoke's territory, intent on overwhelming their opponents. Matic also advanced, while Maguire, stationed at the back of Chelsea's formation, effectively became the playmaking midfielder. Meanwhile, Zuma, who had quickly adapted to a right-back role after his introduction, safeguarded Maguire's rear, positioning himself as Chelsea's last line of defense. Mourinho's audacious tactical decisions in the final moments of the match left many neutral fans exhilarated. However, Stoke City supporters found themselves increasingly anxious. Chelsea's aggressive offensive approach rendered it challenging for Stoke to replicate the impressive attacking displays they had exhibited at the beginning of the first half. Although their offense and defense were reasonably balanced, it was far better to attack in the opponent's half than to endure a relentless barrage without retaliating. At this moment, Chelsea's overall offensive strategy appeared poised to flourish. Even though they did not field their primary striking duo today, Llorente showcased his remarkable prowess, previously demonstrated. To the delight of Premier League fans, this reliable central forward exhibited exceptional ball control and aerial ability, proving invaluable in breaking through the opposition's defense. Stoke City's two center-backs, however, have shown their inability to effectively contain Llorente's aerial dominance, leaving their supporters with a sense of unease. There was a persistent fear that their team might falter defensively, allowing Chelsea another opportunity to threaten the goal. Indeed, their apprehension was justified, as Chelsea found the key to victory through Llorente's aerial prowess. In the 79th minute of the second half, Kroos delivered a long pass directly to Llorente, who once again outmuscled Stoke's defender, Shawcross, and calmly laid the ball back to the onrushing Hazard. The Stoke defenders were acutely aware of the danger posed by the league's leading winger, Hazard, and the defensive midfielder. Charlie Adam swiftly abandoned his area to join Shawcross in double-teaming Hazard. However, sensing the impending threat, Hazard did not hesitate. He quickly flicked the ball to the other side, where Salah was signaling for it. The Egyptian winger took a moment to assess the situation before cutting inside and unleashing a precise shot. His decisive strike sent the Stoke penalty area into disarray. Stoke's goalkeeper, Butland, remained sharply focused, positioning himself impeccably, and executed a remarkable save to deny Salah's stunning effort. Llorente, under pressure from Shawcross, seized the rebound for a follow-up shot, but his hurried attempt was thwarted by the leg of Woolshade. The thousands of Stoke City fans at Stamford Bridge felt their hearts race. Some, unable to bear the tension, covered their eyes. Perhaps it was the referee's delayed whistle that made them realize Chelsea's relentless assault had yet to breach Stoke's defenses. Yet, when they mustered the courage to open their eyes, they witnessed a figure in blue darting towards the ball that had been deflected by Woolshade. Salah cut inside for a shot. Butland parried the ball away. Llorente attempted a follow-up. Oh no, Woolshade came through again. Chelsea still had a chance. Lyon. In the Lu TV Sports studio, commentator Zhan Jun, alongside coach Zhang, seized the moment to showcase his flair. He elongated his intonation, exuding passion and anticipation as he focused on Lyon, sprinting towards the ball's trajectory. Just like countless fans across the nation, they held their breath in expectation. Meanwhile, with an expression of calm determination, Lyon advanced towards the ball. Poised to strike with his right leg, he subtly adjusted his steps before the shot, while Butland had already committed to rushing out of the goal, charging towards Lyon. The Stoke City goalkeeper stretched his arms as far as possible at that moment, attempting to enlarge his defensive area and instill hesitation in Lyon. If Lyon lingered for even half a second, Butland could seize victory in this brave 1v1 confrontation. Indeed, Lyon appeared somewhat hesitant. He did not strike the ball with his usual confidence, seemingly seeking a better angle for the shot. A glimmer of surprise lit up Butland's face. He seemed to foresee himself making a second consecutive save to rescue Stoke City in a matter of moments. However, in the next instant, Lyon decisively feinted, evading Butland's interception with both ball and body. A feigned shot turned into a deft sidestep. Lyon had passed him. He faced the open goal of Stoke City. At that moment, Zhan Jun completely unleashed his voice in a fervent roar. Lyon promptly nudged the ball forward. As the football crossed the goal line of Stoke City, Chelsea had completed their self-redemption by overturning the score in this arduous contest. The entire Stamford Bridge seemed to leap and tremble in unison. When the jubilant roar surged through the stadium and soared to the skies, Lyon did not rush to the goal line for a wild celebration, but instead ran towards his teammates. "Well done, brothers." The players of Chelsea tightly embraced one another, enthusiastically patting each other's backs, their words coarse yet spirited. At that moment, no one cared about what was being said. The fans and media were far more concerned with their on-field adjustments and the ultimate triumph over their opponents. Mourinho stood proudly on the sidelines, applauding vigorously. Meanwhile, the starting players of Stoke City, who had put in a commendable effort throughout the match, now wore expressions of pain and resignation. Yet this is football. A fleeting lead does not guarantee dominance throughout the match. They had committed no grave errors. Yet at this moment, they found themselves cast as the vanquished. Or perhaps it could be said that Chelsea's display of resilience today truly marked them as the superior team at Stamford Bridge. The final 10 minutes of the match were far from sufficient for Stoke City. They did not concede defeat, exerting every effort in a final offensive attempt. However, against a Chelsea side brimming with morale and tightening their defense, they could only helplessly swallow the bitter fruit of defeat. 2-1. With Lyon's golden 2 critical goals, Chelsea triumphed over the resilient Stoke City at home, continuing to uphold their impressive unbeaten record at Stamford Bridge for nearly 3 years. Lyon once again proved his unwavering strength in crucial matches. This season, having relinquished some of his scoring opportunities, his goal tally paled in comparison to the previous season, with Suarez currently being the team's top scorer. Yet while his goal count may have diminished, the quality of his goals remains undeniably exceptional. After the match, Lyon, who was awarded the official Best Player title, found himself once again surrounded by reporters. The English journalists present had a plethora of questions regarding the events that transpired during the game. However, aside from his customary praises for his teammates, Lyon was rather reticent about revealing any locker room secrets. When the journalists realized they could not extract any noteworthy news from him, they directly inquired about his thoughts on the upcoming Premier League clash between Chelsea and Manchester City. Once the subject of Manchester City arose, Lyon's demeanor shifted dramatically. He licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Facing Manchester City? I am immensely looking forward to it. Extremely, exceedingly, overwhelmingly looking forward to it. In this chapter, Lyon successfully united Manchester City fans in a fervent backlash against him. It was understandable, given his unabashed enthusiasm expressed during the post-match interview with Stoke City regarding the impending match against Manchester City. Consequently, it was no surprise that City fans erupted on various online forums. This season, Manchester City had embarked on an astonishing run of 12 consecutive victories at the outset of the league, a momentum that surpassed multiple seasons combined. Which team or player in the Premier League does not speak of them with reverence? Which English media outlet does not express high hopes and praise in their discussions of them? They have become increasingly accustomed to being the object of admiration and anticipation, much like Chelsea's formidable rise in previous seasons. Beginning with a terrifying streak of victories, Chelsea toppled formidable opponents, aiming to win everyone over with their impressive record. Presently, Manchester City has nearly replicated Chelsea's path to victory, causing their supporters' confidence to swell anew. Yet, Lyon, in his obliviousness, merely stated his anticipation with 3 emphatic declarations, abruptly grounding City fans back to reality. They quickly recalled the fear they had experienced during the past 2 seasons while being dominated by Chelsea in the Premier League. Who could endure that? Lyon's remarks during the interview were swiftly branded by City fans as disrespectful and overly arrogant. However, amid their scathing critiques, Lyon's image remained unscathed. As some neutral Premier League fans remarked, should the Manchester City supporters accusing Lyon of arrogance and disrespect first clarify their own standing? After all, Chelsea and Lyon are the reigning champions of the Premier League. Manchester City must engage in more high-stakes matchups, particularly direct confrontations with Chelsea, to further solidify their current advantage in the league. They may temporarily sit atop the Premier League standings, but the season is far from over, with only 13 matches played. Let us discuss the matter of respect towards Lyon only after they have truly secured the Premier League championship for this season. Indeed, such skepticism has provoked the Manchester City fans, who were hoping for support from other fan groups, to experience yet another emotional upheaval. However, amidst the swirling public sentiment, the players of both Chelsea and Manchester City, who are set to face each other, remain remarkably composed and silent. Following the conclusion of the 12th round of the Premier League, the international break has once again arrived, with numerous key players from both teams called up to represent their national squads. This situation is destined to diminish the strength of both teams, as fatigued players returning from international duty may require additional rest, and some could potentially miss out due to injuries. In such circumstances, neither Mourinho nor Guardiola seems preoccupied with the clamor of public opinion. They would rather be in multiple places at once, diligently overseeing the usage of their key players by the national team coaches. When the international break concludes and the 2 esteemed managers are questioned about these matters at the pre-match press conference for the 13th round, both display a degree of perplexity. Admittedly, I have not closely followed the online discourse lately. Engaging with a formidable opponent like Chelsea necessitates extensive tactical preparation. In truth, I have not had a proper rest in 3 days. The concerns of the fans are, in fact, unwarranted. Chelsea and we are merely rivals, devoid of any historical animosity. Furthermore, there is mutual respect between us. Prior to the match, I even reached out to Jose, and perhaps after the game, we might enjoy a drink together in Manchester. Jose is well aware of my demeanor. I have never exhibited arrogance towards any competitor, and my players and I extend respect to every opponent. Of course, fans are free to discuss whatever they wish, and I understand that this match holds significant importance for both sets of supporters. I, too, aspire to deliver an exhilarating spectacle for the fans. Both renowned managers have conducted themselves with great propriety in public statements. Yet, despite their seemingly mild demeanor, they are acutely aware that this confrontation is destined to be charged with intensity. After all, Manchester City's ambitions extend beyond merely securing a top-4 position in the Premier League or aiming for the modest goal of reaching the Champions League quarterfinals each year. They harbor aspirations akin to Chelsea's dominance within the league, and beyond that, they ardently seek the Champions League title. The affluent patrons from the Middle East invest substantial sums into Manchester City each year, not merely to settle for a second-place finish in the Premier League or a spot in the Champions League quarterfinals. They are competitors with shared aspirations and goals. Therefore, in their direct confrontations, there is no retreat. They must either advance and conquer their opponent, triumphing over them, or face defeat and continue as stepping stones. The outcome is self-evident. No amount of rallying cries can alter the reality of their fierce competition. Leon's expressed anticipation in a prior interview is certainly not born from arrogance. Rather, he has always relished such challenges. In the past, when facing the illustrious Barcelona and the formidable Bayern Munich, did he not similarly reveal his anticipation and desire? This is not a manifestation of disdain, but rather an acknowledgement. Had Manchester City possessed the same prowess as 2 seasons ago, Lionel would never have expressed such eagerness before the media. It is the current dominant performance of Manchester City that has truly ignited the spirit of challenge within Lionel. He yearns for an exhilarating confrontation with a team meticulously crafted by Guardiola himself. Since the moment Guardiola relinquished control of the Barcelona dressing room and ultimately chose to depart, he has been eagerly awaiting this day. He longs to witness the rapid emergence of Guardiola's Manchester City against Klopp's Liverpool, for it is natural, after reaching the pinnacle, to feel the solitude that accompanies the absence of worthy rivals. In the past, Mourinho's Real Madrid rose to exact vengeance on Barcelona and reclaim dominance in La Liga, always engaging in fierce battles with powerful adversaries. In contrast, Chelsea's ascent seems to be marked by favorable circumstances, achieving supremacy in an era with relatively few formidable opponents. After all, at the time Chelsea regained the Premier League title, the Manchester United dynasty had already collapsed, Liverpool had languished for years, and Arsenal's revival appeared bleak. Only the newly affluent Manchester City remained a competitor, yet Guardiola's tactical style was effectively countered by Mourinho. In the Champions League arena, Real Madrid lost its dominance amid dressing room turmoil and the departures of Mourinho and Lionel. Barcelona, having severed its own foundation, could no longer replicate the tidal wave of possession football it once championed. Bayern, originally poised to dominate the football world, found itself dismantled following Henk's retirement and subsequent upheaval within its ranks. In this context, Chelsea's simultaneous rise in the Premier League and Champions League is nothing short of fortuitous, leaving fans with an undeniable sense of serendipity. This era is destined to be one of Chelsea's triumphant reign. However, having ascended while avoiding the zenith of other continental powerhouses inevitably invites criticism from rival fans. Nevertheless, Lionel has never heeded such rhetoric. To him, it is merely sophistry. After all, with Real Madrid and Bayern relinquishing their Champions League dominance, the opportunity for emerging teams to claim the throne becomes equitable. Why then have other teams failed to reach the summit? Is it due to lack of desire? No, it is simply because they have been unable to do so. Chelsea seized the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of Europe, and it is only natural that they evoke feelings of jealousy. What Lionel laments is merely the scarcity of formidable opponents. He has always yearned for new challenges and formidable rivals. Although Manchester City may appear unchanged at first glance, under Guardiola's leadership and reconstruction, The team is indeed transformed compared to the previous 2 seasons. Lionel has already sensed the profound transformation within the entire squad during the Community Shield match preceding the commencement of the new season. He used to jest that his team, under Mourinho's tutelage, resembled a cultured rogue. However, it now appears that Manchester City has also embraced a certain roguishness, transforming into an erudite scoundrel. He relishes this transformation in his adversaries and is eager to discover what surprises the rogue version of Manchester City might unveil on the pitch. On the afternoon of November 21st, filled with anticipation, Leon and his teammates stepped onto the hallowed grounds of the Etihad Stadium, preparing to face Manchester City. This encounter is a much-anticipated clash that countless Premier League fans have been eagerly awaiting. Both teams remain unbeaten in the league since the season commenced. Chelsea boasts an impressive record of 11 wins and 1 draw, while Manchester City has achieved a staggering 12 consecutive victories. Initially, the local Manchester media expressed skepticism regarding Guardiola's reliance on young and newly acquired players, but now they revere him with unbridled admiration. The record stands as the most compelling evidence and a formidable retort. Under Guardiola's leadership, as he steered the team to 12 consecutive wins at the start of the Premier League season, the media hesitated to criticize his favoritism. Even if he fielded 11 homegrown players from Manchester City's academy in the Premier League, the English press dared not utter a word of dissent. Sterling, who many media outlets doubted would maintain consistent performance after the summer transfer window, has nonetheless delivered an impressive tally of 4 goals and 5 assists in 12 league starts for Manchester City. He and Sigh, who has contributed 3 goals and 2 assists while alternating on the right flank, have become beloved figures among City fans. Yet, as the Manchester media lavished praise upon Sterling, Liverpool supporters harbored mixed emotions towards their former prodigy. There is resentment, but also regret. Perhaps, more than anything, it is frustration with their own team's lackluster performance. After all, if Liverpool could muster commendable results, might they not have retained Sterling, with Suarez resolutely intent on leaving? How could the young and talented Sterling resist the allure of other formidable clubs? Sterling now exudes confidence, having received unwavering support and trust from Guardiola, and he has reached new heights in his career. He believes that Manchester City now possesses the strength to compete with Chelsea. However, under Guardiola's guidance, they refrained from engaging with the media prior to the match. If given the opportunity to speak freely, he would even dare to issue a challenge to Chelsea. Nevertheless, his overflowing confidence waned the moment he saw Leon leading his team onto the field. After all, the Premier League is not solely inhabited by Manchester City's players who fear Leon. Numerous young English talents have been subdued by Leon on the pitch over the past 2 seasons, and Sterling is certainly among them. Observing Leon's tall and self-assured figure, Sterling intended to muster the courage to meet his gaze, but ultimately, he did nothing, merely pursing his lips and following his teammates onto the field. Leon sensed Sterling's almost imperceptible gaze upon him, but did not let it trouble him. After the opening ceremony concluded, he instinctively tightened the captain's armband on his arm, then called his teammates over to rally them one last time on their own half. At 3 p.m. London time, this highly anticipated Premier League clash commenced punctually. Manchester City, playing on home turf, exuded confidence as they launched an immediate offensive against Chelsea, who adopted a more compact formation. In terms of lineup and starting players, today's Manchester City bore little difference from their previous encounter with Chelsea in the Community Shield. The forward trio remained unchanged, featuring Sterling, Aguero, and Silva. The midfield continued to be composed of Fabregas, Gundogan, and Fernandinho. However, in defense, the recently injured Otamendi was replaced in the starting lineup by Mangala. On Chelsea's side, they, like Manchester City, opted for a 4-2-3-1 formation. Following an international break, Mourinho chose to rotate some key players. De Bruyne and Thiago Silva did not start in today's match. Nevertheless, Chelsea fielded their main squad, especially in midfield, where the trio of Matic, Kroos, and Leon was intact. Initially adopting a defensive posture, Chelsea implemented a choking defensive strategy in the midfield. Just as Manchester City began to siege Chelsea's defenses, they were swiftly countered by Leon, who seized an opportunity to launch a quick counterattack. Leon executed a 1-2 with Kroos, evading Fabregas' attempt to track back, and surged into the heart of Manchester City's defense. However, ultimately, he was thwarted just outside the penalty area by the combined efforts of Fernandinho and Gundogan, forcing him to take a shot from approximately 32 meters out. His long-range strike was powerful. Although the angle was not particularly acute, Bravo, Manchester City's starting goalkeeper and a familiar face to Lyon, did not dare to underestimate it. The Chilean keeper reacted swiftly, adjusting his footing to make a decisive save, albeit somewhat conservatively, deflecting Lyon's shot out for a corner. A unified gasp rose from the tens of thousands of Manchester City fans present. Observing Bravo's successful save, Lyon chuckled and shook his head. Indeed, Manchester City's defense had made significant strides compared to the previous 2 seasons, displaying quicker recoveries and tighter marking on Lyon. Yet, with this long-range shot following a promising start, Lyon conveyed a clear message to all Manchester City players. I have returned. I await your challenge on your own turf. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 362. Lyon is a barrier. A stumbling block for strong teams. Lyon surged forward with the ball. Fabregas failed to intercept his advance. Gundogan and Fernandinho attempted to close him down. Lyon veered to the side, continued his advance, and shot. Oh, what a splendid long-range effort from Lyon. Bravo made a brilliant save too. Today, Bravo's focus at the start of the match appeared remarkably intense. Lyon's attempt to break through was thwarted, yet Chelsea was awarded the first corner kick of the game. In the studio, Zhan Jun and coach Zhang applauded Lyon's audacious long-range shot, albeit with a tinge of regret. However, Lyon merely smiled and shook his head, refraining from any further display of disappointment, and instead joined his teammates in a surge towards Manchester City's penalty area. The City fans, who had only just begun to breathe a sigh of relief, now found their hearts racing again as Chelsea prepared to take the corner kick. Guardiola maintained his composure, having learned from the hardships his team faced against Chelsea's set pieces over the past 2 seasons. Consequently, he and his coaching staff invested considerable time and effort into devising a training regimen focused on set-piece defense before the commencement of this season. While one cannot proclaim Manchester City as a premier team in set-piece offense and defense, they are no longer overwhelmed by Chelsea's aerial superiority. Defensive strategies, when thoughtfully developed and systematically trained, can yield significant improvements on the pitch. During this corner kick defense against Chelsea, City effectively segmented and protected the threatening areas within the penalty box. Although they lacked the towering presence of Chelsea's players, their 2 central defenders occupied advantageous positions, while others diligently marked Chelsea's key threats in pairs. Unable to contend with Chelsea's aerial prowess, Manchester City smartly redirected their focus to ground-level confrontations. The Chelsea players, tightly marked, struggled to generate sufficient power even when they leapt to contest the ball. Maguire found himself sandwiched between Mangala and Gundogan. Although he managed to make contact with the ball, his header lacked force, and Bravo ultimately secured it with ease. As Lyon, who had functioned as a tactical decoy in the center of the penalty area, saw Bravo claim the ball, he immediately dashed forward to initiate a quick counterattack. In doing so, he deliberately obstructed Bravo's throwing direction while signaling his teammates to retreat rapidly. Bravo, realizing his intentions, shrugged his shoulders in resignation, as Lyon's overt obstruction had indeed hindered his vision and ability to execute a swift throw. The referee, noticing the situation, blew his whistle, urging Lyon to vacate Manchester City's penalty area. Lyon said little in response, promptly retreating to fulfill his defensive duties. Manchester City's defensive response at the match's outset astonished many neutral fans who had yet to thoroughly analyze their tactical evolution this season. This Manchester City is undeniably different from the team they once knew, which favored an attacking style over defensive solidity. At this moment, Mourinho paced along the sidelines, stroking his chin, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation as he observed Bravo, the newly acquired goalkeeper, and glanced at Gundogan and Fernandinho. One must commend Mourinho's tactical acumen, which remains as incisive as ever. While others focus on the remarkable performances of Sterling up front for Manchester City, or the impressive personal statistics of Fabregas this season, he has discerned the 2 pivotal positions that have catalyzed the transformation of the current Manchester City squad. The arrival of Bravo has imbued the team's defensive line with a newfound purpose. The Chilean goalkeeper, possessing a broader range of movement, greater stability on the ball, and exceptional technical skills, has effectively become the primary playmaker from the back for Manchester City. Previously, neither the technically proficient Joe Hart nor the significantly diminished Victor Valdez could satisfy Guardiola's expectations. Within Guardiola's tactical framework, the role of a distributing goalkeeper is of utmost importance. Such goalkeepers can liberate the movements of central defenders and even defensive midfielders, thus negating the need for them to frequently drop back to assist teammates in ball retrieval and evasion. When key players in the midfield and defense are pressured by opponents, they can confidently return the ball to the goalkeeper, who will then promptly facilitate a transition to the wide players positioned to exploit space. For Guardiola's team, this is not a reckless gamble. Rather, it enhances their margin for error in ball control at the back. Bravo has already showcased his superb passing ability through several proactive plays at the beginning of matches. Moreover, his prowess extends beyond just his footwork. He is equally adept in goalkeeping techniques and reaction saves. As a shorter goalkeeper, he heavily relies on his physical reflexes and athleticism. And it is conceivable that as he ages, his performance may swiftly decline in the coming seasons. However, for now, he stands as the unequivocal first-choice goalkeeper for Manchester City. Additionally, Ilkay Gundogan, a German international who has already made a name for himself at Borussia Dortmund, embodies the type of defensive midfielder that Guardiola greatly admires. With exceptional technical skills, strong tactical understanding, expansive movement, and commendable defensive positioning, Gundogan exemplifies the kind of player that Guardiola seeks. Guardiola's teams have never needed mere enforcers who can only defend. His standards for a defensive midfielder are exceedingly high, surpassing even those of renowned managers such as Mourinho, Ancelotti, and Ferguson. Mourinho, when deprived of a pivotal defensive midfielder, can effectively utilize a robust ball winner. Ancelotti and Ferguson, on the other hand, are masterful at adapting their strategies based on available talent. One can reposition an attacking midfielder to play a more protective role, while the other can maximize the potential of a second-rate defensive midfielder to achieve first-rate contributions. However, for the discerning Guardiola, he can cultivate a defensive midfielder, but he inherently demands that this player possesses top-tier potential. Such potential is either present or absent. Attempting to force a second-rate midfielder into his system would lead him to make more aggressive demands on the management or even consider resignation. Guardiola never compromises when it comes to constructing his midfield. Those who fail to comprehend his methodology may perceive him as stubborn and arrogant, unwilling to concede. However, those who understand him, like Mourinho, recognize that this is merely a manifestation of his unwavering dedication to high tactical standards. The arrival of Gundogan compensates for the defensive shortcomings left by Fabregas, forming a formidable defensive partnership with Fernandinho that truly solidifies Manchester City's backline. More importantly, this German international can effectively communicate tactical nuances with Guardiola. His presence liberates Fabregas's offensive prowess while alleviating defensive pressures on Fernandinho. His role is reminiscent of a more refined version of Leon, who returned to Real Madrid from his loan at Milan. Neither were the midfield linchpins of their respective teams, yet their contributions were invaluable. They possessed the ability to swiftly grasp the coach's tactical intentions, further enhancing the dual core's tactical functions, capable of both offense and defense. Exhibiting vigorous movement. With the goalkeeper and defensive midfield positions reinforced, the tactical deficiencies that plagued Manchester City in the first two seasons were adequately addressed. As for the explosive performances of Sterling up front, that is yet another pleasant surprise. For Guardiola, he can manage without a flamboyant Sterling, but he unequivocally requires the current Gundogan and Bravo. Mourinho, familiar with his old friend's tactical mindset, inevitably began to hesitate upon witnessing the completeness of Manchester City's squad. After all, uncertainties are what he detests most. Yet, after a moment of furrowed contemplation, Mourinho soon relaxed his brow. 2 minutes later, he issued his first tactical directive to the Chelsea players for the match. Upon observing Mourinho's tactical adjustments, Leon felt a sense of assurance. At this moment, he and Mourinho were once again in harmony. They needed to tighten their defense and fortify their central line. Leon shouted to his teammates, urging them to adopt a more proactive stance to thwart Manchester City's incursions through the middle. Of course, reinforcing the defense did not necessitate such grand gestures from Mourinho and Leon. Chelsea's trump card lay in their rapid transitions from defense to attack on the flanks. This counterattacking strategy seemed somewhat precarious, especially considering Manchester City's complete transformation. They had previously succumbed to Chelsea's counterattacks on multiple occasions. Could they not have learned to guard against such tactics? Initially, Mourinho thought this upon witnessing Manchester City's significant progress. However, he quickly recalled Guardiola's distinctive character. His old friend might occasionally indulge in counterattacks for tactical variety, but Guardiola would never rely on counterattacking as his winning strategy. Guardiola is inherently a genius in offensive tactics. And should his opponents relinquish control of the midfield, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to dictate the pace of the game. A once immensely successful and renowned coach, he may occasionally shift his tactical style. However, his temperament, unique character, and tactical philosophy are profoundly resistant to change. At this moment, Mourinho seeks to ignite Guardiola's offensive ambition through the control of the midfield. This choice bears a hint of risk, yet it is undeniably worthwhile for both Mourinho and the entire Chelsea squad. After Leon and his teammates retreated to fortify their midfield defense, they anxiously awaited Manchester City's response. When they observed the entire City team, under Guardiola's command, pressing forward with unwavering determination, a reassuring smile finally graced Leon's face. This is a manifestation of Guardiola and Manchester City's collective spirit. They are unwilling to endure a tedious defensive battle at their home ground alongside Chelsea. Regardless of how tactically astute Guardiola becomes, he remains fervently dedicated to his tactical ideals. In this moment, Leon felt a genuine admiration for Guardiola and the players of Manchester City. However, Manchester City has its own path to tread, just as Chelsea has theirs. Once the attacking players of City crossed the halfway line, Leon, along with his midfield and forward teammates, once again engaged in fierce confrontations with their adversaries. His aggressive defensive approach was unmasked in the intensity of the struggle. Fabregas and Silva did not shy away. They valiantly protected possession, yet in terms of physical prowess, these two pivotal figures of Manchester City's front line could not match Leon's strength. Consequently, City's forward thrust gradually transformed into a tug-of-war at the edge of Chelsea's defensive third. At this moment, Chelsea became the most despised thorn in the side of Manchester City fans, a stubborn and unyielding defense. A multitude of players stood firm in the center, resolutely preventing City from orchestrating comfortable attacks. Witnessing Hazard and Salah even tracking back to their own defensive third, countless neutral fans watching the match shook their heads in disbelief, lamenting Mourinho's perceived waste of talent. The on-field clash between Chelsea and Manchester City had morphed into a demonstration of two extreme tactical philosophies. Both teams are capable of excelling in attack and defense, and they do not resort to such extremes when facing other Premier League teams. Yet, whenever they meet, the match invariably unfolds in this manner. Regardless of whether goals are scored, the spectacle remains exhilarating and the pace intense. Leon spearheaded a destructive defensive strategy, yet his mind remained clear. He was not solely focused on disrupting City's offensive rhythm. After nearly 15 minutes of relentless physical contest, in the 24th minute of the first half, Leon seized the opportunity to tackle and dispossess Sterling. Upon receiving the second ball, a retreating Hazard sought to accelerate along the sideline. However, Gundogan's timely positioning forced Hazard to abandon the notion of a solo breakthrough. In a crucial moment, it was Leon's call that prompted Hazard to opt for a backward pass. After finishing his tackle, Leon rose from the grass, barely catching his breath before he deftly nudged Hazard's return pass past Fabregas, setting up the advancing Kroos. The German midfielder, upon receiving the ball, did not rush forward. He was acutely aware that his pace would not grant him an advantage against Manchester City's retreating defenders. Thus, he took a moment to assess the positions of his teammates and the surrounding players. In the next instant, he delivered a precise and swift long pass down the central midfield. This pass was not directed towards Salah on the opposite flank, but rather towards Trippier, who cleverly made a run into space after drawing the defender's attention with Hazard's movement. Instead of stopping the long ball from Kroos along the sideline, Trippier boldly controlled it with a deft touch, propelling the ball into the heart of Manchester City's defense as he cut inside. Kolarov, expecting to intercept Trippier along the wing, was momentarily stunned by this unconventional maneuver. As Trippier surged forward, forcing Fernandinho to confront him, he expertly slipped the ball into the path of Salah, who had been positioned on the left flank. Navas, having participated in the attack, had yet to return to defend, and Kompany was reluctant to abandon his position in the penalty area. This allowed Salah to advance calmly toward the byline. Although shooting from the left side presented its challenges, delivering a pass was far more comfortable. Seizing the moment before Manchester City's defense could properly position themselves, Salah decisively sent a beautifully arcing cross into the penalty area. The ball zipped past the near post, while Bravo shouted instructions for Mangala to cover the back post, quickly sealing off the near angle of the goal. At this moment, Leon charged forward, but under Bravo's confident gaze, he cleverly opted to return the ball with a back pass towards the center of the penalty area. The atmosphere in the Etihad Stadium seemed to freeze in anticipation. Kroos, who had previously made a seemingly leisurely run, found himself unmarked as he met Lyon's return pass. Displaying remarkable composure to execute a gentle shot, the ball glided exquisitely along the grass, skimming the edge of Manchester City's goalpost before nestling into the net. Bravo stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Lyon would choose to share such a golden opportunity. In that moment, Lyon erupted into laughter, embracing Kroos and beckoning their teammates to join in celebration at the corner flag in Manchester City's half. The commentator from Sky Sports once again sang Lyon's praises, and countless Premier League fans watching the broadcast could not help but admire him. This man was a formidable presence, a true obstacle for even the strongest teams. The chapter concludes here, in the 363rd segment. I understand your urgency today, but I implore you to remain patient for a moment. Amidst the jubilant crowd, Lyon affectionately patted Trippier's head. He has developed quite an affection for this new teammate, who plays with his head. During the scoring sequence, he and Kroos adeptly executed the critical passing and shooting phases. However, in the matter of accolades, Trippier's astute inward run should undoubtedly account for at least 30% of the credit. While he may not surpass Bertrand in terms of forceful down-the-line runs or one-on-one dribbles, his tactical choices in the offensive realm are far more astute. He can fulfill the conventional duties of an attacking fullback, and in pivotal moments, he possesses the ability to carry the ball through the center for crucial advances, alleviating the tactical burdens of Lyon and Kroos. Such a well-rounded teammate, who excels in both attack and defense, is truly endearing to Lyon, who does not conceal his admiration for Trippier. At this moment, Mourinho, celebrating passionately from the sidelines, instinctively glanced at Bertrand, who was cheering exuberantly alongside other substitutes. To be candid, both Mourinho and the coaching staff at Chelsea hold a fondness for Bertrand. Although he occasionally makes minor errors on the pitch, his partnership with Hazard in the flanks has undeniably contributed significantly to Chelsea's resurgence. Moreover, while Bertrand may display some inconsistency defensively, he is sufficiently obedient, following the coach's directives without question. Although Mourinho had been frustrated by his frequent mistakes and lack of progress, he couldn't help but soften when reminded of Bertrand's virtues. He resolved to afford Bertrand more opportunities to adjust and showcase his talents in upcoming matches. Azpilicueta excels defensively on the left flank, yet his synergy with Hazard in attack does not quite match the rapport exhibited by Bertrand. Currently, the Chelsea coaching staff has not definitively established the starting positions for the two wingbacks. If one must assert, the only fullback with a firm grasp on a starting role is Azpilicueta, as the Spanish defender's versatility and defensive prowess instill confidence in Mourinho. Aside from him, both Trippier and Bertrand remain under Mourinho's scrutiny. At present, Trippier holds a slight edge in Mourinho's hierarchy, provided Bertrand retains sufficient ambition. A return to the starting lineup is not beyond the realm of possibility. Contemplating this, Mourinho's gaze towards Bertrand softened considerably. However, he certainly would not engage Bertrand directly regarding future adjustments at this moment. Having resolved to seek Bertrand for a private encouragement session later, Mourinho redirected his attention back to the match. Guardiola and the entire Manchester City squad's unwavering commitment to attacking football cost them a goal. This is Guardiola's steadfast principle. Yet for Mourinho, it serves as a crucial warning. As the Chelsea players returned to their half after the jubilant celebration, Mourinho gestured to Lyon to maintain a solid defensive strategy. Lyon, composed, nodded in understanding. In truth, he would have instructed his teammates to uphold their defensive duties even without Mourinho's directive. After all, they were away today, and Manchester City, bolstered by home advantage, was performing at an elevated level offensively. Chelsea certainly had the capability to engage in a direct confrontation with City, but to recklessly challenge them under full firepower seemed ill-advised. It was far more prudent to first focus on defense and execute counterattacks effectively. Without further ado, the entire Chelsea squad would gladly accept a draw from the Etihad Stadium. They might not emerge victorious in this encounter with Manchester City, but defeat was simply unacceptable, under circumstances that did not require excessive risk. Securing a draw while striving for a win was paramount for Chelsea. After all, the league was not a one-off affair. They need not determine their fate in a single match, as the season was still long. As long as they could sustain pressure on City, the Chelsea squad firmly believed that they would ultimately prevail. Upon the resumption of play, Chelsea's resolute defensive posture undoubtedly posed a significant challenge for Guardiola. Yet, regardless of the difficulties faced, Manchester City had no choice but to press forward with determination. Chelsea might accept a draw away from home, but City could not afford such a mindset. Their pursuit today was to secure victory on home soil, shattering the psychological barrier of always succumbing to Chelsea. If Guardiola were to issue a directive to halt their attacking efforts, his players would undoubtedly descend into doubts regarding the tactical approach of the coaching staff. Thus, Guardiola and his coaching team found themselves with no alternative. They had to withstand the pressure and instill confidence in their players on the pitch. However, in terms of offensive tactics, Guardiola could still make timely adjustments. For instance, he could instruct Aguero to frequently retreat from the penalty area to support his teammates. Sterling should refrain from solely relying on aggressive runs down the flanks. Instead, he ought to position himself more centrally to draw Chelsea's defenders, thereby creating space for Kolarov to make overlapping runs. Manchester City needed to exercise greater patience in their attack, as their starting players possessed the capability to execute a more nuanced defensive strategy. Especially in challenging moments of trailing, there was no room for panic or haste. Fortunately, the majority of the starting lineup today consisted of seasoned veterans, with Sterling being the only player lacking experience. Consequently, Guardiola's tactical adjustments were swiftly embraced and implemented by his players. While City pressed fiercely, their offensive organization remained composed and methodical, systematically stretching Chelsea's defensive line. Typically, strong teams under such relentless pressure from Manchester City would reveal defensive frailties within a mere 15 minutes. Yet, Chelsea maintained their steadfast control over the rhythm of their defense. Their defensive line operates with remarkable cohesion. Even when an individual strays from position, nearby teammates promptly offer reminders or directly assist in covering. Chelsea's composure in the face of Manchester City's relentless onslaught is commendable. The skillful methods employed by Mourinho in training the defense play a significant role. But equally important is the omnipresent interception prowess of Leon. Should Manchester City attempt to exploit the flanks, Leon remains unfazed. However, any inclination to penetrate through the center must first contend with him. This defensive approach mirrors Mourinho's strategy against Barcelona in years past, resolutely denying Guardiola's team the advantage in midfield. Should Manchester City succeed in breaching Chelsea's defenses through sheer individual talent on the wings, Mourinho and his players would concede. Yet, it has been demonstrated that with a robust blockade of muscular enforcers and a cadre of highly motivated defenders stationed centrally, such a simplistic tactic effectively stifles the creativity of a technical team. After all, penetrating through the center necessitates a degree of technical space, and Chelsea expertly denies Manchester City the opportunity to establish their game by disrupting the rhythm and undermining the flow of the match. Chelsea plays a brand of football that disregards the sentiments of neutral fans. In the final moments of the first half, Leon and Matic transformed into masters of fouls, their frequent infractions leaving Manchester City's attackers in despair. However, to appeal to the officiating crew would be futile, as their minor transgressions hardly warranted a card. They merely disrupted the rhythm of play, much to the chagrin of City supporters. The cunning tactics of seasoned players like Leon and Matic caused the blood pressure of the home fans to rise sharply. As the brief halftime respite concluded and the second half commenced, Leon emerged from the players' tunnel to a chorus of unfriendly jeers. He merely smiled in response. Such hostility no longer affected his mindset. Resuming play, Leon continued to lead his teammates in tightening their defensive formation. Amidst the cacophony of boos and taunts at the Etihad Stadium, Chelsea remained undeterred, intensifying their pressing efforts. Manchester City's attackers, undoubtedly unwilling to yield, escalated their competitive spirit, resulting in heightened tensions on the pitch. The match official quickly became the most anxious figure on the field. Mindful of Leon's earlier retaliatory foul that had earned him a red card, Leon soon sensed the referee's vigilance towards him, a situation that left him somewhat bemused. Indeed, he had once retaliated against an opponent who had initiated excessive aggression, but he was not inherently violent. As long as opponents refrained from provoking him, there was no reason for him to seek a red card and subsequent suspension. Leon perceived that the referee was somewhat overly concerned. Yet he was entirely unaware of how crucial his presence was to the FA at this moment. In contrast to his own feelings, the FA was far more anxious about the potential damage to his public image, fearing that he might commit yet another infringement against the explicit rules of the field. After all, he was the second Ballon d'Or winner to emerge from the Premier League following Cristiano Ronaldo, and he now epitomized the league's reputation. The referees, who had been sternly cautioned by the FA's upper management before each Chelsea match, could hardly afford to feel at ease. Fortunately, Lyon exhibited remarkable composure today, avoiding any significant conflict with the attacking players of Manchester City. The referee, observing this, felt a sense of relief but remained vigilant in maintaining strict control over officiating standards. Gradually, players from both teams began to receive yellow card warnings. For Chelsea, Matic and Sulla were the first to be cautioned, while for Manchester City, Aguero and Fernandinho found themselves in the same predicament. The Argentine forward struggled to contain his temper. His yellow card did not stem from overly aggressive pressing against Chelsea's defenders, but rather from his incessant complaints regarding the referee's decisions, culminating in an outburst of profanity that warranted a caution. Guardiola, standing on the sidelines, instinctively covered his forehead, grateful that Otamendi was absent due to injury for this intense encounter. Otherwise, amidst the current heated atmosphere, he could only dread what astonishing actions the equally hot-tempered Argentine defender might take. The match continued to unfold without pause, its tempo unimpeded by these fragmented fouls. As the clock ticked to the 70th minute of the second half, Mourinho swiftly substituted Matic, who had received a stern warning for tactical fouling, bringing on Van Ginkel. Lyon and Kroos retreated to more defensive positions. In the 76th minute, Kroos committed a tactical foul, bringing down Sterling as he advanced with the ball, prompting the referee to issue him a yellow card as well. However, the Manchester City players expressed their dissatisfaction with the referee's decision, collectively pressuring him, believing he was allowing Chelsea's incessant fouls to disrupt their attacking rhythm. Lyon, on the other hand, eagerly welcomed the escalating tension. He first intervened to separate several Manchester City players pressing the referee, and then, as Aguero forcefully shoved him, he decisively sat down on the pitch. Aguero, witnessing this, seemed to grow even more agitated, attempting to lean down and grab Lyon by the collar. The referee, realizing the gravity of the situation, promptly blew his whistle, resolutely signaling for the surrounding players to step back. Under the apprehensive gaze of thousands of Manchester City fans, he summoned Aguero aside and issued him another yellow card. 2 yellows resulted in a red. Aguero was sent off for his irrational conduct. Guardiola stood on the sidelines with his hands on his hips, and whether out of frustration or amusement, a slight smile crept onto his lips. He harbored a certain resentment towards the stringent officiating standards enforced today, and was even more vexed by Aguero's reckless behavior. One might argue that pushing is commonplace on the football field, but one ought to exhibit some discretion. To overturn Lyon, who had just upheld the referee's authority, right in front of the main official? What a ludicrous display of folly. Guardiola couldn't even be bothered to appeal to the fourth official. Aguero, with a look of disbelief, attempted to justify his actions. Yet under the unwavering judgment of the officiating referee, he ultimately had no choice but to exit the field, filled with dissatisfaction and anger. The home supporters of Manchester City voiced their strong discontent with a chorus of boos. However, this only ignited Aguero's inner fury, while Lyon, the very individual responsible for Aguero's dismissal, was now gleefully communicating with his teammates, covering his mouth in laughter. Regret and self-reproach? Not at all. Lyon felt no remorse for having contributed to Aguero's expulsion. On the contrary, he was elated. Chelsea was once again poised to seize victory at the Etihad Stadium without a fight. Aguero's own reckless actions had extinguished the team's last hope. How could he be blamed for that? Mourinho, witnessing Aguero's dismissal, was inwardly jubilant and promptly made final tactical adjustments, introducing defensive players to securely maintain their 1-goal lead. Ultimately, after the referee's 3 whistles signaled the end, the Chelsea squad, undeterred by the overwhelming boos, embraced one another in jubilant celebration. Naturally, Lyon, having once again become the center of attention, was not spared from the probing inquiries of the reporters on site. However, when asked by a Sky Sports journalist whether he had intentionally provoked Aguero, Lyon shook his head vigorously. I merely disapproved of their collective pressure on the referee. As for Aguero, he must bear the consequences of his own impulsiveness. I did not incite any foul play. You all witnessed the live broadcast. He pushed me down directly, and I chose not to retaliate. In this scenario, I am the victim, having opted for restraint for the sake of the game's fluidity. This is the truth. The reporters, observing Lyon's confident demeanor, couldn't help but internally criticize his audacity. Another journalist posed a question regarding the relentless boos from the Manchester City fans throughout the match. Yet Leon responded with a smile. They are free to express themselves as they wish. I hold no particular opinion. However, I would like to advise the Manchester City fans. I understand your urgency today, but please take a moment to breathe. It is the last day of 2023, and I wish all my esteemed readers to cast aside the troubles and regrets of the past year, and may you find happiness, success, and fulfillment in 2024. The chapter concludes. On New Year's Day, he took a day off, shaking his head in exasperation, choosing to ignore it all, and poured himself a glass of exquisite divine liquor. In terms of inner strength, he finally connected the Yang Qiao and Yin Qiao meridians, completing the first level of his cultivation. Regardless of whether the rumors are exaggerated, the fact remains that he single-handedly hunted a 7th-tier high-level demon beast, a truth universally acknowledged by the people of Bifu. After a moment of idle contemplation, Changshan suppressed his distracting thoughts and focused on absorbing the fire elemental spiritual energy from the massive stone for his cultivation. What had he just asked? It seemed his father had mentioned something. If he were to speak the truth, could it lead to trouble? No. The simple and clear 2 words halted the progress of both individuals entirely. Just as she reached for my chest, I smiled, for I had already raised the ghostly talisman. And the incantation, a mere 4 words, slipped from my lips. 7 killings subduing demons. Husijo chuckled and remarked, what assembly? Rather, a grand tomb has emerged here. Humph. I wonder about your disciples, Wang Zhongmen. They hardly impress me. Lu Zhongmen, who felt slighted, retorted with an ambiguous tone. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Li Huai sensed that his injuries had completely healed, almost as if he were living in an illusion. Meanwhile, Xing Tian did not evade. He strode directly towards Yu Yangzi, each step causing the earth to tremble beneath him. This name sounds quite appealing. I wonder what its effects will be. Let's hope it's not something that looks good but is utterly useless, Lu Zhong mocked. Fan Xiao frantically patted her body. Her bag was with her sister, and she was outside her brother's intensive care unit. She could only rush to find her 3rd brother, uncertain if she would see him. Ouyang Jin, devoid of gratitude for nurturing, seemed solely focused on monetary benefits. Such a person would be better off passing away early to seek rebirth. Ceasing his musings, Feng Fan began to tally his spoils. After a thorough search, he gathered various spiritual pills, magical artifacts, ancient treasures, talismans, and crystals from nearly 20,000 storage rings, bracelets, and pouches. Indeed, the chairman has just joined the company. He undoubtedly lacks awareness of many matters and has significant deficiencies in management. I am curious about the chairman's thoughts. As are the other shareholders, the bald shareholder remarked, his tone far from amiable. Please, come in. The middle-aged cultivator greeted warmly. After all, Feng Fan was a significant customer here, purchasing spiritual herbs with crystals. Moreover, if she guessed correctly, this prince was none other than the 3rd prince, who understood the crafting methods of saddles and stirrups. Upon seeing Su Xiang, Qin Xiaojia was momentarily taken aback. This version of Su Xiang was even more stunning than in military attire, though her expression remained as cold as ever. Led by the 6 elders, the army of spiritualists began to establish their presence in this borderland, yet a serious expression was evident on the face of the 6 elders, for they had failed to locate Xintian. No verification was conducted, as ordinarily, we would not perform further audits for a sales clerk, Director Zhao remarked, glancing at Su Huinan, who appeared somewhat weak. Chun Ming observed the rapidly depleting health bar, anxiously pacing. The situation was dire. He had no choice but to take a step back, hoping to buy a few seconds for a strategic adjustment. At this moment, Lu Fuguei and his companions noticed Yan Lu treating patients outside and hurriedly emerged. They saw a group attempting to rush in, with one person valiantly attempting to obstruct them. Consequently, the security personnel and staff intervened to block the intruders. Suddenly, Lin experienced a brief moment of hesitation, lasting perhaps 1 or 2 seconds, during which he instinctively clicked on a newly refreshed item and glanced at its price. Subsequently, an increasing number of adventurers and teams engaged with the dark entities, and the air was filled with the dazzling brilliance of various spells and support skills as the battle raged fiercely. Lin, in a state of agitation, mostly tuned out the noise, yet was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the last 2 words. Wu Yingwei remained silent. He was aware of the organization known as Shinjo Soul, as he had a junior apprentice who was part of the Shinjo Soul's Li Jian faction, an esteemed disciple of his Taoist master, who had surpassed him in martial prowess and had already reached the initial stage of transformation. Although their interactions had been limited, some connection remained. The several women, initially hurrying back with their breakfast, now paused to engage in discussion. Lin Ziyuan's hands clenched and loosened several times. His expression appeared calm, but his eyes betrayed a hint of hostility. Qin Zhaozhao and Chu Yu walked side by side. As they approached the conference room, they heard Biao Lian's manic voice resonate. Qin Zhaozhao was in close proximity to Shen Siken and noticed his gaze fixated on her neck. Mo Jingshun had no time to contemplate the implications of her words, desperately seizing the opportunity to escape, fearing that a moment's delay might cost her the chance. Meanwhile, Song Jiangnan was a child adopted by Gu Zhengyan 8 years ago, who had heeded a fortune-teller's advice on wealth accumulation in the countryside. I understand. I will have Chun inquire, though success is not guaranteed, Jin Xiuzhu candidly remarked. Furthermore, she sought to unravel the enigma surrounding Zhao Xianlang, as his appearance did not suggest a fate of short-lived existence. Yet, he was currently enveloped in an aura of death. Chapter 364. It is the young lion that saves Real Madrid from adversity. Manchester City fans were thoroughly infuriated by Leon, who not only irritated them throughout the match, but also made sarcastic remarks post-game. To claim that Leon was not intentional would be absurd. It was clearly a retort to the City fans who had booed him relentlessly. Yet, what difference did it make if everyone was aware? Leon and Chelsea had secured a vital victory on Manchester City's home turf, which was the crux of the matter. Had he lost, any words he spoke would have seemed like mere excuses, but having won, he was entitled to respond, leaving no room for criticism. Manchester City fans were disheartened, their players equally distressed, yet they had to swallow their frustration. Seeking retribution? They would have to wait until the latter half of the league to face Chelsea again. With the conclusion of this pivotal match, Chelsea, having forcibly claimed victory at the Etihad Stadium, once again emerged as the invincible titans of the Premier League in the eyes of the British media. Meanwhile, Manchester City, having suffered their first defeat of the new season, relinquished their position at the top of the Premier League standings. However, the entire Manchester City squad has little time to dwell on their regrets. For following this round of league matches, the UEFA Champions League group stage will soon reignite. Currently, Manchester City boasts a record of 3 victories and 1 defeat in Group D, positioning them favorably for advancement. Nevertheless, they previously suffered a loss to Juventus in the second round of group play. Juventus, with 2 wins and 2 draws, trails Manchester City by a solitary point, currently occupying second place in the group. Thus, this round of the group stage is of paramount importance for the entire Manchester City team. They must at least contend fiercely against Juventus to secure a minimum of 1 point, ensuring that they can comfortably navigate the final round and secure the top position in the group. In contrast, Chelsea's European campaign appears considerably less arduous. The Blues are set to embark on an away match against Wolfsburg, as Real Madrid and Wolfsburg drew in the previous round, leaving Real Madrid with only 5 points in second place. Chelsea has already locked in their top spot in the group. Consequently, Mourinho has opted to rotate the majority of his key players for this round of the Champions League, leading a squad primarily composed of substitutes into the away fixture. The stark disparity in points within this so-called group of death has taken many neutral fans by surprise at the onset of the new Champions League season. Real Madrid, having completed 4 rounds with merely 5 points, astonishingly finds themselves in second place, indicating the true competitive nature of this group. Meanwhile, Chelsea, with a flawless record of 12 points from 4 matches, has transformed the sentiment of fans who previously lamented the Group's difficulty into criticisms directed at Real Madrid and other rivals for their lackluster performances. Overall, while Real Madrid's performance in these 4 matches may not be deemed entirely poor, their loss to Chelsea was indeed a disappointment, and the draw against CSKA Moscow can be attributed to adverse weather conditions. The recent draw with Wolfsburg, however, was purely a matter of misfortune. After leading Wolfsburg for a full 80 minutes, they inexplicably conceded 2 fortunate deflected goals in the final minutes. Cristiano Ronaldo struck the post, and had fortune favored them. Real Madrid would not have been subjected to such an extraordinary draw. If one were to rationalize this outcome, it is understandable that Real Madrid found themselves level on points. However, many neutral fans, focused solely on results, remain unconvinced. Chelsea, having decisively triumphed over both Wolfsburg and CSKA Moscow, leaves no room for excuses regarding drop points for Real Madrid. Regardless of the reasons behind their insufficient points thus far, Real Madrid undeniably finds themselves in a precarious situation. With 5 points to their name and Wolfsburg close behind with 4, this round presents a stark contrast. Chelsea, with no aspirations left to chase, will face Wolfsburg, while Real Madrid must engage in a fierce battle against CSKA Moscow, who still harbor hopes of advancement. It is evident which match presents a greater challenge. Furthermore, Real Madrid's fans have little standing to demand that Chelsea and Wolfsburg engage in yet another grueling contest, as Chelsea has already secured their advancement. And having just faced formidable opponents in the league, they are likely to rest their key players for this group stage match. One cannot, for the sake of Real Madrid's qualification, engage in a futile struggle against Wolfsburg. Many pessimistic Madrid supporters have already concluded that, in this round of group matches, Wolfsburg will triumph over Chelsea's second-string players and secure an additional 3 points. Their only hope now rests on their own players not faltering and ensuring a solid victory against CSKA Moscow, thereby maintaining control over their qualification fate. As for whether they can defeat the unbeaten Chelsea at Stamford Bridge in the final round, that is left to the whims of destiny. On the evening of November 24th, a Chelsea side composed almost entirely of substitutes made their appearance at the Volkswagen Arena to face Wolfsburg. In a bid to afford his key players ample rest, Mourinho, when finalizing the 18-man squad, included only 2 regular starters, leaving the rest of the principal players in London to recuperate. The 2 unfortunate souls selected were, of course, Leon and the physically fit Matic. However, neither of them started the match. At the commencement of the game, they were seated on the bench engaged in casual conversation. Mourinho, calm and collected in the coaching seat, observed the performance of the substitute players on the field. He placed little expectation on the outcome of this match. After all, it was an away game. As long as the substitutes demonstrated their determination and showcased their individual skills, that would suffice. He had little hope for a victory. A draw would be ideal, and if they could avoid a humiliating defeat, that would also be acceptable. While the coaching staff of Chelsea maintained a relaxed demeanor and had few expectations for the regular substitutes and the young talents promoted from the reserve team, the pressure on these young players and substitutes was substantial. They were competing in the Champions League, not merely in an English domestic cup. Their performances would be scrutinized and critiqued by a broader audience. The thought of this made it difficult for them to relax. As Wolfsburg pressed forward, exerting pressure on Chelsea, the players representing Chelsea in the starting lineup struggled significantly. Under the weight of expectation, they made numerous mistakes in their confrontations, making it increasingly challenging to showcase their technical advantages. Unable to withstand the pressure, they committed frequent fouls, and even their trademark swift counterattacks became a rarity. Mourinho watched the players' performance with a furrowed brow from the substitutes bench. He had become more patient in nurturing young talent than in his earlier years, but truth be told, even the most patient of coaches would find it hard to endure the unfolding situation. Just 17 minutes into the first half, Chelsea conceded the first goal of the match. A reckless challenge by Chick in midfield failed to secure the ball, leaving his defensive position completely exposed. Van Ginkel quickly moved to cover for Chick, but the German prodigy Draxler had already initiated a decisive pass. The season close successfully evaded the offside trap, eluding Zuma's marking, and found himself with a clear shot on goal. Begovic was unable to save the team this time, as he was breached by Cruz's low shot. The manner of conceding such a goal elicited not only repeated headshakes from Mourinho, but also left Leon and Matic on the bench somewhat speechless. Ruben's lack of awareness is perplexing. How could he possibly lose the ball in that position? It is not merely a matter of awareness. Rather, his mindset is askew. When tasked with disciplined defending, he falters, as he is more inclined to intercept the ball and push forward to participate in the attack. This young man is squandering his physical gifts. With such potential as a defensive midfielder, why does he consistently prefer to surge forward? After exchanging a few remarks, Leon and Matic couldn't help but reminisce about the past, recalling the likes of Khedira. Both possessed a robust physique and seemingly extraordinary defensive talents. Yet both were preoccupied with their less effective forward runs. If Chukwuemeka were to dedicate himself to honing his defensive skills, even if he does not secure a position at Chelsea, he would still have the opportunity to become a starter at other mid-tier clubs. However, if he cannot rectify his habitual positional lapses, his future potential will undoubtedly be stifled by his own shortcomings. Although Mourinho was unsuccessful in transforming Khedira, he eventually unearthed Leon, crafting a formidable midfield trio. This effort mitigated Khedira's technical deficiencies while accentuating his strengths. Yet, Chukwuemeka has yet to grasp the nuances of the Premier League, thereby missing the opportunity to benefit from the tactical insights of the Chelsea coaching staff. He must first adapt to the tactical demands of the coaching team, performing his supportive role in order to earn greater tactical freedom. However, given Chukwuemeka's recent performances, Chelsea supporters are not holding their breath for him to become their version of a young lion. The disparity in football intelligence is evident. The coaching staff has extended opportunities to him, yet he remains ineffective. The Wolfsburg fans at the Volkswagen Arena celebrated jubilantly. Amidst the euphoria, Mourinho gestured for his players to remain calm and composed. He is not yet ready to substitute Chukwuemeka. He intends to provide him with opportunities, still hoping for a breakthrough in his understanding of the game. Terry, who captained the team today, also sought to soothe the young teammates' nerves. However, when the match resumed, both Terry and Mourinho observed that the young Chelsea players struggled to cope with Wolfsburg's sustained pressure. A consistently misplaced Chukwuemeka, coupled with the young left-back Baba, who was nearly outmatched by Draxler, rendered both unable to perform effectively. Chelsea's struggles extended beyond defense, with too few recoveries of possession. Even the individually talented Gnabry and Salah waiting to counterattack found themselves unable to make an impact. Chelsea faced an unusual scenario on the pitch, being thoroughly subdued by their opponents, making it exceedingly difficult to retaliate. Many Real Madrid fans, who had specifically tuned in to watch this match, opted instead to switch back to the game between Real Madrid and CSKA Moscow. By the 34th minute of the first half, when Draxler's powerful strike extended Wolfsburg's lead, a sense of despair began to envelop the Madrid supporters regarding Chelsea's performance. Meanwhile, Real Madrid found themselves in a stalemate against CSKA Moscow, leaving their fans in a state of anxiety. It wasn't until the second half commenced that news arrived of Leon substituting for Chick, rekindling a glimmer of hope among the Madridistas. Leon's entrance onto the pitch was somewhat unexpected. Originally, Mourinho had not intended to grant him or Matic any playing time. However, Wolfsburg's relentless pursuit of goals was unacceptable to Mourinho. Having established a 2-goal lead, they could have opted to tighten their formation and control the game, allowing Mourinho to concede the match gracefully. Instead, their aggressive tactics only fueled Mourinho's frustration. As soon as the halftime whistle blew, Mourinho sent Leon onto the field, with Matic gradually warming up on the sidelines. This change dampened the enthusiasm of the home supporters. Leon immediately gravitated towards the left flank, helping to shore up the defensive gaps exposed by Draxler in the first half. Observing Leon's positioning, Draxler promptly exchanged places with a teammate, demonstrating a decisive tactical shift. After solidifying the defense, Leon received the ball from his young midfield companion, Piasong, and refrained from rushing forward, instead opting to orchestrate play from the back. He facilitated Van Ginkel's involvement in the build-up, and when Wolfsburg, undeterred, pushed forward once more, Leon seized the opportunity to initiate a counterattack with a long pass. In the 59th minute of the second half, Leon delivered a precise long ball that found Llorente in position. The Spanish striker, having secured possession, smoothly transitioned the ball to the right flank. By this point, Salah had been stifled for much of the half, but upon receiving the ball, he confronted Wolfsburg's left back, Rodriguez. Eschewing technical finesse, Salah opted for a direct burst along the sideline. Rodriguez, one of the top left-backs in the Bundesliga, valiantly pursued but managed to maintain his defensive stance. Sensing the challenge, Salah wisely pulled back, redirecting the ball to the center. At this juncture, Leon surged forward, effectively resisting the defensive interference from Wolfsburg's midfielder, Tresh, and embarked on a formidable advance. As Leon approached striking range, the Wolfsburg defenders instinctively converged towards him. Yet, as they collectively surged forward, Leon once again delivered a sweeping cross towards the left flank. Gnabry, who had patiently awaited his opportunity, executed flawlessly after receiving the ball with near perfection. He deftly controlled it and sent a beautifully curved cross into the Wolfsburg penalty area. Leon promptly made his way into the near post of the Wolfsburg box, prompting Dante to hastily close him down, yet the ball sailed over both their heads. At that moment, at the far post of the Wolfsburg area, Llorente soared above the crowd, executing a powerful header. The Wolfsburg goalkeeper, Castells, exerted all his strength to reach the back post. However, Llorente's header was forceful, and he was simply too close to the goal. In an instant, the ball struck the net behind the Wolfsburg goal. Leon had not even completed 15 minutes on the pitch, yet he had already made significant contributions on both offense and defense, successfully orchestrating a counterattack that resulted in a goal. Upon witnessing the ball hit the net, Leon chose not to celebrate. Instead, he dashed into the Wolfsburg net, retrieved the ball, and sprinted back to the center circle. He was not satisfied with merely restoring his team's dignity. He aspired to score again, aiming for points or even a victory in Wolfsburg's home ground. The morale of the entire Chelsea team surged. Llorente, meanwhile, was roaring in celebration as he followed Leon back to the halfway line. The home fans of Wolfsburg were left in disarray, while many viewers at home were moved to tears by Leon's determined silhouette. It had been nearly 2 years, yet Leon could still rescue Real Madrid in times of adversity. Who could truly understand this feeling? End of chapter. I will take another day off and provide an update tomorrow. My writing condition is somewhat poor, and I need to adjust. I appreciate your understanding. Chapter 365, the 7th crown of the year, an unprecedented 7-time champion. Oh, the ball has gone in. The ball has gone in. Llorente has scored a crucial goal. Indeed, a goal of paramount importance for Real Madrid. Chelsea still holds a significant chance of drawing against Wolfsburg away. Should such a result occur, Real Madrid must strive to secure a victory against CSKA Moscow. I wonder how the players of Real Madrid are feeling at this moment in the Bernabeu. This round of competition has become filled with suspense. And if Wolfsburg wishes to maintain control over their advancement, they too must engage in an offensive battle against Chelsea. Zhan Jun and director Zhang discussed various potential point rankings in the studio. Leon, at this moment, harbored his own motives. After all, today, the players that old Mourinho deployed against Wolfsburg were primarily substitutes and youth academy talents. Competing alongside these teammates would not impact the preparation of the main squad for future matches. It was merely a matter of lending a hand. Rather than collaborating with Wolfsburg to advance, watching Real Madrid face an unexpected exit to the Europa League. He much preferred to join Real Madrid in progressing to the round of 16 in the upcoming Champions League season. Wolfsburg's head coach, Hecking, observed the rapidly changing dynamics of the match from the sidelines. Contrary to Coach Zhang's suggestion to encourage his players to boldly engage in an offensive exchange with Chelsea, he opted for a more cautious, compact formation. This tactical decision was entirely justifiable, as they held a slender 1-goal lead with only half an hour remaining in the match. If Wolfsburg could steadfastly maintain their 2-1 advantage, they would secure a favorable position for their final encounter against CSKA Moscow. Considering the implications for qualification in the European group stage, Hecking was acutely aware of the stakes. Leon, displaying no hesitation, seized the tactical directive from Mourinho and decisively took control of the ball, advancing with his midfield comrades across the halfway line. In the 65th minute of the second half, Matic, having completed his warm-up, substituted for a young midfielder who had started that day, significantly bolstering Chelsea's midfield trio. With Matic anchoring the defense, Leon and Van Ginkel surged forward to orchestrate play. Their roles were distinctly delineated, and with the support of his 2 elder teammates, Van Ginkel gradually found his rhythm. With Leon alleviating pressure in the organization of play, he was able to make more penetrating runs to participate in the offense. Wolfsburg's defenders aimed to sever the connection between Leon and Chelsea's 3 forwards, yet none could effectively contain Leong's influence in one-on-one situations. To stifle his advancing possession, they would need to resort to double teaming, but such a strategy inevitably left defensive gaps due to a shortage of players. Had Hazard been fit to play, he would have undoubtedly exploited Wolfsburg's flanks with precision. Fortunately for Mourinho, Salah was included in the lineup, while the Egyptian winger's individual prowess may not yet rival Hazard's. He had nonetheless matured to an elite level in world football. Leon was relentless in providing Salah with opportunities to strike. What did it matter that Wolfsburg's left-back was Rodriguez, one of the top 3 in the Bundesliga? They were up against the very best. Hecking had not anticipated that losing control of midfield would render Wolfsburg so utterly passive against Chelsea. By the time he contemplated further tactical adjustments, it was too late. Chelsea's offensive momentum surged with each wave, and Leon frequently threatened the opposing goal with incisive runs. As the match progressed into the 82nd minute, Chelsea finally breached Wolfsburg's left flank. Salah and Leon executed a classic 1-2 combination, with Rodriguez slightly lagging in his defensive duties, allowing Salah to slip past him effortlessly. Once inside the Wolfsburg penalty area, the Egyptian winger remained composed. He feigned a strike, deftly bypassing the eager challenge from Wolfsburg's towering center-back, Naldo, before adjusting his stance as if to shoot, faced with no alternatives as the last line of defense before the goalkeeper. Dante had no choice but to commit to a risky sliding tackle. However, his execution was regrettably tardy. Realizing the opportunity had shifted, Sulla opted against the shot and instead pivoted to protect the ball. In the end, Dante indeed thwarted Sulla's threatening shot. Yet he also brought Sulla down within the penalty area without making contact with the ball. The Wolfsburg fans erupted in disbelief. At that moment, other Wolfsburg defenders swiftly intervened, attempting to shield Dante from the referee, gesturing with their hands as if to explain their viewpoint. However, the referee had already witnessed Dante's foul tackle clearly from outside the penalty area. He decisively waved away all the approaching Wolfsburg players and summoned Dante aside. Without a doubt, a red card. Dante was sent off, and Chelsea was awarded a penalty kick. Yet, one cannot entirely blame Dante for this foul tackle. It is a duty he must fulfill as a central defender. Due to his size, his tackle was somewhat delayed. Had it been a shorter defender, like Cannavaro, perhaps a splendid defensive play could have been executed. After communicating with Zhan Jun turned his hopeful gaze towards Leo, who was now entering the Wolfsburg penalty area with the ball. Leo's performance today was remarkable, and his mindset appeared flawless. Let us witness as the referee blows the whistle for the penalty. Leo takes a run-up and shoots. It's a goal. Castells was utterly helpless against Leo's powerful penalty. 2-2. Leo successfully helped Chelsea equalize on their away match. As commentators from various nations marveled at Leo's ability to lead a comeback, he astonishingly dashed into the Wolfsburg goal again, retrieving the ball and sprinting towards the center circle. At this moment, less than 10 minutes remained in regular time, yet Leo was still dissatisfied with the score. His competitive spirit evoked continuous lamentations from the Wolfsburg fans. At this juncture, Hecking found himself at a loss, a voice within urging him to take a gamble, rather than allowing 3 points to dwindle to 1. Why not wager against Chelsea at the last moment to seek victory? However, a more rational voice cautioned him. Transforming 3 points into 1 was already dire. Engaging in an offensive battle with the soaring Chelsea could very likely lead to a home defeat. It was indeed wiser to preserve the suspense for the final round. Hecking's hesitation was evident to the broadcast team, yet this coach, who had risen in the Bundesliga over recent seasons, was no stranger to making tough decisions. Ultimately, he chose to defend resolutely. Faced with the prospect of early elimination and the hope of defeating Chelsea to advance past Real Madrid, he opted for the latter. Thus, the final score of the match was sealed at 2-2. Leo did not appear particularly elated, yet managing to draw from 0-2 to 2-2 was commendable. Whether Real Madrid could seize their opportunity remained in their own hands. After a brief wash-up in the dressing room, Leo received news of Real Madrid's 3-1 victory over CSKA Moscow. Now, Real Madrid had accumulated 8 points, while Wolfsburg stood at 5. With only 1 round left in the Champions League group stage, Real Madrid had indeed seized the opportunity, gaining control over their qualification for the next round. After the match, fans from various factions humorously suggested that Real Madrid should express their gratitude towards Leon for his valiant efforts in equalizing the score, as well as to Chelsea for not holding back. Indeed, many fans took to Leon's and Chelsea's official social media accounts to convey their appreciation. However, Leon chose not to actively engage with these Real Madrid supporters, sensing the sensitivity of the situation. If he were to interact warmly with them while being thanked by fans of his former club, how would that reflect on Chelsea's higher-ups? Consequently, Leon opted for a more reserved approach, merely issuing a statement during his preparation that encouraged fans to support Chelsea in the forthcoming London derby. On the afternoon of November 29th, Chelsea traveled to White Hart Lane to face a Tottenham side that is currently undergoing a significant reconstruction. Under the stewardship of Pochettino, this youthful team has begun to regain the resurgence seen in previous years, currently sitting 5th in the Premier League. While their victories are not numerous, their losses are even fewer. However, an excess of draws has hindered their position in the league. With a record of 6 wins, 6 draws, and 1 loss in the first 13 rounds of the Premier League, Tottenham's inconsistency is evident. They tend to drop points against mid to lower tier teams, yet curiously manage to secure draws against stronger opponents. The squad boasts a plethora of young talent, displaying commendable energy and producing aesthetically pleasing football. Yet, This youthfulness also results in a lack of consistency in securing match victories. Chelsea, when facing such teams, may not find the contest straightforward, but they can at least discern their tactical rhythm. By avoiding a direct confrontation and chaotic play, Tottenham's offense poses little threat to Chelsea's defense. In terms of counter-attacking prowess, Tottenham is significantly outmatched by Chelsea. As the match commenced, Pochettino found himself grappling with the tactical dilemma posed by Mourinho's deliberate relinquishment of match control. He had no choice but to navigate the tactical traps laid before him. The reason he currently holds the managerial position at Tottenham is twofold: his ability to nurture young talent and achieve commendable results at minimal cost, alongside the fluidity and aesthetic appeal of his coaching tactics. Despite his current success at Tottenham, supported by players, fans, and club executives alike, a shift to a more pragmatic style of play, particularly if it meant reinforcing defenses against Chelsea at home, would undoubtedly provoke discontent among the supporters. These fans desire a visually pleasing style of play while also yearning for trophies, a rather challenging expectation to fulfill. Real Madrid fans possess the privilege of such demands due to their financial prowess, consistently investing substantial amounts to maintain a formidable competitive edge. In contrast, Tottenham's strategy of developing young talents while cautiously navigating the transfer market leaves little room for championship aspirations. It would be prudent for them to focus on securing a top-4 finish in the Premier League, even if it means facing early exits in the Champions League. Chelsea, however, compelled Tottenham to play what is deemed attractive football on their home turf. Before the first half had concluded, Chelsea decisively capitalized on counter-attacking opportunities, netting 2 goals against Tottenham. In the second half, Chelsea tightened their defensive line, leaving Tottenham with no chance to mount a rapid counterattack. In the final moments of a fierce assault, Harry Kane once again faced the reprimand of Thiago Silva and Maguire. Meanwhile, the South Korean winger's Son Heung-min, who had recently transferred from Bayer Leverkusen to Tottenham during the summer window, found himself utterly ineffective under the relentless marking of Leao and Azpilicueta. Ultimately, the Chelsea squad departed from White Hart Lane, thoroughly pleased with their hard-earned victory. In this round of league matches, Manchester City, playing on home soil, was surprisingly held to a 2-2 draw by Southampton, a development that brought considerable delight to Chelsea. However, the Chelsea team, including Mourinho, had little time to bask in their joy, as they were soon held to a 1-1 draw at home against Bournemouth in the 15th round of the Premier League. Despite unleashing 20 shots on goal, Chelsea failed to breach Bournemouth's defenses on 2 occasions, with 2 shots striking the woodwork in the second half, leaving Suarez and Hazard in frustrated dismay. The draw against a lower-tier team in the league reignited the joy among Manchester City supporters. In the following 2 matches, Chelsea first ended their UEFA Champions League group stage campaign with a goalless draw against Real Madrid at home, before decisively defeating Watford 3-0, thus avoiding any further slip-ups in the league. After their victory over Watford on December 14th, the entire Chelsea squad boarded a plane bound for Asia to participate in this year's Club World Cup. The tournament schedule was straightforward. On December 17th, Chelsea would face the AFC Champions League winners, Guangzhou Evergrande, in a semi-final match. Following a 3-day rest, they would then compete in the final against the victor of the match between Sanfrecce Hiroshima and River Plate. The Club World Cup is no longer a breeding ground for surprises from South American teams. With the substantial financial investments made by Europe's top clubs, the leading teams from Europe have significantly distanced themselves from the so-called strong teams of Asia and South America. Thus, the Chelsea squad did not anticipate facing any substantial challenges during their journey in this tournament. Nevertheless, the coaching staff continuously reminded the players to remain vigilant and not to let their guard down. After all, the entire world was watching as Chelsea approached the unprecedented milestone of securing a record 7th title. A misstep could lead to enduring disgrace. Leao wholeheartedly agreed and even watched the semi-final match between Sanfrecce Hiroshima and River Plate on television. On December 17th, when Chelsea faced Guangzhou in Yokohama, Leao greeted the players from his homeland amicably before the match. After all, they had brought pride to Chinese football by securing the AFC Champions League trophy at this pivotal moment. However, once the match commenced, Leao exhibited complete seriousness. Guangzhou seemed eager to give Chelsea a challenging contest. Yet, just 8 minutes into the first half, Hazard showcased his individual brilliance, slicing through Guangzhou's right flank before delivering a precise cross into the penalty area, allowing Suarez to score with a deft finish. After opening their scoring account, Chelsea pressed on relentlessly, adding 2 more goals in the 21st and 28th minutes of the first half. In the second half, Mourinho promptly substituted Leon, Suarez, and Matic, ultimately leading Chelsea to a commendable 4-1 victory over Guangzhou, conceding a single goal to maintain a semblance of dignity for the opposing team. However, in the final against River Plate, Mourinho sought to swiftly secure dominance, allowing his disciples to express themselves freely. Leon, who had merely warmed up in the previous match, showcased his prowess by scoring twice with both head and foot, thus solidifying Chelsea's victory by halftime. In the end, Chelsea decisively triumphed 4-0 against River Plate, claiming the Club World Cup championship at the close of 2015. At the moment Leon hoisted the trophy in jubilant celebration, Chelsea achieved an unprecedented pinnacle of 7 titles. Marking a historic feat in recent days, the prominent figures have refrained from making bold claims about invulnerability to illness. Just 2 days ago, I mentioned in the writers group that I rarely fall ill, only to find myself with a fever last night. It has been quite miserable, sore throat and heavy head, truly uncomfortable. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 366, 2015 Ballon d'Or winner, Lyon. Unprecedented 7-time champions. Created by the Premier League, they may not be the most flamboyant team, but they are the most astute in securing victories. As the dust settles, a preview of the Ballon d'Or. Mourinho, the master of tactics. As the Chelsea squad returned to London with the Club World Cup trophy, they presented 7 dazzling championship trophies at the press conference, earning accolades from around the globe. Much like the record-setting Barcelona that clinched 6 titles in one breath, Chelsea now epitomizes the zenith of continental football accolades for the year. One may not favor this team or deem their style unattractive, yet their accomplishments are undeniable. Even the most ardent critics of Mourinho and Chelsea must concede that they presently stand as the pinnacle of world football. Moreover, many fans eagerly anticipate Chelsea's pursuit of even more record-breaking titles. The Premier League's 3 consecutive championships have established Chelsea's dynasty, while a Champions League defense signifies a different echelon of strength. Prior to Chelsea's expedition to Asia for the Club World Cup, the draw for the round of 16 in the new season's Champions League had already occurred. Chelsea's first opponent in the knockout stage is a familiar foe, Paris Saint-Germain. Overall, the luck of the draw could be deemed moderate. However, Chelsea has not suffered defeat against PSG in recent seasons, with Lyon and Mourinho consistently exerting pressure on the affluent Parisian club. Upon the announcement of the draw, the Chelsea team felt a sense of reassurance, temporarily channeling their focus towards accumulating points in the league. Due to their participation in the Club World Cup, Chelsea's initial encounter with Arsenal in the new season's Premier League was postponed. On December 26th, after a 6-day respite in London, Chelsea prepared to confront the challenge posed by Sunderland, the Black Cats, in the 18th round of the Premier League. This year, Sunderland's battle for relegation commenced unusually early. In previous seasons, they typically found themselves comfortably situated in the upper echelons of the relegation zone by this time. However, this year saw the departure of numerous key players, and the Black Cats have failed to make significant reinforcements. After 17 matches, they have managed a meager record of 3 wins, 3 draws, and 11 losses, leaving them languishing in second-to-last place in the Premier League, making it exceedingly difficult to pose any threat to Chelsea. In the early stages of the match, Sunderland displayed a commendable eagerness to engage in the attack. Veteran striker Jermaine Defoe demonstrated notable prowess in offense, yet his younger teammate, Watmore, appeared to possess merely championship-level capabilities. Struggling to maintain possession and positioning, Defoe found himself frequently repositioning within Chelsea's half, often retreating to support his teammates. While he could manage such exertions in his youth, at the age of 33, a more judicious allocation of his stamina is essential. Once Defoe vacated the penalty area, Sunderland's offensive threat diminished significantly. Recognizing this, Lyon seized the ball and advanced with determination. Despite Watford's deployment of a 5-man defense, their defensive framework was remarkably inadequate. Aside from O'Shea, the rest of Sunderland's defenders could barely withstand Chelsea's relentless offensive onslaught. In the 23rd minute of the first half, Lyon skillfully maneuvered past Sunderland's defensive midfielder, Toivonen. When Sunderland's right centre-back, Coates, attempted to disrupt his play, Lyon had already anticipated the moment and deftly slipped the ball behind Sunderland's defensive line. The astute positioning of Suarez kept him onside. Upon receiving Lyon's pass, he took a moment to adjust before decisively firing a low shot that pierced through Sunderland's goalkeeper Pantilimon. With the equilibrium of the match shattered early on, Chelsea seized the opportunity to capitalize on Sunderland's counterattacks. Undeterred, Sunderland pressed forward, only to find themselves conceding yet another goal during first-half stoppage time. Ultimately, Chelsea triumphed with a commanding 3-0 victory at home. Even with a match in hand, they continued to apply pressure on Manchester City with a slender points gap. However, the forthcoming schedule appeared unfavorable for Chelsea. Following their match against Sunderland, they faced Crystal Palace just 2 days later, and this encounter was to take place away from home. Mourinho, wary of overextending his starting players, opted for considerable rotation. Thus, on the evening of December 28th, Crystal Palace, aware of Chelsea's somewhat depleted squad, sought to capitalize on this opportunity. In this match, Lyon refrained from pushing forward to participate in the attack, choosing instead to ensure the stability of his team's defense. Crystal Palace utilized a variety of attacking strategies. Yet against the defensive duo of Lyon and Matic, they could only settle for a draw against Chelsea. Fortunately, Manchester City, similarly impacted by the congested fixture list, also found themselves held to a draw by their adversaries, Leicester City. This outcome was entirely acceptable for the Chelsea squad. As long as Manchester City remained either equally stalled or faced a defeat, the pressure on their points standing would not be a cause for concern. After a 6-day respite, Chelsea faced West Bromwich Albion at home. This marked the first match of the second half of the Premier League season, and against a relatively weaker opponent. Chelsea's squad exhibited a ferocity akin to lions hunting rabbits, overwhelming their adversaries in the first half. Lyon once again contributed with a goal and an assist, while Suarez netted a brace. Hazard and De Bruyne also found the back of the net, showcasing the attacking prowess of Chelsea's ensemble, which was in remarkable form. However, in the FA Cup match on January 10th, Mourinho controversially opted for a nearly entirely reserve lineup against their opponent. Although Chelsea ultimately secured a 2-0 victory and progressed to the next round of the FA Cup, Mourinho's intentions to relinquish pursuit of both domestic cup competitions were glaringly apparent. From a rational perspective, this decision was not without merit, and the Chelsea faithful largely supported it. Yet, for several traditional English sports publications, Chelsea's approach was undoubtedly seen as an invitation for other Premier League teams to similarly abandon their aspirations in domestic cup competitions. Consequently, they began to criticize Mourinho's choices. Having previously engaged in such tactics at Real Madrid, Mourinho was now unfazed by media scrutiny. Should Chelsea falter in both the Premier League and the Champions League, he would readily accept the backlash from the press and fans alike. However, with the season still in its early stages, he was eager to see how these narratives would evolve should he lead Chelsea to a triumphant treble and a successful title defense in the Champions League. Mourinho's decisive actions afforded Chelsea's key players a valuable 2-week respite. Yet, prior to the commencement of the 21st round of the Premier League, Mourinho and a significant contingent of Chelsea's main squad boarded a flight to Zurich, Switzerland. The FIFA award ceremony for 2015 was underway. In the absence of the European Championship and World Cup, Chelsea, having clinched the prestigious honor of 7 club titles within the year, emerged as the biggest winner. Mourinho was awarded the Best Men's Coach accolade, and within the FIFA's annual Best 11, 6 positions were occupied by current or former Chelsea players: Thiago Silva, Azpilicueta, Matic, Kroos, Leon, and Ibrahimovic. The remaining spots were filled by Neuer, Marcelo, Ramos, Messi, and Ronaldo. Strictly speaking, the consistently reliable Terry should have also been included. However, such selections often carry a degree of bias, making it unsurprising that he was supplanted by the more popular Ramos. The evening culminated with the prestigious Ballon d'Or award. Leon had been aware of his impending accolade long before the live broadcast of the ceremony commenced, and both Ronaldo and Messi extended their congratulations to him in advance. Frankly, the two may still have harbored some skepticism regarding Ribery's award last year, as a comparison of individual statistics starkly highlighted the distance between him and the two superstars. Nonetheless, Leon's recognition was undoubtedly well-deserved. Last season, he surpassed both Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo in terms of goal creation, leading his team to an impressive 7 championships. No one could find fault with his achievements. As the three sat together watching the selection video, Leon beheld nearly all of his spectacular goals from the previous season. At that moment, Cristiano wore a relaxed expression, showing no signs of regret. Had Messi been the recipient of the award today, Cristiano would undoubtedly have exhibited a markedly different demeanor. In contrast, He was genuinely eager to see his good friend Leon receive this prestigious accolade in football. As the atmosphere grew somewhat tedious and suspenseful, FIFA invited a guest to perform first. Many football fans from China began to feel anxious. Fortunately, as the live celebration reached 1 hour and 24 minutes, Kaka confidently announced Leon's name from the card he held. Congratulations to Leon for winning the FIFA Ballon d'Or for 2015. His victory was widely anticipated and well-deserved. He became the first Asian player in the history of football to receive this annual award. In the broadcast studio, Zhan Jun was exceptionally excited, reciting a string of records that Leon had shattered. As the first Asian player to win the Ballon d'Or, Leon indelibly etched his mark into both the international and Asian football histories that night. The venue erupted with thunderous applause and cheers as Leon raised his Ballon d'Or high and kissed it deeply. Unlike Cristiano, who had wept tears of joy upon reclaiming his Ballon d'Or years ago, Leon wore only a satisfied smile. Leaving Real Madrid under immense pressure to join Chelsea, he had pursued this prestigious honor. Now that the trophy was finally in his hands, all his emotions transformed into a serene smile. Of course, this marked merely the beginning of his ascent to the pinnacle of football, far from its conclusion. His gaze turned towards the horizon, envisioning a future where he would undoubtedly forge his own era in the world of football. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, he had initially intended to write at least another 1,000 words. But fatigue had set in. He decided to take some medicine and retire for the night, hoping to recover from his cold by morning. This chapter concludes. Chapter 367. Times have changed. Manchester United must adapt to life in the Europa League with Leon's successful selection as the FIFA Ballon d'Or winner for 2015. The British media, which had previously championed him, saw a surge in their sales. The discourse surrounding Leon captivated not only England and Europe, but the entire world. Reflecting on the sensational transfer that had rocked the footballing world 2.5 seasons ago, it became evident that Leon had made an astute decision. However, with Leon's triumphant acquisition of the Ballon d'Or, numerous officials within the Chinese Football Association were quietly reassigned or even sidelined altogether. Countless fans from China fervently demanded an apology from those who had pressured Leon out of the national team years ago. They yearned for a moment when the association would humbly acknowledge their mistakes, allowing Leon to return to the national squad. While one Leon might not be able to reverse the overall decline of Chinese football, his presence was undoubtedly coveted. Yet, during the pinnacle years of Liang's illustrious career, the fans of Chinese football still harbored some hope for domestic football. Regrettably, the Football Association, facing immense public scrutiny, chose to retreat into its shell. Those who aspired to effect real change within the association lacked the authority to do so, while those in power busied themselves with financial gain and concealing past missteps. Indifferent to the complaints of fans outside the system, Leon was well aware of the fervent calls for his return to national service. For he was indeed an avid surfer of the internet. However, he harbored no illusions or expectations regarding the Football Association. He recalled that in the subsequent years, the association faced a wave of investigations, resulting in the imprisonment of its top officials and head coach, alongside a significant fallout affecting numerous talents. Ironically, the much-criticized coach Gao Hongba remained unscathed. Under such circumstances, it would take a foolhardy mind to willingly return to the national team, particularly when it meant watching undeniably more capable teammates languish on the bench, while those starting were often entangled in nepotism. He simply could not bring himself to do it. Thus, he chose to observe from a distance, dismissing the matter entirely after witnessing the association's silence and lack of any official announcement. Coincidentally, the 21st round of the Premier League was upon them. On the evening following his receipt of the Ballon d'Or, Chelsea welcomed Everton to their home ground. Prior to the match, Leon displayed his first Ballon d'Or trophy before the throng of over 30,000 Chelsea supporters. In that moment, a warm smile graced his face, reflecting his buoyant spirits. Yet, once the trophy was presented, a fierce competitive spirit ignited within his eyes. Was he in a good mood? That was merely a facade. Beneath it lay a simmering anger, desperately seeking an outlet. Everton, unfortunately, was about to face a Leon brimming with pent-up frustration. As the match commenced, Everton intended to cautiously gauge Chelsea's attacking and defensive intensity. However, Leon initiated the game with a fierce tackle. Barkley, who had been advancing with the ball, promptly fell to the ground, yet the referee showed no intention of calling a foul. Seizing the opportunity, Leon propelled the ball towards Everton's half. The seasoned midfielder Barry signaled to his teammate Bezic to refrain from reckless charges and to swiftly retreat with him. But in the limited space left by their retreat, Leon capitalized on the moment, unleashing a powerful shot from within his striking range. Everton's veteran goalkeeper Howard, not daring to underestimate the situation, reacted swiftly, palming the ball away with both hands. After the ball landed, Howard erupted in fury, urging his defensive teammates not to afford Leon such easy opportunities for long-range shots, not feeling any regret as the ball was ultimately deflected out for a corner. Leon instead animatedly encouraged his teammates to join him in pressing into Everton's penalty area. At that moment, commentators from around the world lauded Leon's spirited performance on the pitch. However, a highly energetic and aggressively competitive Leon poses a veritable catastrophe for the entire Everton team. During a corner kick opportunity, he managed to secure a slight touch, yet ultimately directed the ball over the crossbar. All the while rallying the Chelsea supporters in the stands with fervent gestures, he signaled for his fans to bestow upon the team further cheers and encouragement. On the sidelines, Everton's coach, Martinez, furrowed his brow in concern, but upon recalling that Leon had just received the Ballon d'Or trophy the previous day, he found solace in the situation. Without much hesitation, Martinez promptly made tactical adjustments, instructing his players to contract their formation. He emphasized maintaining possession when possible, and if that proved unfeasible, to refrain from granting Chelsea excessive space for their forward assaults. At first glance, Martinez's tactical modifications seemed reasonable. However, in reality, they exposed Everton's defensive frailties. Historically, Martinez's defensive coaching has been lackluster, and since last season, Everton's propensity to concede goals has relegated them to the lower echelons of the Premier League. This season, their defensive woes persisted, with the center-back pairing of Jagielka and Stones conceding 29 goals over 20 matches. Consequently, Everton's defensive efficiency languished near the bottom of the league, while their scoring tally stood fifth, rendering their matches intriguingly unpredictable. The pivotal factor determining their success often hinged on whether they scored faster than they conceded. Thus, when Martinez opted to temporarily shelve offensive pursuits in favor of bolstering their defense, it inevitably rendered them reactive on the field. Leon, observing Everton's tactical shift, remained unfazed, maintaining his focus on exploiting the midfield area occupied by Barkley. Even with the entire team retreating defensively, Barkley was unlikely to remain subdued. Having witnessed Barkley's development firsthand, Leon possessed a measure of confidence in his judgment. True to form, within 5 minutes of Martinez's tactical adjustments, Barkley once again surged forward with the ball. Seizing the opportunity, Leon executed a precise sliding tackle, causing Barkley to tumble decisively. Yet, the referee showed no inclination to call a foul. Upon regaining possession, Cruz swiftly delivered a diagonal long pass from midfield. The ever-watchful Hazard accelerated along the touchline, and after receiving the ball, faced with the challenge of Everton's right-back Oviedo, he employed a subtle change of pace to deftly bypass the outstretched Oviedo, successfully cutting inside. After briefly assessing the positioning of players within the Everton penalty area, Hazard decisively sent a curling pass that appeared to be both a cross and a shot, bewildering the defenders within the box. In a moment of critical importance, Suarez darted forward and made slight contact with the ball, altering its trajectory. Yet, in that instant, Howard exhibited reflexes reminiscent of Buffon, using his fingertips to divert the ball away from the goal at the last possible moment. The football, deftly parried by Howard, drifted precisely into Sullah's path. However, Jagielka swiftly positioned himself defensively, denying Sulla a favorable angle for a follow-up shot. In that fleeting moment, Sullah's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a blue figure surging into the Everton penalty area. Without even confirming which teammate was advancing, he resolutely returned the ball. At the sidelines, Martinez, anxiously observing the developments within his own penalty area, was taken aback. "Block his shot," he roared. The talented defender Stones, known for his prowess, immediately sprinted towards the advancing Leon. Yet, Leon offered him no opportunity to intercept. He opted instead to unleash a powerful strike without adjusting his position. Choosing to blast the ball from such close range indicated either a lack of options or an unwavering confidence in his striking ability. Clearly, Leon belonged to the latter category. Though Howard had been performing admirably, he could do little against such a close-range, thunderous shot. The football inevitably crossed the goal line, crashing into Everton's net. In the next instant, Leon placed his hands behind his ears, passionately sprinting towards the corner flag to revel in the cheers of the home fans. The fiery intensity within him momentarily subsided with this goal, yet a single goal was insufficient. After celebrating with his teammates, Leon, on his way back to the halfway line, encouraged his fellow Chelsea starters to maintain their momentum. Mourinho, observing Leon's spirited determination from the sidelines, chose not to dampen his enthusiasm and instead made tactical adjustments, urging the entire Chelsea squad to press forward relentlessly. Consequently, within the first 10 minutes of the first half, Everton, who had conceded the initial goal, found themselves utterly dominated by Chelsea. At this juncture, Martinez recognized that proactive offense was essential for survival, yet it was too late. His team could not muster a coherent counterattack. Defensively, Stones' inexperience became a critical focal point for Chelsea's forwards to exploit. It would be accurate to label Stones as a prodigy. The future potential of this lifelong friend of Maguire is boundless. However, even the most gifted players must undergo a developmental process to adapt to the top tier of football. While pairing Stones with Jagielka against mid-table teams in the Premier League poses little issue, his defensive shortcomings are glaringly magnified when facing elite teams like Chelsea and Manchester City. In the 24th minute of the first half, Suarez, displaying his seasoned expertise, outmaneuvered Stones to score with a deft touch. In the 36th minute, Salah forcefully cut in from the right flank, skillfully bypassing both Baines and Stones to curl the ball into the net. With a commanding 3-goal lead by halftime, Chelsea had effectively dismantled the contest. Yet, as the second half commenced, Chelsea showed no signs of relenting. In the thrilling match today, the fervent Leon opened the scoring with a long-range shot in the 61st minute of the second half. Just 8 minutes later, he deftly assisted Suarez, who netted his second goal, contributing to a resounding 5-goal victory. Only then did Leon feel a profound sense of ease and comfort wash over him, ceasing to urge his teammates to continue applying pressure on Everton. Meanwhile, Stones, who was mercilessly targeted by Chelsea's attacking players, was left utterly bewildered. It was a sight that evoked sympathy not just from Martinez, but even from Mourinho himself, as he watched the young lad struggle. Thus, in the 73rd minute of the second half, Mourinho made the decisive move to substitute Leon, Suarez, and Hazard all at once. This tactical adjustment brought a sigh of relief to the Everton fans, who were left in despair. Deflated, the Everton players failed to mount a final offensive, and the match concluded with the score firmly set at 5-0. Liang's dazzling performance in his first match after winning the Ballon d'Or garnered widespread acclaim from sports media across Europe. However, for Manchester United, who were set to face Chelsea in the next round, Liang's stellar display was a harbinger of doom. After all, Manchester United's recent form had been far from stellar. With 2 losses and a draw in their last 3 Premier League matches, including defeats to Stoke City and Swansea, the solitary draw against Newcastle, though somewhat stirring, did not yield a victory. Their dismal performance in these 3 matches saw Manchester United drop from 6th to 7th place in the Premier League standings. It now appeared that the significant financial investments made by the club in the previous summer transfer window, along with Van Gaal's fervent promises of a return to championship contention, had devolved into a running joke within the Premier League. When the Manchester United hierarchy refrained from spending, Van Gaal managed to vie for 6th place. Now, even with financial backing, they remained mired in the same predicament. Frustrated and humiliated, Manchester United fans lambasted the club's upper management for their unprofessionalism while simultaneously criticizing Van Gaal for failing to deliver results despite the financial support. They had acquired the necessary players, including the 19-year-old Marshall at a staggering price of $36 million, yet the team continued to falter. Who else could be blamed if not him? As an insider, Van Gaal had grounds to defend himself, but the fans remained unconvinced, deeming him obstinate and ridiculing his lackluster tactical approach. In light of this situation, Van Gaal made a bold decision to adopt a 4-2-3-1 attacking formation against Chelsea at Stamford Bridge. Lukaku, Marshall, Rooney, and Lingard all took to the field as starters, while Carrick assumed the critical role of orchestrating the team's play, with Fellaini bearing the brunt of the defensive duties. This arrangement in the midfield and attack seemed top-heavy. And engaging in an open contest against Chelsea at Stamford Bridge, Mourinho pondered Van Gaal's rationale. Yet he welcomed the opportunity to face a Manchester United willing to take the initiative. Chelsea, unencumbered by hesitation, engaged in an offensive battle with Manchester United, ultimately leading to a humiliating 4-1 defeat for the Red Devils. However, during the post-match interview, Leong expressed a few words on behalf of Van Gaal. It is evident that Manchester United's primary issues do not lie within the coaching staff or the players. Until this core problem is identified and rectified, I would advise the fans of Manchester United to temper their expectations regarding the team's performance. Times have changed. Manchester United may need to embrace the reality of consistently competing in the Europa League. Leong's remarks seem to have struck a nerve with numerous Manchester United supporters, inciting their ire. What does it mean that Manchester United must adapt to a prolonged spell in the Europa League? Is that even a valid statement? Indeed, Manchester United's performance in recent seasons has been somewhat tumultuous, yet this is largely due to the growing pains of a team in the midst of reconstruction. The club possesses ample financial resources and a solid roster. The primary issues have largely revolved around coaching appointments. What does it mean that times have changed? Manchester United is not AC Milan. As one of the premier clubs in global commercial operations, the substantial revenue generated annually is the bedrock of the fans' confidence. Let us wait and see. Once Manchester United finds a new Ferguson to restore order, those who have mocked the club in recent years will surely be met with a harsh reality. The loyal supporters of the Red Devils are unwavering in their belief and filled with anticipation. Leong, having observed the backlash from Manchester United fans online, couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. It seems that both domestic and international supporters still hold high hopes for the club. However, he was disinclined to continue rebutting the fervent expectations of the loyal Red Devils. Time will undoubtedly validate his assertions, and the fact that the Glazer family continues to exploit Manchester United will remain unchanged. Ultimately, it is the unfortunate fans who will be left heartbroken. Leong deeply regrets this, yet he has no personal ties to Manchester United. After a brief moment of reflection, he was nonetheless delighted to welcome a long-awaited holiday. Following the conclusion of the 22nd round of the Premier League, the league will temporarily pause, with the 23rd round set to resume in 9 days. Unencumbered by club or national team commitments, the key players in the Premier League have entered a golden period of rest. Chelsea's coaching staff has granted the entire team a 3-day break. Leong initially planned to take Anna, who was on winter break, back to Madrid for a visit. But upon receiving a call from Ibrahimovic, he altered his course and headed directly to Milan. Ibrahimovic and Boateng warmly welcomed Leong and Anna at the airport, and the three friends, having not seen each other for quite some time, greeted one another with great enthusiasm. Prior to his arrival in Milan, Leong had taken the time to review the recent performance of the team and was well aware of the reasons for Ibrahimovic and Boateng's buoyant spirits. In the last 3 matches, Ibrahimovic had scored, helping Milan secure a valuable 3 consecutive victories and propelling the team into the top 3 of Serie A. Meanwhile, Boateng, having endured a disappointing stint in the Bundesliga and subsequently being released by Schalke 04, found renewed confidence in his career upon re-signing with Milan. Currently, in the first 20 rounds of the new Serie A season, Ibrahimovic has scored 12 goals and provided 5 assists, while Boateng has also recorded an impressive 4 goals and 4 assists. Galliani initially aimed to bring back 2 legends to Milan on bicycles to bolster the team's stature for the new season, but unexpectedly, this endeavor has truly brought the goal of revitalizing Milan to the forefront. Under Ibrahimovic's leadership, Milan's ability to dominate weaker opponents remains steadfast, and although their potential may not yet rival that of Juventus and Napoli, they are certainly on par with Inter and Roma. A prudent expectation would be that, while Milan may not reclaim the Serie A title from Juventus in the coming seasons, they can at least stabilize their position within the Champions League zone. This is of utmost importance to the Milan management, who now adhere to the philosophy of achieving great things with modest expenditure. After all, securing a spot in the top 4 of Serie A and consistently participating in the Champions League translates to a significant influx of revenue. Through a positive cycle of management over the next 2 or 3 seasons, Milan could regain their footing and considerably shorten the period of rejuvenation. Were it the Ibrahimovic of yore, he would undoubtedly disapprove of such a club operational model, as he is primarily driven by the desire to win the Champions League. When a club lacks the ambition to invest heavily, it naturally fails to capture his attention. However, after successfully securing the coveted Champions League title with Chelsea, Ibrahimovic's mindset underwent a profound transformation. He returned to the club he cherished, patiently mentoring younger teammates and encouraging their continuous growth. On the pitch, he remains the relentless Zlatan pursuing victory, while off the field, he has evolved into a more mature and respected role model. Leal, witnessing his former teammates enjoying comfortable lives and flourishing careers, felt a deep sense of happiness. He spent 3 consecutive days in Milan reminiscing with old friends, while Anna, who also enjoys staying in Milan for fashion exhibitions, made for a delightful 3-day getaway for the couple. As the thought of returning to London loomed, Leal found himself sighing deeply, for, to be candid, the living experience in London pales in comparison to that of Milan, Barcelona, or Madrid. Nevertheless, despite his grievances, Leal promptly reported back to training at the base as soon as the holiday concluded. After a tightly packed schedule, the Chelsea first-team players benefited from a rare period of rest, rejuvenating their spirits significantly. Upon resuming training, the coaching staff took a measured approach, not rushing to increase intensity immediately. After completing a full day of recovery training, Chelsea then transitioned into tactical drills. With Crystal Palace as their next league opponent, the team's preparation mindset appeared relatively relaxed. However, 2 days prior to the match against Crystal Palace, Mendes arrived in England with news that indeed unsettled Leal's composure. Returning to Real Madrid? Hadn't we already discussed this topic during the summer? I believe this is not the opportune moment to continue discussing this matter, Jorge. After all, I have recently renewed my contract with Chelsea. Faced with Mendes' forthright proposal, Leon instinctively wished to decline the discussion. On one hand, as he articulated, he has just signed a new contract with Chelsea and is currently enjoying a satisfactory situation there. It seems unnecessary to risk straining relations with the Chelsea hierarchy and its supporters by considering a return to Real Madrid. Wasn't Cest's experience a harsh enough lesson? On the other hand, there is, of course, the matter of Cristiano. Leon initially departed from Real Madrid in pursuit of the UEFA Champions League title to vie for the Ballon d'Or, with Cristiano still performing remarkably well. Returning to Real Madrid at this juncture would only pit him against Cristiano in the fierce competition for the Ballon d'Or. Why would he choose such a path? He believed Mendes was aware of this, and they had reached a mutual understanding last summer. Therefore, he found it somewhat perplexing that Mendes was bringing up old matters once more. Everything seemed to be in order until, alas, let me be candid, Leon. Cristiano has circumvented me and directly pressured Mr. Perez. I cannot fathom his reasoning, but now this dilemma lies before me. Tomorrow, I must fly directly to Madrid to meet with the Real Madrid executives. I feel uncertain about this negotiation, and I have prepared myself for the worst. Cristiano has his own demands, which I can comprehend. I also believe he deserves a higher salary, but his current obstinacy is quite excessive, given the circumstances. I hope you are mentally prepared. If Cristiano truly decides to leave Real Madrid at the end of this season, then you must brace yourself for the possibility of being heavily pursued by them. After all, facilitating your return to the Bernabeu has been Mr. Perez's fervent desire for the past 2 years. Mendes elucidated the situation and departed with a slight sense of relief. Yet he left Leon in a state of shock and confusion. Leon had not anticipated that the early success of their Mourinho-era Real Madrid would spur Cristiano to take such risks for his salary rights. The scarcity of significant trophies in recent seasons had also rendered the old maestro less forgiving towards Cristiano. Imagine, if Cristiano indeed chooses to leave Real Madrid this summer. Would the old maestro, as Mendes suggested, go to any lengths to bring him back to the Bernabeu? Instinctively, Leon wished to persuade himself that the likelihood of such an event was slim, but he ultimately had to concede that, given the old maestro's temperament, it was indeed within the realm of possibility. Coincidentally, Leon had recently overheard Mendes mention that Abramovich had invested heavily in the transfer market over the years, and his personal business was not thriving, leading to some financial strain. Connecting these dots, Leon found himself experiencing a touch of insomnia for the first time before a match. However, his ability to adjust was remarkably robust, forcing himself not to dwell on what had yet to transpire. He managed to recalibrate his routine and mindset just in time before the match against Crystal Palace commenced. On the afternoon of January 25th, the seemingly untroubled Leon appeared in the starting lineup for the match between Chelsea and Crystal Palace. This encounter did not attract much attention from the English media prior to the match, as the suspense seemed minimal. Positioned 9th in the league, Crystal Palace appeared unlikely to pose significant challenges for Chelsea. However, while the media's portrayal was one aspect, the reality of the match unfolded differently. Despite their 9th place standing, Crystal Palace was only 4 points adrift of 6th-placed West Ham United. If they lacked genuine prowess, Would the media have hailed Crystal Palace as one of Liverpool's fiercest competitors for a top-6 finish this season? Once the match commenced, Crystal Palace, enjoying the advantage of home ground, aggressively pressed Chelsea's defense from the outset. Zaha, exhibiting remarkable vigor, repeatedly sought opportunities early on and even managed to suppress Trippier, who hesitated to venture forward. Leon, typically reluctant to withdraw defensively in the early stages, noted Zaha's impressive form and decisively curtailed his momentum, effectively stifling any chance for Zaha to exploit his talents further. Given the away match context, Chelsea adopted a more conservative tactical approach. After Leon effectively neutralized Zaha, Mourinho signaled the team to compact their formation and enter a defensive stalemate. It wasn't until the first 30 minutes of the first half that Mourinho felt the initial sharpness of the Crystal Palace players had waned, prompting him to instruct his disciples to gradually press forward and test the waters offensively. However, Palace's manager, Alan Pardew, wisely made tactical adjustments, opting not to engage in an open contest with Chelsea. This resolute defensive posture from Crystal Palace prevented Chelsea from gaining any substantial advantage, culminating in a scoreless first half. As the second half commenced, Chelsea sought to seize the initiative, launching an aggressive offensive that rendered Crystal Palace nearly defenseless. It was during this phase that Suarez seized an opportunity, receiving a through ball from De Bruyne after a clever cut-in, successfully beating the offside trap to score. This breakthrough allowed Chelsea to transition into their familiar and proficient counter-attacking phase. Pardew, feeling the weight of the situation, realized that he could not afford to prioritize defense while trailing on home turf. Consequently, attacking became Crystal Palace's sole recourse. In the first 60 minutes of play, South Korean winger Lee Chung-yong, who had been underwhelming, was decisively substituted by Pardew for Moroccan winger Shama. This Moroccan prodigy, once a formidable force in League One, had unfortunately suffered from injuries after transferring to Arsenal, losing his former spark. In the 2013-14 season, he managed to score 6 goals for Crystal Palace, hinting at a career resurgence, but misfortune soon returned to plague him. After enduring numerous setbacks and injuries, the current state of Scamacher, aside from his wealth of competitive experience, no longer presents the formidable threat he once did as a winger. Yet, Alan Pardew finds himself with little recourse, as his options are limited, and the only pure winger on the bench is Scamacher himself. Consequently, the tactical adjustments made lead to a rather predictable offensive display from Crystal Palace. Zaha, isolated on the left flank, finds himself overwhelmed, while Leon sacrifices his offensive prowess, focusing solely on neutralizing him. As a result, Crystal Palace is unable to generate any significant threat. In the 78th minute of the second half, Chelsea seizes the opportunity presented by Crystal Palace's full-throttle advance, executing a brilliant counterattack. Suarez receives a long pass from Leon and drives forward. In a favorable 3-on-3 situation, he draws the attention of 2 defenders before expertly passing to the rapidly advancing De Bruyne on the right. De Bruyne's powerful cross finds Hazard, who is almost unmarked at the back post of the Crystal Palace box, allowing him to effortlessly find the net. With this goal, Chelsea secures their advantage, and the final score of the match firmly settles at 2-0. As Leon celebrates with his teammates, a flicker of contemplation occasionally crosses his eyes. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Madrid, a monumental storm, capable of shaking the world of sports, is quietly brewing. Chapter 369. The first round of the Champions League elimination under the storm of public opinion paranoid. Myopic fools. Does he truly believe that leaving Real Madrid would still allow him to achieve such heights? Does he even comprehend the implications of his actions? Why did I ever choose to retain this troublemaking Portuguese? Rarely does God forego prior planning, but after convening an emergency press conference, Florentino, the captain of this galactic fleet known as Real Madrid, hurried back to his private office within the club's headquarters. As the door closed behind him, he swiftly removed the warm smile that had been like a mask on his face. Listening to the frustrated outbursts of the club's CEO, Ángel Sánchez, he could only nod in agreement while attempting to soothe Florentino's tumultuous emotions. You are absolutely right. Cristiano has indeed overstepped this time by approaching you so directly. Overstepped? Huh. He nearly uttered the words lack of integrity to my face. Who does he think he is? What right does he have to pressure me for a substantial salary increase? Yes. Indeed, this is quite outrageous. I will find time to discuss it with him later. He can be like this at times, as you know. It's really not a major issue. You think it's not a major issue? In his eyes, the few million euros separating him from Messi's salary is of monumental significance. Angel, your understanding of Cristiano does not match mine. Since he dares to bypass Mendes and come directly to me with demands, it indicates he has made his final decision. This is not mere negotiation. Angel, this is a final ultimatum from our king at the Bernabeu. Listening to the resolute words of the esteemed elder, Sanchez's expression of concern deepened significantly. Are you implying that? At this moment, Florentino seemed to gradually regain composure over his emotions. He settled into his office chair, and the fleeting softness and hesitation in his gaze dissipated almost instantaneously, replaced once more by his characteristic, unwavering smile that exuded confidence and calm. There is no rush. I shall await Mendes to explain himself in person or lay his cards on the table. The formidable aura and steadfast principles of the elder prevented the entire Real Madrid management from succumbing to panic over the Ronaldo debacle. Conversely, Mendes, who hurried to Madrid to personally represent Ronaldo, found himself at a distinct disadvantage, displaying none of his usual poise and tact. However, Florentino did not impose undue pressure on Mendes. Their private rapport remained amicable, and the collaboration between Real Madrid and the players under Mendes's agency had always been quite harmonious. There was no need to jeopardize this well-established relationship over an unforeseen incident. Yet, their mutual understanding during their meeting was merely superficial. Mendes was acutely aware of the elder's underlying fury. He recognized the necessity of providing a satisfactory explanation to the helm of the foremost football institution. Thus, immediately following their meeting, he reached out to Ronaldo, arranging a direct encounter at the latter's residence. At that juncture, any accusations were rendered unnecessary, as Ronaldo had unequivocally articulated his demands. From Ronaldo's perspective, did he truly err? Perhaps his only misstep lay in his unwavering adherence to the verbal gentleman's agreement made with Florentino, naively believing that after aiding Real Madrid in securing consecutive Champions League titles, he would be awarded the highest annual salary in football. It is conceivable that at some prior moment, Florentino had genuinely contemplated the feasibility of honoring this commitment. However, the collective folly of Barcelona's upper management, which resulted in an astonishing salary increase for Messi, complicated matters. Should Real Madrid match Messi's astronomical salary for Ronaldo, the club's reasonable salary structure would inevitably collapse, a scenario Florentino was keen to avoid. Thus, both parties held their respective rationales, unwilling to compromise, leading to mutual detriment in their communication. That evening, Mendes conversed with Ronaldo for an extensive period, devoid of emotional outbursts. Instead, methodically analyzing the pros and cons of remaining at Real Madrid versus departing. No one knows the depth of their conversation that night or whether a final decision was reached. The following day, numerous Spanish media outlets captured Mendes meeting with Real Madrid executives. Just after Mendes concluded his second discussion with Florentino, Marca broke the sensational news that sent shockwaves through the football world. Contract negotiations collapse. The Portuguese superstar may depart Bernabeu this summer. Initially, many Real Madrid fans found the news amusing and dismissed it lightly. However, as revealed further details regarding the discussions between Florentino and Mendes, the gravity of the situation began to unfold. Particularly noteworthy is the revelation that Cristiano Ronaldo's demand to match Lionel Messi's salary has been met with unwavering disapproval from the upper echelons of Real Madrid. This revelation has caused considerable unease among the Mellinger fans who were already privy to the situation. Indeed, this is a palpable truth. A lurking concern nestled in the hearts of many Real Madrid supporters. Initially, few media outlets reported on this matter, as the general belief was that Real Madrid and Ronaldo would amicably resolve the salary issue. However, with the assertive coverage from Marca and AS, which confidently suggested a breakdown in negotiations between Real Madrid's hierarchy and Ronaldo's management team, skepticism began to take root among the fans. Many supporters swiftly took action, either posting inquiries on the club's official Twitter account seeking clarity or gathering outside the training facility and club gates, awaiting news. Ultimately, what they received was merely a terse denial from the club, a chillingly brief statement that offered no further explanation, which only served to bolster the claims propagated by the sensationalist Spanish media. Before long, the potentially seismic news of Ronaldo and Real Madrid parting ways this summer spread rapidly across the globe. Given the influence of both Ronaldo and Real Madrid worldwide, the ramifications of such news transcended the sports community, igniting discussions even among those with scant knowledge of football. As the topic gained traction, Fans from other prestigious clubs began speculating on the likelihood of their teams acquiring Ronaldo during the summer transfer window. The Portuguese superstar, now just 31 years old and the previous season's European Golden Shoe winner, boasts an extraordinary prowess that is undeniable. This footballing juggernaut, often derided by rivals as merely a product of Real Madrid's branding and team support, is now seen as a coveted asset. In truth, the prospect of securing such a phenomenal talent has even compelled those who once harshly criticized Ronaldo to reconsider their stance. During the 2015 to 2016 season, as it entered the critical second half, the news of Ronaldo's rift with Real Madrid overshadowed all other footballing narratives. This remained the case even after a week. And 2 weeks later, the fervor showed no signs of waning. The buzz surrounding Ronaldo has persisted, with fans of other elite clubs even engaging in abstract expressions of affection for him from afar. Yet, despite the uproar in the media, the on-field performance of Real Madrid appears largely unaffected. From January 30th to February 13th, the team enjoyed a resounding 3-match winning streak in the league, during which Ronaldo demonstrated his prowess by netting 7 goals, seemingly impervious to external pressures. Concurrently, whispers of Lionel's potential return to Real Madrid have begun to circulate in the Premier League, and whether by coincidence or intent, he too has made an impact, contributing 6 goals in his last 3 matches. He personally delivered an impressive performance, achieving 4 goals and 2 assists, leading the team to a 4-1 victory over Watford, a narrow 1-0 win against Arsenal, and a commanding 3-0 triumph over Newcastle, thus securing a 3-match winning streak in the Premier League during early to mid-February. However, in the FA Cup 4th round at the beginning of February, a Chelsea side predominantly composed of youth academy players suffered a 2-1 defeat to Milton Keynes, marking their first loss of the month. Yet, English media have since shown little interest in Chelsea's decision to withdraw from domestic cup competitions. Their focus has shifted to seeking Lyon's perspective on the likelihood of Cristiano Ronaldo leaving Real Madrid this summer, as well as whether he has considered returning to the club after Ronaldo's departure, reuniting with the supporters who continue to stand by him. Regardless of Lyon's response to such inquiries, any answer he provides offers ample material for journalists to elaborate upon. Each publication, regardless of the number of issues, becomes a prime opportunity for generating readership. Nevertheless, Lyon appears to be well prepared for such inquiries and has devised his own strategies to handle the journalists eager for sensational news. He expressed regret over the emergence of such rumors, acknowledging the significance Cristiano holds for Real Madrid fans. In terms of his perspective, he stated that one should continue to appreciate Real Madrid's matches, as they are indeed a formidable and visually captivating team. He admitted that his understanding of the underlying rumors may not surpass that of the journalists, especially since he has not communicated with Cristiano or his former teammates at Real Madrid for over a month following the FIFA award ceremony. He too is curious about the misunderstandings at play and encouraged the media to publish any first-hand information they possess, expressing his willingness to subscribe to their publications. After repeatedly using similar rhetoric to deter journalists from pressing further, Lyon finally found some peace while driving to the training facility and returning home. However, the clamor online shows no signs of abating. In this context, the elite European clubs commenced their first knockout matches of the Champions League this season. Chelsea and Paris Saint-Germain, as 2 prominent teams making their debut, naturally attracted considerable attention from neutral fans. In recent years, Paris Saint-Germain has transitioned from the phase of merely acquiring star players without regard for practicality to a more professional and structured recruitment strategy. Although substantial investments continue, they have not hesitated to part ways with redundant so-called stars. For instance, a certain attacking midfielder had persistently pressured the club's management for a pay rise over the past 2 seasons. Consequently, when the summer transfer window opened last year, Nasser promptly sold this injury-prone player at a reduced price to a Turkish club. Faced with the choice of either moving to the Turkish league or remaining at Paris Saint-Germain to languish on the bench, the player ultimately had no option but to comply with the former. In certain respects, this could be regarded as a premature fulfillment of his aspiration to return to his homeland and play football. However, the inability to continue teaching him a lesson left Lyon feeling quite disgruntled. His interest in the traditional endeavor of besting Paris Saint-Germain began to wane. Nevertheless, regardless of the considerable advantage in tangible strength, it was still the inaugural match of the new season's UEFA Champions League knockout stage, and Lyon, along with his teammates, summoned every ounce of their spirit. On the evening of February 16th, under the radiant lights of the Parc des Princes, the key players from Chelsea and Paris Saint-Germain took to the field. The current PSG lineup had undergone a fresh transformation compared to the previous 2 seasons. Paris Saint-Germain exhibited a more balanced approach to both offense and defense, steadily asserting itself among the elite of European football. As the commentators provided detailed introductions, the starting players and formations of the 2 teams were unveiled before the eager fans. PSG's starting goalkeeper was the newly appointed German international, Trapp. In defense, the formidable center-back duo of David Luiz and Marquinhos continued to safeguard the Parisian goal. The left-back position was manned by the seasoned Maxwell, while the right-back was occupied by Van der Wiel. In midfield, the veteran Mata orchestrated the play, flanked by Matuidi and Verratti. Up front, the new attacking trident of Lucas, Higuain, and Di Maria had become the undisputed choice of Coach Blanc. Having finally bid farewell to the troublesome 272 and acquired Matuidi from Real Madrid, Blanc was at last able to fully implement his coaching philosophy. This upgraded version of Paris Saint-Germain boasted a staggering record of 23 wins and 3 draws in the current Ligue 1 season, leading second-placed Monaco by nearly 30 points. Such statistics, even if achieved against lesser opposition in a 5th-tier league, would still carry weight. As the match was about to commence, Liang stood with his hands on his hips in his half of the pitch, his gaze drifting across the field to spot several familiar faces. The little smoking gun, the angel, his first teammate Matuidi, and the once vibrant spirit of the Chelsea locker room, David Luiz. They had once fought alongside each other in different teams, but now they were poised to face off as adversaries on the pitch. In that fleeting moment, Liang couldn't help but recall a visit to his mentor, Bellerin, many years ago, when the latter had comforted him with a smile about the transient nature of football transfers. Follow your path and act with a clear conscience. The chapter concludes here. Please accept my apologies for needing to take a sick leave. It is quite unfortunate. I had a fever that lasted a mere 2 days. Yet the cough persists, feeling as if I might cough up my very lungs. Now, not only is my ability to write severely hampered, but my basic intake of food and water has also become irregular. Even absent, my appetite has vanished unless I am exceedingly hungry, and I can only dare to sip water cautiously. From the very beginning, I underestimated this viral influenza. Now, my entire respiratory tract seems to ache due to persistent coughing. And after a week of medication, there is no sign of improvement. I can no longer afford to delay. I must seek treatment at a reputable large hospital tomorrow morning. I urge everyone to take heed of my experience. When illness arises and symptoms appear to worsen, it is imperative to go to the hospital without hesitation. Do not procrastinate. Chapter 370. You are truly remarkable, but regrettably, our encounter came too soon. Time has flown by. It has been several seasons since that conversation which alleviated Leon's psychological burdens. Yet, in this moment, Master Belleron's heartfelt counsel emerges more vividly than ever before in Leon's mind. However, time does not permit Leon a moment of contemplation. The call of reality jolts him back to awareness. The match has commenced. Dear viewers, you are currently tuned in to the UEFA Champions League 2015-2016 season. At this moment, commentators from various countries are reciting their distinctive opening remarks for the event. The global viewership statistics for today's match are indeed impressive. After all, the concurrent Champions League knockout match featuring Benfica and Zenit pales in comparison. When juxtaposed, countless neutral fans find it difficult to justify not watching the clash between the titans of Chelsea and Paris Saint-Germain. The resounding cheers erupting from the audience at the venue speak volumes. Both teams' star-studded lineups undoubtedly justify the ticket prices for today's spectators. Corresponding to the high valuations of these football luminaries on the field is the exceptional quality of this premier encounter. The Paris Saint-Germain squad, meticulously honed over 2 seasons by Blanc, is now anything but unbalanced. Following their successful acquisition of Matuidi from Real Madrid during this summer transfer window, their defensive capabilities have significantly elevated. This is not an exaggeration. Matuidi is an excellent midfield disruptor. Otherwise, Mourinho would not have valued him, bringing him to the immensely successful Real Madrid and granting him ample playing time. Presently, Matuidi, having been personally mentored by Mourinho and having refined his defensive techniques alongside Leon and Alonso, is a formidable presence in the midfield. While he may still lack a bit in offensive prowess, he gradually became Casemiro's substitute in the latter half of last season. Were it not for this, given his sweeping ability and coverage in the midfield and defense. He is now at least half a tier stronger than Casemiro and should undoubtedly continue as Real Madrid's starting defensive midfielder. Yet, in the realm of football, possessing exceptional skills in one's area of expertise does not guarantee a permanent starting position. It also hinges on the tactical arrangements of the coaching staff and one's ability to adapt to the new responsibilities assigned by the head coach. Ancelotti does not desire a player content to merely linger back, intercepting and sweeping. He requires a defensive midfielder who can shoulder greater responsibilities in both attack and defense. Matuidi possesses the capability to engage in box-to-box play. His potential extends beyond merely serving as a disruptive force in defensive midfield. However, he requires additional time to acclimate to the modified tactics and needs a margin for error, which unfortunately his rival, Casemiro, does not require, leading to his decline in prominence. After losing his starting position for nearly half a year, Matuidi accepted Nasser's generous offer to return to Paris, complete with a verbal assurance of a guaranteed starting role. Thus, he made his return to Ligue 1, adorned with the aura of a now-renowned star, rejoining the most successful club in France, Paris Saint-Germain. In Ligue 1, Matuidi's defensive prowess is nothing short of a dimensional shift. He not only contributed to an extraordinarily luxurious league performance for PSG, but also played a pivotal role in reshaping the club's external image during this season's Champions League group stage. His defense is resolute, his tackling fierce, and his efficiency in transitioning from defense to attack is particularly remarkable. The current iteration of PSG's football style owes much of its success to Matuidi's exceptional contributions. Mourinho and Lyon are both well acquainted with Matuidi's capabilities. In their face-off, the expressions on the faces of the Chelsea duo revealed a sense of recognition. Matuidi has liberated the midfield of PSG, providing ample protection for Mata, who orchestrates play with the finesse of a master. Verratti has also benefited from Matuidi's supportive role, with Matuidi reclaiming possession behind him. Verratti's forward passing has become more confident and decisive. This exemplifies the impact a competent and robust defensive midfielder can have on instilling confidence in his fellow midfielders. Furthermore, the present trio in PSG's midfield is exceptionally well-balanced in distributing possession. Mata organizes from the back, Verratti delivers incisive passes forward or to the flanks, while Matuidi participates in the build-up without overindulging in ball possession. Had it been a different attacking midfielder or pastor, the efficiency of ball distribution would undoubtedly diminish. This subtle decline can equate to the loss or gain of several attacking opportunities in the realm of modern football. The sturdier PSG's midfield becomes, the more efficient their organization, allowing their forwards and wide players greater chances to advance. The Chelsea squad members can attest to this experience. Their stability and performance is attributed to the steadfast presence of Matic and Leon in central positions. Thus, even during subpar performances, they consistently secure more opportunities and possession. With increased attempts and attacks, even a lackluster state can yield results through sheer opportunity. Currently, PSG bears a striking resemblance to Chelsea. The two teams cautiously tested each other's defenses during the first 10 minutes of the match. While it remains uncertain whether PSG fully gauged Chelsea's strengths, the Chelsea players have at least formed a considerable assessment of Paris. They are not to be underestimated. The inherent impression that Paris Saint-Germain left on the Chelsea squad was gradually dismantled as the match progressed. Many neutral fans, watching PSG for the first time this season, were profoundly astonished by the team's composed performance. Leon entirely abandoned his initial tactical intention to directly confront PSG's midfield, realizing that this path was evidently futile. Once Matuidi engaged him, the diligent defensive efforts of Verratti and the ever-prepared Mata would surely leave him at a disadvantage. Thus, he opted for a more indirect approach to engage with PSG's new trio in midfield. Matic, stationed in the back line, would suffice, while he needed to bring Kroos along to conduct guerrilla tactics in the attacking front. After making this decision, Leon swiftly directed his midfield partners to alter their positions. The young maestro dropped back to distribute the ball, and he and Kroos advanced their roles further up the pitch. This change in positioning instantly raised the alertness of the entire PSG squad. Blanc hesitated as he glanced at Mourinho, who stood at the sidelines as if devoid of any tactical maneuvers. Little did he know that Leon had made subtle tactical adjustments on the field in response to the unfolding dynamics, believing instead that Mourinho had premeditated some tactical nuances. Even if Mourinho were aware of this misunderstanding, it would not concern him. His primary focus was on the tactical effectiveness that Lyon's adjustment would yield. He understood that Lyon's push forward with Kroos aimed to compress PSG's midfield line and actively draw their midfield players into defensive duties. But what would follow? A flicker of amusement crossed Mourinho's eyes as he began to anticipate the tactical surprise Lyon might deliver. The equilibrium of the match appeared to be slightly disrupted as Lyon proactively brought Kroos forward to seize possession. Paris Saint-Germain, who had started with greater aggression, cautiously withdrew their midfield line, while Chelsea, now assuming the initiative, began to apply pressure. To many fans, including numerous PSG supporters, this shift seemed entirely justified. PSG had indeed transformed, showcasing a level of excellence and tactical maturity far beyond their previous form. Yet, they were facing Chelsea, the new formidable force in European football, who had proven invincible since last year. If PSG were to dominate Chelsea throughout the match, that would be deemed abnormal in the eyes of the fans. However, even after regaining control of the offense, Chelsea subtly refrained from unleashing a frenzied assault. Lyon and Kroos, now encroaching upon PSG's half, appeared more focused on orchestrating passes, attempting to stretch PSG's defensive line, with only a few forward passes attempted. The possession they distributed to the flanks quickly returned to their feet. Today, Paris Saint-Germain's defensive efforts on the flanks were exceptionally robust, rendering both Hazard and De Bruyne unable to capitalize in their one-on-one encounters, as aggressive attempts to penetrate the defense often led to relinquishing possession. Consequently, they resolved to await Lyon's tactical signals. This patient orchestration and defensive maneuvering can be somewhat monotonous and challenging to execute seamlessly. However, Chelsea has practiced such tactical approaches extensively over the past 2 seasons, allowing them to become well acquainted with the rhythm of such plays. While tedious, executing this strategy did not present significant difficulties. Lyon remained observant, with the broadcast cameras frequently focusing on him, allowing viewers to discern his analytical engagement with the unfolding match dynamics through his expressive gaze. Yet, no one could ascertain what exactly he was observing amidst the seemingly repetitive and rapid transitions of possession. Many fans speculated whether Lyon lacked effective strategies, leading him to continuously probe and test whether PSG's midfield defense would exhibit any vulnerabilities. As the match progressed into the 23rd minute of the first half, both Chelsea and Paris Saint-Germain maintained a cautious standoff, with no shots on goal yet recorded. Following a pass, Lyon suddenly surged forward decisively, prompting the Paris defense to swiftly consolidate amidst their disarray. Observing this, Kroos, who was accompanying Lyon, immediately shifted the ball to the relatively open flank. Upon receiving the ball, De Bruyne did not rush forward. Instead, he assessed the encroaching PSG defense before passing it laterally to Lyon, who was making himself available. Lyon appeared to be an immense magnet. Wherever he moved, Matuidi and at least one midfield partner would instinctively shift alongside him. However, as they attempted to encircle Lyon once more, he received De Bruyne's pass and, as if equipped with a 360-degree holographic projection in his mind, deftly sent a quick pass to the opposite flank. It was as if he had anticipated Hazard's imminent run in perfect synchrony. His pass sliced through PSG's seemingly impenetrable defense with the precision of a scalpel. After receiving the ball, Hazard accelerated, deftly maneuvering past the intercepting Van der Wiel without losing speed. The Dutch defender was left completely outpaced, nearly losing his balance on the turf due to his own momentum. With an open path ahead and virtually no opposition, Hazard decisively cut inside, penetrating PSG's penalty area. Remarkably, this shift from a cautious stalemate to a dynamic offensive play transpired in a mere 10 seconds, as Lyon's incisive pass transformed the match's trajectory dramatically. Hazard adjusted his posture and stride, but just as everyone anticipated a confident shot on goal, he ultimately chose to delicately sweep the ball back towards the Paris goal. Suddenly, Suarez sprinted laterally to seize the opportunity, executing a remarkable interplay with Hazard. He swiftly delivered a perfectly timed poke shot. However, Trapp's acrobatic dive thwarted Suarez's effort, keeping the ball out of the net. Outside the penalty area, Kroos skillfully seized the bouncing ball as Mata lunged toward him. Yet the composed German midfielder calmly laid it off to the approaching Lyon, who raised his arm in signal. This time, Lyon adjusted his stride without any feints. He aimed at the lower corner of the Paris goal and struck a shot reminiscent of Kroos's signature style. The precise and formulaic push lacked artistic flair, yet it filled Chelsea's supporters with immense reassurance. as the ball mischievously rolled across the turf, evading the attempts of two Paris defenders. It ultimately nestled into the net's lower corner, bringing a hush over the once boisterous Parc des Princes. Lyon joyfully sprinted towards the sidelines, arms wide open in celebration. Truth be told, he admired the current Paris team. Alas, their encounter came too soon. Today, the pain was palpable. Chapter 371. We await your return in the second leg. Trapp made a crucial save. However, Chelsea still maintained possession. Kroos once again passed the ball laterally. Lyon pushed it. The ball is in. It's a goal. Lyon, with the most Kroos-like finesse, propelled the football into the Paris net. Was this a homage to his midfield partner? Ha. That was executed with such precision. Lyon, what a stunning goal. Trapp was utterly helpless against Lyon's push. I suspect he sought advice from Kroos privately. I suggest these two should each guard one side of the penalty arc, as both can deliver high-quality pushes that would perplex any goalkeeper. Zhan Jun and Coach Zhang in the studio applauded Lyon's exquisite push shot. Interestingly, Lyon had seldom employed this technique to score before. Yet its sudden appearance did not surprise anyone. Perhaps his extraordinary learning ability has accustomed both fans and media alike to his evolution. After all, many supporters witnessed Lyon transform from an offensive novice into a versatile attacking force. Not to mention, he likely learned some pushing techniques from his teammates. If one day he suddenly mastered free kicks and executed a Ronaldo-esque axe kick on the pitch, most fans would find it completely natural. Isn't this the very essence of Lyon-esque character? He can practice anything and master it all. At this moment, Kroos, celebrating alongside Lyon at the baseline, playfully patted Lyon on the head, perhaps complimenting him on his impressive putt technique. Meanwhile, the Chelsea players, caught in the euphoria of celebration, exchanged opinions on Paris Saint-Germain's newfound prowess, their forwards displaying a much more proactive defensive approach than before, a remarkable transformation. I wouldn't find it odd if they swapped their home jerseys for Bayern's. It's certainly a challenging game. Such a team never lacks financial resources. If they commit to pragmatically building their squad, their fighting spirit will undoubtedly elevate swiftly. However, as long as we score first, things will be manageable, regardless of their pragmatism. The rhythm of today's match will be firmly in our control. We must still exercise caution. Di Maria is in excellent form today. Since leaving Manchester United, he has shown no signs of fatigue, almost outmaneuvering me just now. Perhaps the boss could lend you a hand. Or you might directly request a substitution to catch your breath. The Chelsea players, buoyed by their one-goal lead, reminded each other to remain vigilant. In stark contrast, the atmosphere within Paris Saint-Germain was notably subdued. Nevertheless, Blanc has excelled in team building over the past 2 years, particularly after establishing Mata as the new locker room core. The seasoned veterans, though perhaps not the most formidable, often provide the calm that anchors the team. At this moment, Mata fulfilled his role in stabilizing the squad with encouraging words. Had it been 2 seasons ago, following Ibrahimovic's departure, the team would have been plagued by discord, and tactical issues would have arisen. However, after Mata's soothing encouragement, the main players quickly regained their focus, forgetting the single conceded goal, and wholeheartedly re-engaged in the match. Such spirited performances undoubtedly uplifted morale, inspiring the PSG fans, who, after a brief moment of disappointment, were rejuvenated by their players' positive mindset. After all, the athletes on the field were still battling fiercely, refusing to surrender. What reason did the fans have not to support them wholeheartedly? Thunderous cheers and chants once again resonated throughout the Parc des Princes. Mourinho, sensing the fervent atmosphere of his opponent's home ground, could not help but feel a twinge of concern for the unfolding match. He remained fully confident in his disciples, yet the revitalized PSG was indeed a formidable challenge. This PSG squad boasted a robust lineup across all positions, and having resolved their team's spirit issues, the energy they could unleash was often astonishing, particularly in the attacking front. Higuain and Di Maria had once been Mourinho's key offensive players. Mourinho understood them all too well, and it was precisely this understanding that compelled him to frequently approach the sidelines, urging his players to be cautious of Paris' penetrating attacks. The defenders of Chelsea undoubtedly pay great heed to their coach's instructions. When Di Maria and Lucas Moura exchanged positions, pulling at Chelsea's defensive line, Kieran Trippier, who started the match as the right back, decisively adjusted his position inward. Di Maria, who had previously tormented as Pilicueta on the right flank, showcased an exceptional performance today. Trippier, fully aware of his limitations, recognized that even the most proficient defender in the team could not contain Di Maria in his current form. Thus, he opted for a strategic retreat, prioritizing a more defensive stance. Allowing Di Maria to deliver crosses was already a form of limiting his impact. Furthermore, the crosses Di Maria sent into Chelsea's penalty area were likely to be intercepted by the aerial prowess of Maguire. Preventing Di Maria from cutting inside for threatening shots was of paramount importance. Even if it meant temporarily sacrificing offensive thrusts, he had to collaborate with his teammates to restrain Di Maria. Trippier's defensive choices proved effective. Faced with the easier option of advancing along the flank versus the more challenging endeavor of cutting inside, Di Maria naturally gravitated towards the former. Consequently, Paris Saint-Germain's subsequent offensive maneuvers unfolded rapidly, as they consistently relied on Di Maria to transition possession into Chelsea's penalty area. From a process standpoint, their attack posed a significant threat, and Blanc acknowledged that their offensive pressure had materialized. However, they consistently fell short in finishing their chances. Higuain remains one of the few elite versatile forwards in contemporary football, yet his tendency to excel against weaker opponents while vanishing against stronger ones is a recurring drawback. Despite breaking scoring records in League One over the past 2 seasons, he has yet to deliver a standout performance in the Champions League. Once again, under the close marking of Thiago Silva, he faded from the scene, only re-emerging briefly to receive passes outside Chelsea's penalty area. It would not be entirely inaccurate to assert that he struggles in high-pressure situations, failing to score crucial goals. Yet, viewing the opposition from Higuain's perspective sheds light on his apparent inactivity. It is not a matter of his positioning being lackluster or his efforts insufficient. Rather, the central defensive duo he faced was exceptionally well-rounded, providing him with no opportunities in either ground or aerial duels. He has indeed fulfilled a tactical role, as he has restrained much of Thiago Silva and Maguire's defensive focus. However, his fellow forward, Lucas, prefers to operate on the flanks, offering little in terms of point-blank opportunities in the penalty area. What could he possibly do in such circumstances? Experienced fans recognize that Higuain performed reasonably well under the circumstances. At this juncture, if Paris Saint-Germain were to introduce another striker to complement Higuain's efforts in point play, the threat posed by their attack would undoubtedly escalate. Whether it be a towering center forward or a nimble poacher, both can seamlessly collaborate with Higuain, making the absence of a forward on the opposite flank a non-issue. This brings to mind the attention of many fans who have turned towards another center forward on Paris Saint-Germain's bench, the formidable Gignac. This robust French striker is indeed a lethal asset within Ligue 1. Last season, Gignac netted 22 goals for Marseille, securing the second position on the scoring chart, trailing only behind Higuain's impressive 36 goals. Had it not been for Gignac's contract expiring without renewal at Marseille, PSG would not have been able to acquire such a significant talent for free. In the new season, Gignac has already scored 10 league goals while rotating in and out of the lineup with Higuain, demonstrating impeccable scoring efficiency. Moreover, he has previously proven his compatibility alongside Higuain on the Ligue 1 stage. Fans with a modest understanding of the league might have anticipated that Blanc would consider substituting Gignac to intensify the assault on Chelsea's defense. However, it is evident that Blanc's tactical considerations diverged considerably from their expectations. The Parisian manager refrained from introducing another towering striker at such a critical juncture, seemingly placing greater faith in his starting attacking players. Regrettably, the flow of the match did not unfold as Blanc had hoped, with both Di Maria and Higuain failing to seize their moments of brilliance. Meanwhile, PSG's other forward, Lucas, remained preoccupied on the flank, engaged in a duel with Azpilicueta, his focus completely absent from the penalty area. Consequently, Chelsea managed to navigate the remaining minutes of the first half without any significant threats. From the surface and statistics of the latter part of the first half, it was clear that PSG had indeed seized control of the game. They enjoyed greater possession, more attempts on goal, and an abundance of corner kicks. Yet, in reality, their threats to Chelsea's goal were scant. Their attacking play, though lively, lacked the incisiveness to penetrate Chelsea's defensive structure. Nevertheless, during the halftime interval, Mourinho repeatedly urged his disciples to maintain their defensive rigor in the second half, warning against any semblance of complacency. I would rather you find my reminders tiresome than return to Stamford Bridge with anything less than a victory. I refuse to utter comforting words that you may prefer to hear, only to witness you commit catastrophic errors in defense later on. Trust me, Higuain and Di Maria might appear lackluster for 89 minutes, yet they could transform our stellar defensive efforts into mere illusions in a matter of seconds, or even less. Reflect on the teams that have been undone by your captain's late-game heroics when you let your guard down. Consider that the attacking player before you is none other than Leon. Do you understand? Seek that sensation. When Mourinho articulated his abstract concerns about defense in a more tangible manner, the Chelsea defenders instinctively cast a glance at Leon. Their expressions transformed in an instant. Leon was left both amused and perplexed by his manager's antics, yet he could only acquiesce to Mourinho's narrative. As his teammates regarded him, he was oblivious to their thoughts. However, as the second half commenced, he could distinctly sense a heightened focus among his fellow defenders. Blanco stood at the sidelines from the onset of the second half, unable to sit still for even a moment. Yet, after merely 6 or 7 minutes of observing the unfolding match, his furrowed brow remained unrelieved. In the 53rd minute of the second half, Blanco watched as Paris Saint-Germain's attack faced 2 resolute interceptions from Chelsea's midfield defense, culminating in nothing more than a throw-in opportunity, and he shook his head in dismay. He muttered to himself, echoing the sentiments of countless PSG fans who criticized Chelsea's staunch defensive tactics and quality. Conversely, Mourinho, one of the targets of such critique, remained unfazed, frequently acknowledging the cameras directed at him with satisfaction regarding his players' defensive resilience. Had the match turned into a high-paced affair, Paris's forwards would not have exhibited such a lackluster performance. Thus, it was imperative to slow down the tempo and engage in a battle of attrition. The forwards' innate talent would be stifled in a structured contest, while Chelsea's defenders would fully showcase their abilities. This victory, undeniably unappealing, could even be described as ugly, yet it was secure and prudent. A flawless away match without conceding a goal, coupled with an away goal to boot, rendered this outcome exceptionally favorable for Chelsea. This was precisely the result Mourinho desired. As PSG finally succumbed to relentless attacks in the latter half, he even gestured for Leon and Kroos to commit tactical fouls. Such seemingly unscrupulous behavior naturally incensed the PSG coaching staff, leading to a heated exchange on the sidelines that briefly halted the game. However, PSG's forwards lacked the ferocity of their coaching team. Until the very last second of the match, they were unable to breach Chelsea's goal. Oblak emerged as a legendary figure, delivering a remarkable 12 effective saves throughout the match. The Slovenian goalkeeper thwarted the repeated long-range attempts from Higuain and Lucas in the dying moments, leaving spectators in awe. Post-match, French journalists were left speechless by the stark contrast in shooting statistics between PSG and Chelsea. There was a hint of pride, yet an overwhelming sense of resignation prevailed. After all, PSG's numerous shots were largely facilitated by Chelsea's deliberate contraction of their formation, which left ample space for long-range attempts. In stark contrast, Chelsea's impenetrable defense throughout the match warranted their triumphant departure from Paris, and Leon was exceedingly pleased with the outcome of the first leg. After the match, he engaged in a delightful conversation with his old friends from Paris Saint-Germain. Following interviews with French journalists, he warmly extended an invitation to PSG, saying, "We'll meet in London for the second leg. We await your arrival. Oh my, this ailment is finally on the mend. The injections have proven effective. Tomorrow, I shall write at least 10,000 words to compensate for yesterday's update. I also wish the esteemed gentlemen a pleasant weekend and remind them to guard against the cold." Chapter 372. The wisdom of choice and sacrifice. The interval between the first and second legs of the UEFA Champions League knockout stage is rather lengthy. After Chelsea and Paris Saint-Germain completed their first encounter, they would have to wait nearly a month for the decisive return leg. Consequently, after issuing his challenge to PSG, Leon temporarily set the Champions League aside. The entire Chelsea squad now focused on making a vigorous push for points in the league. As the season entered its crucial second half, Chelsea, unburdened by additional fixtures, could seize the opportunity to accumulate points ahead of other formidable teams. In comparison, their rest and tactical adjustment time was far more ample. For instance, after this round of Champions League matches, other teams in the Premier League would immediately face the challenge of the FA Cup, while Chelsea enjoyed a well-deserved break. Manchester City and Arsenal were set to play 2 matches within the next 10 days, 1 league match and 1 FA Cup clash, while Chelsea needed only to contend with a single league match. The disparity was significant. At the very least, Chelsea's players were undoubtedly afforded a more thorough recuperation. After enjoying 3 days of rest, they returned to training with invigorated spirits, starkly contrasting with the serious training photographs released by other teams. While Manchester City and Arsenal battled fiercely for advancement in the FA Cup, Chelsea's players relaxed at home, observing their rivals' matches. When those two teams finally overcame their FA Cup opponents, they were left with little opportunity for rest. In contrast, the well-rested Chelsea squad had just concluded their preparatory work, brimming with energy as they faced their league adversaries. On the afternoon of February 27th, Mourinho's team welcomed the challenge from the Sky Blues at their home ground. Compared to their first encounter this season, the Sky Blues had significantly improved their league standing. Now positioned 10th and poised to break into the upper echelons of the league, with a substantial chance to contend for European competition spots. However, the completeness of their squad was not comparable to earlier in the season. Key defenders Schlupp and Wilson were sidelined due to injury, and forward Boyan, recently recovered, would need to be managed carefully. It can be said that Stoke City's coach, Mark Hughes, had skillfully molded his team's competitive spirit, managing to secure points against other mid-tier teams even with a depleted lineup. Yet today, facing Chelsea, Stoke City would find it exceedingly challenging to bridge the vast gap in raw strength between the two teams. Initially, Mark Hughes had hoped that Chelsea would continue to rotate their squad, aiming to secure victory against a relatively weak opponent with minimal overall exertion. However, from Mourinho's perspective, Stoke City, though not currently formidable, represented one of the few threats to Chelsea in their upcoming fixtures. The absence of strength does not preclude the possibility of creating significant complications, and at this juncture, Chelsea was most averse to encountering such disruptions in their pursuit of points. Consequently, Mourinho resolved to field his strongest lineup against Stoke City, repeatedly emphasizing to his players the necessity of remaining vigilant and not easing off prematurely. When facing such resilient underdogs, the strategy must be to deliver a decisive blow and establish a commanding lead before contemplating any tactical adjustments aimed at conserving energy. Chelsea's coaching staff prepared an immense tactical surprise for Mark Hughes, which manifested on the pitch as sheer terror for the Stoke City players. From the onset of the match, a fully rested Chelsea launched a relentless assault upon them. This was an unabashed display of aggressive offense, employing high pressing and rapid advancement. Stoke City found themselves merely cowering in their half, overwhelmed. Previously, they might have mustered commendable counterattacks against stronger teams, yet with their key central defenders sidelined, their defense faltered. The two holding midfielders could only helplessly bind themselves to defensive duties, unable to contribute elsewhere. Mark Hughes observed anxiously from the sidelines, but he found himself powerless to implement any tactical adjustments. The awkwardness of the match stemmed from a lack of strength, and while he wished for his substitute defenders to exhibit some resilience, his motivational efforts had long since fallen flat, with counterattacks proving elusive and Shaqiri unable to secure possession. He was ultimately compelled to retreat and assist his teammates in defense. However, this withdrawal left Stoke City's attacking options even more limited. Often, when their defenders attempted to clear the ball, the only player available to contest possession was Arnautovic. His striking partner, Mame Diouf, was rendered ineffective, closely marked by Thiago Silva. In such circumstances, Stoke City's offense and defense were ensnared by Chelsea's iron grip. The defensive players' inherent weaknesses curtailed their performance, while the attack suffered due to the constraints of their defense, rendering them incapable of launching any credible counterattacks that could threaten Chelsea's goal. Under the immense defensive pressure exerted by Chelsea, Stoke City's backline struggled to avoid errors. Particularly, their two substitute center-backs, due to their positions, faced potential fatal mistakes with each misstep, and Leon took great pleasure in exploiting the vulnerabilities of the opposing central defenders. Consequently, Stoke City's goal succumbed to pressure far sooner than many spectators had anticipated. Just past the 20-minute mark of the first half, Leon advanced the ball from midfield, ultimately threading a pass through to De Bruyne, who seamlessly penetrated the heart of Stoke City's penalty area. The defensive blunder this time was precipitated by Stoke City's left center-back Muniesa positioning himself too far forward, allowing De Bruyne to effortlessly advance and seize the ball. Subsequently, the task for Chelsea's attacking duo became remarkably straightforward. De Bruyne delivered a sweeping cross from the right side of the penalty area, enabling Suarez to make a timely run and score from the center. At that moment, Stoke City's goalkeeper Butland was left speechless by the ineptitude of his two substitute center-backs. One allowed his opponent to slip behind him with ease, while the other provided ineffective coverage, letting the adversary outmaneuver him and complete the decisive strike. In the face of such uncooperative teammates, how could he possibly execute a save? At the very least, he should have interfered enough to make the striker's shot less comfortable. Conceding a close-range tap-in was inexcusable. Yet, despite his frustration, Butland refrained from vocally chastising his center-backs. The season was still unfolding. And conceding to Chelsea did not mean that the remainder of their matches would cease to be played. Regardless of his anger, it would still be these two defenders standing before him, providing protection in the forthcoming matches. Fortunately, he had anticipated a scenario like this, muttering a few words before choosing to remain silent. On the sidelines, Mark Hughes shared the same sentiment. While angered, he recognized the limitations of this substitute center-back pairing and understood that there was no immediate remedy. They would have to endure and make do. At the moment of conceding, many players on Stoke City felt a mix of resignation and relief. Subsequently, they shifted their focus more towards offensive endeavors, abandoning their previously cautious approach to safeguarding their defense. This change in mindset surprisingly led to a significant improvement in their performance. They managed to launch counterattacks with greater fluidity and even registered a few attempts on goal, preventing Chelsea's goalkeeper Oblak from becoming bored. However, for Stoke City, this slight improvement in the match dynamics was insufficient to halt Chelsea's relentless pursuit of further goals. Leon capitalized on Muniesa, Stoke City's substitute center-back, once again, reaping the rewards, and thereafter continued to target the diminutive Spanish defender. In the 34th minute of the first half, Leon initiated an attack in Stoke City's half, but this time he refrained from directly targeting Muniesa with a pass behind the defense. Instead, he shifted the ball to the feet of Hazard on the opposite side. After passing, he made a decisive run forward, repeatedly signaling for Hazard to deliver a high ball. Upon noticing Leon's raised hand, Hazard instantly comprehended the signal. He aimed for Leon's run towards the far post of the penalty area and delivered a precise cross. Hazard's choice of pass momentarily relieved Stoke City's vigilant fullback Peters. However, at that moment, the two center-backs from Stoke City in the penalty area were acutely aware of the impending threat. The ball soared through the air towards the front point of the penalty area, and one of Stoke's starting center-backs, Woolshide, instinctively glanced towards the far post. His partner Muniesa had established a crucial defensive position, yet Woolshide felt an even deeper sense of anxiety at that instant. Due to the absence of any Stoke City teammates providing defensive assistance to Muniesa, the 179-meter-tall player was about to engage in an aerial duel with the physically formidable Leon. Anticipating the ensuing chaos, Woolshade instinctively turned his head slightly and closed his eyes. In the next moment, when he redirected his gaze, he beheld Muniesa nearly being overpowered in midair, Leon executing a header, and the ball hurtling towards the goal. Butland, displaying remarkable reflexes, made a desperate save. He no longer harbored resentment towards Muniesa, at least this time. His courageous Spanish center-back teammate had afforded him sufficient time to react with his valiant effort. His fingertips grazed the ball, and for that fleeting moment, hope filled his heart. Yet, the immense force transmitted through the ball from his fingertips sent his spirits plummeting. The speed was too great, and Leon's powerful header was executed with such grace that, despite his best efforts, Butland could only slightly divert the ball's trajectory. This was the limit of his capabilities. After fulfilling his duty as a goalkeeper, Butland quickly glanced back as he fell, only to witness the ball crossing the goal line and crashing into the net. He had failed. Leon, who had scored, sent Stoke City tumbling into the abyss, clinging desperately to the precipice. The Chelsea players on the pitch began to celebrate collectively, filled with ease and joy. However, on the sidelines, Mourinho remained unsatisfied. He continued to gesture tactically, urging his disciples to maintain their offensive rhythm. He intended to strike Stoke City repeatedly until they were utterly defenseless. Observing Mourinho signaling for continued aggression, many Stoke City fans erupted in vehement curses. Yet, their emotional outbursts could not alter the unfolding match dynamics. Chelsea persisted in applying pressure, even as Stoke City valiantly withstood the final moments of the first half. In the 61st minute of the second half, Chelsea breached their defenses for the third time. Once again, it was Suarez. The Uruguayan forward maintained his impressive scoring rate for the season, seizing a half chance from Hazard's diagonal pass and decisively firing into the far corner. This goal marked his 28th league goal of the season, given that Chelsea had played one match fewer. Suarez's tally of 28 goals in 26 league games was nothing short of spectacular. If he could maintain his fitness and sharp shooting in the remaining fixtures, he stood a significant chance of challenging the remarkable record of 40 league goals in a single Premier League season. While perhaps not as striking as Messi and Ronaldo's feats of surpassing 50 league goals in a single season, it was nonetheless an impressive pursuit. However, when discussing difficulty, achieving 40 league goals in a single season within the Premier League is an accomplishment that rivals scoring 50 league goals in La Liga. Such a statement would undoubtedly incite significant controversy online, yet it remains largely accurate to assert that scoring in the Premier League is more challenging than in La Liga. This season, the number of goals scored by Leon inevitably pales in comparison to that of Suarez. Nonetheless, he has quietly elevated his league tally to 19 goals. Coupled with his previous 13 league assists, Leon is on course to achieve a commendable double 20 in league statistics this season. However, in this particular match, Mourinho did not afford Leon and Suarez additional opportunities to amass their statistics. After successfully achieving a 3-goal lead, the seasoned coach began to make substitutions. Both Leon and Suarez, the key contributors to the goals, were replaced in succession, followed by Hazard being substituted for Salah. As the match progressed, Stoke City did not mount a struggle for a comeback, thus solidifying the final score at 3-0. Chelsea, in this fierce competition for points, took an early lead, and having completed their match, they shifted the pressure onto the entire Manchester City squad. Consequently, the following day, when Manchester City faced Newcastle away, they indeed faltered under this pressure, ultimately being forced to a draw by Newcastle on their home turf. With this, Chelsea, boasting 23 wins and 3 draws, managed to surpass Manchester City, who had 23 wins, 1 loss, and 3 draws, reclaiming the top position in the Premier League standings, despite having played 1 less match. The lengthy contest between the two teams experienced a significant shift after this round of matches. It was not that the coaching staff of Manchester City encountered substantial issues, nor was it that Guardiola's antics adversely affected the team's performance. Rather, it was simply a consequence of having participated in too many matches, leading to a state of imbalance during this crucial phase of point acquisition. Perhaps this is also attributed to having failed to secure any notable trophies in the previous seasons. Thus, upon witnessing Chelsea decisively abandon 2 domestic cup competitions, the entire Manchester City squad developed heightened ambitions for the title. Up to this point, they have performed commendably, reaching the finals of the League Cup and the quarterfinals of the FA Cup. However, burdened by their commitments in numerous cup competitions, they are now finally reaping the bitter consequences in the league. Meanwhile, Chelsea, bolstered by the sagacity of their coach in making prudent selections, has begun to surge forth on the final stretch of their quest for points. Alas, I have lost a significant portion of my stored data, necessitating that I first re-record the match statistics before resuming my writing this afternoon. The second chapter is still being updated. There will certainly be more, but it will have to wait until after midnight. For those eager for content, you may check back tomorrow morning. This chapter concludes. Chapter 373. I am quite greedy. I wish to see Chelsea ascend directly into the ranks of the elite, being able to surpass Manchester City once again, especially while having played 1 match less, is an achievement that immensely boosts the morale of the entire Chelsea squad. In a moment of exuberance, many young players from Chelsea took to Twitter to celebrate following their match against Stoke City, with Leon orchestrating a rather ostentatious team dinner. Numerous media reporters had even been tipped off about the restaurant in the city center where the entire Chelsea squad would gather. As the players tidied themselves up and drove to the venue, the waiting journalists outside the restaurant snapped photos and sent them back for publication. However, the Chelsea players appeared unconcerned, with some even posing for the cameras in front of the restaurant, exuding confidence. Had it been 2 seasons prior, such a display during a title race would have prompted Mourinho to initiate a barrage of calls to reprimand them. Yet, times have changed. This current crop of Chelsea players, despite their youth, are seasoned champions. Mourinho harbored no worries that under Leon's supervision, these young athletes would overindulge. As long as they remained aware of the need to safeguard their physical condition and maintain ample energy for training and preparation, an occasional reprieve was entirely acceptable. After a successful and high-profile team dinner that evening, the next day, the Chelsea youngsters showed no signs of fatigue, completing their recovery training with vigor, evidently not disappointing Mourinho. They have indeed matured and grown more composed compared to the previous 2 seasons. Having triumphed in both the Premier League and the Champions League, they are intimately familiar with the path to victory. Understanding the necessity of enduring tedious training sessions and post-match recovery, is no longer a challenge for them. Lyon's decision to host a team dinner at this pivotal moment, unabashedly, was aimed at openly expressing the collective confidence of the Chelsea squad and continuing to apply pressure on Manchester City. There was no need to conceal their championship aspirations or display any anxiety regarding City's pursuit. They remain, and undoubtedly will continue to be, the most formidable and fearless team in the Premier League. The candid display of confidence serves to strengthen team cohesion and bolster the spirits of new teammates who joined last summer. The outcome validated Lyon's decision. Following the dinner, the Chelsea squad reached a private consensus on their championship strategy. After the match against Stoke City, they had little time for rest, as they were set to face Norwich and Norfolk just 3 days later. Yet, with renewed vigor, they appeared more like the home team than Norwich under the watchful eyes of live cameras. Confronted by Norwich, who were retreating into a defensive shell at home, Chelsea exhibited no compassion. Rather, they seized control of the offensive play right from the outset, employing a straightforward strategy of pressing forward aggressively on both flanks against a struggling Canaries side. The aggressive style of play, heavily reliant on the individual prowess of attacking players, has rendered Norwich's defense utterly incapable of coping. The starting lineup, employing a 5-4-1 formation, has seen their defensive lines compressed to a point of disarray, lacking any semblance of structure and wholly unable to repel Chelsea beyond their half. The defensive players on the flanks have been targeted and exposed by Chelsea repeatedly, with Bertrand and Hazard, who seized their starting opportunity today, wreaking havoc down the left side. With Lyon and Matic providing backup, they disregarded concerns over ball possession, relentlessly penetrating into the heart of Norwich's flanks. Before the first half had even reached the 15-minute mark, Norwich's right-side defense had already succumbed, with Hazard and Bertrand delivering threatening crosses from the byline. Lyon, however, did not rush into the Norwich penalty area to seize any opportunities. Instead, he exhibited patience alongside Kroos at the edge of the box. In the 19th minute of the first half, Bertrand's cross was initially cleared by Norwich's centre-back Russell Martin. Just then, Lyon, who had been waiting at the left edge of the Norwich penalty area, regained possession. As he adjusted his positioning, drawing the attention of nearly all Norwich defenders, the advancing Kroos had already maneuvered into a dangerous area at the top of the box. Lyon, just before being surrounded by defenders, deftly passed the ball to Kroos, who opted for a direct shot aimed at the near corner of the Norwich goal without taking a touch. Their synergy mirrored a previous match where Lyon had scored following a similar play. However, in that instance, it was Kroos who first attracted the opponent's attention before distributing the ball to Lyon. Now, they had reversed roles to execute this attacking maneuver. The outcome was predictably excellent, as both Lyon and Kroos posed significant threats from such proximity. Norwich's goalkeeper, Rudy, found himself obstructed by a multitude of players from both sides, severely impairing his line of sight. By the time Kroos's shot had breached the goal he was tasked with guarding, he belatedly realized that a shot had already been taken in front of him. Upon scoring, Kroos joyfully embraced Lyon and raced towards the corner flag, opening his arms in celebration. As he hugged Lyon, he kissed the finger bearing his frequently worn ring, a gesture that instantly captivated many female fans watching from their televisions. With a dashing appearance and an impressive physique, he embodies the qualities of a devoted and sincere man. Who could resist such charm? Commentators from various countries lavished praise on Kroos's remarkable performance this season. After shining in the number 8 role, Kroos has not abandoned his capability to deliver incisive passes. This season, thanks to tactical adjustments from the coaching staff and Lyon's unselfishness in sharing responsibilities, Kroos has enjoyed significantly more opportunities to advance offensively compared to last season. As the season progresses, he has already achieved an impressive tally of 5 goals and 10 assists across all competitions, a performance deserving of high accolades indeed. The elation of Kroos, who had just garnered personal data, was palpable as he tightly embraced Lyon, oblivious to the words exchanged between them. However, judging by the radiant smiles adorning their faces, it was likely that they were exchanging flattering sentiments. Chelsea's collective celebration was short-lived, as they were merely facing a relegation-threatened team. While scoring a goal was indeed a cause for joy, it was not sufficient to sustain their excitement for long. Following the successful opening of their scoring account, Chelsea's relentless offensive pressure on Norwich translated into a succession of goals. Ultimately, Chelsea emerged victorious from Carrow Road with a resounding 4-0 triumph. In the immediate aftermath of this dismal defeat, Norwich's coach, Alex Neil, was swiftly dismissed by the club's management. Although this young manager was instrumental in leading Norwich to promotion the previous year, his inability to secure their survival in the top tier forced him to confront the harsh reality of his dismissal. Following the sacking of their coach, Norwich faced the urgent task of identifying a new managerial candidate to secure sufficient points in the remaining matches to avoid relegation. From another perspective, Chelsea's merciless display could be seen as a reluctant form of assistance to Norwich. Without such a catastrophic defeat, the club's higher-ups might have hesitated in their decision-making. Now, having burned their bridges, they might find themselves with a glimmer of hope for survival. After claiming all 3 points yet again, Chelsea took a mere 3 days to recuperate before embarking on their next away challenge against Southampton. Under the guidance of Dutch coach Koeman, Southampton continued to exhibit formidable fighting spirit this season, positioning themselves as strong contenders for European competition. Currently, they sat 6th in the Premier League, trailing 5th-placed Tottenham by a mere 4 points and 4th-placed Arsenal by 6. At first glance, the disparity in power between them and Arsenal, the current 4th-place goalkeeper, seemed minimal. At least within their starting lineups, Southampton possessed the capability to compete against Arsenal and Tottenham, although they fell short in terms of bench depth. Given the nature of their adversary, Chelsea's coaching staff remained vigilant and respectful. While Southampton may not appear overwhelmingly strong, any lapse in concentration could result in a shocking upset, and they could strike with ferocity. Thus, even with Chelsea's key players having already played 2 consecutive matches, Mourinho opted to field his strongest lineup against Southampton. On the afternoon of February 27th, Chelsea and Southampton engaged in a fierce contest at St. Mary's Stadium. Simultaneously, a high-stakes clash between Manchester City and Tottenham unfolded at White Hart Lane. The competition for the top spot in the Premier League had escalated to a fever pitch, with both elite teams asserting their offensive dominance against their respective rivals from the outset. Tottenham, currently favoring a fast-paced attacking style, refused to adopt a defensive counter approach against Chelsea, and it was inconceivable for them to relent against Manchester City as well. At White Hart Lane, the atmosphere was electric as Tottenham Hotspur and Manchester City battled fiercely, much to the delight of neutral fans. Meanwhile, at St. Mary's Stadium, a more pragmatic Southampton opted to deliberately slow the pace of the match. Koeman's defensive acumen was evident, demonstrating a commendable level of confidence in his strategies. Today, against Chelsea, he deployed a 5-defender formation, akin to the tactics used by the managers of Norwich and Stoke City in previous encounters. However, Southampton's defensive line proved significantly more robust. As Koeman's realistic aim to secure points at home was justified, Chelsea commenced the match with aggressive intent, yet after 10 minutes of sustained pressure, they found it challenging to penetrate Southampton's compact formation. Leon observed that he had missed the previous encounter against Southampton, and thus had not faced their new central defender, Van Dijk. His eyes reflected admiration, for while others may still be unaware of the Dutch defender's caliber, having transitioned from the Scottish Premiership to Southampton last summer, Leon was acutely aware. The trio of Van Dijk, Font, and Taggart constituted a formidable central defensive unit, more than capable of standing firm not only for Southampton, but also rivaling the top 4 teams in the Premier League, excluding Chelsea. With such a strong defensive line supported by 3 midfielders, it was no wonder Koeman felt confident in deploying a tactical surprise against Chelsea at home. With a solid backline and the attacking duo of Pell and Main positioned up front, Southampton's starting lineup was well equipped for counterattacks. After nearly 20 minutes of ineffective pressure from his team, Leon decisively signaled to his teammates to ease the tempo, retreat, and maintain possession to avoid stretching their formation too thin. Mourinho, observing from the sidelines, discerned the tactical approach Southampton was employing. While Leon made the first adjustment, Mourinho was unperturbed, keen to see how Southampton would adapt further. After another 10 minutes of Southampton's steadfastness, Mourinho realized Koeman's intent was clear. He was solely focused on securing a point. Southampton's game plan left Chelsea with no real opportunities to exploit transitional moments. Truthfully, if Koeman continued this strategy, Mourinho found himself lacking effective solutions to break the deadlock. Southampton was well within their rights to defend throughout the match, while Chelsea, if they wished to claim victory, would have to risk counterattacks. Naturally, should Chelsea be content with merely securing a point, they would not take excessive tactical risks. Southampton had invested considerable energy into defensive tactics, rendering their offensive efforts weak, relying solely on counterattacks for opportunities. Chelsea, if they executed their tactics appropriately, could withstand this defensive pressure without difficulty. After weighing the pros and cons, Mourinho opted for patience, waiting for the right moment. Ultimately, the first half concluded with a scoreless draw, and as the second half commenced, Chelsea displayed remarkable resolve, choosing to press forward with a full-scale offensive. Facing the risk of rapid counterattacks from Southampton, Chelsea remarkably managed to record 7 shots in the first 20 minutes of the second half. Unfortunately, Southampton's goalkeeper, the Dutch international Stekelenburg, delivered an outstanding performance, making 6 crucial saves to maintain a clean sheet. During one counterattack, Maine received a header from Pell, granting him a half chance. But his shot narrowly missed, striking the post after being parried by Oblak. Although the ball did not find the back of the net, the Chelsea squad was certainly unsettled. The risk was taken, yet the anticipated reward eluded them. Fortunately, their goal remained unbreached. In the end, Mourinho could only gaze in admiration at Southampton's exceptionally formidable defense. "Please provide me with detailed information on their Dutch centre-back," he requested, nearly gritting his teeth as he made his demand to Holland regarding Van Dijk's comprehensive data. Whether Mourinho had developed a fondness for talent is uncertain, but he indeed sought a deeper understanding of Van Dijk's technical attributes. He was determined that, during their next encounter, Chelsea would not find themselves caught off guard due to insufficient pre-match intelligence. Seeing Chelsea voluntarily retreat, Koeman let out a long sigh of relief. It was no small feat. This was the first time he had tactically matched Mourinho in the Premier League, achieving a somewhat even contest. To secure points against the current Chelsea side was, in Koeman's eyes, a matter of pride. At the conclusion of the match, Koeman approached Mourinho with a beaming smile, eager to shake hands and engage in conversation. Mourinho, however, wore a wry smile. It was rare for him to be successfully challenged at the defensive end by an opposing coach. The news of Manchester City and Tottenham ending in a 3-3 draw provided Mourinho with some solace. Otherwise, had City capitalized on their opportunity to overtake Chelsea and reclaim the top position in the Premier League, the entire Chelsea squad would have been left in dismay. With 2 victories and 1 draw, Chelsea had executed their points-gathering strategy in the Premier League rather impeccably. Prior to the second leg of the UEFA Champions League knockout stage against Paris Saint-Germain, Chelsea reclaimed the top spot in the Premier League, bolstering team morale. Although a slight toll on their stamina was incurred, it was entirely acceptable in light of their achievements. Furthermore, in the second leg of the knockout stage, Chelsea would enjoy the advantage of home ground, allowing them to leverage their defensive superiority against PSG. A 1-goal lead may not seem entirely secure, yet for the Chelsea squad, this slight edge represented a significant advantage in their strategic contest, and they were resolutely determined to progress. On the evening of March 9th, Chelsea, stationed at Stamford Bridge, prepared for the crucial second leg of their Champions League knockout tie against Paris Saint-Germain. This match represented a do-or-die situation for the entire PSG squad, while it also stood as another pivotal encounter on Chelsea's journey towards the pinnacle of this season's Champions League. Both teams were fervently eager for victory. Thus, upon the commencement of the match, Chelsea and Paris Saint-Germain opted for a cautious approach, probing their offensive strategies. Regardless of their conservative beginnings, the dynamics of the match inevitably tilted towards a more aggressive Paris Saint-Germain and a more steadfast Chelsea. As the first leg of their contest concluded, the outcome had already been predetermined. True to form, Chelsea, after testing the waters of attack and defense, found solace in their 1-goal lead, continuing to engage in a tactical battle with Paris Saint-Germain. Conversely, the players from Paris Saint-Germain could not acquiesce to this status quo. They felt an insatiable urge to attack, compelled to push forward, even if it meant colliding with Chelsea's formidable defense. As time progressed and the stalemate persisted, the entire Paris Saint-Germain squad recognized Chelsea's unwavering resolve to defend their position. They wished to maintain their composure while seeking ways to breach Chelsea's defenses. Yet the relentless passage of time began to instill a sense of anxiety among them. Blanc endeavored to suppress the players' restless emotions, managing to hold off until halftime. The score of 0-0 was a welcome sight for Chelsea, but Blanc found this outcome tolerable as well. However, the team's endurance had reached its limit. Blanc realized he could no longer stifle his players' emotions. Thus, at the onset of the second half, he decisively altered the tactics, propelling Paris Saint-Germain into a do-or-die rhythm of play. With their full force deployed, Paris Saint-Germain unleashed a commendable surge of attacking prowess. Today, they demonstrated greater tactical intelligence, exhibiting enhanced agility in their offensive rhythm. Their previous strategy of adhering to Chelsea's pace in a static battle yielded no results. In this round, they opted for a more dynamic approach, choosing to engage in movement, even though Chelsea remained resolute in their defense. Nevertheless, the players of Paris Saint-Germain committed to invigorating their running dynamics. This shift in play undoubtedly revitalized Higuain and Lucas. Di Maria continued to be the versatile warrior on the flanks. His steady and exceptional performance fortified Paris Saint-Germain's formidable assault on the left side. Consequently, in the second half, Lyon had to position himself more towards the left flank, collaborating with Matic to curtail Di Maria's impressive displays. However, Di Maria's previous experiences in midfield at Real Madrid provided him with a plethora of options to break through. He did not need to constantly engage in physical confrontations with Chelsea's defenders at the front line. His ability to drop back, receive the ball, and distribute it to his teammates afforded them greater opportunities to shine. Mourinho, too, found himself struck by the boomerang of his past transformation of Di Maria. Observing Di Maria take on the mantle of the offensive core, galvanizing the entire Paris Saint-Germain squad to relentlessly assault Chelsea's defense, Mourinho momentarily found himself at a loss, unsure whether to feel pride or frustration. However, at a crucial moment, Lyon once again stepped up. With fierce determination, he exerted every effort to restrict Di Maria's performance, just as he had previously done in one-on-one containment of Messi. In such situations, Lyon never bears any psychological burdens, and thus he succeeded once more. He sacrificed his offensive contributions and effectively neutralized Paris Saint-Germain's most threatening wing player. Blanco felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He had not anticipated that his disciples would perform so brilliantly today, yet they still succumbed to Lyon's near-impenetrable individual defense. Apart from the peak Messi, no other player in football can surpass Lyon's man-to-man marking. Even today, a resurgent Di Maria could not accomplish this. When the final whistle blew, the broadcast camera turned directly towards Lyon, who, drenched in sweat, yet showing no signs of fatigue, wore a look of sheer satisfaction. Without any offensive statistics to boast, Lyon once again led Chelsea to triumph over formidable opponents with his impeccable defensive display. With an aggregate score of 10, Chelsea stifled the transformed Paris Saint-Germain, advancing to the Champions League quarterfinals for 3 consecutive seasons. Beneath the dazzling starry sky of London, Lyon clenched his fist and let out a triumphant roar. He was ambitious, aiming to elevate Chelsea into the ranks of European football giants through this season's Champions League. With 10,000 updates achieved, albeit a bit delayed, the promise was fulfilled. Tomorrow, hope remains. While it may not reach the magnitude of 10,000 updates, 2 should certainly be attainable. End of chapter 374. Having overcome this hurdle, the path ahead is clear. The somewhat disheartening manner of Paris Saint-Germain's elimination serves as a wake-up call for other European powerhouses. Chelsea required only a single goal over 2 legs to suffocate a team of PSG's caliber, showcasing their astonishing defensive prowess. Furthermore, PSG's relentless assault at Stamford Bridge in the second leg yielded no results, once again demonstrating the terrifying advantage Chelsea holds in home matches. For 3 consecutive seasons, no team has breached Chelsea's home ground. This remarkable unbeaten record silently conveys to all challengers, to contest Chelsea successfully, one must strive for a lead on their turf. Otherwise, upon arriving at Stamford Bridge, they will only encounter a merciless defeat. For Chelsea's players, maintaining their unbeaten home record bestows upon them a significant psychological advantage. After triumphantly defeating Paris Saint-Germain to reach this season's Champions League quarterfinals, Lyon organized a grand celebratory feast for his teammates. This time, fewer media outlets engaged in idle chatter. Often criticized by fans, these media are not devoid of intelligence. They will likely refrain from commenting until Chelsea faces defeat. Recently, their most promising opportunity for redemption would be to hope that Liverpool delivers a decisive blow to Chelsea in the league. Should Chelsea face Liverpool at home, the media would likely temper their expectations. However, with Liverpool's next league match taking place at Anfield against Chelsea, the circumstances shift dramatically. Although Klopp has not guided Liverpool into the Premier League's top 4 this season, it is undeniable that the team's prowess has significantly improved compared to the previous year, exhibiting a tenacity and bravery on a psychological level. While there remains a considerable gap in quality between Liverpool, Chelsea, and Manchester City, their mental fortitude has clearly aligned with that of the top teams. Liverpool currently lacks consistency in their performances, Yet their ability to rise to the occasion at Anfield remains undiminished. The coaching staff at Chelsea is acutely aware of this, which is why the entire squad engaged in targeted preparations prior to the match against Liverpool. As for Liverpool's players, it may prove challenging for Coutinho to make an impact in this encounter. Regarding the frenetic playing style Liverpool employs, Chelsea's team does not harbor significant concerns, as they are well acquainted with this tactical approach. Liverpool can execute the strategies that Chelsea employs, but the inverse is not true. Chelsea possesses tactics that Liverpool struggles to replicate. In essence, the current Liverpool resembles a lesser version of Chelsea, devoid of star power, which presents Chelsea with a considerable advantage in this matchup. 5 days after a fierce clash with Paris Saint-Germain, Chelsea traveled away for their 30th Premier League encounter against Liverpool. At this stage, both teams have benefited from ample rest, free from the burdens of domestic cup competitions. Consequently, Liverpool opted to field their strongest squad against Chelsea, deploying their most formidable 4-3-3 formation at Anfield. Following the departures of Sterling and Suarez, Coutinho and Firmino swiftly ascended to prominence, becoming the new darlings of Anfield. Under Klopp's astute management and tactical guidance, both players have consistently improved their individual statistics. Currently, Firmino boasts an impressive tally of 10 goals and 6 assists in the Premier League, while Coutinho has recorded 10 goals and 5 assists this season. The duo has reliably fulfilled their scoring responsibilities. Unfortunately, Sturridge has been plagued by injuries, yet he has still managed to score 7 goals in 12 appearances, showcasing remarkable efficiency. This situation has elicited sympathy from neutral fans for Sturridge. Had he enjoyed robust health, not only would Liverpool benefit from a formidable attacking trio, but the England national team would also possess a versatile forward line featuring Kane and Sturridge. Regrettably, this exceptional forward, who should be dominating in his prime, has been incessantly battling injuries. In this match, Sturridge will again be sidelined due to injury, forcing Klopp to place Lalana in the forward line, which represents the strongest attacking trio he can currently muster. In contrast, Chelsea's rotated attacking line continues to evoke envy in Klopp. Hazard, Llorente, and Salah form a formidable trident capable of dismantling any defense within the Premier League. Meanwhile, on Chelsea's bench, Gnabry and De Bruyne, who was rested today, await their turn. Klopp glanced at Chelsea's substitutes and then at his own bench, where the naive gaze of Bentique revealed a lack of sharpness, prompting a resigned shake of his head. The match commenced promptly at 3 p.m., with Chelsea taking the initiative without haste, opting to control the game rather than immediately pressing Liverpool's defense, enticing Liverpool's midfielders to advance for a challenge. However, the tactical execution of Liverpool's squad has significantly improved. Without Klopp's nod, none of the Liverpool midfielders dared to deviate from the tactical plan established before the match. In response to Chelsea's persistent ball control, Liverpool remained unfazed, with both teams cautiously probing each other's defenses. Observing the situation, Leon quickly adjusted his organizational strategy. After the initial 10 minutes, Leon and Kroos began directing the ball more towards the flanks. Salah, starting on the right, preferred to take the ball and drive towards the byline, while he and Hazard maximized Chelsea's wing-breaking capability. Although the offensive coordination on the flanks appeared less intricate, the direct approach of the two wingers proved to be more effective in pressuring Liverpool's backline. With both Hazard and Salah performing at their peak, Leon generously relinquished offensive possession, allowing them to take the ball and seek opportunities. With Leon and Kroos orchestrating the midfield, Hazard and Salah need not worry about a lack of touches. With ample possession shared, Chelsea's flanks launched aggressive attacks, forcing Liverpool's defense to retreat. They had no choice but to compress their formation. Moreno and Klein could be considered decent fullbacks in the Premier League, yet they fell short of elite standards. By tightening their formation, Liverpool could consolidate defensive resources to fortify their central line. If they were to engage directly, the ramifications would extend beyond mere vulnerability on the wings. Klopp's decisive tactical adjustments proved effective, as Hazard and Salah increased their successful forays, although their threatening passes predominantly took the form of crosses. With a fortified central defense, Liverpool experienced little difficulty in aerial duels. Despite Llorente's considerable advantage in height, Lovren and Touré's robust defensive collaboration posed a formidable challenge. Llorente found limited space to advance, and in static aerial contests, he struggled against the tightly knit defense. After weathering Chelsea's initial wave of assaults, Liverpool capitalized on the tenacity of their midfield players, generating several promising counterattack opportunities. Within the Liverpool squad, there exists no forward of particularly exceptional speed. However, their rapid counterattacks largely rely on precise passing and a cohesive off-the-ball movement system. Milner serves as the pivotal intermediary in the center, facilitating the transition during counterattacks, while Firmino effectively fulfills his role as a support player. Coutinho and Lalana strategically occupy the flanks, drawing Chelsea's defensive resources away from the center. Their counterattacks exhibit a remarkable level of sophistication, often culminating in shooting opportunities within Chelsea's defensive third after a series of well-orchestrated passes. It was Lyon's diligent preparation that allowed him to closely monitor Firmino during these counterattacks. Otherwise, the elusive Brazilian forward might have seized an opportunity to threaten Chelsea's goal. As for Coutinho, known for his ability to execute spectacular curled shots, he was thoroughly analyzed by Chelsea's defenders, who forced him to utilize his left foot, denying him any chance to shoot with his right. As a result, apart from passing during counterattacks, Coutinho posed little threat. In the early stages of the first half, both teams exchanged blows, maintaining a brisk pace that rendered the match quite exhilarating. However, upon deciphering Liverpool's defensive strategies, Mourinho swiftly made tactical adjustments, signaling Lyon to penetrate further into the attack. Previously, Llorente had struggled against tight marking, yet his height and physicality posed significant challenges to both Touré and Lovren. While winning aerial duels against these two might prove difficult, leveraging his physical presence to create plays became a simpler endeavor. Mourinho's directive for Lyon to join the offensive thrust aimed to further unleash Llorente's role as a pivot, which instantly revitalized Chelsea's attacking framework. Hazard and Salah did not require drastic alterations to their gameplay. They could still operate comfortably along Liverpool's flanks to deliver crosses. The responsibility for finishing attacks shifted from Llorente to Lyon. The plethora of defenders crowded within Liverpool's penalty area became ineffective as Lyon's late runs posed a considerable threat, compelling the need for Chelsea's defensive line to stretch outward. Klopp, recognizing the urgency of the situation, made no delay in tasking several forwards to retreat and support their teammates defensively. However, their withdrawal allowed Kroos and Matic to advance and orchestrate play from the edge of the center circle in Liverpool's half, with Chelsea's defenders pushing forward en masse. The task of delivering crosses was delegated to the two fullbacks, allowing Hazard and Salah to exploit the spaces along Liverpool's flanks more actively. Mourinho's series of tactical maneuvers left Liverpool gasping for breath. Chelsea's relentless waves of attack showed no signs of abating, compelling Liverpool to remain perpetually vigilant in defense, dare not commit any errors. Yet, in the contemporary football landscape, few teams can maintain such defensive discipline. And Liverpool certainly does not belong to the ranks of elite defensive squads. To put it bluntly, placing Lovren in the front line to engage in physical confrontations with opposing strikers is quite fitting for him. However, expecting him to assume the role of a commanding defensive leader, while maintaining mental clarity and minimizing errors, is truly an unfair burden. Touré, in his prime, possessed remarkable individual prowess, yet he is now 35 years old. While his defensive experience is abundant, his peak capabilities have undoubtedly diminished. Despite Klopp's exceptional defensive acumen, relying on these two center-backs to propel the team into the Premier League's top six is merely an aspiration. If they could withstand Chelsea's relentless assault, Liverpool would surely be occupying at least one of the top 4 spots in the league. The notion of merely holding firm is unrealistic. Their capacity has reached its ceiling, and Liverpool's expanded defensive line could not endure for long. As the first half approached the 30-minute mark, Lyon unleashed a powerful strike from the edge of Liverpool's penalty area, causing Mignolet to fumble. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Hazard deftly nudged the ball towards the back post, where a rushing Salah decisively slotted it home. Lyon, slapping his forehead, pointed at the jubilant Salah. "So, you've taken a liking to scoring against Liverpool, have you?" If memory serves, Salah had been consistently finding the net against Liverpool for several matches. This reality struck Lyon as utterly absurd. Salah had indeed become a genuine nemesis to Liverpool. However, despite the jest, celebrations were in order. With the breakthrough against Liverpool achieved, the second half became significantly easier for the Chelsea squad. They adeptly withstood Liverpool's counterattacks, maintaining their 1-0 lead until halftime. As the second half commenced, Chelsea reverted to their familiar defensive counterattack strategy. Liverpool certainly exerted themselves offensively, striving to advance the ball throughout the half, yet their lack of supplementary attacking options rendered them ineffective against Chelsea's resolute defense. When Klopp introduced Bentique, Mourinho countered by bringing on Gary Cahill. Consequently, Bentique's aerial advantage dissipated in the presence of Maguire and Cahill. In the 76th minute of the second half, Leon seized upon Coutinho's misplaced pass to initiate a counterattack with a long ball. Llorente's headed flick set up Hazard for a clear chance. The Belgian star, facing a national teammate, showed no hesitation, executing a precise lob that extinguished Liverpool's last hope of equalizing. Ultimately, Chelsea departed Anfield with a well-deserved 2-0 victory. After the match, Leon offered encouragement to the visibly dejected Firmino and Coutinho, wishing them success in their pursuit of the Europa League title this year. His heartfelt wishes uplifted the spirits of Liverpool's young forwards. After all, should Liverpool secure the Europa League championship this year, they certainly could not be deemed failures in the realm of European football. A champion of the European competition, along with qualification for the next season's UEFA Champions League, is undoubtedly a lucrative achievement. Leon's remarks are not without merit, as he recalls that Liverpool had an opportunity to secure a UEFA Europa League title during their rise. Having reached the final with a relatively equal opponent, it is conceivable that, with his butterfly effect, Liverpool might have indeed claimed victory in this year's Europa League. In the absence of conflicting interests, Leon naturally finds himself more inclined to support Liverpool compared to other teams. His expressed well wishes for Liverpool post-match garnered him considerable goodwill from the majority of Liverpool supporters. Following the conclusion of the 30th round of the Premier League between Chelsea and Liverpool, the football world was once again engulfed in a wave of fervent discourse. This wave of enthusiasm was not connected to the progress of various national leagues, but was solely ignited by the conclusion of the UEFA Champions League round of 16 draw. This year's Champions League knockout stage is particularly noteworthy, with only Benfica among the final 8 teams considered a less formidable competitor. The remaining 7 teams include Barcelona, Real Madrid, and Atletico Madrid from La Liga, Chelsea and Manchester City from the Premier League, Bayern Munich from the Bundesliga, and Juventus from Serie A. Almost every draw promises a clash of titans. When the old rivals Chelsea and Bayern Munich were once again matched against each other, the fans' discussions reached a fever pitch. Leon, in fact, was quite content with this draw. The only team among the final 8 that possesses a comparable strength to Chelsea is Bayern Munich. Atletico's defensive system is unlikely to pose significant challenges for Chelsea, and after having faced Real Madrid twice, Chelsea feels more confident about overcoming the former champions. Juventus, having lost Tevez and Pirlo last summer, has seen a marked decline in their attacking prowess and currently appears less fearsome. Only Bayern Munich, having bolstered their squad, remains the most formidable threat to Chelsea. Therefore, Leon believes it would be prudent to confront and neutralize Bayern Munich now rather than face them in a fully evolved showdown in the finals. After this battle, the path ahead will be clear. Chapter 375, Dual Pressure, Dual Progress. The highly anticipated clash between Chelsea and Bayern is set to commence on April 5th. Coinciding with the appearances of Barcelona and Atletico Madrid on the UEFA Champions League stage. The match between Manchester City and Real Madrid also holds great promise for fans. While Juventus appears to have drawn the fortunate lot of facing the relatively softer Benfica, essentially placing one foot in the Champions League semifinals. The remaining 6 continental powerhouses present no guarantees. It seems equally plausible for any team to advance to the semifinals or face elimination. This includes Chelsea who, should they be ousted by Bayern, would merely evoke a sense of regret among neutral fans. However, it would not be considered a shocking upset if Bayern were to triumph over Chelsea. Rather, it would suggest that Chelsea currently holds a slightly greater advantage. Overall, this year's UEFA Champions League round of 16 has proven to be captivating, with a plethora of high-stakes clashes. The teams that reach the semi-finals possess the genuine potential to clinch the coveted title, making the competition exceptionally prestigious for neutral fans. However, it is a challenging path for the teams that have advanced to the quarterfinals, as they must not only contend fiercely in the Champions League, but also endure immense pressure in their respective leagues. None of the quarterfinalists have established a dominant lead in their leagues. Chelsea and Manchester City currently find themselves tied on points, suggesting a climactic showdown in the final rounds of the league. Bayern Munich holds a slender 2-point advantage over Borussia Dortmund in the Bundesliga, necessitating utmost vigilance. Juventus, too, leads Serie A's second-placed Napoli by merely 1 victory, with a crucial encounter against them looming on the horizon. Benfica's situation is even more dire, as their points tally currently lags behind that of Sporting Lisbon. The competition among Spain's top three is particularly fierce, with Barcelona temporarily in first place with 72 points. Atletico Madrid close behind at 70 points, and Real Madrid trailing at 69 points. The intensity of their rivalry is unprecedented. It can be said that all the quarter-finalists in this year's Champions League are fervently battling for dual titles, each striving for success without the luxury of complacency. At this stage of the season, a moment's respite could lead to a catastrophic unraveling, and the burden of such a collapse is a heavy one to bear. Regrettably, the number of championships is finite. While some teams may ultimately achieve their aspirations, others will inevitably fall short at the last hurdle. In this regard, all formidable teams still vying for the double crown share a common plight. Even though Chelsea boasts the strongest roster on paper, they are indistinguishable from their competitors and must persistently strive on both fronts. If one were to identify an advantage, it would be that Chelsea, like the triumvirate of Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Bayern Munich, is comprised largely of seasoned players who have previously experienced the euphoria of a treble-winning season, endowing them with a wealth of successful experience. These players, having tasted the glory of a historic season, understand how to adjust their mentality as the campaign reaches its climax and how to maintain peak performance during the critical stretch of the title chase. This invaluable experience constitutes their most precious asset, granting them a distinctive edge over their rivals. In contrast, the players of Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, and Chelsea face significant scheduling pressures, yet they have demonstrated a remarkable composure compared to other competitors. This is evident from their recent league performances. Despite the mounting pressure, these teams have continued to assert their dominance in the league, maintaining a streak of victories with impressive stability during crucial matches, truly a hallmark of the continent's elite. Following their victory over Liverpool, Chelsea enjoyed a much-needed week of rest, subsequently displaying their prowess by decisively defeating West Ham, affording Manchester City no respite whatsoever. Following the conclusion of the 31st round of the Premier League, the international break swiftly ensued, presenting both challenges and opportunities for various prominent teams to recalibrate before the season's finale. While Mourinho lamented the arrival of this international hiatus, his long-standing rival Guardiola fervently hoped that injuries would spare his players. However, as the adage wisely suggests, the more one fears something, the more likely one is to encounter it. Both Mourinho and Guardiola wished for their players to remain unscathed during this round of international friendlies. Yet fate dealt a cruel hand, resulting in injuries to key players from both Chelsea and Manchester City during their respective matches. Upon receiving the injury reports, both coaches expressed their frustrations by vehemently criticizing the National Football Associations. Guardiola condemned the Spanish Football Federation for its unreliability, lamenting that a mere friendly could lead to his midfield linchpin, Fabregas, sustaining an injury. Meanwhile, Mourinho, true to form, unleashed his ire upon the English Football Association. Guardiola faced the setback of losing a significant midfielder, but Chelsea suffered even more grievously, with two pivotal defenders sidelined. Maguire twisted his ankle while contesting for a header, and preliminary assessments suggested he would require a 2-week recovery period, thereby ensuring his absence for the first leg of the Champions League round of 16 against Bayern. Bertrand's thigh strain proved equally detrimental. Although no longer a starting left-back, he remained an essential rotational player in Chelsea's defense. His injury left Chelsea relying solely on Azpilicueta to fortify the left flank. Should the Spanish fullback also sustain an injury, it could spell disaster for Chelsea's preparations as the season draws to a close. With two crucial defenders injured from just 2 friendly matches, it was hardly surprising that Mourinho was incensed. Yet, given the circumstances, mere verbal complaints could not hasten the return of Maguire and Bertrand. Reluctantly, Mourinho resorted to tactical experimentation, urging Trippier to hone his skills on the left side during training. In the face of personnel shortages, the seasoned coach had no choice but to explore internal options. Not only Trippier, but Mourinho even considered Lyon, who had previously surprised him with his performance when filling in as a center-back. However, confronted with Mourinho's expectant gaze, Lyon could only shake his head in refusal, asserting his inadequacy for the role. While he possessed balanced footwork and commendable pace, his crossing ability left much to be desired. Failing to deliver precise crosses as a makeshift fullback would be exceedingly problematic. If the team truly had no one else to fill the left-back position, Lyon might reluctantly step up, but with Trippier still possessing potential for adaptation. He felt it prudent for Mourinho to temper his expectations regarding his own capabilities. In retrospect, Mourinho acknowledged his own impatience. While Liang was indeed capable, one could not simply switch positions at will. Previously, Liang's ability to adeptly fill in as a central defender had already provided ample surprise. Now, to expect him to perform proficiently as a fullback is indeed an overestimation of his capabilities. Fortunately, Trippier has recently shown promising results in training as a left-back, demonstrating his skill in cutting inside from the left flank to orchestrate play with his right foot, potentially catching opponents off guard in critical moments. After several training matches, Mourinho and the other members of Chelsea's coaching staff have gained confidence, no longer feeling the anxiety they once did. With the left-back position sufficiently covered, there is little cause for concern regarding Chelsea's subsequent performance. Chelsea's reserves in the center-back position remain robust. Although Maguire is currently sidelined due to injury, the likes of Terry, Gary Cahill, and even Zuma are capable of stepping in. Evaluating the compatibility of these three backup center-backs with Thiago Silva reveals that they would form effective partnerships without issue. In the Premier League's 32nd round on April 2nd, the central defensive duo of Terry and Thiago Silva adeptly held the fort for Chelsea, ensuring a seamless performance. Despite having spent nearly the entire season as a substitute, Terry has maintained commendable form and possesses a wealth of defensive experience, proving reliable in crucial moments. It was thanks to the outstanding performance of these two center-backs that Chelsea achieved a resounding 2-0 victory over Aston Villa in the 32nd round, raising their tally of wins this season to 27. Currently, with one match less played, Chelsea stands at the top of the Premier League table with a record of 27 wins and 4 draws, holding the advantage on goal difference. Manchester City follows closely behind, also with 27 wins, but with 1 loss and 4 draws, placing them in second position on equal points with Chelsea. The resilience of Manchester City this season is remarkable, as they continue to closely pursue Chelsea without relent. Furthermore, in the 34th round of the Premier League, they will have a direct opportunity to reclaim the top spot in a confrontation with Chelsea. Their only defeat this season came in a direct encounter with Chelsea, which cost them the league leadership. Should they succeed in avenging that loss, the title race for this season may indeed stretch until the final match day. Moreover, both teams still possess the potential to surpass the 100-point mark in the league. In the history of the Premier League, there have been instances where the champions and runners-up battled it out until the final round to determine the outcome. However, it is virtually unheard of for both to achieve over 100 points simultaneously. The strength and intensity of competition this season between Chelsea and Manchester City have reached unprecedented heights in Premier League history. This is undoubtedly a thrilling spectacle for fans. However, it presents a rather harsh reality for the players of both teams. Had their peak periods not coincided, they could have easily established a dynasty in the league. Yet, fate has dictated a fierce rivalry between these two teams during this tumultuous era of reshuffling in the Premier League landscape. With only one crown to claim, one team will emerge victorious while the other must endure the bitter fate of watching their squad continually set records for points as runners-up. This, in fact, can be regarded as a form of honor, albeit a rather bittersweet one, for being etched into Premier League history as the most successful failure. Ultimately, it serves merely as a backdrop. The second direct confrontation between the two teams this season is highly anticipated. However, before they determine the fate of the season in their match, the arrival of the Champions League round of 16 has ignited the fans' enthusiasm for viewing the game. On the afternoon of April 5th, the entire Chelsea squad set off for Munich, and Lyon once again arrived at the Allianz Arena, a venue he knows all too well. Within this globally renowned stadium, Lyon has amassed countless memories of matches. He has battled fiercely here representing Real Madrid and has also poured his sweat while playing for Chelsea. Fortunately, the number of times he has savored the joy of victory in this arena far exceeds the times he has tasted the bitterness of defeat. Of course, he still bears the pain of his team's loss in Munich during his first season after transferring to Chelsea. Currently, Chelsea is not lacking in strength when facing Bayern Munich. Lyon eagerly anticipates competing against such elite European teams, having never had his fill of victories. In this encounter with Bayern at the Allianz Arena, Lyon and his teammates have no intention of settling for a draw. With plans to return to Stamford Bridge for a decisive battle in the second leg, they have come here solely for the sake of victory. Regardless of how formidable and tenacious the home team Bayern may be, They are determined to conquer this exceptionally tough challenge. That evening, after completing their training session at the Allianz Arena, Lyon confidently smiled at the camera, making a victory gesture. And the photo quickly spread across the internet following its release by Chelsea's official Twitter account. Observing Lyon making 2 victory signs, no fan could believe he was merely posing for the camera. Clearly, Lyon conveyed his unwavering confidence in achieving victory through this photograph. To dare to express such confidence on Bayern's home turf speaks volumes about Lyon's audacity. His gesture soon elicited dissatisfaction from many Bayern fans and German sports media. However, for Lyon, the newly crowned Ballon d'Or winner, the German media merely expressed mild discontent, suggesting he ought to show greater respect towards Bayern. Beyond this, they refrained from any excessive retorts. It is undeniable that Lyon has a notably high win rate against Bayern, and even during the previous season when Chelsea lost to Bayern. Lyon's individual performance across both legs was impeccable. For such a nemesis of Bayern, the German media harbors a certain insecurity. They do not wish to engage in pre-match verbal sparring with Lyon, only to face ridicule from fans worldwide afterward. Bayern fans, being pragmatic, focus their energy on supporting their home team. If Bayern were to win this match, they would naturally earn the right to taunt Lyon. Otherwise, retaliating in advance under the circumstance of a home defeat would be exceedingly awkward. Lyon remains unaware of the insecurity felt by the German media and local Bayern fans regarding him. He has triumphed over Bayern on numerous occasions, fostering an inherent psychological advantage. The night before the match, he enjoyed a restful slumber. The following morning, after completing the final training session, he graciously paused to address several inquiries from reporters outside the training grounds. On the evening of April 6th, adorned with the captain's armband, Lyon strode into the Allianz Arena. Illuminated by dazzling lights and under the watchful gaze of thousands, leading his teammates into the epic confrontation. Before him were the familiar faces of his old adversaries, Lewandowski, Ribery, Robben, Müller, Thiago, and Javi Martinez. During the handshake ritual, Lyon maintained a radiant smile, exchanging knowing glances with his seasoned rivals. His confident demeanor unsettled many Bayern fans watching from afar. However, for Chelsea supporters, Lyon's assured smile was the very image they yearned to witness before the match commenced. At precisely 8:45 p.m. Munich time, the referee's whistle marked the official start of the match. In that moment, Lyon surged forward, meeting the Bayern players as they initiated play across the halfway line. The temperature and lighting were perfect for him. It was an opportune moment for victory. Chapter 376, The Advancing Blues, The Missteps of Bayern Today. Both Chelsea and Bayern Munich opted for a 4-2-3-1 formation. Bayern's starting goalkeeper was Neuer, with Pellegrini opting for the duo of Alaba and Boateng in central defense, while Bernat and Lahm occupied the left and right back positions, respectively. Thiago and Javi Martinez served as the holding midfielders, with Müller positioned as the attacking midfielder and Ribery and Robben flanking the wings. The starting striker was Lewandowski. On Chelsea's side, Oblak took the goalkeeping position, with Terry stepping in for the injured Maguire alongside Thiago Silva in defense, as Pilicueta and Trippier filled the fullback roles. In midfield, Matic and Kroos played deeper, while Lyon assumed the attacking midfield role, supported by Hazard and De Bruyne on either side. The starting center forward was Suarez. As the match commenced, commentators worldwide swiftly introduced the starting formations and players of both teams. Overall, both Chelsea and Bayern faced the challenge of key injuries, prompting Mourinho and Pellegrini to adopt more conservative lineups. Once the match officially began, the cautious exchanges of possession underscored the tactical prudence exhibited by both coaching staffs. Nonetheless, Lyon, as Chelsea's primary playmaker, exhibited greater dynamism in attack, applying significant pressure on Bayern's defensive line during several probing incursions. Thiago and Javi Martinez, well acquainted with Lyon from their prior encounters in the Champions League, refrained from underestimating him. Upon his possession, both swiftly retreated, determined to prevent Lyon from advancing into their defensive third. Even now, as he transitions to a central defender, Alaba, who frequently advances the ball and engages in offensive play on the Bundesliga stage, found himself dutifully stationed in the backfield during the early moments of today's match. Such a scenario is quite rare. Bayern Munich, typically dominant in seizing offensive control, opted for a more defensive posture against Chelsea, who claims that Pellegrini is inflexible in his tactical choices. It appears he is not solely focused on amplifying the attack. Pellegrini recognizes that, in facing a more formidable Chelsea, it is essential to first fortify the defense before seeking counterattacking opportunities. This mirrors Guardiola's pragmatic approach in the Premier League. Against other teams, one might adhere to their tactical philosophy or even experiment. However, when confronting Chelsea, adaptability becomes paramount. Upon returning to the Bundesliga, Pellegrini will undoubtedly lead Bayern in a vibrant attacking style, exerting pressure on other Bundesliga teams. Yet, in the face of Chelsea today, Pellegrini indeed requires a shift in tactical thinking, avoiding a singular focus on offense. Mourinho was somewhat taken aback by Pellegrini's tactical adjustments. However, upon reflection, he understood the rationale behind Pellegrini's transformation. As Bayern relinquished their offensive dominance, a tactical conundrum emerged in Mourinho's mind. Should Chelsea accept this control or not? Should they exert proactive pressure on Bayern at their home ground? Such dilemmas rarely troubled Mourinho in the past, as Chelsea typically assumed the defensive role. Yet, times have changed. Even a formidable opponent like Bayern has chosen to yield, prompting Mourinho to contemplate the necessity of initiating the attack against other teams in the future. Meanwhile, Haaland engaged in a quick discussion with Mourinho. They wasted little time. Within approximately 2 minutes, Haaland stood at the sidelines, signaling a new tactical adjustment to the Chelsea players on the pitch. Mourinho opted to seize the offensive initiative relinquished by Bayern. Since Pellegrini dared to concede, Mourinho dared to accept. For Chelsea, initiating an offense is not a daunting task. Mourinho trusts that Leon and Kroos will effectively manage possession and orchestrate the team's offensive strategy. After confirming the direction of the tactical adjustments with Haaland, Leon shifted away from his previous approach of probing Bayern's defensive strength and began to withdraw to collect the ball, collaborating with Kroos to facilitate possession and push the team forward. This organizational task posed no challenge for either Leon or Kroos. The entire Chelsea squad swiftly advanced beyond the halfway line, applying pressure on Bayern's 2 defensive lines within their half. This situation left Bayern fans in attendance feeling somewhat uneasy. Yet for the Bayern coaching staff, this was precisely the opportunity they had been awaiting. Currently, Bayern faces virtually no rivals in the Bundesliga, as Dortmund has been unable to gain any advantage in their direct encounters. Despite the absence of a significant points gap between Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund in the Bundesliga, the entire Bayern squad does not perceive the Yellow Wall as a formidable challenger, compared to the Bundesliga titles they have secured in abundance over recent seasons. The team yearns to continue etching their legendary narrative in the UEFA Champions League, just as Chelsea regards them as their principal adversary on this prestigious stage. Bayern equally views Chelsea as their most formidable obstacle in the Champions League. Therefore, regarding the analysis of Chelsea, Bayern's coaching staff is undoubtedly as astute as that of Manchester City. This season, Pellegrini has meticulously scrutinized Chelsea's tactical approach. Consequently, Pellegrini decisively abandoned the notion of aggressively assaulting Chelsea prior to the match, opting instead to avoid a direct confrontation. The records and outcomes of Chelsea's numerous matches over the past 2 seasons have clearly conveyed a singular truth to Bayern's coaching team. Teams that have attempted to aggressively challenge Chelsea's defense have ultimately suffered disappointing outcomes. These teams were unable to secure even a single point from Chelsea, as those bold enough to press forward have been systematically dismantled by Chelsea's counterattacks. Bayern has learned this lesson the hard way, having faced considerable setbacks in previous encounters, prompting Pellegrini to refrain from repeating past mistakes. Even after a draw in the first leg against Chelsea, where Bayern could not gain any advantage at home, he was reluctant to direct his team to launch an offensive against Chelsea's staunch defense. The prospect of playing a positional battle is even more daunting. As the pace of the game slows, Chelsea's defensive framework becomes their most potent weapon for victory. Recently, Chelsea's young central defender Maguire has been injured. Given that Terry's mobility is not his strong suit, Chelsea would prefer to engage in positional play, mitigating the exposure of their defensive vulnerabilities. For Bayern to dismantle Chelsea's defensive structure in the first leg and secure a substantial lead, they must avoid being ensnared in the quagmire of positional play. Consequently, the coaching staff devised a tactical plan to relinquish the initiative in attack. Thus far, their strategy appears to be unfolding methodically and successfully. Chelsea's proactive pressing has inadvertently created favorable conditions for Bayern's swift counterattacks. Leon has contemplated that Bayern's deliberate relinquishment of control was aimed at exploiting Chelsea's vulnerabilities on the counter. However, He does not believe that Mourinho's tactical adjustment to aggressively pursue Bayern was a misstep. Opportunities and risks coexist on the pitch. One cannot reap the rewards of proactive offense while simultaneously evading the perils of counterattacks. The same principle applies to counterattacking play. If one seeks to capitalize on the prospect of exploiting the opponent's defensive line, they must also be prepared to endure the risks of their own defense being overwhelmed. Thus, Lyon holds no qualms about Bayern's proactive stance. If Bayern dares to relinquish control of the match, Chelsea will naturally seize the opportunity. What is there to be overly concerned about? In terms of offense, does Chelsea truly fear any opponent on the footballing stage? Lyon gazed confidently upon his forward teammates before him. They were, after all, a formidable trident composed of Hazard, Suarez, and De Bruyne. This striking combination embodied explosive potential, adept playmaking, and clinical finishing, rivaling the prowess of Real Madrid's illustrious BBC trio. Lyon firmly believed that, given ample opportunities to seize possession, his forward counterparts could dismantle Bayern's defensive line. The coaching staff at Bayern harbored high hopes, yet they gravely underestimated the upper limits of Chelsea's current attacking ensemble. By the season's end, once Suarez had claimed the Premier League Golden Boot, perhaps even the European Golden Shoe, no coaching staff would dare to employ a strategy that allowed him unimpeded offensive opportunities. Chelsea's entire squad pressed forward with remarkable pace. Pellegrini, at this juncture, retained confidence in his defensive players. Indeed, Bayern's current backline boasted a clear superiority in strength within the Bundesliga. However, with Bayern relinquishing the initiative in attack and resorting to a more passive defensive stance, the defensive players did not possess the formidable advantages they had anticipated. At least Bernat and Alaba could hardly be considered top-tier defenders in their respective positions. Last summer, Chelsea had successfully penetrated Atletico's defense, and this year they had upgraded their attacking capabilities. Quite frankly, Lyon was perplexed as to where Pellegrini derived his confidence in allowing Chelsea to take the offensive initiative. In the 9th minute of the first half, Lyon surged forward to participate in the attack. After swiftly transferring possession to De Bruyne, he advanced into the far corner of Bayern's penalty area, drawing the attention of their defenders. De Bruyne, demonstrating remarkable synergy, lofted the ball towards the front post of Bayern's box, freed from defensive constraints. Suarez deftly maneuvered and executed a shot that compelled Neuer to make the match's first extraordinary save. The ball was ultimately deflected out of bounds by Neuer, who, slightly disheveled as he rose from the grass, vociferously signaled to his defensive teammates to avoid playing with fire. At that moment, Boateng felt a sense of injustice. After all, he had to rush to mark Lyon as he penetrated the box. The responsibility of marking Suarez, however, clearly fell to Alaba. Alaba's momentary lapse in defense led to shared rebuke, which seemed rather unfair. Yet, as the organizational leader of Bayern's backline, Boateng could only stifle his emotions and signal to Neuer that he understood. Little did he know, this was merely an appetizer for Chelsea's offensive onslaught. Following this, Lyon maintained relentless pressure on Bayern's defense, compelling Boateng to devote increasing defensive resources to him. It was understandable, as everyone recognized the immense threat posed by Liang's forward runs. At that moment, he could play the role of a decoy, drawing Bayern's defenders away from Suarez. Yet, should Boateng switch markers with Alaba, Lyon could seamlessly transition into the primary attacking threat. Would Bayern's defenders dare to take that gamble? Daring to gamble is fraught with peril, for the consequence of defeat may well be conceding a goal. Who would be willing to bear such a burden? Pellegrini, observing the passive state of his defensive line, found his resolve wavering. Chelsea's offensive strategy was transparently aggressive, with Lyon relentlessly targeting Boateng, allowing Suarez to gain the upper hand in his duel against Alaba. Bayern faced a dilemma. Either they could further mobilize their midfielders to retreat and apply pressure on Chelsea's forwards, or withstand the current defensive strain while patiently awaiting counterattack opportunities. Such choices are notoriously difficult, and Pellegrini, in a moment of hesitation regarding on-the-fly adjustments, found himself at an impasse. The consequences of his indecision led to Bayern's defense being relentlessly battered by Chelsea's advances. When defensive pressure mounts excessively, the defenders' actions inevitably become distorted. In the 28th minute of the first half, Chelsea, having exerted pressure on Bayern's defense for over 10 minutes, once again seized a threatening opportunity. Lyon's movement allowed De Bruyne's cross to find its way directly to the advancing Kroos. The former Bayern midfield linchpin delivered a precise through ball to Hazard. who slipped into the vulnerable area of Bayern's defense with ease. Chaos erupted within Bayern's penalty area. Seizing the moment, Hazard delivered a cross, while Boateng, gritting his teeth, abandoned his feigned attack on Lyon and sprinted toward the far post of the penalty area. At this juncture, Suarez had already established a favorable attacking position ahead of Alaba at the back post. Initially intent on heading the ball directly towards goal, he swiftly altered his offensive strategy upon noticing Boateng's rapid approach. He leaped, executed a header to redirect the ball, and cast an eager gaze towards the center of Bayern's penalty area. In the area that Suarez was focused on, Lyon had confidently brought the ball under control and, almost without a run-up, unleashed a fierce shot. Neuer, hindered in his line of sight by the multitude of players in close proximity, grimaced as he made a desperate attempt to save, yet his reaction was a fraction too late. The football erupted forth like a cannonball, hurtling into the top left corner of Bayern's net. In the next moment, amidst the sudden silence of the Allianz Arena in Munich, Lyon spread his arms and joyfully sprinted towards the corner flag in Bayern's half. The other Chelsea players surged forward, joining Lyon in exuberant celebration on Bayern's home ground. With this away goal, Chelsea had secured the result they so fervently desired at Bayern's stadium. Meanwhile, a dazed Pellegrini, watching the exuberant Lyon, could not help but shake his head repeatedly. Like countless Bayern fans, he lamented inwardly. A miscalculation. A grave error indeed. I recommend a new book for those interested. The author is a champion in badminton competitions, and the themes he explores are highly immersive. This chapter concludes here. I just returned home. I will make up for the updates today, aiming for at least 10,000 words. My sincere apologies. Chapter 377. A comeback is impossible. I want it all. What does it signify for Chelsea to take an early lead in a crucial knockout match? Over the past 2 seasons, numerous elite teams in the Champions League have vividly illustrated the consequences of their mistakes to the fans. Pellegrini and countless Bayern fans lament at this moment, fully aware of the severe repercussions of conceding the first goal at home to Chelsea. Other formidable teams may prioritize their reputation, refraining from excessively defensive strategies after gaining a 1-goal lead. However, Chelsea has spent over 2 seasons demonstrating to fans worldwide that they can entirely disregard external opinions and maintain their composure. In this regard, only Juventus currently stands as a peer to Chelsea in the football world. My dear coach possesses an obsession with winning that is even more profound than that of his counterpart. Both are pragmatic figures in football. As long as victory is within reach, they are indifferent to the aesthetics of the game. Even when criticized globally for employing unattractive football, their unwavering commitment to winning remains unshaken. With Chelsea and Juventus achieving success in their respective leagues and the Champions League in recent seasons, the coaching styles and tactical philosophies of these 2 managers have been thoroughly analyzed by major media outlets across Europe. Perhaps before the commencement of this season's Champions League knockout stage, many fans believe that having already secured a Champions League trophy, Chelsea might temper their approach and adjust their style of play. In truth, Chelsea has indeed engaged in several high-scoring matches this season, and it is an undeniable fact that their attacking prowess has significantly strengthened. However, after Chelsea stifled Paris Saint-Germain and continued to play their defensive football to reach the quarterfinals of this year's Champions League, there are no longer any expectations among fans for a shift in Chelsea's style. They have come to realize that Mourinho's offensive coaching skills are indeed remarkable, yet, akin to his tenure at Real Madrid, his teams primarily focus on solidifying their defense except for a few instances where aggressive offense is unavoidable. Mourinho remains true to his nature, fundamentally pursuing more economical and secure victories. Presently, this Chelsea side has evidently attained a Hall of Fame level in defense. If they can stifle Paris Saint-Germain over 2 legs, why can't they do the same to Bayern Munich? This may seem a daunting task, as Bayern's attacking prowess appears even more formidable than that of Paris. However, upon further reflection, the fans began to consider that Bayern Munich's focus would be on assaulting Chelsea's defense, leading them to believe that a goalless draw for Bayern was not entirely out of the question. Unlike the neutral spectators who were merely enjoying the spectacle, Bayern supporters found themselves increasingly anxious. They harbored no doubts about Mourinho and the players on the field being capable of orchestrating a strategy for Chelsea to defend resolutely throughout the match. Pellegrini was also prepared to overhaul his tactics and inspire his players with fervent motivation during the halftime break. Yet, to the astonishment of Pellegrini and the vast majority of Bayern fans, Mourinho chose not to implement a full defensive retreat at that moment. Consequently, the players on the pitch for Bayern, caught off guard, received no tactical instructions from their coaching staff. As a result, upon resuming play, they failed to contest control of the midfield against Chelsea. Meanwhile, Chelsea maintained their aggressive attacking style, continuously pressuring Bayern's defense. This unexpected turn of events intrigued many neutral fans. Chelsea, having taken the lead, surprisingly opted not to engage in counterattacking but instead pressed Bayern further. Was the sun truly rising in the west today? The match's dynamics, which eluded many neutral observers, were crystal clear to Chelsea's coaching staff and starting players. Chelsea had not intended to seize the offensive initiative outright at the beginning of the match. Their initial strategy was to tussle with Bayern in midfield during the first half, gauging Bayern's attacking intensity before launching a more vigorous assault in the second half. The rationale was straightforward. Chelsea, playing away in the first leg, needed to secure a sufficient number of away goals. If they could manage even 2 away goals, they could afford to navigate the return leg at home with greater composure. However, Bayern's unexpected display of weakness at the outset, surrendering control of the midfield, prompted Mourinho to seize the opportunity without hesitation. The tactical tone remained unchanged. They simply transitioned into proactive offense earlier than anticipated. Having successfully broken the deadlock and secured their first away goal, Chelsea was determined to capitalize on their momentum and seek to extend their lead. This ambition had no bearing on the tactical adjustments Bayern was poised to make. Chelsea was resolute in their intention to make significant strides on the offensive front. What did it matter if Bayern intended to feign weakness or mount a counterattack? As long as Mourinho refrained from calling for a halt, Chelsea's offensive rhythm would continue unabated. Even if Bayern managed to strike back, it was inconsequential. Chelsea's tactical objective was to secure at least 2 away goals. Naturally, achieving a score of 20 would be ideal. But even a draw of 2-2 would be entirely acceptable for Chelsea. Everything was geared towards a more relaxed approach in the return leg at home, where they could craft a strategy to confront Bayern. With this foundation, Mourinho and his coaching team devised their tactics, transforming Chelsea into a formidable and aesthetically pleasing attacking force. Before the war, Pep Guardiola's meticulous tactical analysis of Chelsea was not misplaced. However, his rigid thought process hindered his ability to make sound tactical judgments in the moment. Confusion reigned among the Bayern players on the pitch, who mirrored his bewilderment. Chelsea continued their relentless offensive onslaught, a stark contrast to the tactical scenario their coach had predicted prior to the match. How should they respond to Chelsea's aggressive full-line pressing? Should they persist in feigning weakness, relinquishing midfield control to strike back against Chelsea? The Bayern players, in dire need of fresh directives from their coaching staff, found themselves somewhat disoriented. Fortunately, Guardiola's mind resumed its function after a brief pause of 1 or 2 minutes. Regardless of the accuracy of his tactical decision under such circumstances, he at least provided a clear strategic direction: remain calm and continue seeking opportunities to counterattack Chelsea. This approach had been the most rehearsed tactic within Bayern before the match. Given the current state of play, exploiting the flanks behind Chelsea's advancing formation was a sound strategy. With a definitive tactical instruction, the Bayern players quickly unified in their approach. They resolved to press on, even if it meant defensive lapses. They aimed to hold out until halftime. In their quest for stability, Bayern tightened the gaps between their defensive lines while patiently awaiting counterattacking opportunities. Lyon observed with a sense of admiration as Bayern, despite trailing at home, maintained their defensive counterattacking strategy without losing composure. In previous seasons under Hanks, Bayern would have aggressively engaged Chelsea in an offensive exchange at this juncture. Now, whether Bayern's restraint represented a transformative evolution or a regression was up for debate, yet it undoubtedly favored Chelsea. As long as Lyon and Kroos retained control of the midfield, Chelsea's dominant position over Bayern would likely remain unchanged, allowing them to continue generating a steady stream of attacking opportunities against Neuer's goal. In contrast, Bayern's offensive forays were markedly limited. Chelsea excelled at counterattacks, not only adept at launching them, but also proficient at thwarting opponents' rapid strikes. In light of the overall momentum of the match, enduring some counterattacking pressure was entirely justifiable for the Chelsea squad. Mourinho, seated on the sidelines, remained composed, refraining from interfering with his players' attacking momentum. Lyon, in exceptional form, took advantage of Bayern's retreat, becoming increasingly audacious in joining the offensive. In the 38th minute of the first half, Lyon surged forward, challenging for a header, which struck the crossbar of Bayern's goal. His effort nearly sent the throngs of Bayern supporters into a state of cardiac arrest. Neuer, once again incensed at his defense, reacted vehemently, prompting Boateng and Alaba to elevate their performances dramatically. The two individuals were originally top-tier defenders, and their extraordinary performance made it quite challenging for Leon to seize scoring opportunities within Bayern's penalty area, as he had previously done. Faced with obstructed offensive strategies, Leon, undeterred, promptly reverted to the rhythm that had previously allowed him to exert pressure on Suarez. However, in the final few attacking opportunities of the first half, Suarez found himself tightly encircled by Bayern's fullback and central defender, thwarting any chance for a shot on goal. Bayern's resolute commitment to defense effectively stabilized the situation as they entered halftime. The Chelsea squad, overall, expressed satisfaction with the halftime score. Chelsea fans were also content, considering they were playing at the formidable home ground of their opponents. Leading at halftime was a boon, as per the pre-match objectives established by the Chelsea team. The supporters held modest expectations for the final outcome of the away match. They would gladly accept 1 or 2 away goals while aiming to avoid defeat, or a narrow loss would also be tolerable. As long as they were not shut out and defeated on the road by Bayern, they would be satisfied. Upon returning to Stamford Bridge, Chelsea fans firmly believed that their coaching staff possessed the necessary strategies to draw Bayern into a war of attrition. Consequently, they were quite lenient regarding the team's performance and the eventual result in this match. Mourinho, at halftime, opted not to drastically alter the tactical approach. Instead, he reiterated the importance of maintaining defensive vigilance among the players on the pitch. As long as the referee had yet to signal the end of the match, every Chelsea player was required to remain focused. They were to execute offensive strategies, yet it remained their fundamental tactical responsibility to uphold defensive integrity. These two objectives were not mutually exclusive. Leon summarized that before the commencement of the second half, he and Terry encouraged their teammates to bolster morale. Each player needed to run a bit more and remind their teammates to maintain their defensive responsibilities. With only 45 minutes left in the match, they had to grit their teeth and persevere, knowing there would be ample time to rest afterward. Leon's interpretation of Mourinho's tactics was straightforward. They needed to increase their work rate. Offense had to be effective, and defense equally essential. Achieving both required superior stamina and persistence compared to their opponents. Fortunately, Chelsea's key players had been strategically rotated by the coaching staff, ensuring they retained considerable energy as the season approached its conclusion. Moreover, Chelsea was not encumbered by other cup competitions, allowing them to focus solely on the league and the Champions League. Thus, in such a demanding match, the stamina and energy of Chelsea's key players provided them a distinct advantage over other elite teams. As the second half commenced, Chelsea's players fully exploited their physical advantages. One should not underestimate the significance of an additional few hundred meters to a kilometer in running distance. This enhanced mobility translated into significant discomfort for Bayern's players on both the offensive and defensive fronts. In the second half, Bayern players, eager to seize control of the midfield through proactive offense, quickly realized that they were not merely facing Chelsea's formidable pressure defensively. Even after struggling to regain possession, they encountered the relentless pressing of Chelsea's players as they advanced. This scenario instinctively reminded countless Bayern fans of the moments from previous seasons when they dominated other teams in the Champions League. Back then, Bayern, much like the current Chelsea, enjoyed a distinct advantage in physical stamina. They could run, push forward in attack, and retreat effectively in defense, relying on superior endurance. Bayern's midfielders and forwards often established multiple strong defensive flanks, leaving opponents bewildered by the omnipresence of Bayern's defenders. Regrettably, the average age of Bayern's starting lineup has increased, compounded by Pellegrini's differing emphasis on physical conditioning compared to his predecessor, Hanks. Consequently, Bayern can no longer execute a relentless pressing strategy throughout the match. However, it would be unjust to place the blame solely on Pellegrini. Tactical approaches must align with the physical capabilities of the available players. Expecting the likes of Ribery, Robben, Javi Martinez, and Lahm to replicate the vigorous movements of 3 years ago is simply unrealistic. Ribery, Robben, and Lahm have aged, and a decline in stamina is entirely natural, while Javi Martinez's physique has become more fragile, necessitating careful management. Thus, Pellegrini must seek ways to leverage the technical prowess of these key players more effectively. Otherwise, he may have to consider relegating them to the bench in favor of younger, more dynamic talents. Yet, would Pellegrini dare to take such a step? To put it bluntly, if he were to clear out Bayern's veteran stalwarts in the locker room today, headlines about a split within Bayern's dressing room would echo throughout Germany by tomorrow. The issues within the Bayern locker room are far from trivial. After all, the moniker South German Kings of the Green Hollywood is not bestowed lightly. Compromise and concession are not foreign concepts to Pellegrini. Indeed, he is known for his amiable nature. However, at this moment, his concessions appear to have placed Bayern at a distinct disadvantage on the pitch. Chelsea, demonstrating greater stamina and a more aggressive approach in their defensive efforts, has left Bayern's formation on the brink of collapse. While Bayern yearns to counterattack, their offensive rhythm has become disjointed. The targeted veteran players are acutely aware of their limitations. Chelsea's pressing tactics are deliberately exhausting their stamina, yet how can they respond? If they cannot outrun their opponents, gritting their teeth will only sustain them temporarily. By the time the match reaches the 70-minute mark, they will be nearing exhaustion. Meanwhile, the younger substitutes entering the fray lack the requisite experience for such a critical encounter. How many Bayern fans truly believe that Koeman and Douglas Costa can dismantle Chelsea's formidable defense? With these thoughts weighing on them, Bayern's on-field players cannot help but feel a tinge of impatience. However, for Chelsea's defenders, the more frantic Bayern's offense becomes, the more at ease they feel. At this moment, Leon finds himself unable to impart any special defensive wisdom to his backline comrades. Yet, some players possess an innate understanding of defense, such as Trippier, who successfully managed to engage Ribery's temperament. The French wing wizard has never been known for his gentlemanly demeanor. When his temper flares, he resorts to sly tactics during confrontations. Trippier, however, awaits precisely this moment of provocation. Just past the 60-minute mark in the second half, faced with Ribery's deliberate shoves, Trippier falls to the ground with remarkable agility. The live broadcast may have failed to capture the nuances of their confrontation, as the referee was also seeking more specific information from the assistant. Yet, in his emotional turmoil, the scar-faced warrior disregards everything and directly pulls Trippier, who is sprawled on the ground, gesturing to the referee in exasperation. This escalates quickly, after Trippier dramatically yells out. He clutches his shoulder, which had been yanked, and once again lies back on the turf. Close to the scene, Kroos and Maddox swiftly intervene, separating the fallen Trippier and Ribery. The referee, who had just witnessed Ribery's rough handling of Trippier, no longer needs to gather information from the assistant. Amid Ribery's furious accusations of Trippier's theatrical fall, the referee decisively signals for him to calm down and requests that he step aside. At this moment, no Chelsea players rush in to stoke the flames. Even Leon fails to approach closely enough to intervene, only to see the agitated Ribery receive a yellow card from the referee. A yellow card? The referee seemed initially reluctant to issue one to Ribery. It appears the French star had overstepped his bounds with his words, rendering the caution entirely justified. The commentator from Sky Sports in England expressed surprise at Ribery's booking, subsequently unable to contain his delight as he shared his perspective. The Bayern fans in attendance jeered at the referee, but after expressing their discontent, they found Ribery's actions somewhat unacceptable. At such a critical juncture, they had hoped for him to lead the charge and attack. Yet he found himself embroiled in conflict with an opposing defender and receiving a yellow card. Regardless of the team, it is entirely inappropriate for an attacking linchpin to behave in such a manner during pivotal moments. Observing Ribery, who is consoled by teammates yet continues to vociferously appeal to the referee, Leon's mind begins to wander with other thoughts. What does experience matter? Even seasoned players can falter when emotions run high. Ribery's volatile nature is no revelation. Leon realizes he can exploit this trait to further assist his team. Thus, in the ensuing exchanges of attack and defense, Leon proactively positions himself closer to Ribery's flank. However, what left him rather disheartened was that Ribery, after venting his frustrations, managed to regain control over his emotions. Faced with his defensive provocations, the French winger not only refrained from falling into the trap, but also drew several fouls against him. This left Leon feeling quite vexed. After all, he was usually the one to exploit such situations, yet today he found himself at a disadvantage against another seemingly hot-headed veteran, which was indeed hard for him to digest. Nevertheless, noticing the referee's increasingly disapproving gaze, Leon had no choice but to temporarily abandon his intention to continue his tussle with Ribery and obediently return to his defensive position. Although it was somewhat regrettable not to gain further advantage, this minor episode allowed Chelsea to consume more time off the clock. Remaining clear-headed, Leon slightly moderated his actions in the subsequent defense, deliberately avoiding giving the referee any reason for scrutiny. Bayern seized the opportunity to push forward a bit, and the dynamics of the match appeared to be tilting gradually in their favor. In the 69th minute of the second half, Lewandowski, who had been relatively quiet for a while, finally connected successfully with Müller once again. After receiving Müller's wide pass, he executed his first threatening shot of the second half. However, Oblak remained sharply focused in defense, denying any chance for Bayern's forwards to capitalize on a rebound, decisively parrying the ball out for a corner. Watching as several towering Bayern players eagerly dashed into Chelsea's penalty area, Leon covered his mouth and exchanged a few words with the veteran captain Terry in the box. Commentators from various nations naturally observed this moment, yet before they could analyze it, Bayern had already taken the corner. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air, directly falling into the center of Chelsea's penalty area. From a bird's-eye view, it was apparent that Matic, stationed at the near post, had concluded his tussle with Müller. Meanwhile, Terry robustly held off Boateng, managing to head the ball out of Chelsea's box first. However, the focal point at that moment was not the confrontation between Terry and Boateng, but rather Leon, who had anticipated the ball's descent into the penalty area and made a decisive forward run. His assertive advance astonished many neutral fans. It appeared as though Leon had accurately predicted that his teammate would be the first to reach the ball's landing spot. This unwavering trust in his defensive partner prompted Leon's instinctive forward movement. Indeed, his judgment proved correct, as Terry withstood the pressure and forcefully headed the ball away from the awaiting Boateng. Leon, continually observing, had already adjusted his running trajectory. The ball was still airborne. Advancing forward, while Bayern's withdrawn midfielder, Thiago, courageously approached Leon's path. Perhaps he recognized that he could not impede Leon's progress, as the disparity in their physicality was undeniably vast, yet he still stepped up to defend. Empowered by a surge of courage, Thiago may have contemplated executing a tactical foul to impede Leon's advance with the ball. However, Leon seemed to have anticipated his intentions, not waiting for the ball to descend before embarking on his forward movement. At the precise moment they were about to collide, Leon proactively extended his right foot, deftly lifting the ball over Thiago's head. In an explosive sprint, Leon surged ahead, having elegantly maneuvered past Thiago in a manner reminiscent of the great Ronaldinho. Before the Bayern supporters could fully express their astonishment, Leon dashed toward the ball's trajectory with fervor. Before him lay a vast expanse of open ground. The players of Bayern were genuinely alarmed. Pellegrini instinctively rushed to the sidelines, urgently signaling for his teammates to retreat quickly. Yet, Leon's pace was astonishingly swift, and in the blink of an eye, he had penetrated the defensive third of Bayern. Both Lahm and Alaba hurriedly opted to retreat, wary of confronting Leon at this critical juncture. They had learned their lesson from last year's encounters, striving to maintain the integrity of their final defensive line. However, it soon became evident to the two defenders that the defensive situation was dire. Chelsea's offensive momentum was not solely reliant on Leon's rapid advance. The unmarked Suarez and Hazard had already evaded other Bayern defenders, following closely behind Leon toward the Bayern penalty area. A 3-on-2 situation unfolded in Chelsea's favor, presenting a prime opportunity. Although Hazard and Suarez had not completely shaken off their markers, their positioning within the counterattack's first tier was more than sufficient for Leon. The synchronized advance of his two teammates significantly diverted Lahm and Alaba's defensive focus. Under these circumstances, the Bayern defenders were hesitant to act. Most neutral spectators believed that Leon was destined to take the shot himself. Neuer clapped his hands, his gaze fixed intently on Leon's feet as he recited mental mantras. He was unperturbed by the prospect of Leon's long-range efforts outside the penalty area, eagerly anticipating a high-stakes duel with him once more. Yet, just as Neuer was fully prepared, Alaba, unable to resist the urge, surged out of the penalty area, aiming to disrupt Leon's impending shot. Without hesitation, Leon distributed the ball to Suarez, who was making a forward run to his right. Alaba's positioning had become overly compact, allowing Suarez to receive Leon's pass with relative ease as he entered the Bayern box. The anticipated showdown between Neuer and Leon was averted. As Suarez entered the penalty area, he decisively aimed for the far corner of the goal, executing a shot that resembled a stealthy ambush. Neuer barely had time to cast an angry glare at Leon before he was compelled to dive with all his might toward the far post. To be candid, When a top-tier striker like Suarez takes a decisive step forward to execute a shot, even a goalkeeper of Manuel Neuer's caliber finds himself in a position of considerable disadvantage. The outstretched fingertips of the German custodian ultimately failed to make contact with the ball, as Suarez's attempt came at an exquisitely acute angle, grazing the inner post before rolling into the net. Neuer, unable to achieve a miraculous save, expressed his frustration and self-reproach by forcefully striking the grass beneath him. In this moment, he refrained from directing his ire towards any teammates, instead lamenting his own lack of preparedness in thwarting Suarez's strike. Elated and exuberant, Suarez celebrated by performing his well-known gesture, kissing his palm as he sprinted towards the byline in Bayern's half. Leon, laughing heartily, chased after him and leaped onto his back, both raising their arms triumphantly towards the cameras. At that moment, one could only imagine the heartbreak of countless Bayern supporters, who, while not having lost faith in their team, recognized the stark reality that the hope for a comeback was dwindling, as Leon assisted Suarez in extending the score to 2-0. The most rational course of action for Bayern became clear: to fortify their defense and prepare for the next encounter. What other choice did they have? Throughout the match, Chelsea had afforded Bayern minimal opportunities to attack. From a defensive standpoint, the two teams were simply not on the same level. Perhaps the coaching staff had erred in their strategy from the outset, as Bayern should not have relinquished their own offensive capabilities at the start of the match. Had they seized control of the midfield early on, might the outcome of this epic clash have been markedly different? As Bayern fans wallowed in regret and disappointment, their minds began to wander with possibilities. Yet the conclusion of the match seemed all but sealed, regardless of their discontent. They would have to await the adjustments of their coaching staff in the next round. As anticipated, Mourinho, upon achieving a 2-goal lead, decisively opted to withdraw into a more compact formation, focusing on defense. The fatigued Hazard was the first to be substituted, making way for Karius, who positioned himself as a right center-back, prompting Chelsea to shift to a 3 center-back system. 6 minutes later, taking advantage of a dead-ball situation, Mourinho replaced the day's hero, Suarez, with Van Ginkel, a move designed to disrupt Bayern's final push. Pekerman expressed his dissatisfaction with this tactical maneuver, yet felt powerless to counter it. In the 89th minute, Mourinho utilized his final substitution, bringing on the young Gnabry for De Bruyne. However, during stoppage time, Chelsea nearly all retreated to their own penalty area, leaving Gnabry with little opportunity to exploit his speed. Ultimately, the match concluded with a score of 2-0, as Chelsea departed from Bayern's home ground with an almost flawless result. Leon was bestowed with the title of Player of the Match, thanks to his remarkable contributions in both scoring and assisting. Once again, he led his team to a crucial victory, garnering widespread discussion among fans post-match. His pivotal performances during critical moments, selfless assists, and the confident smile he displayed before the live cameras have all become delightful topics of conversation among supporters. Countless exuberant Chelsea fans have taken to the internet to assert that as long as Leon maintains his form, Chelsea is destined to avoid any missteps on their quest to reclaim the Champions League title.